In the southwestern frontier of the Huaxia Nation, majestic peaks rise and fall, enveloped by towering mountains. Venomous creatures and fierce beasts lurk within the dense forests, and a moment's inattention may lead to dire consequences. Here resides a group of passionate youths, brimming with dreams, ever vigilant at the borders of Huaxia. An ancient saying goes that there are two groups capable of achieving monumental feats. One is the desperate farmer, and the other is the knowledgeable, idealistic youth. This spirited group belongs to the latter. The sun blazed fiercely, seemingly intent on devouring all that lay upon the earth. What kind of infernal weather is this? It feels as though I'm being roasted into a desiccated husk. As Shangguan Jian wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, he grumbled while glancing up at the scorching sun. Squad leader, look. It appears there are figures moving ahead. Private Yang pointed toward a small mound approximately 2,000 meters away. Figures moving? Shangguan Jian set aside his complaints about the sweltering sun, quickly rolling onto the ground and peering through the scope of his sniper rifle towards the small mound. Damn it, there are indeed people there. In this vast expanse of barren desert, it is certainly not our citizens who have come to admire the scenery. 3 years of military service instilled a sense of vigilance in Shangguan Jian. He whispered to Yang, "It is highly likely that they are foreign lawbreakers. Immediately alert the other soldiers to be on guard." Upon receiving the squad leader's command, Yang swiftly used the radio to notify the other 5 soldiers in the vicinity to prepare for action. Intruders have trespassed onto our territory, displaying an audacity that is nothing short of remarkable. Upon receiving the alarming news, the other 5 soldiers, undeterred by the sweltering heat, promptly gathered their wits and maintained a vigilant watch over the small earthen mound situated 2,000 meters ahead. In an effort to avoid alarming the intruders, Mountain Officer Jian instructed the remaining 5 soldiers to remain in their positions, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. He, alongside Xiao Yang, stealthily maneuvered from their concealed location towards the mound. "What are you doing?" Officer Jian inquired upon spotting 2 men with dark skin, curly hair, and prominent noses peeking from behind the mound. From their appearance, he quickly deduced that they belonged to the East Asian ethnic group. Considering their safety, Jian and Xiao Yang raised their Type 95 rifles, aiming at the 2 East Asians. The men, engrossed in their observations, were taken aback when 2 armed soldiers emerged from the side, rifles trained upon them. Initially startled, their expressions soon returned to a semblance of calm. Truly, they were as unyielding as a pig in boiling water, maintaining an air of composure while they trespassed upon our land, Jian mused inwardly. Prior to enlisting, Jian had been an outstanding doctoral student at the National University of Defense Technology and was originally assigned to a civilian position within the military upon graduation. However, he believed that such a role would not offer him sufficient opportunities for growth. Once, he had aspired to wield a pen to influence the world, but now he yearned to measure the vastness of his homeland through the strength of arms. Thus, he earnestly petitioned his superiors to assign him to the nation's border defense, believing that it would forge him into a man of resolute character. With a clear life goal in mind, Jian had taken it upon himself to learn several foreign languages during his university years. Upon sighting the 2 East Asian men, Jian immediately addressed them in fluent English, inquiring about their suspicious activities in the area. 2 men were pondering how to communicate with the 2 soldiers before them, and upon discovering that the latter could speak fluent English, they were immediately filled with joy. They quickly informed Shangguan Jian and Xiao Yang that they were border guards from Nepal and that an hour prior, their outpost had been surrounded by a band of unidentified armed individuals. Due to the limited number of soldiers at the outpost, they were unable to withstand the onslaught of a well-armed and numerous group of assailants. Under the orders of their captain, Karong, the 2 Nepalese soldiers had stealthily broken through the encirclement to seek help from a border guard named Shangguan Jian. The name Karong was familiar to Shangguan Jian, as they had previously collaborated on several friendship events for the border guards. However, The request from the two Nepalese soldiers placed Shangwan Jian in a precarious position. According to certain international regulations, a soldier cannot act without the approval of superiors. The consequences could be severe, ranging from facing serious charges in a military court to prematurely ending one's military career. Moreover, he could not ascertain the truth of their claims, as the saying goes. One must never harbor ill intentions, yet always be cautious of others. In this perilous border zone, anything could transpire. Before Shangwan Jian could articulate his response, soldier Xiao Yang gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Squad leader, please do not trust their words." Although the two Nepalese soldiers were unaware of what Xiao Yang was implying, they were perceptive enough to recognize from his demeanor that he was reluctant to assist them. "I can solemnly swear on behalf of my nation that all we say is true." As I spoke, two soldiers from Nepal promptly produced their identification and presented it to Officer Shangwan Jian. The slightly taller soldier further produced a handwritten letter from their captain, Karong, requesting Officer Shangwan Jian to extend his assistance in light of the long-standing friendship between our two nations. Officer Shangwan Jian meticulously examined the soldier's credentials and the letter. Finding no discrepancies, it was undoubtedly Captain Karong's authentic correspondence. What should he do? The relationship between the two countries had always been quite harmonious, and his superiors had repeatedly urged the border troops to nurture the established rapport. Captain Karong was a soldier of commendable integrity, known for his sincerity and generosity. As the commander of the border forces in Ganga Mountain, failing to assist him in a time of need would weigh heavily on Shangwan Jian's conscience for the rest of his life. It was akin to being caught in a predicament without toilet paper. He felt utterly trapped. Gazing upwards at the blazing sun, Shangwan Jian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his mind racing with thoughts. Perhaps it would be prudent to consult with a superior, he pondered. Little Yang, standing nearby, once again reminded him that this matter could have significant repercussions. Undoubtedly, Little Yang's suggestion was the most cautious approach, however. Given the potential for international ramifications, the higher-ups would be exceedingly meticulous, reporting the situation through the proper channels. After all this deliberation, who knew how much time would be squandered? As the saying goes, in urgent times, one should act swiftly. Shangwan Jian observed the anxious expressions on the faces of the two Nepali soldiers before him, his mind whirring like a whirlwind. Damn it, I am determined to face this peril alone. For now, I shall refrain from reporting to my superiors as long as I can rescue the person. I will accept any consequences, even if it means facing execution. He conveyed his thoughts to the soldier, Xiao Yang, whose features momentarily swelled like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Squad leader, this course of action will lead to disciplinary measures. Xiao Yang vehemently opposed his plan, having always heeded the orders of his superiors. What's gotten into you today? This isn't like you, remarked Shangwan Jian, nudging Xiao Yang with his knee. I refuse to relent. This is a matter of principle. Xiao Yang stood his ground stubbornly. Oh, now you're talking about principles? If you ignore my advice today, I shall refrain from introducing you to my cousin. Shangwan Jian suddenly threatened Xiao Yang. Having persistently pestered Shangwan Jian for an introduction to his cousin, he found himself resorting to this tactic out of sheer necessity. This struck a nerve with Xiao Yang. Upon hearing that the squad leader would not facilitate the introduction, he dared not impede Shangwan Jian's attempt to save the individual. If you insist on going to rescue them, then you must take me and the other 5 along. The more hands, the better. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Xiao Yang began negotiating conditions with Shangwan Jian, who understood that regardless of whether they succeeded in the rescue, he would face repercussions and did not wish to implicate anyone else. I am renowned in the military as a sharpshooter. Having more people would hinder my performance. You all stay here and guard this position. I shall return shortly, he declared proudly, patting the weapon in his hand. Seeing that he could not sway Shangwan Jian, Xiao Yang reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Upon witnessing the two soldiers from Nepal express their surprise at his willingness to accompany them on a rescue mission, Shangwan Jian felt a sense of urgency. Let us hasten our departure. When we left, The ammunition at the outpost was dwindling, and with the passage of time, I could only wonder about the situation there, one soldier urged. The two Nepalese soldiers prompted Shengwanjian to take the lead, to which he gestured for them to proceed, while he followed closely behind. As they sprinted towards the border of Nepal, they approached a pile of rocks that reached waist height. Suddenly, the two soldiers bent down to move the stones. "What are they up to?" Shengwanjian pondered, perplexed by their actions, only to see them unearth two semi-automatic rifles from the rubble. Realizing their intent, Shengwanjian understood that the soldiers were adhering to the regulations of international law. After all, the nation of Huaxia holds significant stature in the East, and few would dare to challenge its boundaries. It became evident to him that these men were indeed meticulous in their planning. His apprehensions dissipated considerably, and he felt increasingly confident in his assessment that Karong had indeed fallen victim to armed assailants. The soldiers exchanged sheepish smiles, preparing to elucidate their actions to Shengwanjian. However, he waved them off, expressing his understanding of their intentions and emphasizing the urgency of their mission to save lives. From the soldiers, he learned that their camp lay approximately 30 miles away. With a scant number of personnel and limited ammunition, lacking heavy weaponry, they could sustain themselves for no more than 3 hours. The trio quickened their pace, traversing through the dense, primordial forest characterized by towering mountains and intricate ravines. The underbrush was thick with thorns, and in a moment of carelessness, Shengwanjian sustained several cuts on the back of his hand. Two soldiers from the Nepalese army gazed at the bloodstains on Shengwanjian's back, appearing somewhat embarrassed, and suggested taking a brief respite before continuing their journey. "I'm not so delicate. What is a mere scratch?" Shengwanjian urged the two to lead the way without delay. The trio sprinted through the dense forest, their faces and hands marred by countless cuts from thorns, until they finally arrived at the outpost of the Nepalese border guard. It seemed they had reached their destination, yet strangely, there were no sounds of gunfire, nor any signs of life in sight. Had the soldiers within the outpost met with misfortune? Just as Shengwanjian readied his sniper rifle to crawl forward, the two Nepalese soldiers vanished from view. Chapter 2. The hidden threat. Shengwanjian was engrossed in observing the surroundings ahead, oblivious to the whereabouts of the two soldiers from Nepal beside him. Had they hastened to rescue someone and already rushed ahead? Without hesitation, Shengwanjian tightened his grip on the sniper rifle and stealthily made his way toward the camp. Upon reaching approximately 200 meters from the camp, he, with the vigilance of a soldier, meticulously scanned the environment surrounding the area. However, he found no signs of a struggle on the ground. This was perplexing. Surely, with over 100 individuals having fought here, there should be some evidence. Even if merely from capturing a pig, realization struck him. He had fallen into the trap set by those two men. They had not brought him here to save anyone, but rather had sinister intentions. The leader, a burly man with a thick beard and gleaming dark skin, elicited a silent groan from Shengwanjian, though he maintained a facade of composure. He estimated that there were about 100 of them. Before Shengwanjian could utter a word, the leader confronted him, demanding to know why he had trespassed into their territory with a weapon. "You must be the grandson of Zhu Beiji, turning the tables like this. It was you who lured me here. If not for my regard for international friendship, I might have fallen for your ruse. How foolish of you to blame others for your own naivety. If you were a lady, would you immediately disrobe at the mere thought of someone pursuing you?" The man displayed a sinister grin, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. Shengwanjian understood that any argument at this moment would be futile. The consequences of being captured by them were too dire to contemplate. He resolved not to engage in a futile verbal exchange, and instead sought a way to extricate himself from this precarious situation. Upstanding and composed, Shengwanjian surveyed the surrounding soldiers, seeking an opportunity to break free from their ranks. The leader of the opposing group, believing Shengwanjian to be rendered speechless by the overwhelming numbers, approached with the intention of capturing him. Observing the man's advance, Shengwanjian felt a surge of hope. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must seize the king. If he could subdue the leader, he was certain he would find a way to escape. Feigning trepidation, Shang Wanjian took a subtle step back, masking his true intentions. The bravado of a valiant soldier from the great nation of Huaxia was nothing but a facade. The soldier's inner fear was palpable. The leader of the Nepali troops, sensing this vulnerability, felt a surge of satisfaction and was eager to showcase his prowess before his subordinates. He pointed his firearm at Shang Wanjian, signaling for him to relinquish his weapon. To his surprise, the burly figure before him displayed a cautious demeanor, leading the leader to believe he could easily manipulate the situation. As Shang Wanjian complied, the leader's desire for theatrics intensified, compelling him to personally apprehend Shang Wanjian to bolster his own reputation. With the assurance that his opponent had discarded his arms, the leader slung his submachine gun across his back and lunged forward with lightning speed, his hand outstretched to seize Shang Wanjian's left shoulder. While the untrained observer might relish the spectacle, the seasoned fighter recognized the lethal efficiency of the leader's military grappling techniques. Should a mere mortal fall victim to such a grip, their arm would be rendered useless for a lifetime. Aware of the imminent danger, Shang Wanjian remained vigilant. He had no time to indulge in displays of martial prowess. As the opponent's fingers hovered a mere 5 centimeters from his shoulder, Shang Wanjian sidestepped, sliding his right foot forward to deftly nudge the rifle's barrel with his toe, subsequently seizing the sniper rifle into his grasp. The leading Nepali soldier, caught unawares, found the dark muzzle of the weapon pointed squarely at his chest. The realization of this unexpected turn of events sent a wave of regret coursing through him. Had it not been for the gun pressed against his torso, he would have been inclined to strike himself in frustration. The sudden shift in circumstances startled the 100 or so Nepali soldiers, prompting them to raise their weapons in Shang Wanjian's direction. Enraged by having fallen into their trap, he addressed them in fluent English, warning that they would do well to behave, for he assured them that, before they could fire upon him, he would transform their leader into a mere sieve. Though the Nepali commander relished the spotlight, he was not devoid of intelligence. He understood that any reckless actions taken by his subordinates would inevitably lead to his own demise. The thought of his homeland, filled with eager women awaiting his return, lingered in his mind. He had one foot already in the grave. Yet, despite this preoccupation, Shang Wanjian noticed a flicker of trepidation in the commander's gaze. As a seasoned soldier, he was acutely aware of the significance of seizing any opportunity presented. The commander had cracked under pressure, and with a little more prodding, Shang Wanjian sensed he might just find a way to escape this predicament. With this thought in mind, he pressed the gun forcefully against the man's chest, adopting an authoritative tone as he commanded, "If you wish to avoid being perforated, order your men to place their weapons on the ground immediately." On the brink of death, an overwhelming instinct for survival surged forth within him. Upon hearing the commanding tone of Shang Wanjian, he promptly ordered his subordinates to lower their weapons. It was evident that his men, accustomed to his discipline, complied without hesitation. What a pack of foolish swine! Shang Wanjian felt a surge of delight at the sight. "Have your men remove their trousers," he commanded, pressing the barrel of his gun firmly against the chest of the soldier from the opposing force. "What? Remove our trousers? Brother, what bizarre preference do you have? We are but a group of rugged men. This serves no purpose. It would be more entertaining if I were to fetch a few women for you," the leading soldier from the Nepali army said with a smirk, attempting to ingratiate himself with Shang Wanjian. "What the hell are you thinking? Who among us is interested in your filthy rear ends?" Shang Wanjian retorted. "I instructed your men to discard their trousers and retreat 200 meters. With that, he delivered a swift kick to the soldier's backside. At last, the leader grasped the situation. This young man was preparing for an escape. It mattered not if he commanded his subordinates to discard their trousers or to leap off a cliff. The sole priority was survival. The leading soldier hastily instructed his men to remove their trousers and retreat to a distance of 200 meters. Once approximately 100 Nepali soldiers, clad in a variety of colorful undergarments, had retreated to the designated distance, Shang Wanjian ordered them to turn around. He then pressed the gun's muzzle against the leader's back, directing them towards the border of his own country. A group of Nepali soldiers, held in check by the presence of a hostage in Shang Wanjian's possession, remained rooted in place, hesitant to act rashly. The leading soldier walked ahead, while continuously cautioning Shang Wanjian to avoid any accidental discharge of his weapon. In a moment of realization, He understood the gravity of his situation. With a swift kick to his rear, Shangguan urged him to cease his meaningless chatter. You would do well to honestly disclose why you have exploited my trust and lured me here. He threatened, if you remain silent, I shall turn you into a sieve. Pressing the barrel of his gun against the back of the other man, the leading soldier felt a chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware that the soldiers from Huaxia were not jesting, and he certainly did not wish to suffer such a fate. After all, he needed to survive to continue his mischief among the innocent. My dear brother, you mustn't let your weapon discharge accidentally, Shangguan cautioned. The leader of the Nepali soldiers, swallowing hard, began to reveal, I am Simon, a company commander from the Western Nepali army. In truth, he was acting under the orders of his superiors to deceive a soldier named Shangguan into coming to the Chinese border, only to hand him over. Beyond that, he was uninformed. Realizing that Simon was not lying, Shangguan sensed the veiled conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Aware that his rank would limit his knowledge of the broader scheme, he refrained from further inquiry. The two traversed approximately 2 miles through the dense jungle, with Shangguan estimating that the Nepali forces could no longer pursue him. Upon reaching a slope, he lifted his right foot and delivered a forceful kick to Simon's backside. Taken by surprise, Simon stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to regain his balance, rolling down the hill like a log. He was unaware of the countless scratches inflicted by the surrounding thorns, crying out in pain. Shangguan paid him no mind, instead plunging into the foliage, gun in hand, and sprinting forward. He understood that in the vast mountains, anything could transpire, and only by reuniting with his comrades waiting at the border could he truly escape danger. Chapter 3. Encountering a monster in the woods. As he glanced at the sun, now tilting towards the west, the light within the dense forest grew increasingly dim. After spending most of the day since leaving the border, he had neglected even to sip water, leaving his mouth parched and somewhat painful. He retrieved his military canteen from his waist and shook it vigorously against his lips for an eternity, yet not a single drop of water emerged. If he did not replenish his fluids soon, he feared he would collapse before reaching the border. He resolved to seek out a mountain spring to quench his thirst before continuing his journey. Surveying the thicket, he noticed a gully approximately 200 meters to his left. For it was often in such ravines that water sources could be found. With hope ignited, he sprinted towards the gully. Upon arriving, he beheld a seemingly endless ravine leading down the slope, filled with a mound of dry leaves, yet devoid of any sign of water, an unfortunate twist of fate. Akin to encountering a storm while carrying flour, disappointment washed over him in an instant. Fortunately, the gully provided a cool respite, and after just a few minutes, the parched feeling in his mouth subsided slightly. Since water eluded him, why not linger a while longer to regain his strength? Spotting a 2-meter square slab of green stone across the gully, he decided to rest upon it to rejuvenate himself. He leaped over the gully and landed upon the stone, feeling an immense comfort as he sprawled out. It was as though every inch of his skin was inhaling the fresh air. Unbeknownst to him, he soon drifted into a slumber upon the green stone. In the depths of slumber, a sudden gust of wind swept towards him, jolting Shangguan awake with an involuntary shiver. As darkness enveloped his vision, before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself lifted approximately 3 meters off the ground. Ensnared by some unseen force, he felt the constricting grip tighten around him, and upon closer inspection, a chilling realization washed over him. His entire body was coiled within the embrace of a colossal, pitch-black python. It was sheer negligence on his part to have succumbed to sleep, forgetting entirely the presence of such serpentine beasts in the vicinity. What a fate it would be, after years of navigating the battlefield, to meet his end at the jaws of this creature. Desperately, he shook his head, striving to maintain clarity, while attempting to reach for the dagger concealed within his military boots. Yet, his arms and body were firmly bound by the python, rendering him utterly immobile. At that moment, the serpent had maneuvered its massive, triangular head, unleashing a torrent of crimson tongue towards him. It seemed this beast had determined his fate, unwilling to succumb. Shangguan lamented internally, lamenting the fact that he had yet to experience the touch of a woman, only to perish in such bewildering circumstances. You dare to consume me, beast? I shall take a bite out of you first, he declared defiantly, opening his mouth to sink his teeth into the python's scaled body. To his dismay, the serpent's hide was as impenetrable as steel. His teeth met resistance akin to biting into a steel plate. He recalled the tales spun by the village elders in his youth, recounting how the skin of a transformed python rivaled that of heavy armor, impervious even to ordinary firearms. Today, he bore witness to the veracity of those claims. The python's gaping maw drew ever closer to his head throughout countless missions. He had brushed against death time and again, yet he had never known fear. The enormous eagle soared through the sky like a small aircraft, and Shangwan Jian had never encountered such a colossal creature before. Its plumage was as black as that of a python, and its head was the size of a bowl, with a beak curved like a scythe. Its talons, nearly a meter long, resembled sides dancing in the air. How could such a gigantic eagle exist? Shangwan Jian was utterly transfixed, momentarily forgetting the python entwined around him. Suddenly, the eagle swooped down like a bolt of lightning towards the python. He knew that the eagle and the python were natural adversaries, but witnessing their confrontation was a novel experience for him. As the eagle approached, the python disregarded Shangwan Jian and turned its head to hiss at the eagle, its tongue flickering menacingly. The eagle, undeterred, relentlessly extended its steel-like claws towards the python's head, inflicting several gaping, crimson wounds upon it. The python writhed in agony from the eagle's relentless assault, causing its coils around Shangwan Jian to loosen. Seizing this unexpected opportunity for survival, he swiftly retrieved a dagger from his military boot and began to stab at the python's body. The sound of punctures echoed as jets of bright red blood erupted from the python like a fountain. Inadvertently, some of the blood splattered into Shangwan Jian's mouth. He had anticipated the python's blood to be foul and rancid, yet to his surprise, it tasted like ambrosia, carrying a subtle fragrance. Thirsty and delighted by the exquisite flavor, he began to drink eagerly from the gushing blood. Unable to withstand the pain and the eagle's continuous onslaught, the python, in a moment of desperation, released Shangwan Jian to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing the python release its grip, Shangwan Jian observed that the eagle ceased its assault and turned gracefully towards the depths of the forest. It became apparent that the eagle had come to his rescue, revealing an astonishing intelligence in this creature. Shangwan Jian bowed in the direction the eagle had departed. He regarded the writhing python on the ground with trepidation, fearing it might yet pose a threat. Swiftly, he took flight towards the border. To his astonishment, the eagle possessed such strength that it could lift a human being. The ability of birds to carry humans was a phenomenon relegated to myth. He had never encountered such a reality. As Shangwan Jian prepared to leave, a voice called out, urging him to pause. It seemed this eagle was domesticated, thus serving as his savior. Upon finally discerning the features of the speaker, Shangwan Jian felt a chill run down his spine. Out of courtesy, he maintained a composed demeanor. The individual before him was an elderly man, towering at least 2.5 meters, with a gaunt frame and skin of a striking indigo hue. His hair fell in curls over his shoulders, and his deeply set eyes, paired with a prominent nose, exuded an aura of intimidation. In that moment, Shangwan Jian's mind raced to identify this peculiar ethnicity. The man remained silent, scrutinizing Shangwan Jian with an unwavering gaze, reminiscent of a mother-in-law assessing her prospective son-in-law, which made Shangwan Jian uncomfortable. After a prolonged 2 minutes of inspection, the elder finally nodded in satisfaction. He informed Shangwan Jian that the eagle at his side was his companion, a conclusion Shangwan Jian had already surmised, and he politely acknowledged this revelation. Moreover, the elder pointed towards the python coiled near the ravine and revealed, "The python is also mine." "What? The python too?" Shangwan Jian could no longer contain his surprise, raising his voice several decibels in astonishment. Indeed, the visitor calmly nodded, asserting that the python he nurtured favored the flesh of young men. Recently, several hunters who ventured here had fallen prey to it. "Are you a devil?" he thought, seething inwardly at the casualness with which the visitor spoke of lives claimed by his serpent. A surge of anger compelled him to wish for a bullet to silence the man. The visitor regarded him with a subtle smile. "I am no devil. Moreover, the weapon you bear cannot harm me in the slightest. In due time, you will come to understand." Astonished, he pondered how this stranger could discern his thoughts, as if he possessed the ability to read minds. Before he could voice his incredulity, the visitor continued, "Though my python may wish to consume you, my eagle has intervened to spare your life. Furthermore, the blood you ingested is not detrimental. Rather, it is highly beneficial." The visitor regarded him with an expression of smug satisfaction. What benefits can a mere sip of python's blood confer? Will it render me immune to all poisons or bestow longevity? He mused, skepticism gnawing at him. At that moment, the python, which had previously seemed near death, swam energetically to their side. To his astonishment, the serpent bore no trace of the wounds inflicted upon it. It appeared as if it had never been harmed at all. The python glared at him with fiery eyes, radiating a desire for vengeance. Fearful of another ambush, he instinctively retreated a few steps. The visitor raised a hand, signaling him not to fear. "With me present, Qing Xian will not harm you." As he spoke, he gently patted the python. Obediently, the creature, a massive length of over 10 meters, twisted and vanished into the dense underbrush. The elder then produced a crystal orb, approximately the size of an egg, and handed it to Shang Wanjian. He stated that if they were to meet again, it would signify a bond between them. "Today, I entrust this gem to you. It may prove invaluable in times of need." As Shang Wanjian opened his mouth to speak, the elder raised a hand to silence him. "I am aware of your curiosity regarding all that you see before you. However, the moment is not yet ripe. I cannot divulge anything further. In due time, you shall have the opportunity to learn." With that, the elder turned and mounted his great eagle, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Am I dreaming? Shang Wanjian pinched his thigh hard, feeling the sharp sting. This was no dream. Chapter 4. A call to rescue. With this thought, Shang Wanjian quickened his pace, hurrying towards the border. After traversing many miles of dense woodland, he finally reached the borderline. By this time, the sky had fully darkened. Upon arrival, he spotted Xiao Yang and 5 other soldiers anxiously waiting there. Relieved to see Shang Wanjian return safely, the tension they had been holding finally dissipated. "Did you manage to rescue the people?" Xiao Yang and the others surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. No sooner had he finished speaking than their expressions shifted to alarm, prompting them to inquire what had transpired. Shang Wanjian, his face grave, recounted the entire sequence of events, omitting the strange occurrences in the forest. "What? How dare they resort to treachery to abduct our soldiers? This is a blatant provocation. It is disgraceful that we, in the spirit of friendship between our nations, offered them our selfless assistance." Xiao Yang and the other soldiers erupted in furious indignation, each vowing to report the matter. They insisted on demanding an explanation from the opposing side. Shang Wanjian raised his index finger to his lips, signaling everyone to remain silent. He addressed his comrades, acknowledging his own negligence and unilateral decision-making regarding the matter at hand. He warned that if they reported it now, they would not only face ridicule on the international stage but would also implicate others. Their aspiration was to protect their homeland. Losing that opportunity would render their lives devoid of meaning. His words resonated deeply, prompting a reflective silence among the group as they suppressed their anger, opting instead to investigate the matter discreetly. After a day of turmoil, Shang Wanjian felt utterly exhausted. He had scarcely lain down for half a minute before drifting into slumber. As per their routine, despite the considerable distance from their regiment, they rose at 6 each morning for physical training. Following their exercises, they enjoyed breakfast while listening to the international news broadcast on the radio. Suddenly, a shocking piece of news erupted from the speakers, startling the 7 soldiers who were dining, causing them to regurgitate their recently swallowed food. What? Over 100 soldiers from Nepal had been killed at the outpost along the Gongga mountain border. Their bodies discarded in a large pit nearby? Shang Wanjian sprang from his seat like a coiled spring upon hearing the news. Just yesterday, he had encountered those individuals in good spirits. How had they all been wiped out overnight? Uneasy, he finished his breakfast and, as usual, grouped with a few others to patrol the border. Upon reaching the earthen mound from the previous day, Xiao Yang pointed ahead, indicating that someone appeared to be lying on the ground. Could it be that yet another individual was attempting to breach their borders? Upon raising his sniper rifle, Shangguan Jian peered through the scope and indeed spotted a figure lying motionless on the ground. "We must hurry over to investigate," he said, gesturing to Xiaoang as they dashed towards the earthen mound. Upon reaching the spot, they discovered that it was a man lying on the ground, drenched in sweat. Shangguan Jian swiftly approached and turned the individual over, only to be struck by a sudden shock. How could it be him? The individual was none other than Kurong, the commander of the border defense troops stationed at Gonga Mountain. Kurong lay with his eyes tightly shut, his chest stained crimson with blood. How had he sustained such severe injuries? His absence had gone unnoticed at the outpost the previous day. Observing the unconscious Kurong, Shangguan Jian resolved to revive him first. After carefully placing Kurong on a bed, he meticulously examined the wound, revealing a gaping half-meter-long gash across his chest. Fortunately, it had not injured any vital organs. He had merely lost an excessive amount of blood and lapsed into a temporary stupor. It was astonishing that he possessed such robust constitution, able to traverse here even after sustaining such grievous injuries. What could have inflicted such harm upon Kurong? With questions swirling in his mind, Shangguan Jian proceeded to clean the wound. Once the area was tended to, he applied trauma ointment and wrapped the injury with bandages, as these supplies were standard issue in the military. After completing this task, he administered several doses of glucose to Kurong, understanding that replenishing sugar was crucial in cases of significant blood loss. By midday, Kurong finally regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Shangguan Jian standing before him, his emotions visibly stirred. Shangguan Jian stepped forward, firmly pressing him down, signaling Kalong not to move recklessly to prevent the wound from reopening. "How did you get injured?" Shangguan Jian's brows knitted tightly as he gazed at Kalong, for this was the question he yearned to unravel. Kalong looked at Shangguan Jian, his face betraying a sense of shame, and let out a deep sigh. Could it be that he was also involved in the events of yesterday? A chill ran down Shangguan Jian's spine. If Kalong had indeed participated, why would he dare to come here bearing such grave injuries? Shangguan Jian sensed something amiss. To clarify the situation, he patiently urged Kalong to speak freely, assuring him that since he had come to see him, he would not hold it against him. With Shangguan Jian's promise, Kalong exhaled once more and recounted the entire sequence of events. He explained that the day before yesterday, a contingent claiming to be dispatched by Major General Benden suddenly arrived at the outpost, stating they were there to execute a special mission. They alleged that a border soldier named Shangguan Jian had been stealing crucial secrets from their nation and, knowing of Kalong's acquaintance with him, requested his cooperation in bringing him to the outpost. The remaining matters would be handled by them. Initially, Kalong had harbored doubts about the situation, yet the soldier's duty was to obey orders. Although reluctant, he penned a letter claiming that the station was under attack by unidentified armed forces, urging you to come to their aid. However, once the letter was completed, an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to confront the leader, Simon. To his astonishment, Simon accused him of disobeying military orders and immediately commanded that he and the rest of the officers be bound and imprisoned in a storeroom typically used for food storage. In the dead of night yesterday, he was suddenly jolted awake by a cacophony of anguished screams echoing from above, leaving him bewildered as to what had transpired outside. With great effort, my comrades and I shattered a clay pot to fashion a makeshift blade, successfully severing the ropes that bound us. United in purpose, we heaved aside the wooden planks that concealed the cellar, emerging into the open air. To our horror, we found Simon and the others, their faces contorted in agony as they lay upon the ground. A thorough examination of their bodies revealed not a single wound, yet they had succumbed to death. The allegation of their long-term theft of our nation's secrets lingered in my mind, shrouded in disbelief. On our journey, we traversed a dense thicket where we encountered a most peculiar creature, the size of an adult human, cloaked in a shroud of darkness. Its head, as large as a basin, bore a striking resemblance to both a bull and a horse, while its forepaws were as sharp as blades. Upon spotting me, the beast charged with fervor. In a moment of desperation, I raised my shotgun and fired, but despite the impact of the bullets, the creature lunged forward, inflicting a grievous wound upon my chest with its claws. My shotgun was knocked from my grasp, tumbling down the cliff, yet I pressed on, disregarding the pain as I stumbled my way to this haven. Witnessing Kurong's sincerity and kindness ignited a warmth within my heart. At that moment, our commander, Zhang Song, arrived at the outpost, personally driving a jeep accompanied by 2 young soldiers in their 20s. These soldiers stood approximately 6 feet tall, exuding vitality, their piercing gazes and lean faces reflecting an extraordinary resolve. "Commander, are you conducting an impromptu inspection?" I inquired, as Zhang Song, a capable leader and a great admirer of mine, approached. He often jested with me during our interactions. "Indeed, if I hadn't come to check on you, you would have surely caused a ruckus," he retorted playfully, mimicking the motion of slapping my face. A sudden jolt coursed through Shangwan Jian's heart as he pondered the captain's words. Could it be that he was aware of the events from yesterday? Zhang Song, having discerned his thoughts, candidly stated, "I am already privy to what transpired yesterday. Do you presume I am idle? You dare to take unilateral actions regarding matters that pertain to the peaceful coexistence of our nations?" Shangwan Jian covertly scrutinized Zhang Song's expression, sensing that he did not intend to delve deeper into the matter. In a moment of mischief, Shangwan Jian decided to feign innocence. Zhang Song, momentarily taken aback, warned him, "Do not attempt to jest with me. The tasks entrusted by the captain are of such gravity that one might as well traverse a mountain of blades or plunge into a cauldron of oil." In response, Shangwan Jian promptly pledged his commitment. Zhang Song sighed, acknowledging, "I am aware that you are resolute in executing your missions, but do not be overly optimistic. This time, it truly involves traversing perilous paths." Zhang Song, a forthright man from the northwest, had never appeared so despondent since their acquaintance. Perceiving Shangwan Jian's unease, he took a deep breath and remarked, "I am not pessimistic, but this task indeed poses a formidable challenge for you. A leading astronomical expert from our nation has been abducted by an unidentified armed group in the city of Samagang, Nepal. In the 5th chapter, titled Rescue Operation, Zhang Song retrieved a photograph of the astronomical expert from his pocket. He informed Shangwan Jian that the expert, known as Huang Chuan, is a luminary in the field of astronomy. Numerous countries have previously extended generous offers to him for conducting astronomical research, all of which Huang Chuan graciously declined. He was wholeheartedly devoted to contributing to the astronomical field of his nation. As Shangwan Jian took the photograph, he scrutinized Huang Chuan's visage, noting the thick glasses perched on his nose, his eyes brimming with wisdom, and his slightly curled, yellowing hair. His round face emanated an air of intellectualism. Subsequently, Zhang Song gestured towards the 2 soldiers behind him, introducing Shangwan Jian to the one on the left, Chu Huayu, who had trained at the Western Nation Hunter School, graduating with top honors. He excelled in hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, and wilderness survival, having once single-handedly defeated 10 Marine Corps members in a coordinated assault, and was renowned for his impeccable aim within a 2,000-meter range. The soldier on the right, named Jiang Xiaoyang, had begun his martial arts training at the Shaolin Temple at the tender age of 6, later joining the monk troop to perform martial arts across numerous countries. At 18, he demonstrated extraordinary skill by overcoming the Copperman Formation, exhibiting remarkable vision that enabled him to scale cliffs and ascend mountains even in complete darkness. Concealed within him was the lethal prowess of a hidden weapon, making it effortless to take a life within 3 meters. Prior to enlisting, he had been recruited multiple times by prominent national leaders and business magnates as a security consultant. Shangwan Jian was taken aback by the hidden talents within the army, nodding in acknowledgement of the 2 men. They were preoccupied with their own matters and could not spare additional forces to assist in the rescue. Thus, the responsibility lay solely with them. However, they could dispatch personnel to aid their rescue efforts. For the sake of discretion, they could not deploy an excessive number of rescuers to Nepal. Commander Zhang had instructed him to select 3 top-notch experts from the Southwest Army, leading him to meticulously identify these 3 individuals. Initially believing the commander had come to assess the situation, Shangwan Jian soon realized he was summoned to undertake a rescue mission in Nepal. As a soldier, obedience to orders was his solemn duty, and he, of course, felt compelled to comply. Zhang Song granted him merely 10 minutes to prepare the essentials he would take along before setting off together. Time was of the essence. Shangguan Jian informed his comrades at the outpost that he had urgent matters requiring travel, urging them to care for Kalong in his absence. After conveying his instructions, he gathered several sets of clothes for change and selected a few familiar tools. He then leapt into the jeep, following Zhang Song to the temporary military airport of the Border Defense Forces. Zhang Song informed Shangguan Jian that their rescue operation was dubbed Operation Moonlight, and he was appointed the leader of this mission. Chu Huaiyu and Jiang Xiaoyang would be under his command. It was imperative to remember that this endeavor might entail grave risks. They must rescue their expert at all costs while maintaining utmost confidentiality throughout the operation. Shangguan Jian saluted Zhang Song with precision and declared earnestly, "Commander, I vow to accomplish the mission." "Go on, you rascal," Zhang Song replied, patting the shoulders of Shangguan Jian, Chu Huaiyu, and Jiang Xiaoyang, his eyes reflecting a flicker of pride. Once aboard the helicopter, they soared towards the city of Samagang in the nation of Nepal. By now, darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, and the helicopter was enveloped in silence, save for the whirring sound of the rotor blades slicing through the air. Recognizing the necessity of conserving their energy for the impending rescue, the trio succumbed to slumber as soon as they boarded, not exchanging a single word. After approximately 2 hours of flight, the helicopter descended and landed at the airport in Samagang. The pilot, Dong Quang, called out to the three, "Gentlemen, we have arrived at our destination." Shangguan Jian and his companions opened their eyes, peering through the window at the blinding lights outside, before shouldering their belongings and rising from their seats. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, 2 men attired in the garb of Nepali soldiers awaited their arrival. Zhang Song had informed Shangguan Jian prior to his arrival that upon reaching their destination, military personnel dispatched by the Nepali authorities would be there to receive them, and he had shared the signal for identification. After exchanging the signal and confirming its accuracy, both parties promptly introduced themselves. It was revealed that the 2 Nepali soldiers were named Simi and Das, both seasoned veterans with extensive combat experience and a warm demeanor. Upon exiting the airport, the 6 individuals boarded a military jeep stationed at the entrance, heading northwest. Simi informed Shangguan Jian and the others that their expert had been kidnapped by unidentified individuals in the sacred mountain of Samagang City. They would first retire to the military guest house for rest, with plans to deliberate on their course of action the following day. The jeep journeyed along the streets for approximately half an hour before arriving at the military guest house in Samagang City. From the outside, it appeared to be a 3-story, antiquated building, adorned with a multitude of tangled wires that created a dizzying spectacle. The paint on the walls had begun to weather and peel, a testament to the impoverished state of Nepal, which Shangguan Jian had already surmised. He did not harbor expectations of luxurious accommodations. He hoped merely that the interior would not mirror the disarray of the exterior, and that there would be a place to rest. Upon entering the room, the environment tested the limits of their endurance. The room was cramped and damp, with the white bed linens tainted with a dark hue, suggesting they had not been washed in a considerable time, emanating an unpleasant odor. The absence of air conditioning or even a ceiling fan was palpable. Within 5 minutes of entering, they were already drenched in perspiration. Jiang Xiaoyang had no choice but to open all the windows. And the most distressing part was that even the restroom was communal. After all, as a soldier, he had encountered countless harsh environments, and he could endure this little discomfort. At dawn the next day, Shangguan Jian summoned Chu Huaiyu and Jiang Xiaoyang to discuss the forthcoming rescue plan. The trio unanimously agreed that the first order of business was to familiarize themselves with the surrounding area before locating the place where the experts were being held captive. Until the exact whereabouts of the experts were ascertained, this approach was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Without further ado, after breakfast, they followed Shimi and Das to the sacred mountain to the northwest of Samagang City. Shangguan Jian marveled at the scenery, exclaiming how aptly named the sacred mountain was, as it appeared to be a paradise, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated and lifeless Samagang City. Shimi informed him that their experts had been abducted by unidentified armed groups right there, gesturing towards a vacant plot at the foot of the mountain. Will the armed group take the experts there? Shangguan Jin inquired, furrowing his brow. Shimi replied, about 20 miles from here lies a treacherous peak known as Snow Wolf Peak, which is occupied by approximately 500 armed militants. The terrain there is steep and perilous, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Moreover, the weaponry in the hands of those militants is quite advanced. On several occasions, government forces attempted to eradicate them, only to suffer significant losses and return in defeat. According to our reliable sources, your expert's kidnapping is likely orchestrated by them. Let's first survey the terrain, Shangguan Jian decided, instructing Shimi to drive towards Snow Wolf Peak. The mountain roads were exceedingly rugged, riddled with potholes, causing the vehicle to jolt violently, lifting everyone's seats several inches off the ground. After approximately half an hour, a mountain filled with bizarre peaks and jagged stones loomed in the distance. Shimi pointed ahead, informing them that the mountain was known as Snow Wolf Peak. Fearing an encounter with patrolling armed militants, I must park the vehicle in a concealed location to hide it. It appears that the Nepali military's fear of the armed groups in this area has penetrated to the very marrow of their bones. He instructed Shimi and Das to conceal the vehicle here and await their return, while he would venture forth with Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang to scout the path. Once they disembarked, they proceeded towards Snow Wolf Peak, carefully selecting hidden mountain trails. Approximately 300 meters from the peak, they observed several armed militants casually wandering about, brandishing shotguns. It seemed that ascending the peak would not be an easy task. The trio had no choice but to crouch in a thicket of concealed grass to assess their surroundings. After 2 hours of careful observation, Shangguan Jin estimated that around 30 militants were patrolling the base of the mountain. Organized into 6 groups of 5, they conducted their surveillance at fixed intervals along the key routes at the mountain's foot. It was no wonder that the government forces were at a loss against them. The meticulous and systematic nature of their patrols indicated that these armed individuals had undoubtedly undergone rigorous military training, unlike mere common thieves. Shangguan Jin concluded that, in addition to the visible sentinels, there were likely numerous hidden watchmen positioned at critical points. A reckless approach could easily result in a bullet being fired from one of those concealed spots, taking a life. To ascend the mountain, they must first neutralize the hidden sentinels. However, devising a strategy to deal with them was a considerable dilemma. At that moment, a green medium-sized truck slowly approached Snow Wolf Peak. Shangguan Jin instructed the others to lie low, sensing that this oncoming vehicle was undoubtedly connected to the armed militants atop the peak. Otherwise, they would not be so audaciously approaching the peak. He resolved to attract the attention of the medium-sized truck. Upon sharing his intentions with Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang, both deemed it excessively perilous. Chu Huayu suggested that the 3 of them should board the truck together for mutual support, but Shangguan Jin countered that having more people would hinder their concealment. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger, he thought. In order to rescue the captives, he had no choice but to take a risk. He instructed the 2 to stand by for support, then armed himself and nestled among the grass by the roadside. As the truck slowly passed by him, he rolled beneath it and deftly grasped the axle, clinging to the underside like a gecko. When the truck was merely 500 meters from the base of the peak, a patrol of armed men approached, brandishing shotguns for inspection. Shangguan Jin's suspicions were confirmed. The truck driver was well acquainted with this group, greeting them from a distance. "You guys have worked hard," he said, tossing a cigar to the men. A burly fellow, his face marked by rough features, caught the cigar and grinned at the truck driver. "Old chap, is the food you brought today fresh? If not, we won't be paying," he remarked, leading his companions to the front of the truck and giving it a hearty pat. The truck driver chuckled, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. "The food I bring is always fresh. The lamb was slaughtered just 2 hours ago, the vegetables freshly picked from the field, and the milk just milked. I wouldn't dare to deceive you lot. Is anyone hiding in the truck?" The burly man suddenly appeared taken aback. "Absolutely not. I am always extremely cautious in my dealings." Rest assured, the truck driver reassured them, thumping his chest. Chapter 6. Reconnaissance at Snow Wolf Peak Brothers. "Go take a look at the back," commanded a burly man with a face full of flesh, gesturing towards his subordinates. Upon receiving the order, 5 of them promptly climbed into the truck bed to conduct a meticulous inspection. After confirming that there were no issues, they shouted back, "Report, squad leader. There is nothing suspicious on the truck." The truck driver, upon hearing this, displayed a satisfied expression and remarked to the burly man, "See, I always handle my tasks with utmost caution. There won't be any problems, right? You sly old fox," the burly man chuckled, patting the driver's hand. Glancing around furtively, he lowered his voice. "Next time, could you discreetly bring a woman?" As he spoke, he wiped the corner of his drooling mouth with his hand. Lamenting the monotony of spending days surrounded by a group of rough men, yearning for a taste of something more savory. "What kind of flavor do you prefer?" The truck driver replied with a mischievous grin. "Something more voluptuous, with a round face and ample curves," the burly man described, while still wiping at the drool on his lips. "Not a problem, I'll definitely bring one next time," the driver assured him, thumping his chest confidently. All of this was keenly observed by Shang Wanjian, who was hidden beneath the truck. "What a lecherous man. I swear I will castrate you one day to prevent you from tormenting women," he muttered under his breath. After the inspection concluded, the truck finally roared to life. Shang Wanjian dug his fingers deeply into the crevices of the axle, fearing that one slip could send him tumbling down. As they reached the foot of the peak, the truck ascended slowly along the winding mountain road. After traversing approximately 1,000 meters, the truck finally arrived at the summit, where it halted in a courtyard. The moment it came to a stop, several men clad in diminutive attire climbed onto the truck to unload the provisions. Seizing the opportunity while the area around the truck was unoccupied, Shang Wanjian swiftly rolled on the ground, finding refuge against a wall. Crouching there, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no surveillance cameras were present before allowing his anxious heart to settle. As he gazed around, he estimated that the summit spanned several dozen acres, dotted with buildings of various sizes, alongside guard posts and fortified watchtowers, all ensconced within a perimeter of barbed wire. It was evident that these armed individuals had been operating here for quite some time. As he scanned the vicinity, he pondered the location of the prison cells. It was imperative to locate them first. Shang Wanjian made his way stealthily, attempting to discern the layout of the buildings from the outside. Knowing the structure of a prison cell would differ significantly from that of ordinary residences. Just as he navigated through the clusters of buildings, a sudden voice thundered behind him in English, demanding to know his intentions. Realizing he had been discovered, dread washed over him. Had he not been too careless? He chastised himself internally, but resolved to eliminate the threat first. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a towering bald man, nearly 2 meters in height, brandishing a basin with an intimidating countenance. "What do you want?" the bald man growled, pressing the basin threateningly against Shang Wanjian's chest. Just as Shang Wanjian was about to exploit the man's momentary distraction to slice his throat with a dagger, the truck driver emerged from an unknown location, exclaiming loudly, "I thought you went elsewhere. What are you doing here?" He handed a cigar to the bald man and remarked, "This is a homeless individual I recently took in. He has some mental issues, but I noticed his considerable strength, so I asked him to assist me. Today, we have an abundance of food to transport, hence his presence here to help." He had already been interrogated at the lookout point below the peak, and there should be no complications. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the truck driver, aware that the driver intended for him to play the fool. Unfazed, he decided to navigate the immediate challenge first. He quickly adopted a vacant expression and offered a silly grin to the truck driver. Upon receiving the cigar, the bald man inhaled its aroma and remarked on its quality, revealing a look of satisfaction. He then bellowed to the truck driver, warning him to keep the man from wandering about, lest it cause trouble. All right. The truck driver nodded vigorously in agreement. The shift in the truck driver's attitude caught him off guard. He was ostensibly delivering supplies to the armed factions here. So why would he assist him? Once back in the yard, the food from the truck had already been unloaded. The driver instructed him to get in the vehicle, and they set off down the mountain. As they approached the foot of the mountain, the driver signaled for him to lie down, cautioning that discovery by the patrolling armed men below would spell trouble. Indeed, Just as they reached the base, they encountered a burly man who shouted at the truck driver in the cab, "Old man, don't forget to bring along a voluptuous woman next time." With that, he pointed suggestively at his own vital area. The truck driver pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle roared away. As it passed by the thicket where Chu Huaiyu and Jiang Xiaoyang were concealed, Shang Guanjian instructed the driver to halt, stating that there were 2 companions present. Upon stopping, Shang Guanjian urged the 2 to hasten into the truck. "How did you?" They began to inquire, but upon hearing Shang Guanjian's command, they refrained from further questioning and swiftly climbed aboard the vehicle. As the truck sped along, the driver glanced at Shang Guanjian and posed a question. "Are you curious as to why I chose to assist you?" "I have long pondered the rationale behind your willingness to aid me," Shang Guanjian replied, fixing his gaze upon the driver, seeking answers within his demeanor. The driver, revealing no reservations, candidly introduced himself as Jesse, a farmer from the town of Samagang. 2 years prior, his daughter, Lena, had been abducted by a group of individuals in the city. Through extensive inquiries, he learned that it was the armed faction from Snow Wolf Peak that was responsible. Being aged and frail, he realized he could not rescue his daughter alone. He exhausted a significant portion of his life savings and, through various contacts, managed to infiltrate their ranks, earning their trust by frequently procuring provisions for them. For the past 2 years, he had been clandestinely observing, intending to ascertain the situation in the mountains before informing the government forces, hoping they could aid in his daughter's rescue. As he spoke, Jesse wiped away a tear, contrasting sharply with the flippant and shameless demeanor he had displayed while interacting with the armed faction. He continued, revealing to Shang Guanjian that he had noticed him clinging to the underside of the truck as he sensed a considerable increase in weight. "Intuitively, I surmised that you must be a soldier intent on ascending the mountain to gather intelligence, prompting me to feign ignorance. Upon reaching the summit, I feared that your impulsive actions might inadvertently alert our adversaries. Thus, I discreetly followed you, contemplating that should I be discovered, I could intervene and smooth over the situation. To my surprise, I was indeed detected, leading me to fabricate a tale that you were merely a fool assisting me." As I spoke, Jesse cast a self-satisfied glance at Shang Guanjian, inquiring, "Am I not clever?" "Indeed, a cunning old fox." Shang Guanjian, typically quite self-assured regarding his military acumen, believed that even a truck moving at a snail's pace could stealthily navigate without a sound, let alone a vehicle capable of reaching several hundred miles per hour. Yet today, he was unexpectedly unveiled, unwittingly arriving at the hideout of Shimi and Das. Shang Guanjian and Jesse exchanged contact information. Upon entering the room, Jesse and Das promptly inquired about Shang Guanjian's reconnaissance on the mountain. Reluctantly, he recounted the entire sequence of events. "Splendid!" exclaimed Chu Huaiyu and Jiang Xiaobai, nearly leaping with excitement. Initially, the unfamiliarity with the mountain's conditions posed a challenge, but with such an excellent informant, the likelihood of a successful rescue had significantly increased. After dining, Shang Guanjian instructed the others to remain at the military recruitment office while he ventured alone to meet Jesse for further intelligence about the mountain. Upon exiting the accommodations, he utilized a public payphone to contact Jesse, convinced that the most primitive methods in this age of information would ensure the utmost confidentiality. Once the call connected, Jesse advised him to stay put and await his arrival in half an hour, assuring him he would come to fetch him. True to his word, within less than 30 minutes, Jesse indeed arrived, driving his truck directly to Shang Guanjian. "Quickly get in." Jesse gestured for Shang Guanjian. Shang Guanjian grasped the door and leaped into the driver's seat, displaying remarkable agility. Jesse nodded approvingly at him. With a firm press on the accelerator, he drove towards home. And within half an hour, the truck arrived at a quaint farmhouse. Shang Guanjian observed carefully. It was a modest, single-story dwelling of approximately 100 square meters, its exterior adorned with a bright red coat of paint. While not opulent, it exuded a sense of cleanliness and charm, indicating that Jesse belonged to a relatively prosperous family in the area. He warmly invited Shang Guanjian inside. Upon entering, they spotted a middle-aged woman reclining on the sofa, her gaze somewhat vacant. Jesse explained to Shang Guanjian that she was his wife, who had lost her sanity ever since their daughter, Lena, was abducted. Shang Guanjian politely greeted her. The woman merely offered a faint smile in response, remaining silent. Jesse led Shang Guanjian to the bedroom, where he retrieved a piece of parchment from the cupboard, embellished with drawings of mountains and houses, marked with numerous notations. Shang Guanjian examined it closely. Was this not the Snow Wolf Peak? Chapter 7. The ascent to rescue. A glimmer of pride appeared on Jesse's face. Young man, do not underestimate the seemingly trivial markings on this map. It represents 2 years of my dedication. If you wish to eradicate these vile creatures, my insights are indispensable. He then pointed to the map and informed Shang Guanjian. The Snow Wolf Peak rises approximately 1,300 meters, stretching for dozens of miles, a solitary summit. Surrounding it are sheer cliffs soaring over 1,000 meters, rendering it inaccessible even to the world's most accomplished climbers. The only route available is a road carved by armed militants at the mountain's base, making it a location that is easily defensible yet challenging to assault. Indeed, this has become the very capital for their rampant criminal activities. The summit is adorned with a radiating array of approximately 500 structures, housing around 600 armed individuals. These premises serve various purposes: living quarters, kitchens, storage for provisions, repositories for valuables, and even a detention area for hostages, alongside an arsenal. I have meticulously marked these locations. Surrounding the buildings is an extensive electric fence, complemented by 13 watchtowers, positioned externally, interspersed within the cluster of buildings, and one at the very center, each armed with heavy machine guns and sniper rifles. The defensive firepower is arranged in a crossfire pattern, leaving no blind spots, ensuring multiple layers of security with but a single point of entry. Beneath the mountain, 10 concealed bunkers are strategically hidden. Should anyone attempt to breach the perimeter, they would struggle to surpass even the first bunker. As for the visible sentinels patrolling the area, you have undoubtedly observed their regular rotations, with a new group passing every few minutes. Upon concluding Jesse's briefing, Shang Guanjian was drenched in cold sweat, contemplating that had he not encountered Jesse, he would have been utterly at a loss regarding where to commence his efforts. While he had indeed surmised the existence of hidden bunkers below, he was uncertain of their number or exact locations. With this map in hand, however, his task became considerably more manageable. To maintain discretion, he refrained from disclosing his true intentions to Jesse, merely stating that he was an international ally summoned by the government of Nepal to assist in the eradication of the armed factions. Jesse mentioned that he was responsible for delivering fresh fruits, vegetables, meat, and milk to the armed group every 3 days. This arrangement aligned perfectly with Shang Guanjian's plans, as he recalled an earlier encounter with a patrol leader named Jesse, who had assisted him in procuring a woman while at the base of the mountain. He confided in Jesse about his intention to disguise himself as a woman to infiltrate the mountain. Jesse listened, tilting his head and scrutinizing him for several minutes. "My dear fellow, although you possess a handsome visage, your masculine aura is rather overpowering for such a role. How could you possibly pull it off?" Jesse shook his head in disbelief. "Rest assured, during my university days, I frequently portrayed numerous female characters," Shang Guanjian asserted, puffing out his chest with pride. Still, I found it rather challenging, and Jesse remained skeptical, shaking his head once more. After a thorough discussion among the three, a meticulously crafted plan gradually took shape in Shang Guanjian's mind. He shared his aspiration to masquerade as a woman with his companions, but before he could finish, Chu Huayu and Jiang Xiaobai erupted into laughter. "What? You plan to dress as a woman?" Chu Huayu scrutinized Shang Guanjian. "Do not underestimate my capabilities. During my university years, I successfully portrayed several female roles." As he spoke, Shang Guanjian struck a flirtatious pose and cast a sultry glance at the duo. "Oh, please, spare me the disgust," Chu Huayu retorted, mimicking a gagging expression. "You two scoundrels ought not to belittle me. I shall demonstrate my prowess right away," Shang Guanjian declared. Refusing to engage in further debate, he ventured alone to the market, procuring various feminine cosmetics and accessories, black stockings, a mini skirt, high heels, and more. As Chu Huayu and Jiang Shabai slumbered peacefully in their room, a sudden knock echoed from outside. "Who is it?" they murmured, still lost in their dreams. "Gentlemen, do you desire some special comfort?" A sultry female voice called from beyond the door. "Goodness, even during broad daylight, there are prostitutes soliciting business. I never imagined the military discipline in Nibik Nation had deteriorated to such an extent," they pondered in disbelief. Chihaya muttered as he rose from his bed, calling out towards the door, "We do not require any special services. You may leave at once." He believed that such a dismissal would compel the courtesan to depart. And then he returned to his slumber. The two handsome young men, in the prime of their youth, surely must have felt a sense of loneliness while embracing an empty blanket. The woman outside grew increasingly explicit in her remarks, interspersed with numerous suggestive innuendos. How utterly shameless! Chihaya cursed under his breath, yearning to catch a glimpse of what foreign courtesans looked like. He climbed out of bed in a huff. Upon opening the door, he was met by a tall, blonde woman with striking blue eyes. Goodness, how could someone of such beauty stoop to prostitution? A jolt of surprise coursed through him. He stammered, I must inform you that this is a military recruitment office, and such activities are strictly prohibited. You should leave at once." "Oh dear, handsome young man, why must you be so heartless? I have come all this way. Why not enjoy a little fun together? It might help you relieve some pent-up passion," she said, draping an arm over Chihayu's shoulder. My word, this woman's beauty was simply breathtaking. Jiang Shaoyang, rising from the head of the bed, stared at her in astonishment. The woman's flirtatious demeanor left both men momentarily unsure of how to react. Despite having weathered many storms, they were inexperienced when it came to women. "Ha ha, you two have been fooled, haven't you?" Suddenly, the woman yanked off her long hair, revealing a cropped hairstyle beneath. Captain Shangguan Jian burst into laughter at the sight of the two. Goodness, it turns out to be the captain. Both men exhaled with relief. "So how did you like my disguise? Did I manage to deceive both of you?" Shangguan Jian laughed with pride. Truly remarkable, the two individuals found his cross-dressing impeccable. Given the success of their plan to disguise themselves as women, they proceeded to the next phase. Shangguan Jian proposed that 2 days later, he would masquerade as a woman while delivering vegetables to the armed faction alongside Jesse. Meanwhile, his companions could seize the opportunity to evade the lookout stationed at the mountain's base and rendezvous with Shimi, Das, and the others at the precipice behind the mountain. "I shall assess the situation from above and locate the place where the captives are held, waiting until the dead of night." Shangguan Jian pointed to the cliff on the map, stating that he would lower a prepared rope from the edge, and they were to secure it around their waists for him to hoist them up. Should there be no sign from me atop the mountain, refrain from taking any rash actions at the cliff's foot. The three pondered for a considerable time and unanimously agreed that there was no better alternative. After finalizing their strategy, Shangguan Jian approached Shimi and recounted the plan he had discussed with his comrades. Shimi, compliant, saw no issues, yet expressed concern that Shangguan Jian's portrayal as a woman might reveal telltale signs, jeopardizing the 2 years of hard work. Still doubtful of the disguise, Shangguan Jian produced items essential for a woman's attire, transforming himself before Jesse's eyes. My goodness, this was no mere capable young man. He exuded the charm of a seasoned matron. Jesse circled around Shangguan Jian, giving him a thumbs up, and upon witnessing his transformation, Shimi no longer voiced any objections. To ensure absolute certainty, Shangguan Jian gathered Chu Huayu, Jiang Shaoyang, Shimi, and Das, meticulously reviewing the plan once more, guaranteeing that each individual was intimately familiar with the details. 2 days later, as planned, Jesse arrived at Snow Wolf Peak with Shangguan Jian and some vegetables. In the evening, Shimi and Das drove with Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang to the designated cliff at the back mountain. Shangguan Jian instructed him to wait for news at the military recruitment office. Everyone had their roles clearly defined, eagerly anticipating action. As Jesse parked the truck at the foot of the mountain, a burly man was already impatiently waiting there. Observing Shangguan Jian, who was disguised in women's clothing, the man shamelessly groped himself while leering at his face. Shangguan Jian held back the turmoil in his stomach and forced a smile, cursing inwardly, vowing to castrate him later that night. "How do you like the woman I've brought?" Jesse asked, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. "Not bad, not bad. Still has some charm," the burly man replied, giving a thumbs up, his facial flesh nearly splitting apart with the effort. He immediately instructed Jesse, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, alleviating some of the tension in Shang Wanjian's heart. As usual, once Jesse drove the vehicle into the courtyard on the mountain, several men quickly approached to unload the goods. Jesse shot a glance at Shang Wanjian, and they both disembarked, walking towards a row of courtyards. Just as they were advancing, a guard stepped in front of them. "I say, brother, this woman is requested by the patrol team leader, Sang Mao. He told me to bring her to his room while ascending the mountain," Jesse shouted at the guard. The guard scrutinized Shang Wanjian for a moment, his eyes gleaming with lust. Shang Wanjian inwardly chuckled at the eagerness of these brutes, wondering how long it had been since they had encountered a woman. The sentry, appearing rather absent-minded, waved his hand, indicating for Jesse to hurry and escort the individual. Chapter 8. Braving the perilous terrain, the two traversed a row of modest dwellings until they arrived at a red iron gate. Jesse informed Shang Wanjian that this was the lair of the Cat of Death. The accommodations here were allocated according to rank. Typically, the foot soldiers resided in communal quarters with 5 bunks, while only individuals like the Cat of Death, who had attained the rank of squad leader, were privileged to a private room. The rooms assigned to platoon leaders and company commanders were more lavish than those of squad leaders, and the highest-ranking leaders enjoyed their own exclusive courtyards. He cautioned Shang Wanjian to remain vigilant, assuring him that he would adhere to the prearranged plan for extraction later that evening before discreetly exiting. Shang Wanjian surveyed the surroundings, which could only be described as sparse. Against the window stood a large round bed, 2 meters wide, its bedding discolored and reeking of stale sweat, a clear indication of neglect for an extended period. Beside the bed was a small wooden table cluttered with cigars and bottles of liquor, suggesting that the Cat of Death was a heavy drinker. Despite their imposing demeanor, these individuals often led lives teetering on the edge of danger, and resorting to alcohol to dull their senses was a reasonable choice. Against the southern wall rested a dilapidated sofa, its springs rusted and exposed. The walls were adorned with numerous photographs of scantily clad women from various countries, an unsettling reflection of the warped psyche of this individual, who likely relied on such images to fulfill his desires. Contemplating his own disguise as a woman, Shang Wanjian shuddered at the thought of being seen by this insatiable predator. It could lead to dire consequences. He had no choice but to remain indoors, meticulously refining his plans in the recesses of his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he succumbed to slumber, collapsing onto his bed. As night fell, the door creaked open with a loud bang. The disheveled figure of a drunken man stumbled in, a lewd grin plastered across his face, reeking of alcohol. He lunged toward Shang Wanjian, who, with keen awareness, rolled to the right, causing the man to miss his target entirely. "You provocative wench, still teasing me." The drunken man cursed, already overwhelmed by impatience as he flung himself onto the bed. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated as Shang Wanjian struck the back of his neck with precision, rendering him unconscious. Seizing the cover of darkness, Shang Wanjian slipped out of the room. Guided by the map provided by Jesse, he surmised that the northwest corner of the stronghold was where the hostages were held. Holding his breath, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, making his way toward the northwest. As he traversed the heart of the stronghold, he caught sight of a lavishly adorned courtyard nearby, encased by 3-meter-high walls, with an iron gate firmly shut at its center. It was evident that the formidable leader resided within. Ensuring the vicinity was clear, he dashed to a corner and leaped over the 3-meter wall, landing gracefully in the courtyard. The area covered approximately 300 square meters, constructed of granite, featuring a layout of 3 entrances and exits. Light emanated from within, filtering through the glass windows, and Shang Wanjian was eager to uncover the identity of the prominent figure dwelling there. Stealthily, he approached the window, peering through to observe 2 men seated on a sofa, engaged in conversation. He desired to discern the visage of his counterpart, yet their seating arrangement, with their backs turned to the window, thwarted his view. "Mr. Mai, in accordance with your request, I have summoned the world's most distinguished astronomical experts to this location. When shall we commence our plans?" inquired the man seated to the right on the sofa. The individual referred to as Mr. Mai sighed, acknowledging that gathering these experts was merely the initial step of their endeavor. "To set our plans into motion, we require 7 precious artifacts. Without these items, our scheme cannot unfold." Outside the window, Shangguan Jian was taken aback, initially believing that these individuals had abducted the astronomical experts solely for extortion. Little did he know, there were ulterior motives at play. Not only had they kidnapped Huang Chuan, but also experts from other nations. Just as he yearned to overhear more, the sudden sound of footsteps outside the courtyard startled him. Fearing discovery, he swiftly turned and leaped over the courtyard wall. He set aside thoughts of their plan. Rescuing the captives took precedence. Following the well-memorized map in his mind, he arrived at the northwestern corner of the hideout. There stood a modest stone house, occupying roughly 10 square meters, marked as Shimi on the map. Beneath the stone house lay a dungeon, serving as the entryway. Stealthily approaching the entrance, he observed 2 men slumped in their chairs, dozing off. Fortune favored him. He inwardly rejoiced at the sight of the guards asleep, which would significantly simplify his task. Shangguan Jian retrieved the prepared soporific and applied it to a handkerchief, covering the noses of the 2 men for half a minute each. This particular sedative was frequently employed during missions where lethality was unnecessary. Once inhaled, it would ensure a deep slumber lasting at least 3 hours. No matter how he called out, the man would not awaken midway, nor would he recall the events that had just transpired. Observing the 2 men in slumber, Shangguan Jian searched their bodies and found the key to the dungeon, swiftly unlocking the iron door above. The entrance was illuminated by a dimly glowing bulb, and a cement staircase of approximately 20 steps led down to the dungeon. Descending into the depths, Shangguan Jian encountered a corridor stretching about 50 meters, flanked by cells on either side. The doors of these cells were constructed of iron bars, allowing a clear view of the captives' every movement within. The cells held individuals of various ethnicities, all over the age of 50. Undoubtedly, they were some of the world's foremost experts. From the earlier exchange between the 2 leaders, Shangguan Jian gleaned that this group of armed men had abducted these specialists to initiate a certain plan. He scanned the corridor for Huang Chuan but was met with disappointment. Despite his efforts, Huang Chuan seemed to be absent. Could it be that Shimi's intelligence was flawed? What should he do now? The imprisoned experts, having languished in this lightless dungeon for an extended period, exhibited vacant expressions and sluggish reactions. Suddenly, a woman entered the dungeon, piquing their curiosity as they stared blankly at Shangguan Jian's actions. At that moment, he had no time to spare for them. His sole focus was on locating Huang Chuan. Where could Huang Chuan possibly be confined? Just as he pondered this troubling question, he caught sight of 2 men carrying spray guns escorting a woman toward a nearby bungalow, their crude banner filling the air as they walked. It appears they are escorting the woman for a night of revelry. Shangguan Jian, perturbed by his inability to locate Huang Chuan, is disinclined to concern himself with their amorous escapades. Through the dim, yellow light, he inadvertently glimpses the woman's face. Could it be Lena, the daughter of Jesse? Before ascending the mountain, Jesse had shown Shangguan Jian a photograph of his daughter. A wave of elation washes over him. Even if he cannot rescue Huang Chuan, saving Lena would suffice. The memory of Jesse's wife's vacant gaze brings a pang of sorrow to his heart. He trails behind the 2 men, seeking an opportunity to snatch Lena from their grasp. The men lead Lena to a relatively tidy room, suggesting their rank is that of squad leaders. Shangguan Jian stealthily follows, hiding in the shadows. Once the door swings open, the 2 men eagerly push Lena inside. Just as they shut the door, Shangguan Jian swiftly approaches and knocks, fearing that if he delays, Lena might suffer further indignities. Who is it? The 2 men, caught up in their own desires, growl in annoyance at the interruption. It is I, Shangguan Jian feigns a feminine voice, claiming he was sent by the captain, hoping to reward these diligent gentlemen with a woman for the night. The 2 men, initially dissatisfied with just one woman, are unexpectedly thrilled by the prospect of another. The captain is truly generous to offer us a woman to enjoy. What fortune! They exclaim. Their spirits lifted as they hastily rise to open the door. Ah, stunning beauty! One man exclaims, pinching Shangwan Jian's backside with vigor. In an effort to avoid alarming them, he stifles his fury. Once the door was firmly shut, two men began to sniff around him like dogs, incessantly exclaiming how delightful he smelled. Delightful, my foot! With a swift motion, Shangwan Jian struck both of their napes with his palms. And before the word delightful could fully escape their lips, they collapsed to the ground like overripe melons. This entire scene was witnessed clearly by Lena, who was curled up in the corner of the bed. She could hardly believe that the woman before her dared to injure the two men. A twinge of fear gripped her heart. Do not be afraid, young lady, Shangwan Jian called out to Lena, then proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. It turned out the men were sent by her father to rescue her. Lena quickly scrambled off the bed, examining Shangwan Jian closely. To her surprise, the way he disguised himself as a woman was rather convincing. How did you know I was disguised as a woman? Shangwan Jian was astonished that his male disguise had been penetrated so easily. Because I am a woman, and judging by your stance when you struck, it's evident you possess the strength of a man. Not to mention your voice has a rough edge, Lena remarked, raising an eyebrow and pointing at Shangwan Jian's throat, revealing her keen perception. Shangwan Jian could not help but admire Lena's extraordinary observational skills. He instructed her to stay close behind him, urging her not to stray. Are you truly here just to rescue me? Lena suddenly inquired. How do you know I intend to save others as well? Shangwan Jian countered, intrigued by her insight. From the accent in your English, I deduce you are of Huaxiao descent. I have had dealings with Huaxiao individuals before, Lena replied with a slight smile. Even if you discern my origins, that does not confirm that I aim to rescue others, he mused, increasingly convinced that Lena was no ordinary woman. Knowing that a fellow compatriot is imprisoned, Lena confided in Shangwan Jian. Do you know where the Chinese person is being held? It was indeed a serendipitous discovery. A fortunate turn of events. Chapter 9. The rescue operation. Do you know the location of the Chinese detainee? Shangwan Jian could no longer conceal his excitement. Lena's face flushed as she lowered her gaze and softly replied, Once, when I was with a captain, I overheard him instructing his subordinates to prepare an additional meal for the Chinese individual in the Eastern Stone House, for he possesses something of utmost importance. He requires solitary confinement, and we cannot allow him to starve. Now it made sense. No wonder I could not find Huang Chuan in the basement at the northwest corner. The Eastern Stone House is situated at the heart of 4 sentry posts, surrounded by tight security. It is no simple task to infiltrate. And even if one manages to slip in, there is no guarantee of extracting the person unscathed. One must first neutralize the machine gunners and snipers stationed in the watchtowers. The captain had the foresight to assign Zhang Xiaoyang, an expert in stealth, to assist me. Now, his skills would finally come into play if we resorted to firearms. Even with a silencer, there would be a faint sound that could alert the sharpshooters in the other towers. After all, their hearing is significantly sharper than that of an ordinary person. Every life counts. I must first ensure Lena's safety before anything else. He instructed her to trail closely behind him as they stealthily approached the room of the unconscious feline. They retrieved the long rope, flashlight, and pliers hidden therein. He gazed at the still unconscious creature, reflecting on the countless lives it had harmed. Were it not for the pressing mission at hand, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a punishing blow to its throat. After acquiring the essential items, the two individuals stealthily navigated their way to the edge of the electrified fence, moving cautiously along the corners of the building. Just as he was about to retrieve the pliers to cut through the fence, a sudden beam of blinding light illuminated the area, prompting him to urgently pull Lena down into the underbrush. It was imperative not to recklessly create an opening in the electrified barrier, as a searchlight would traverse the wire fence every few minutes. If they were to cut a hole, it would undoubtedly attract attention, making the rescue of others impossible. Looking up at the 4-meter-high fence, Shangwan Jian mused that if he were alone, he could easily leap over it. Yet, as another intense beam of light swept across the area, he knew time was of the essence. He resolved to take a risk, calling out to Lena to hold on to his waist. What are you doing? Lena, feeling a sense of embarrassment at his request, misinterpreted his intentions. Don't think too much of it, Shangguan Jin quickly clarified, explaining that he intended to carry her over the wire fence. How can I possibly jump over while holding on to you? Lena exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. There's no time. We must try, he urged her. Reluctantly, she wrapped her soft arms around his waist, resting her head on his shoulder. The gentle warmth of her breath sent a rush of adrenaline through Shangguan Jin, compelling him to close his eyes for a moment to regain his composure. With a surge of strength, they effortlessly soared over the electrified barrier. Lena, too frightened to keep her eyes open, clung to him even tighter. Upon landing, Shangguan Jin patted her shoulder, prompting her to gradually release her hold. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Lena would have never believed that Shangguan Jin could lift her over such a towering wire fence. So, I am quite remarkable, Shangguan Jin thought with a hint of pride, yet he had no time for self-congratulation. Rescuing a person is akin to extinguishing a fire. He hurriedly led Lena toward the cliff's edge, arriving at the designated location agreed upon by everyone. Taking out a flashlight, he illuminated the abyss below, sweeping the beam 3 times. Chu Huayu and Shimi's group awaited anxiously, pondering whether something had gone awry due to the prolonged silence. Given the towering heights and dense forests of Snow Wolf Peak, relying on the most primitive methods was undoubtedly the most reliable approach. Lena gazed at the dark expanse beneath, her heart filled with uncertainty. Yet, inexplicably, she placed her trust in this Chinese man she had known for only a brief period. Biting her lip, she shook her head. Expressing her fearlessness, she declared that even if she were to perish from a fall, it would be preferable to enduring humiliation here. Reassured, Shangguan Jin swiftly secured a long rope around Lena's waist, lifting her into the air before gradually lowering her down. 1 meter, 2 meters, 500 meters. The signal from the rope indicated Lena's arrival at the bottom, and Shangguan Jin's heart swelled with joy at their success. Those waiting below were eager for Shangguan Jin to lower the rope further to assist in the rescue, but to their surprise, he first sent down a woman. Jesse, standing nearby, recognized his daughter and rushed forward to grasp her hand, tears of joy streaming down his face. It was then that everyone realized a minor hiccup had occurred. Plans are often outpaced by unforeseen developments, and saving even one life was a triumph. Seeing his daughter rescued, Jesse felt invigorated and expressed his desire to remain and assist others in their rescue efforts. After the two departed, Chu Huayu secured the long rope around his waist and tugged on it, signaling Shangguan Jin to draw him up. Once Chu Huayu was safely on the cliff, Shangguan Jin proceeded to pull Jiang Xiaoyang up as well. Now, all 3 individuals were present. The high heels and miniskirt were indeed uncomfortable, causing Shangguan Jin to angrily rip them off and cast them aside. After donning the military uniform brought by Chu Huayu, they prepared themselves and stealthily made their way toward the stronghold. Shangguan Jin remarked to Jiang Xiaoyang that the time had come for your deathly talisman to shine. He instructed Jiang Xiaoyang to silently eliminate the 4 sentinels stationed to the east. Confidently, Jiang Xiaoyang patted his chest, assuring him of no difficulties. A hawk-like figure effortlessly leaped over the electric fence, showcasing remarkable agility, confirming the captain's words. Indeed, this individual traversed the rugged terrain as if it were a mere stroll in the park. Shangguan Jin silently applauded Jiang Xiaoyang's athletic prowess, soon followed by Chu Huayu, who, like a nimble monkey, also vaulted over the electric barrier. Shangguan Jin swiftly followed suit, while Jiang Xiaoyang, on tiptoe, stealthily approached the sentinel's post to the right. Grasping the crossbeam of the watchtower, he exerted his strength, propelling himself upward like a swallow. The 2 sentinels atop the tower were intently observing the stronghold, unaware that death had already descended upon them. Before they could react, Jiang Xiaoyang had already unleashed his fingers, 2 deathly talismans slicing through the air, firmly embedding themselves in their throats. They had no time to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. With a successful strike, Jiang Xiaoyang leaped down from the tower, employing the same method to dispatch the 4 sentinels in less than 10 minutes. With the sentinels taken care of, The trio crouched and hurried towards the stone house. Upon arrival, they noticed the interior was brightly lit. They carefully positioned themselves by the window and listened intently, overhearing a conversation that seemed to demand the surrender of something from the other party. Through the crack of the door, Shangwan Jian observed two men within. One was Huang Chuan, and the other undoubtedly was the leader who had demanded the surrender of their possessions. This leader possessed piercing eyes, high cheekbones, and a pronounced nose, exuding an aura of chilling menace. The three exchanged subtle nods and murmured their intention to eliminate the adversaries inside first. The leader, possessing keen hearing, sensed unusual sounds from outside. He bellowed, "Who is out there?" Just as he was about to draw his weapon in alarm, Jiang Xiaoyang, with remarkable swiftness, launched a deadly nail that soared through the air, aimed directly at the leader's face. The leader, unable to draw his gun in time, evaded the oncoming projectile by sidestepping. Yet the nail embedded itself firmly into the wall behind him amidst a flash of gunfire. Jiang Xiaoyang was taken aback in all his exploits. No one had ever evaded his full-force assault. Realizing the formidable skill of his opponent, he understood that to rescue their comrade, they must first neutralize this powerful foe. Without further hesitation, the three lunged toward the leader. Sensing their fierce advance, the leader deftly sprang back 2 meters. Chu Huayu and Shangwan Jian exchanged knowing glances. With a silent understanding, Shangwan Jian stepped forward, delivering a powerful blow aimed at the leader's head. Aware of the potential devastation this strike could inflict, the leader quickly raised both hands to deflect it. However, unbeknownst to him, Shangwan Jian's attack was a feint. Seizing the moment, Chu Huayu executed a swift maneuver, his military knife darting like a flash of lightning toward the leader's heart. The leader had no time to evade, clutching his chest as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Huang Chuan observed everything with keen clarity from the sidelines, his expression remarkably serene. Recognizing that the 3 individuals before him were of Huaxia descent, he felt assured that they were there to rescue him. Thus he remained unperturbed. "You must be Professor Huang Chuan," inquired Shangwan Jian as he approached, having dealt with the leader. Huang Chuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am Huang Chuan." "Excellent. Let us hasten our departure," Shangwan Jian urged, grasping his hand and attempting to lead him outward. Suddenly, Huang Chuan interjected, revealing that he had an assistant imprisoned in the northwest region, a certain Li Zhu. They possessed a wealth of vital information. Understanding the gravity of this situation, Shangwan Jian instructed Chu Huayu and Jiang Xiaoyang to remain behind, asserting that he would first escort Huang Chuan to safety, leveraging his prior experience of guiding Lina beyond the electric fence. In such dire circumstances, rescuing Huang Chuan took precedence over all else. Employing the method he had previously used to save Lina, he brought Huang Chuan to a concealed spot near the electric fence, cradling him as they leapt over. Upon reaching the precipice, he illuminated the abyss below with his flashlight, sweeping it thrice. Within mere seconds, Shi Mi and Das responded promptly from below. Quickly retrieving the concealed rope, he secured it around Huang Chuan's waist and lowered him into the chasm. "The individuals waiting below are soldiers from Nepal assisting me in this rescue. They are entirely trustworthy," he assured Huang Chuan. Once Huang Chuan was safely lowered, he conveyed to the duo, "In the northwest dungeon, there are 20 of the world's leading experts imprisoned. I intend to liberate them all." Upon hearing this, the two quickly shook their heads, expressing their doubts about the feasibility of rescuing such a multitude, considering that there were hundreds of well-armed militants within the stronghold. "If we were to alert them, it is likely that our own escape would become improbable," they cautioned. Chapter 10. Rescuing from Peril 2 Brothers. I am acutely aware that extricating so many individuals from danger is no small feat. It may even cost us our own lives. Just moments ago, while in the courtyard, I overheard 2 leaders of the armed faction discussing their kidnapping of world-renowned experts in connection with a sinister plot. I have a foreboding sense that this is a conspiracy that threatens the lives and fortunes of thousands. If we choose to turn a blind eye, our own loved ones may become the next victims. Heeding the counsel of Shangwan Jian, the two resolved to rescue all the experts imprisoned in the dungeon. Is it not the soldier's duty to uphold peace for humanity? The highest form of martial prowess lies in the cessation of conflict. To liberate so many, we must neutralize all the sentries surrounding the stronghold. Under the vigilant watch of so many guards, it is inconceivable that we could transport such a multitude. Thus, we must rely on your prowess. Shangguan Jian patted Jiang Shaoyang on the shoulder. Fear not, Jiang Shaoyang replied confidently, brandishing the nail of doom in his hand. I assure you that I will eliminate the remaining sentries within 10 minutes. Splendid. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly, he declared. Leading Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang toward the northwest corner of the dungeon, the two men, rendered unconscious by Shangguan Jian, slumped awkwardly in their chairs, oblivious to their surroundings. Chu Huayu, undeterred by the presence of the unconscious guards, moved with lightning speed. With two resounding cracks, the bones of the assailants shattered, their heads lolling to one side like two winter melons tumbling to the ground, exemplifying the quintessential training of a hunter. The finesse of his technique left Shangguan Jian quietly impressed. He swiftly procured the keys from one of the men and unlocked the iron door, allowing the three to descend the cement staircase into the dungeon. The hostages, who had been confined within the dank confines, were in a deep slumber when suddenly three soldiers brandishing firearms entered the room, sending a wave of terror through the hearts of the captives. Was this the moment they would face execution? Fear rendered them silent, as since their imprisonment, they had only been visited for meal deliveries. With no other souls gracing the dungeon's desolate atmosphere, the earlier arrival of Shangguan Jian, disguised in women's attire, had only sparked curiosity, not fear. Observing the palpable dread etched on the faces of the hostages, Shangguan Jian addressed them in English, assuring them, "We are here to rescue you. Do not be afraid. Your cooperation is essential. I promise to get you out." The moment they realized the intent was to liberate them, a flicker of hope ignited, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. "Who is Li Ju?" Shangguan Jian called out, standing in the corridor and directing his voice towards the cells. "I am here," came the response, accompanied by the sound of palms striking the iron bars from the leftmost cell, third in line. "Excellent. We have finally found you," Shangguan Jian exclaimed as he hurriedly unlocked all the cell doors, instructing them to remain quiet and follow closely behind him. Understanding his urgency, the group formed a long line, trailing behind Shangguan Jian and his companions. The makeshift sentries had been dispatched by Jiang Shaoyang, and the remaining armed guards were blissfully asleep. Unfazed by the risk of being easily detected, Shangguan Jian led over 20 hostages towards the eastern section of the barbed wire fence. With newfound courage, he, along with Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang, employed wire cutters to create an opening 2 meters long and 1 meter wide in the electrified fence. A smaller cut might inadvertently lead to a perilous encounter with the live wires. Once the fence was breached, the hostages streamed out one by one. As the trio guided them swiftly towards the precipice, they understood that as long as they sent these individuals over the cliff, the rescue operation would be deemed half successful. Splendid. Shangguan Jian informed the hostages that he would now lower them down the precipice with a long rope, urging them to cooperate with him. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise, resembling a pot that had just boiled over. The sight of the dark abyss below sent shivers down their spines. The thought of the ropes snapping and plummeting to their doom left them petrified. Many protested vehemently, asserting that they would rather remain in the dungeon, for a fall from such heights would surely mean their demise. I remarked to them, "Why do you foreigners regard your bones as so fragile? Do you think the dungeon is a sanctuary? You are no more than pigs awaiting slaughter." Just as Jiang Shaoyang was about to continue his tirade, Shangguan Jian discreetly reminded him to be mindful of their international image. Reluctantly, he fell silent. Shangguan Jian reassured the group repeatedly that he would ensure their safe descent to the ground below. Daringly, a tall man stepped forward, insisting that Shangguan Jian lower him first. In critical moments, true courage reveals itself, and Jiang Shaoyang gave him a thumbs up. Shangguan Jian securely fastened the long rope around the man's waist, straining to hoist him slowly down to the cliff's base. Once the man had safely landed, the others clamored to be the next to descend. Goodness, these foreigners are remarkably self-serving, often parading as gentlemen, Yet their true colors emerged in this pivotal moment, leaving Jiang Shaoyang with a look of disdain. You talk too much. Chu Huayu shot him a glance, prompting Jiang Shaoyang to finally cease his chatter. A minor annoyance could jeopardize the grand scheme. Calm yourself, brother, Shang Wanjian said, patting his shoulder. The three individuals continuously lowered the crowd down the precipice using a long rope, while onlookers above watched in horror as people fell like dumplings. Shimi and Das were momentarily perplexed, akin to a monk unable to comprehend his own reflection. What were these three up to, releasing so many individuals at once? What was the purpose of this? How many more were there? If the armed factions of the mountain stronghold were alerted, we too would be in peril. The duo vented their frustrations towards the cliff, just as the three continued their relentless task of lowering captives. Suddenly, gunfire erupted near the edge of the cliff. Moments earlier, they had slain a notorious leader of the stronghold named Xiaoying, known for his malicious and ruthless demeanor. Eager to claim credit for his deeds, Xiaoying had resolved to seek out the coveted item from the head honcho independently. However, he was unexpectedly ambushed and killed by Shang Wanjian and his companions. Xiaoying's personal guards, having not seen him for some time, began to scour the stronghold for his whereabouts, only to discover that he had been murdered in the stone chamber and the hostages had vanished. The guards then alerted the others, following the trail of fleeing individuals towards the cliff. It was too late. They had been discovered. Shang Wanjian urged the two to hasten in lowering the hostages. When the gunfire was approximately 300 meters from the cliff's edge, all but Li Zhu had successfully sent the captives down. As Shang Wanjian secured the rope around his waist, Li Zhu suddenly revealed that the key to the heavenly gate lay beneath a crooked tree halfway up the sacred mountain. What key to the heavenly gate? Shang Wanjian had no time for further inquiries, as Jiang Shaoyang swiftly grasped the long rope and hurriedly lowered Li Zhu to the bottom of the cliff. At that moment, several armed assailants brandishing shotguns charged toward them. They could not allow these individuals to pursue them down the lengthy rope. He instructed Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang to cast a rope over the cliff. With a commanding shout, Chu Huayu drew a dagger from his boot, and in a flurry of swift motions, three armed men clutched their gushing necks, collapsing to the ground without a sound. Jiang Shaoyang, witnessing this, refused to be outdone. His fingers flicked in unison, launching three deadly projectiles that struck down another trio of assailants before they could utter a cry. Shang Wanjian observed the two, pondering whether they were engaged in a deadly competition or perhaps performing an avant-garde art piece. After dispatching the initial group of attackers, the trio hastened along the mountain path. Behind them, hundreds of flashlight beams intertwined like dancing silver serpents, while bullets whizzed perilously close. If they continued in this manner, they would inevitably be riddled with holes. Shang Wanjian called out to the others, urging them to seek cover. The two concurred with his assessment. Jiang Shaoyang, possessing extraordinary night vision, maintained his speed undeterred by the darkness. After running approximately 3 miles, they spotted a large boulder, a meter high, lying beside a pine tree. Thank heavens! He beckoned the others to sprint toward the boulder. The three leapt and took cover behind it, estimating its thickness to be at least 2 meters. The boulder served as a natural barrier, impervious to shotgun fire. With this stone providing shelter, they immediately lay prone and retaliated with their sniper rifles. Within 3 seconds, the pursuing assailants fell, silenced. The remaining attackers, now hesitant, dared not advance any further. The three of them momentarily found a chance to catch their breath. Shang Wanjian urged the others to quickly find a moment to load their weapons. Shimi and Das stared at the 20 or so hostages before them, their heads throbbing with anxiety as they gazed skyward in fervent prayer. My God, how can this jeep, which can only accommodate 5 people, possibly hold so many? Shimi and Das whispered among themselves, unaware that their conversation had been overheard by a man nearby, who seized them and attempted to assault them. Just then, a truck suddenly sped toward them, prompting a wave of panic among the crowd, who were ready to scatter in all directions. To their surprise, Jesse leaped from the truck, urging everyone to hurry and get on board. He surveyed the group and inquired about the whereabouts of the 3 Huaxiao individuals. Li Zhu informed Shimi that the 3 had been detained by the armed factions in the mountains and instructed them to leave, assuring that they would find a way to escape. Jesse, deeply concerned for the safety of Shangguan Jian and the others, reluctantly took the hostages away from the Snow Wolf Valley. Chapter 11. Searching for the key to heaven on the sacred mountain, it seemed that this pack of rabid dogs was determined to end our lives. The three of them crouched behind a boulder of blue stone, taking a brief respite as bullets rained down upon them, striking the stone with a cacophony of sounds and creating showers of sparks. Damn it, do bullets cost nothing? Jiang Xiaoyang cursed angrily. Shangguan Jian cautioned the others, warning that these deranged foes were cunning and might deliberately use their firepower to lure them, while a small group encircled them from the flanks. Come, this trick is but a mere pastime of mine. One comes, one is slain. Two come, one is dispatched. It matters not who buries them. Chu Huayu pulled the gun's bolt back. Sure enough, as Shangguan Jian had surmised, several shadowy figures swayed amidst the dim light. How could my eyes perceive so clearly in this darkness? With little time for curiosity, he raised his sniper rifle and unleashed a few bullets towards the heads of the moving figures. Before he could comprehend the situation, he hastily reported to the King of Hell. Within 10 minutes, several armed men indeed brought 2 mortars. Shangguan Jian observed from behind the blue stone, his heart sinking. These assailants were blinded by rage. While the blue stone could shield against bullets, it offered no protection from shells. Brothers, we must flee. As soon as Shangguan Jian's voice fell, the three of them darted towards the woods like arrows released from a bow. Yet, they had scarcely covered 20 meters when 2 shells landed on the blue stone, sending shards the size of bowls scattering chaotically. Several struck the backs of the three, causing sharp jolts of pain. We must escape Snow Wolf Mountain swiftly, otherwise, we shall be worn down by these armed men. Shangguan Jian urged his companions to run as close to the cliff's edge as possible, for their stamina surpassed that of their pursuers. This strategy aimed to exhaust their foes, for venturing deeper into the mountain would lead them into unfamiliar terrain, potentially cornering them into a dead end. After all, the enemy was numerous and heavily armed. While their own ammunition was limited, the disadvantage would inevitably fall upon them. The trio navigated the underbrush near the precipice, leading their pursuers in circles for several hours. Whenever they encountered cover, they would take down a few adversaries. Just as the armed men prepared to deploy their mortars, the three deftly extricated themselves from the tangles of pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed several dozen miles of mountainous terrain. While Shangguan Jian and his companions fared well, the armed pursuers fared poorly, with several collapsing from exhaustion. No matter how much Kalong lashed out at them with his whip, they stubbornly refused to rise, a disgrace to their kind. Frustrated, Kulong vented his ire upon his incompetent subordinates. As the saying goes, a soldier reflects the worth of their leader. With no capability of his own, he could only vent his frustration on those beneath him. Brothers, dawn has broken. It seems the enemy is on the verge of overwhelming us. The opportunity for a counterattack has arrived. Just as the pursuing armed men contemplated a brief respite, Shangguan Jian signaled to his companions to reward them with bullets. The armed men could hardly have imagined that the trio they had relentlessly chased would turn the tables and mount an offensive against them. In less than 2 minutes, several fell to their demise. After a night of pursuit, the hundreds of armed men were weary, famished, and parched, having lost many of their comrades. Their fighting spirit on the brink of collapse. The chase had reversed. Now it was the three who pursued the multitude. Having covered nearly 10 miles, they had dispatched around 50 armed foes. Shangguan Jian halted his companions, stating, "Huang Chuan and the others have escaped danger. We should retreat." However, the surrounding mountains, stretching for miles, were riddled with cliffs. How shall we make our exit? One queried. If we descend from the front of the stronghold, they will surely lie in ambush. I have a plan, Shangguan Jian replied, leading them to gather an abundance of vines, twisting them together to create a rope nearly 1,000 meters long. Selecting a spot with a lower cliff, he secured one end of the vine to a sturdy tree, and then the trio descended the precipice along the makeshift rope. This skirmish had been exhilarating. As they walked, Jiang Xiaoyang munched on beef jerky. "You are indeed a valiant warrior," as Chu Huayu handed him the water bottle. The three of them walked briskly toward the city. Upon reaching the military recruitment office, Shimi and Das were anxiously awaiting their return. Their hearts finally eased upon seeing the trio safe and sound. This outcome had long been anticipated by Shangguan Jian, for he had covertly conspired with Dong Quang before their departure. To be candid, none of them wished to sleep in a room teeming with cockroaches. Suddenly, Shangguan Jian recalled that Li Zhu had informed him the Heavenly Gate key was hidden beneath a stone on the sacred mountain. He was unaware of the true nature of the Heavenly Gate key, but Li Zhu had deemed it crucial enough to share at that pivotal moment, keeping its details confidential from everyone else. Chu Huayu and Jiang Xiaoyang were disciplined soldiers. They understood the importance of silence regarding matters that were not to be inquired about. After the two departed, he bid farewell to Shimi and Das, expressing gratitude for their assistance and inviting them to visit the Huaxia Kingdom when the opportunity arose. Shangguan Jian then changed into civilian attire, took his belongings, and checked into a hotel in the city center, believing that residing as an ordinary person would afford him greater concealment. Observing the tidy and organized room, he mused that he was finally free from the torment of those wretched cockroaches. He indulged in a luxurious soak in the bathtub, washing away the fatigue of the entire night. After breakfast, he rented an off-road vehicle and made his way to the sacred mountain. According to Li Zhu, the Heavenly Gate key was concealed beneath a crooked tree halfway up the mountain. With such an expansive area to search, where could he possibly find a crooked tree? The sacred mountain was revered as a sacred site by the people of Nibik, attracting numerous pilgrims throughout the year. As Shangguan Jian gazed vacantly at the incessant flow of pedestrians from the driver's seat, a sudden rap on the window startled him. He assumed it was someone annoyed by his obstruction, but upon turning his head, he was pleasantly surprised to find Jessie standing outside. The encounter with Jessie in this unexpected place was astonishing. The radiant expression on his face contrasted starkly with the weary visage Shangguan Jian had previously observed. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Shangguan Jian exclaimed, hastily descending from the vehicle. Jessie explained that he had come with his wife and daughter to pay homage at Sacred Mountain. Having had a leisurely day, he gestured towards the distance where his wife and daughter stood, revealing that his wife also appeared transformed, her gaze no longer vacant. From afar, Lena waved at Shangguan Jian, feeling a flush of embarrassment as memories of their embrace the previous night flooded back, causing her to quickly lower her head. "Where are your two friends? I have yet to express my gratitude to them," Jessie inquired, scanning the surroundings. The past 3 years had been stifling for him, but these recent days spent with the 3 young men had invigorated his spirit, filling him with newfound strength. "What brings you here?" Jessie asked Shangguan Jian. "Then let us go together. I must tell you about the famous crooked-necked divine tree. Many who come to pay their respects have their wishes granted," Jessie said, giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. The crooked-necked tree? Shangguan Jian's interest piqued at the mention of it, as he had been pondering where to find the tree that Li had spoken of amidst the vast mountains. "Very well, let us go together," he responded, signaling for Jessie to lead the way. The 4 of them chatted amiably as they ascended the mountain, with Lena trailing shyly behind, feeling particularly bashful in Shangguan Jian's presence. As Shangguan Jian scrutinized Lena with keen interest, he discovered that she was a rare beauty, tall and curvaceous. Her enchanting phoenix eyes, elegantly arched brows, and fair complexion framed a delightful oval face. Such exquisite features in a war-torn nation rendered her a victim of unwarranted misfortune, evoking a sense of pity within Shangguan Jian's heart. At the mountainside, there was a fruit stall selling coconuts, where Lena approached to purchase several. She selected the largest one and handed it to Shangguan Jian. Parched, he gratefully accepted the coconut and took a hearty sip. After nearly half an hour of climbing, the 4 of them finally arrived at the crooked-neck tree. This tree was truly peculiar. While other trees sprouted from the soil or emerged from the crevices of rocks, this one had defiantly burst forth from the solid, unyielding bluestone, which had cracked and fissured in a 3-zhang radius around its roots, towering over 5 zhang. Its trunk was so robust that it would take 3 burly men holding hands to encircle it. The tree's form resembled a dragon-headed cane, hence its moniker, the crooked-neck tree. Before the tree, Numerous men and women queued to offer incense and prayers. Shangguan Jian felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the crooked-necked tree, meticulously examining the stones beneath its roots. Contemplating where the key to the heavenly gate might be concealed, he knew he could not search for it in plain sight. Such endeavors would have to wait until nightfall. Having located the tree was already half the battle won. After the Jesse family completed their prayers, they invited Shangguan Jian to their home. He considered that since he had no pressing matters during the day, it would be a pleasant diversion to visit them. The four individuals arrived at the foot of the mountain, with him driving the off-road vehicle closely behind Jesse's truck, heading towards Jesse's home. Chapter 12. The Quest for the Heavenly Gate Key. Upon reaching Jesse's residence, Lena shed her earlier timidity and warmly ushered Shangguan Jian inside. She then presented a selection of renowned local delicacies and brewed a cup of exquisite Nibic red fruit tea. Shangguan Jian, a connoisseur of tea, instantly recognized the superior quality of this brew. Its fragrant aroma and delightful sweetness invigorated the spirit with each sip, promising to refresh one's mind throughout the day. Typically, such fine tea was reserved for esteemed guests, as the family seldom indulged in it. Within a mere 2 hours, Lena served a platter of hand-pulled lamb and steamed yellow chicken, accompanied by an array of fresh vegetables, adorning the grand round table. "Please, make yourself comfortable." Jesse encouraged Shangguan Jian to take a seat. "This is our local specialty rice wine." He gestured towards the red-footed copper vessel on the table. Lena promptly filled a generous cup for Shangguan Jian, the intoxicating aroma wafting through the air, uplifting his spirits. Jesse persistently urged him to drink, adhering to local customs, while Lena knelt beside them, continuously refilling his glass. After a few cups of rice wine, Shangguan Jian felt his tongue in disarray and the ceiling seemingly floating above him. Despite his reputation for high tolerance in the military, he was taken aback by the potency of this rice wine. In a state of merriment, Jesse found himself in a worse condition, sprawled beneath the table, unable to maintain his seat, babbling in dialect. Jesse's wife quickly assisted him to bed for rest, while Shangguan Jian valiantly fought against his dizziness, unwilling to appear foolish in front of others. Ultimately, he succumbed to his condition, collapsing onto the sofa. Lena hastily assisted him to her bedroom to rest. He surveyed the room with bleary eyes and found it elegantly adorned with a fragrant ambience. The dressing table was adorned with an array of delightfully scented fresh flowers, while a plush pink blanket covered the large round bed, evoking an overwhelming sense of warmth. She gently laid Shangguan Jian down on the bed, her gaze lingering on his handsome, chiseled features, recalling the valiant scene from the previous night when he had rescued her. A flurry of emotions surged within her, akin to a herd of startled deer, compelling her to lean forward and press her lips against Shangguan Jian's cheek. Startled, she quickly stood up and stepped back. Observing his lack of reaction, she noted that his defined cheekbones were unable to resist the allure of a woman's desire. Lena's legs, betraying her will, carried her back to the bedside where she bent down again, her soft lips meeting his. Although Shangguan Jian was merely intoxicated, his mind remained alert. He was acutely aware of Lena's impulsive actions, pretending to be asleep to spare her the embarrassment. Yet, he was taken aback by her boldness as her warm, fragrant tongue danced within his mouth, inciting a surge of blood and desire within him, for he was, after all, a young man brimming with vitality. He closed his eyes, struggling to maintain composure, even as his body betrayed him. In a moment of imbalance, Lena stumbled and fell onto Shangguan Jian, realizing that her actions were now all too evident. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she recognized that he had merely been pretending to sleep. In a flurry of embarrassment, she scrambled off him and dashed out of the room. This left Shangguan Jian feeling exceedingly awkward. After all, that place had proven to be unyielding, failing to conceal the past. His heart surged with emotion as he tossed and turned in bed for 2 hours, only to realize that night had fallen. He remained preoccupied with retrieving the heavenly gate key from beneath the crooked neck tree, and the effects of the alcohol had completely dissipated. Rising from his bed, Shangguan Jian tidied his clothes in front of the mirror before stepping out of Lena's boudoir. He found Lena busily cleaning in the living room and approached her, informing her that he had matters to attend to and expressing his gratitude to her family, sending his regards to her parents. Faced with Shang Wanjian, Lena dared not lift her gaze, keeping her head lowered as she diligently wiped the table. Shang Wanjian felt a pang of embarrassment, swiftly escaping the house. He hopped into his jeep, pressed the accelerator, and sped towards the holy mountain. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the land. In light of the recent political turmoil in Nepal, few ventured outdoors at night, rendering the streets eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by a stray dog scurrying past. The vibrancy of the city had faded into memory. The moon was shrouded by clouds, casting a faint glow, even 20 meters away. The outline of a 3-story building was indistinguishable. Upon reaching Holy Mountain, Shang Wanjian parked his vehicle on the lawn at the foot of the hill and then jogged up the stone steps. Within approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the crooked-necked tree halfway up the slope. The occasional cawing of crows echoed from the tree, reminding him of Li's words during their farewell. The heavenly gate key was hidden beneath a stone. Shang Wanjian estimated there were over 50 stones beneath the tree. Which one concealed the key? At that moment, he had no choice but to resort to the simplest method, feeling around in the crevices beneath each stone. After nearly half an hour of meticulously exploring every crevice between the stones beneath the tree, Shang Wanjian found not even the key to Heaven's Gate, nor a mere scrap of metal. His hope had once again succumbed to despair. Could it be that someone had taken the items away? At that moment, a hawk suddenly swooped down from the sky, darting towards the stones, and landed before them, its eyes wide with fury as it scrutinized the cracks. Believing the hawk had come to attack him, he hastily concealed himself nearby. After observing for a while, he realized that the hawk seemed to have discovered something within the crevice. Logically, hawks do not typically hunt at night. Thus, he found it quite peculiar that this particular hawk was foraging under the cloak of darkness. After a brief moment of calling out towards the crevice, a nearly 3-meter-long serpent emerged. Recalling his near-fatal encounter with a giant python in the jungle, Shang Wanjian felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the massive snake. As the serpent slithered out, the hawk, with claws like lightning, launched an attack on the snake's head. The serpent, undeterred, retaliated, engaging in a fierce struggle with the hawk. The battle of the serpent and the hawk ensued, each attempting to outmaneuver the other, sending dust and debris flying in every direction. They aimed for each other's necks, targeting the most vulnerable spots. In a moment of carelessness, the snake was left with several deep gashes from the hawk's talons, causing it to writhe in pain. To Shang Wanjian's astonishment, the hawk displayed a tactical prowess akin to that of a seasoned warrior, and he watched the spectacle with great delight. As the serpent's movements began to slow due to its injuries, the hawk seized the opportunity, pouncing on the serpent's rear and driving its iron-like talons into the creature's eyes. With a series of sickening sounds, the serpent collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gazing at its prize, the hawk wasted no time, pecking eagerly at the serpent, feasting upon its hard-won meal. Before long, the enormous serpent had swallowed its prey, and from its belly emerged a glimmering object. Could it be that the serpent had ingested undigested gold? Shang Wanjian hurriedly approached to retrieve it. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a piece of jade, approximately the size of an adult's middle finger, resembling a key. The surface was intricately engraved with numerous patterns and designs. Could this be the Heaven's Gate key referred to by Li Zhu? Shang Wanjian was overjoyed, his heart racing with excitement. No wonder he had been unable to find it beneath the stone. It had been concealed within the belly of the serpent. Had it not been for this eagle, he might have never discovered it. "Thank you, noble eagle." He waved at the bird, which seemed to understand, nodding in response. Just as he secured the key, a shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky, charging directly at him. Sensing the imminent threat, Shang Wanjian did not dare to underestimate the situation. He swiftly retreated a few steps. "I bear no enmity towards you. Why do you seek to ambush me?" he demanded sternly. However, the assailant remained silent, aiming a left-handed strike at his face while reaching for the concealed key with the right. Realizing the intent to seize the key, Shang Wanjian thought to himself, "They will have to step over my dead body to take it from me." With determination, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the shadowy figure, exchanging blows beneath the gnarled tree for what felt like dozens of exchanges without a clear victor. Shangguan Jian had always been confident in his combat skills, having never encountered anyone in the military who could last more than 20 moves against him. Yet here he was, facing an opponent who matched him move for move, truly a rare and formidable adversary. As the shadow realized victory was unattainable at that moment, its attacks became increasingly erratic and ferocious. However, Shangguan Jian remained undaunted, shedding his earlier impatience to counter each move with precision. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, entangled for over 100 strikes. It appeared the opponent was resolved to seize the Heavenly Gate key, yet their skill surpassed his own, compelling Shangguan Jian to seek an escape. Continuing in this manner, he risked being the one to suffer defeat. With this thought in mind, he fought while retreating, searching for an opportune moment to flee. The adversary, having discerned his intentions, relentlessly targeted his vital points. In a moment of inattention, Shangguan Jian was struck squarely in the chest, causing a surge of blood to rise within him. He managed to suppress the urge to vomit blood. Observing Shangguan Jian sustain a heavy blow, the shadow refrained from further assault and swiftly retreated. This left Shangguan Jian perplexed. Had the opponent continued their offensive, they could have undoubtedly snatched the key from him. With no further pursuit, he clutched his chest and hastily descended the mountain. Once in his vehicle, he pressed the accelerator, racing towards the city. However, after covering less than 2 miles, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he could no longer contain himself, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the steering wheel. Surprisingly, amidst the hail of bullets endured countless times, he had suffered no serious injuries. Yet this time, a mysterious shadow had inflicted harm. Truly, there are always stronger adversaries lurking beyond the horizon. At that moment, several figures approached from ahead. Chapter 13, Extorting in a Foreign Land. These were soldiers from the nearby Nepali patrol, who had also noticed something unusual about the off-road vehicle driven by Shangguan Jian. In such a war-torn country, life had become as cheap as grass, and the threat of terrorism loomed at every turn. In response to various unusual circumstances, the individuals present exhibited heightened sensitivity. Observing the situation, several soldiers from Nepal swiftly approached to assess the matter. They discovered a person slumped over in the driver's seat, his mouth stained with blood. Is he ill? One soldier wondered, promptly reaching through the window to open the car door. Upon closer inspection, they found Shangguan Jian unconscious, his head resting on the steering wheel, unresponsive to their calls. A squad leader lifted Shangguan Jian, pondering why this face seemed so familiar. Could it be? He mused, scrutinizing Shangguan Jian's countenance. He appears to be a foreigner. How could the captain recognize him? Queried a soldier nearby. Yes, it has clicked into place. I now remember who this is, the captain exclaimed, slapping his forehead with excitement, declaring to his subordinates that their drinking funds were secured. When Shangguan Jian eventually regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a green military cot, tightly bound like a zongzi. He lifted his head to take in his surroundings, realizing he was in a military camp. How did I end up here? His mind was clouded, and he could scarcely recall who had brought him to this place. Just then, a portly officer strode in, his face adorned with a full beard and framed by thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding an intimidating presence without uttering a word. Following closely behind were several soldiers. Shangguan Jian caught a glimpse of the officer's insignia, and to his astonishment, it revealed he was a major general. I have not offended any figures within the Nepalese military. Why have I been brought to this camp? He wondered, recalling how he had even received their support a few days prior while rescuing someone. Just as Shangguan Jian was engulfed in confusion, the major general approached him with purposeful strides, his expression one of fury, as if he were about to devour him whole. You are Shangguan Jian of the Huaxiao military, the major general stated, his tone laden with an interrogative weight. Indeed, I am Shangguan Jian. Our two nations have always enjoyed a relationship of amicable neighborliness. Why have you bound me? Shangguan Jian immediately protested. Amicable neighborliness? The general's expression turned scornful as he replied. My only younger brother perished at your hands. Your younger brother fell by my hand. Shangguan Jian was utterly baffled, his mind racing to recall the Nepalese who had met their demise under his gun. He sat up, noticing with astonishment that the agonizing wound to his chest, which had caused him to bleed profusely moments ago, now felt remarkably invigorated, as if restored to its original state. "Do you remember now?" the general pressed, scrutinizing the contemplative Shangguan Jian. Shaking his head, Shangguan Jian replied, "I still cannot recall. I do not know which of your brothers you speak of. It was Zam, who died by your gun just a few months ago," the general said sorrowfully, revealing the name of his beloved brother. Zam. Shangguan Jian finally recollected the incident from 3 months prior when he encountered 2 rival gangs of drug traffickers engaged in a violent clash at the border. One group was numerous and heavily armed, while the other was outmatched and quickly suffered casualties. The remaining members were pinned down beneath an earthen embankment. At that moment, Shangguan Jian, accompanied by several comrades on patrol, rushed to disperse the overwhelming gang and apprehended a few individuals. Several traffickers were killed on the spot, yet he could not ascertain which among them was the general's brother. "I do not know which brother you refer to. Moreover, engaging in criminal activities within Huaxia should warrant the repercussions dictated by our laws." Shangguan Jian cast a contemptuous glance at the major general, inwardly mused that his rank would not instill fear in him. Regardless of his status, he dared to flout the laws of our nation without hesitation. The major general observed Shangguan Jian's defiant demeanor, pondering how audacious this young man truly was. Did he genuinely believe that I would not take action against him? "If you wish to play hardball, so be it. Should you manage to leave my military camp today, it is your skill, and I shall not impede your progress. I shall overlook the incident where you cunningly schemed against a battalion of mine." With a wave of his hand, he summoned 10 robust soldiers, their muscles like iron, a clear indication of their formidable prowess. "Wait a moment, you claim I schemed against one of your battalions? I am not afraid of you, but I refuse to bear such an unjust accusation. When did I ever plot against one of your soldiers?" Shangguan Jian exclaimed, bewildered. "A few days ago, I instructed one of my battalion commanders to send a unit to capture you and deliver you to me. It turns out you sent someone to deceive me," the major general continued. Shangguan Jian sprang to his feet, incredulous. "For someone of your high rank in the military, how could you engage in such petty affairs? I was genuinely concerned for the lives of your border post soldiers, and in a moment of carelessness, I fell into your trap. Indeed, I did outmaneuver your battalion, but I did not cause harm to a single soldier," he declared, growing increasingly agitated. "You really did not kill one of my soldiers?" the major general pressed. "I am a man of stature, standing at 1.8 meters, a true iron-blooded warrior. Do you think I would shy away from acknowledging a kill? How is it that your intelligence is so lacking, Major General?" Shangguan Jian retorted with a cold laugh. "When I heard the news of a soldier from a battalion in Nepal being killed on the radio, I was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering who could possess such formidable powers. Later, I listened to Karen recount how a soldier from the battalion was instantaneously slain, his body bearing no marks of injury. For the past few days, I have been contemplating whether this could be the work of some ghostly entity. After all, who could possibly have the capability to silently annihilate over 100 fully armed soldiers without leaving a trace? Even the slaughter of a pig would elicit some cries." Upon hearing the resolute and uncompromising words of General Shangguan Jian, the major could not ascertain whether he was indeed the perpetrator. Thus, he declared, "Very well. I shall dispatch someone to investigate this matter." The major's initially arrogant demeanor softened. "Hurry and investigate, and don't bother me with trivial matters," Shangguan Jian remarked as he prepared to exit the tent. The major gestured, and several burly soldiers blocked Shangguan Jian's path. "Are you inviting me to dinner?" Shangguan Jian scoffed at the imposing figures before him. "I have yet to settle the score regarding my brother, and you wish to depart?" The general appeared obstinate, as if he would not relent until he had reached his goal. "By the way, you ought to be grateful to me for this situation." Shangguan Jian, entangled with the major until the midnight hour, had forgotten about his brother Zam, whom he had not managed to kill. The very leader suppressed beneath the earthen mound was named Zam, compelling Shangguan Jian to patiently relay the details to the major. Upon hearing that Zam had survived, The major felt a surge of excitement mixed with skepticism, questioning, "Is what you say truly the case? Should you doubt me, conduct your own investigation," Shang Wenjian retorted impatiently. "Very well, since this does not concern you, you may leave." The major waved his hand towards his subordinates. "Damn it. Has this fellow become so accustomed to wielding power as a senior officer that he believes he can simply summon me at will? I am not a mere toilet." As thoughts of the dwindling cash I brought from my homeland crossed my mind, I considered how I might exploit this foolish brigadier general, who undoubtedly indulges in his fair share of illicit gains. After all, I am his benefactor. With this in mind, I turned my head and plopped down onto the military cot. Is it not reasonable to expect some form of compensation for being seized and bound so indiscriminately? Such behavior is nothing short of provocation on the international stage. I began to negotiate with the brigadier general, who soon realized that this young soldier before him was quite a formidable opponent. He thought to himself that as long as he could dismiss me without escalating the matter, perhaps it would suffice to simply offer a bit of money. After all, there is a saying that suggests financial loss can avert disaster. With that, he summoned his subordinates to present a stack of bills before me, but I did not even glance at it. After all, they had bound me for so long and deceived me into risking my life. They ought to pay a price for their folly. When the brigadier general, his face contorted in discomfort, ordered 10 stacks of bills to be brought forth, I finally nodded in satisfaction. I then requested a military backpack from a nearby soldier to stow the money, leaving the premises content. "This scoundrel is far too overbearing," the chief of staff muttered, pointing at my departing figure with disdain. The major, with a weary gesture, signaled for the departure of this troublesome entity. Considering it fortunate to rid himself of such a calamity and vowing to avoid provoking such individuals in the future. Unexpectedly, having sustained an injury, he found himself unexpectedly enriched, sufficient to sustain his stay for a considerable time. He was resolute in his quest to uncover the shadowy figure responsible for his affliction, with a character defined by vengeance. He could not allow himself to be assaulted without recourse. As he opened the car door and pressed the accelerator, he swiftly departed from the scene. During his journey, he pondered why his assailant, after injuring him, did not seize the opportunity to take the key to the heavenly gate and instead retreated hastily. Lost in thought, he arrived at the hotel where he was lodged, the night having deepened significantly by then. Once back in his room, he hurriedly washed with hot water and collapsed into bed. When he awoke the following day, the sun had already risen. Typically rising early in the military, he had indulged in a rare slumber due to the previous night's tumult. Who could it be that injured me? As he rose, memories of the previous evening flooded his mind. He recalled Huang Chuan being interrogated about the key to the heavenly gate. Could it be that the shadowy figure who harmed him was connected to that group? Chapter 14. The injured man in black after a night of intense combat. The Snow Wolf Peak had returned to its former stillness, a tranquility that now felt ominous, permeated by the scent of death. The bodies strewn across the mountainside attracted numerous vultures, circling ominously overhead, emitting shrill cries. "Make it stop, it hurts so much," echoed the agonized cries from a small courtyard. "You fools, go fetch some women for me." The near-maniacal roar resonated from within the room. "The master requires women." At the entrance, Popio swiftly turned to instruct his subordinates awaiting commands. At such a time, there are still those with the inclination to pursue women, while we are left to toil under the burden of labor. Among the subordinates given orders, 2 men murmured their dissatisfaction. Ignorant of their peril, Pompeo struck with lightning speed. Their skulls shattered, and they collapsed with a cry. "Should you dare voice any further complaints, this shall be your fate," Pompeo coldly declared, gesturing toward the lifeless bodies on the ground. Witnessing Pompeo's fury, the remaining subordinates dared not utter another word, fearing that a careless remark could lead to their untimely demise. Terrified, they hastily departed from Snow Wolf Peak, making their way to Samigang City. Upon arrival in the city, they found not a single young and beautiful maiden, nor even a few elderly women. In such tumultuous times, who would willingly venture out unless compelled by necessity? One quick-witted subordinate, wearing a mischievous grin, suggested, "Since there are none on the streets, Why not seek out a few courtesans instead? After all, it's all for amusement. The leader smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How did I not think of that? Women are women, and courtesans may serve to relieve our frustrations." With their intentions set, the group armed themselves and proceeded to the bustling drum alley, a known haunt for courtesans. As they approached, many ruffians loitering in the alley fled in terror at the sight of these menacing figures. The ground was littered with refuse, and a foul stench permeated the air, the buzzing of flies drowning out even the sound of conversation. Numerous heavily made-up women stood beneath the eaves, attempting to entice patrons, while the men's eyes fixated hungrily on their curves. The flames of desire had long since erupted within his eyes. The leader could no longer contain himself. It was time for indulgence before business commenced. A few subordinates stroked their chins knowingly. The leader understood that attempting to quell the urges of these brutes would lead to his own demise, for he too was a beast of instinct. Thus, they sought to revel in pleasure, their palms rubbing together, salivating in anticipation. As the leader's words fell from his lips, his subordinates surged forward, clutching their chosen women and dragging them into a dimly lit chamber nearby. After their carnal release, they selected several women of particular allure, deceiving them with tales of meeting a significant patron. The women, eager for opportunity in a barren market, leapt at the prospect of a lucrative engagement. Meanwhile, Pompeo grew increasingly impatient as he awaited the arrival of the women. Upon their entrance, he instructed two astute subordinates to escort them into the room. As the women crossed the threshold, an ominous scent of death enveloped them. Sensing the danger, they screamed and attempted to flee. But the iron door had already slammed shut behind them. What a delight! Fresh blood. The shadow howled with excitement. Its visage twisted as it lunged at one of the women, sinking its teeth into her neck. Her anguished cry echoed through the chamber as life swiftly ebbed away. Disgusted, the shadow spat out the first mouthful of blood, repulsed by its foul taste. These wretched fools had brought a horde of prostitutes to deceive me. In a fit of rage, the shadow hurled the remaining women against the stone wall, their screams resonating as blood and flesh splattered across the surface. Turning his ire towards Pompeo outside the door, the shadow bellowed, "You foolish pig! Bringing me a gaggle of harlots serves no purpose for my wounds." Upon witnessing the furious demeanor of the shadowy figure, Pompeo hastily knelt and offered an explanation, attributing the mishap to his inept subordinates. Lamenting his ignorance of their decision to substitute with a courtesan. In light of his diligent service, he hoped to be spared this time. However, it turned out to be a serendipitous misfortune, as he had finally uncovered leads on the elusive longevity pearl and the heavenly gate key, a revelation accompanied by a hint of pride in the raspy voice of the shadow. "What is the longevity pearl?" Pompeo dared not breathe a word, prostrating himself on the ground. "You, such a fool, should refrain from inquiring about matters beyond your understanding, lest I shatter your skull," the shadow threatened, incensed. Cowering under the shadow's wrath, Pompeo fell silent, receiving his orders and hastily departing the courtyard with his subordinates. Meanwhile, Shangguan pondered for an extended period, unable to deduce the identity of the shadow that had injured him. Despite his severe wounds, why had the shadow retreated at such a critical moment? Just then, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Assuming it was a servant come to tidy up, he thought little of it and opened the door. To his surprise, a provocatively dressed woman stood before him. Before Shangguan could utter a word, the woman timidly inquired, "Do you require my services, dear sir?" Realizing she was a courtesan soliciting business, Shangguan felt a deep aversion toward women engaged in such trades. Just as he was about to dismiss her with an impatient wave, the woman implored him to allow her to stay. "My dear, I do not indulge in such pursuits." "You must leave," he replied, attempting to close the door. How outrageous! What kind of man forces his wife into such disgraceful dealings? Such a man deserves nothing but disdain. The turmoil in this nation has stripped humanity from its people. With a sigh, Shangguan extracted 1,000 nibi from his bag, urging the woman to leave at once. To his surprise, she did not reach for the money, leading him to believe she found it insufficient, so he offered another 1,000 nibi. Yet, she shook her head, stating, I cannot accept your money without a reason. My dear, I have expressed my distaste for such transactions. Consider it my payment for your services, Shang Guanjian insisted, forcing the bills into her hand. Her stubbornness exceeded his expectations. Surely you cannot compel me to share a bed with you, Shang Guanjian lamented, spreading his hands in resignation. Aside from that, I can assist you in unblocking your meridians. I used to be a neurologist, he added. You're a doctor? How did you end up in this line of work? Shang Guanjian could hardly believe her claim. The hospital's funding was embezzled by those in power, and it could no longer sustain operations. All the staff had to seek other avenues, she sighed. Very well then, I have been feeling a bit unwell lately. If you could help me by massaging my meridians, I shall offer you 2,000 nibi as compensation, Shang Guanjian proposed, allowing her to enter the room. At her request, he removed his coat and lay upon the bed. True to her words, her delicate fingers worked wonders on his meridians, and he felt an immediate sense of rejuvenation. Were it not for the darkness enveloping this land, Shang Guanjian believed she would undoubtedly excel as a physician. What profession do you pursue? She inquired, continuing to work on him while engaging in light conversation. Why not take a guess? Shang Guanjian replied, relishing the relief brought by her skilled hands. Observing the contours of your muscles and physique, one might surmise you have a military background. It was unexpected for Shang Guanjian to encounter such perceptiveness in a woman. Indeed, I was once a mercenary for several years, but I have since retired, Shang Guanjian nonchalantly replied, as he preferred to keep his profession shrouded in secrecy. After all, one could face peril at any moment in such a place. The woman diligently massaged him for 2 hours, and to his surprise, he drifted into slumber. Brother, I have thoroughly massaged the meridians in your body. She gently tapped Shang Guanjian's shoulder. Finally rejuvenated, he rose from the bed and stretched his body, feeling undeniably refreshed. Well then, I shall take my leave, the woman announced, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Shang Guanjian called out, retrieving 2,000 yen from his bag and placing it in her hand. Brother, the amount you've already given is more than sufficient, she protested, stepping back to decline his offering. Consider this a gratuity for your excellent massage. To be candid, I recently sustained a severe injury to my chest, and thanks to your ministrations, I now feel significantly better. As he spoke, Shang Guanjian flexed his arms. Ultimately, the woman could no longer refuse and accepted the yen he offered. Chapter 15. Lena has been captured. Professionalism is paramount. After such an invigorating massage, he felt a wave of elation wash over him. Having struck a lucrative deal the previous night, Shang Guanjian was in high spirits. In any case, he had secured the key to the heavenly gate, fulfilling Li Zhu's expectations. At that moment, why was Jessie calling? Shang Guanjian pressed the answer button. Just as he brought the phone to his ear, he heard Jessie's anxious voice on the other end. What has happened, my friend? A heavy feeling settled in Shang Guanjian's heart. Young man, where are you? My daughter Lena has gone missing again, and her phone is unreachable. Jessie's voice quivered, almost breaking into tears. Just yesterday, everything was fine. How could Lena suddenly vanish? Shang Guanjian reassured Jessie to remain calm, assuring him that he would arrive shortly. After hanging up, he neglected his breakfast and drove straight to Jessie's residence, where he found Jessie crouched on the ground, clutching his head. His wife sat on the sofa, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. This family had endured so much suffering. Just when Lena had been rescued, she had disappeared once more. Jessie explained that when his wife attempted to wake their daughter for breakfast that morning, she discovered the house utterly empty. Once Jessie's emotions stabilized, Shang Guanjian departed from his home. As he drove, he pondered how Lena could have vanished from her room so abruptly. Even if intruders had entered to abduct her, there should have been some commotion. Based on his 3 years of military experience, it was unlikely that Lena had been taken from within the house. It was more plausible that she had been targeted by nefarious individuals on the street. How could this girl be so reckless? Having previously been snatched by wrongdoers while alone on the street, she still dared to venture out alone. Could it be the work of the Snow Wolf Peak gang again? Those ruffians had been thrown into disarray by me, Chu Huayu, and Zhang Xiaoyang. They were still busy dealing with the aftermath and had no time to come to the city to abduct women. Suddenly, Shang Guanjian heard a hissing sound from the tires. akin to a deflating ball, and the entire vehicle lurched sharply to the left. Alas, the tire has been punctured. Shangguan Jian hurriedly exited the vehicle to inspect the damage, discovering that a metal spike, roughly the size of a child, was embedded within the tire. Who could be so malicious as to discard such an object on the road? The nation is in disarray, and the moral fabric of society seems to be fraying. With a sigh, he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted an auto repair shop approximately 500 meters ahead and slowly maneuvered his vehicle to its entrance. Upon noticing the potential patronage, a robust man, splattered with paint and adorned with a bushy beard, emerged with great enthusiasm. Given the adverse economic climate, business was scarce, and any customer was met with warmth. "Can you replace a tire here?" Shangguan Jian inquired, nudging the punctured tire with his foot. Certainly, the mechanic replied, nodding vigorously as he handed Shangguan Jian a chair. He then bent down to remove the tire. "Brother, you don't appear to be from this country. Which nation do you hail from?" the mechanic asked, tightening the bolts as he engaged in casual conversation. "Our wretched country, not even dogs wish to stay. What is there to attract tourists?" the mechanic lamented, his expression one of disdain. "How can one speak so negatively of one's own nation?" "I believe it has its merits," Shangguan Jian chuckled lightly. "Had it not been for my family, I would have departed long ago. Previously, it was merely armed groups seizing women in the streets. Now, even the military scoundrels have begun to engage in such acts. Is there any future for us ordinary citizens?" As he spoke, the mechanic spat vehemently. "Military personnel abducting women? When did this occur?" Shangguan Jian immediately inquired. "Just 2 hours ago, at dawn. A remarkably beautiful girl was walking along the road when suddenly a military vehicle passed by. Several soldiers disembarked and forcibly took her away. At that moment, the mechanic pointed ahead, indicating a distance of 300 meters. Can you describe the appearance of the girl?" Shangguan Jian's heart soared with joy, as he vaguely sensed that the girl who had been snatched away could very well be Lena. After the mechanic provided a rough description of her appearance, once the tire was secured, Shangguan Jian expressed his gratitude, tossed a bill, and hopped into his vehicle. What an outrageous world it is, where women can be brazenly seized in broad daylight. Aren't soldiers meant to protect the homeland and its people? What sort of wretched country is this? As he drove, he vented his indignation, certain that this was the handiwork of a major general's underlings. Like attracts like. A commanding general will always have subordinates of similar character. With a firm press on the accelerator, he sped towards the local military camp. Upon arrival at the camp, 2 patrolling soldiers noticed the approaching vehicle and hurriedly stepped forward to block its path. To hell with this. Shangguan Jian had no patience for idle chatter. He pressed the accelerator, crashing through the barrier and into the compound. Who had the audacity to invade the military camp? The 2 soldiers, armed and alert, pursued him. Shangguan Jian parked the vehicle and leapt from the driver's seat, only to be met with the realization that they were merely young recruits. Initially, they thought him a significant figure, but upon seeing he was just a young man, they quickly surrounded him, weapons drawn. "Where do you come from?" one soldier demanded sternly. Without even glancing up, Shangguan Jian commanded in a firm tone, "Summon your pig-headed major general. I have business with him." "How dare you show such disrespect to our general?" one soldier retorted, raising his weapon to strike Shangguan Jian. In a swift motion, Shangguan Jian seized the rifle, using the momentum to deliver a powerful kick that sent the soldier sprawling 3 meters away. Seeing his comrade attacked, the second soldier rushed forward to assist. Before he could approach, Shangguan Jian delivered a swift sidekick that sent his opponent flying 3 meters away. The sounds of the ensuing conflict alerted the soldiers in the camp. Who were these audacious ruffians daring to disrupt military order? A group of a dozen soldiers surged forth, encircling Shangguan Jian, engrossed in the fervor of battle. He paid little heed to the assembled military personnel. Just as he prepared to engage, a major general emerged from within. Not this pest again, he thought, recalling the previous night's frustrations. The sight of Shangguan Jian was a vexation to him. With so many subordinates present, he could not afford to show weakness. "You again? What brings you to the military camp to stir trouble?" the major general demanded, attempting to assert his authority. Sheng Wanjian, however, was not in the mood for pleasantries and insisted that he promptly hand over the individual he sought. Hand over whom? The Major General hesitated, momentarily taken aback. Are you attempting to feign ignorance? Sheng Wanjian recounted how he had witnessed the general's subordinates brazenly abducting Lina in broad daylight. The Major General found it hard to believe that his troops would engage in such disgraceful conduct, but in a bid to preserve his dignity, he immediately denied the allegation. Not acknowledging it, are we? Sheng Wanjian retorted, providing precise details of the time and location of the incident. He warned that if the Major General continued to deny the truth, he would expose the matter publicly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Major General discreetly inquired among his men about who had been on patrol in the western part of the city that morning. One soldier informed him that it was Captain Oriel. The Major General quickly ordered a soldier to summon Oriel. Within moments, Oriel was brought before him. I ask you, did you engage in any acts of misconduct this morning? Oriel, upon observing the expressions of those around him, understood that the truth could no longer be concealed. I must reluctantly acknowledge the incident involving the abduction of Lina and demand her immediate return. Before the Major General could utter a word, Sheng Wanjian stepped forward and seized the collar of his uniform. Oriel, observing Sheng Wanjian clad in athletic wear, mistook him for an ordinary meddler. Infuriated by the audacity of his demeanor, Oriel launched a fierce punch towards Sheng Wanjian's face. However, before his fist could make contact, Sheng Wanjian deftly grasped it and twisted with force, causing Oriel to yelp in pain. Having learned from last night's confrontation that Sheng Wanjian was not to be trifled with, the Major General commanded his men to separate the two. He ordered Oriel to relinquish the woman he had taken, and shortly thereafter, Lina was brought before Sheng Wanjian. Upon seeing him, Lina rushed into his embrace, weeping bitterly as if reuniting with a long-lost kin. Sheng Wanjian offered her words of comfort and inquired whether she had suffered any indignities at the hands of these brutes. She shook her head, revealing that had it not been for the timely intervention, she would have been subjected to their vile treatment. Truly, they were a pack of beasts. While professing to safeguard the populace, they were nothing but cowards, preying upon the weak. Reflecting on the extortion of the Major General from the previous night, he resolved not to let Oriel off the hook this time. Lina had inadvertently offended the station troops, and to avert future retribution, her family would need to relocate to another city. However, such a move would require a significant sum of money, which must be extracted from these incompetent individuals. The Major General felt a pang of apprehension at Sheng Wanjian's expression, realizing that this young man was once again poised to exploit the situation. He contemplated executing Oriel, his inept subordinate, pondering how he had become entangled with such a misfortune. The Major General leaned close to Oriel's ear, urging him to produce his savings and dismiss the individuals before him. Oriel felt a pang of regret over his wealth. Yet he could not defy the wishes of his superior. Otherwise, he feared he might not even be able to provide for himself. Reluctantly, Oriel gathered all the money he had illicitly amassed and handed it over to Shang Jian. Upon seeing the substantial sum, Shang Jian was satisfied and departed with Lina. After escorting Lina home, Jesse and his wife rejoiced, proclaiming that Shang Jian was indeed a benefactor sent by the heavens to their family. In a world fraught with turmoil, the names of ordinary people held little more value than that of a dog. He entrusted the money extorted from Oriel to Jesse, urging him to hasten his departure with his family, for the local garrison might soon come seeking trouble. Chapter 16. The Contest for the Antarctic Pass. What? Shang Jian was typically composed in the face of adversity, yet upon hearing this explosive news, he could not help but rise from his seat. How could such a large helicopter simply vanish from the sky? Was there not a black box on board capable of tracking all information throughout the flight? Had they met with disaster? After concluding the call, he hurried to the military recruitment office and questioned several staff members, all of whom confirmed that Huang Chuan and his companions had safely departed. Subsequently, he made his way to Samigan Airport, where the personnel, upon seeing Shang Jian present his officer's credentials, acted swiftly. They promptly informed the airport authorities. who immediately ordered an investigation into the takeoff records of the helicopter piloted by Dong Quan. Within 10 minutes, the airport leadership provided a clear update to Shang Jian. The helicopter had safely departed from the airport 2 days prior at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was certain that an incident occurred while en route. Upon disembarking, Commander Zhang Song called, inquiring about his current whereabouts. He informed Zhang Song that he had just arrived in Zaisa. "What task do you have for me?" hurriedly pressed Shang Wanjian. Although he had reached Zaisa, the vast expanse of the western regions of Huaxia meant that Zaisa was still over 1,000 miles away from their station at Kunlun Mountain. The train was expected to reach Kunlun Mountain by nearly 8 o'clock, where Commander Zhang Song awaited him at the train station in a jeep. "What is the urgency, Commander?" Shang Wanjian wondered. He had often been dispatched on urgent missions, but it was a first to have the commander himself drive out to welcome him from such a distance. As he stepped out of the train station, Zhang Song greeted him, and before Shang Wanjian could even settle into the seat, the jeep sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Reluctantly, Shang Wanjian conveyed the matters entrusted to him by Li Zhu before his departure. Zhang Song sighed, saying, "Though you rescued the individual, he has gone missing again." Commander Zhang scolded him vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger. The unexpected disappearance of the helicopter was indeed unforeseen. Dong Quan was a soldier of commendable political integrity and navigational skill. Where could one seek accountability? Zhang Song waved his hand in resignation. "Is it possible that we have internal issues?" Shang Wanjian began to suggest, but Zhang Song made a gesture for him to remain silent. He advised Shang Wanjian that as soldiers, they should refrain from speaking on matters lacking evidence. Self-preservation was of utmost importance. Zhang Song continued, instructing Shang Wanjian to keep Li Zhu's entrusted items secure and to disclose nothing to anyone. The matter he entrusted to you undoubtedly pertains to significant secrets. Once you locate Huang Chuan and the others, personally return the item to him. It is unexpected that the commander, a man from the northwest, possesses such meticulous thoughts. Su Guanjian nodded at him. After disembarking, Zhang Song informed him that a week prior, a meteorite weighing several tons fell from the skies above Antarctica. Within merely 3 hours, this news had spread across the globe. Numerous nations, eager and restless, sought to claim this meteorite for themselves, as it holds immense value for cosmic exploration, in the interest of maintaining world peace and averting unnecessary conflicts. The United Nations convened a discussion and resolved to hold a grand competition. Each country is to select 3 elite members from their military to engage in a contest of skills. The victorious team will earn a permit to enter the Antarctic Gateway, thereby obtaining the meteorite legally. Would any nation dare to smuggle the meteorite out without the Antarctic Gateway permit? It is rather naive of you to pose such a question. Considering your usual astuteness, allow me to enlighten you. Antarctica is regarded as the most sacred place on Earth, and no nation would dare to transgress such a grave offense by entering that hallowed ground without the necessary permit. In humanity's relentless pursuit of development, we have indiscriminately exploited natural resources, leading to a noticeable trend of depletion worldwide. To ensure that Antarctica remains untouched by human hands, nations across the globe have unanimously agreed upon the establishment of the Antarctic Permit. Furthermore, there exists only one such permit, securely housed in a vault 500 meters beneath the United Nations headquarters. Anyone wishing to enter the Antarctic region must first obtain this permit. Afterwards, the Antarctic Pass shall be returned to the headquarters of the United Nations. Should any nation attempt to enter without the Antarctic Pass, it would be in direct opposition to the entire world, incurring global sanctions that no country could withstand. Furthermore, military forces from various nations are stationed around Antarctica, rendering entry virtually impossible. The competition will encompass 5 disciplines: combat, marksmanship, driving skills, physical endurance challenges, and martial arts duels. With merely 5 days remaining until the grand competition, and factoring in travel time to the United Nations, the remaining time is indeed scarce. Shang Wanjian believes that carrying the key to the heavenly gate during the competition might lead to unforeseen mishaps, and recalls an excellent hiding spot for the key near the outpost. At a normal driving speed, the destination is an hour away, However, situated on the frontier of the homeland, the southwestern region is characterized by its high-altitude terrain and thin air, making the mountain roads quite treacherous. Even the most skilled military drivers would require approximately 2 hours, jolting along the mountain path for nearly 2 hours before Shangguan Jian finally reaches the outpost. How is Kaluo's injury? He inquires of Xiao Yang as he walks into the outpost. Seizing a moment when no one is paying attention, he discreetly conceals the Heavenly Gate key in a hidden location outside the outpost. After securing the key, he bids farewell to several comrades and drives towards his station. The night is dark and the wind howls. Although it is the sweltering heat of summer, the temperature difference in the high-altitude region is significant. As the mountain winds blow, it feels as though one has been cast into a vast ice cellar. Passing by a residence, he notices 2 shadowy figures lurking outside, raising suspicions about their intentions at such a late hour. Shangguan Jian hastily brought the vehicle to a halt and bellowed, demanding to know what was happening. The 2 men, startled by the shout, turned to flee. "You little rascals, go where it's cool and don't disrupt my affairs," he scolded. Honestly, it's like a birthday celebrant hanging themselves because they wish for a longer life. What kind of ruthless characters have I not encountered? I fear these 2 petty thieves. They dare to threaten me? With little desire to engage in idle chatter given the urgency of his journey, Shangguan Jian approached intent on apprehending them. "Ah, we truly have some fearless souls tonight. Consider this a moment of amusement for me." The 2 exchanged a knowing glance and charged at him, fists raised. Dealing with them was akin to Sun Wukong confronting the carp demon, a mere trifle. A few swift slaps sent them reeling, their fists never even grazing Shangguan Jian. He swiftly seized the collars of both men, akin to an eagle clutching its chick, and inquired, "What are you doing out here at this late hour? Speak the truth, or I shall twist your necks," he warned, and the 2, having experienced his ferocity, confessed, "We are unemployed drifters from a nearby village, unable to endure the solitude of the night, and sought some amusement." They pointed toward a house ahead, saying, "The woman there just lost her husband. She's a beautiful widow." And we. Before they could finish, Shangguan Jian delivered another couple of resounding slaps, leaving them dazed. As the saying goes, nothing is more immoral than intruding upon a widow's home or robbing a grave. "Now get out of my sight," he commanded, throwing them several meters away. "Otherwise, I'll hand you over to the police." The 2, thoroughly chastised, scurried away in fright towards the mountains. With the rascals dealt with, Shangguan Jian resumed his journey. Upon arriving at the regiment station, it was already midnight. He hastily forwent personal hygiene and lay down on the military cot fully clothed. At 6 in the morning, he awoke punctually. This journey to the United Nations included not only Chu Huaiyu and Jiang Xiaoyang, but also 2 others, a young man named Zhou Yang, age 20, who had recently enlisted and was a diligent fellow responsible for the logistical needs of the group, and a woman named by Jie, 24 years old, who had graduated from Southwest Medical University and had been working at the Southwest Military Hospital, where she excelled as a skilled surgeon, tasked with ensuring the health of the team. Colonel Zhang Song informed him that to avoid drawing undue attention from other nations, the delegation would be small, officially consisting of only 5 members. Once they acquired the Antarctic Transit Pass, there would be someone to assist them, and with that, Zhang Song shared the code for their contact. The United Nations, stretching across the vast expanse of the Eastern Pacific, boasts a permanent population of over 10 million and a rich history spanning nearly a century, all thanks to its unparalleled geographical advantages and abundant natural resources, making it an ideal habitat for humanity. Before departure, Zhang Song advised Shangguan Jian to remain vigilant against Western nations during the grand competition at the United Nations. After 10 hours of soaring through the skies, the aircraft finally arrived at the United Nations in the Eastern Pacific. As the plane gently descended onto the capital's airport, the 5 gathered their belongings and disembarked, their curiosity piqued by the foreign customs and traditions, akin to the exhilaration of discovering a new world. With several planes landing at the international airport, soldiers from various nations began to emerge, each diverse in stature and appearance, showcasing a mosaic of hair colors and skin tones. However, These contestants share a common characteristic. Each one brims with vitality and a fierce determination, exuding an air of invincibility. In their hearts, they consider themselves the strongest. To ensure fairness in the competition, the United Nations has meticulously arranged accommodations for the participants. Chapter 17. Masters from various nations gather at the arena. The military personnel attending the competition were lodged at a hotel named Manhattan. Jiang Shaoyang insisted on viewing the scenery of Jinshan City, and the five of them dawdled, not arriving at the hotel until the afternoon. Upon checking in, the staff informed them that, due to their late arrival, most of the rooms had already been allocated, leaving only 2 double rooms available. What? Isn't this just blatant bullying? Jiang Shaoyang immediately engaged in a dispute with the staff. After all, we are here to claim victory. Who told you to dawdle and waste time? Chu Huayu quickly stepped in to restrain him. 2 rooms are just fine. It's merely a matter of sleeping, isn't it? Regardless, the conditions here are certainly better than those in Nibok. Shangguan Jian patted his shoulder in consolation. This is simply outrageous. Do they think we are being discriminated against because of our skin color? I will demonstrate my prowess to those arrogant competitors on the field, Jiang Shaoyang declared, raising his fist as he strode toward the elevator. Since Bai Jie was the only female, Shangguan Jian arranged for her to have a room to herself, while the remaining 4 men shared one. I feel rather guilty occupying a room alone as a medical staff member, Bai Jie said, revealing 2 small dimples shyly. How about we? Jiang Shaoyang began, but was abruptly interrupted by a kick from Chu Huayu. One must be mindful of their demeanor, for this is our comrade. And such jesting is highly inappropriate. He instinctively ceased his remarks. The 5 of them remained ensconced in the hotel, their days consumed by discussions of the competition, interspersed with meals and slumber, leading to an exceedingly monotonous existence. They had anticipated a glimpse of the vibrant world outside at the United Nations, only to find it even duller than life in the military. Jiang Shaoyang lay sprawled and in shape on the mattress, venting his grievances. I perceive that your boredom is merely a guise for your desire to venture out and seek adventure, Chu Huayu remarked, noting Jiang Shaoyang's restlessness during their mission in Nepal, where he had expressed a yearning to experience something novel on several occasions. You truly are a traitor. I can no longer confide in you regarding future matters, Jiang Shaoyang retorted, pulling a pillow over his head and drifting into a deep slumber. As the 4 were indulging in a midday nap, raucous noises suddenly erupted from outside their room, growing increasingly louder. Who could be so uncouth as to create such a disturbance in a public space? Jiang Shaoyang mumbled as he rose from his bed. Upon opening the door, he discovered 2 men, flushed with anger, engaged in a heated argument in the corridor. Upon closer inspection, he realized one was an Italian competitor and the other a French athlete, both towering over 2 meters tall and weighing at least 300 pounds, their physiques bulging with muscle. The altercation stemmed from the French competitor having inappropriately touched the Italian female doctor while traversing the hallway. Her Italian teammate had come to her defense, demanding an apology from the Frenchman. To his astonishment, the Frenchman was utterly unreasonable, claiming that the Italian doctor's attire was provocatively revealing, thus inciting such behavior. It was shocking to encounter a man so utterly debased, justifying his lewdness with a sense of entitlement. Chu Huayu spat in disdain towards the Frenchman, reflecting on the perverse nature of so-called Western civilization. Such bullying is utterly unacceptable. Such behavior invites confrontation. The Italian man, a figure of resilience, could not endure such an affront. Clenching his fist, as large as a sandbag, he aimed a powerful blow at the face of the Gallic man. However, the Gallic man, undeterred, skillfully leaned back to evade the incoming fist. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Italian's exposed stance, he retaliated with a fierce punch to the Italian's chest. The impact sent the Italian sprawling like a kite severed from its string, hurtling 5 meters away. The sheer force of the strike garnered the silent admiration of onlookers from nearby rooms, who were captivated by the Gallic man's martial prowess. In this society, only the strong earn respect, while the weak are often met with fleeting sympathy, reserved for moments of goodwill. At that moment, hotel security arrived. intervening just in time to separate the two combatants. Meanwhile, Shangguan Jian observed the altercation with a composed demeanor, contemplating the remarkable talent of the competitors gathered for the event. The ability to send a 300-pound man flying with a mere punch indicated extensive and rigorous training. Victory would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Time passed swiftly. 3 of the 4 days had already elapsed. Shangguan Jian and his companions were engaged in discussions within their room, strategizing on how to achieve optimal performance in the upcoming competition when a sudden knock echoed from the door. Who could be knocking so early? Jiang Xiaoyang mused as he rose to answer. Upon opening the door, he found 2 representatives from the United Nations event staff waiting outside. They informed Jiang Xiaoyang that they had come to deliver the schedule for the competition, handing him the notification with a sense of urgency. Jiang Xiaoyang received the competition notification, which was filled with details regarding the schedule and rules of the events. The notice outlined 5 disciplines: shooting, combat, automotive skills, weight-bearing, obstacle crossing, and martial arts. Half of the 200 countries worldwide selected their finest military personnel to participate in the contest, while the others, aware of their lack of strength to compete with the formidable powers, refrained from sending representatives. The competition format was straightforward, with points determining the outcome. Each event was scored out of 10, and the contestant with the highest total score from the 3 participants would emerge victorious. As Jiang Xiaoyang contemplated the events, he mused to himself, lamenting the absence of a covert weapon category, for it would have showcased his unparalleled skill with concealed projectiles to the world. High-speed driving was indeed his forte. During his time at the Western Military Academy, he had bested numerous foreign competitors, charming countless Western women with his prowess. Chu Huayu was exceedingly confident in his driving abilities. "Brothers, do not let your guard down," he warned, invoking the ancient wisdom that cautions. A careful navigator steers a ship for 1,000 years. Only the fierce dragon dares to cross the river. With so many nations sending soldiers to compete, each vying for the coveted Antarctic meteorite passage, it was plausible that some unscrupulous countries might resort to underhanded tactics. While overt threats are easily countered, covert ones are far more challenging to defend against. We must remain vigilant. In a rare moment of candor, Zhou Yang, who typically preferred silence, spoke up. "The young lad possesses some insight. I believe the Western country will not play fair this time." Jiang Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. It was a widely accepted consensus that the Western nation had little regard for ethics, and of course, Shangguan Jian was cautious. He urged everyone, aside from Zhou Yang, "We must be wary of consuming food and water offered by others, especially Jiang Xiaoyang, who experiences a surge of hormones upon encountering a beautiful woman. If a beauty approaches you with affections, one must remain vigilant." I said, "Chu Huayu, why do you always bring me into the conversation? Who becomes overly hormonal at the sight of a beauty?" Jiang Xiaoyang retorted with indignation. When I arrived, I had already assured the team leader that I would secure the Antarctic passage permit to bring glory to our nation. Furthermore, acquiring ownership of the meteorite would hold epoch-making significance for our country's space endeavors. Shangguan Jian meticulously reviewed each rule on the competition list while instilling motivational fervor in his 2 comrades. On the day of the competition, the 5 of them arose early, hastily completed their morning routines, and swiftly consumed breakfast, all eager to reach the venue. The competition was held at the sports center in Jinshan City, a vast expanse covering 30,000 acres, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators. This center boasts comprehensive sports facilities and is the largest in the world, having hosted over a dozen world-class sporting events. To compete here is a privilege reserved for elite athletes from various nations, representing the ultimate aspiration of all sportsmen, embodying unparalleled glory. Many esteemed figures and affluent individuals paid exorbitant sums and leveraged connections to obtain a ticket for this event, arriving early in the morning. The first day's event was shooting, comprising dynamic and static shooting. Dynamic shooting required participants to shoot at moving targets while riding a motorcycle traveling at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. For an ordinary person, not only would hitting a live target be improbable, but even maintaining control of a motorcycle at such high velocity would likely result in a crash within mere minutes. Static shooting involves striking a glass bead the size of a thumb from a distance of 1,000 meters at such a minuscule range. Merely seeing the bead is already a considerable feat due to the large number of competitors. They are divided into groups of 10, totaling 30 groups. Each participant is assigned a unique target, marked with a number, and is permitted to shoot only at their designated target. Any shots hitting another's target will count towards that competitor's score. The duration of the competition is 10 minutes, during which each contestant fires 10 rounds. The higher the accuracy, the greater the score. To ensure fairness and impartiality, the names of the judges are not disclosed prior to the event, with their identities only revealed upon their arrival at the venue. The first procedure of the competition is the drawing of lots to determine group assignments, conducted by the team leaders from various countries. Fortunately, Shangguanjian draws the 30th group, allowing the trio ample time to observe the prowess of their international counterparts and enhance their competitive experience. However, witnessing the impressive performances of others may impose immense pressure, serving as a torment for those with weaker psychological fortitude. The first group consists of 10 competitors hailing from India, Malaysia, South Vietnam, and Singapore. As these 10 participants enter the arena, the audience of over 100,000 descends into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a falling pin could be discerned. Chapter 18. A moment of glory in the arena. Some spectators, eager for a closer view of the thrilling performances, raise high-powered binoculars. With the crack of the starting pistol, the 10 contestants surge forth on their motorcycles like arrows released from a bow. The resounding gunfire echoed, with each target's bullseye being struck with precision. Indeed, the elite marksmen dispatched from various nations exhibited extraordinary prowess. Amidst the scene, 10 soldiers circled the targets, showcasing their marksmanship with their rifles, as if engaged in a fleeting spectacle. Within a mere 10 minutes, these soldiers had not only discharged all 10 rounds from their firearms, but had remarkably landed every shot within the bullseye. Next came the challenge of static targets, where 10 glass orbs, each the size of a thumb, were placed 1,000 meters ahead. Following a volley of gunfire, the 10 soldiers flawlessly shattered all 10 glass spheres. As the competition concluded, each soldier achieved the highest accolades. The impressive capabilities of these soldiers caught even the self-assured Shangguanjian off guard, tightening his chest with an unexpected sense of pressure. Truly, one cannot fathom the vastness of the ocean without having seen it. In the ensuing hours, soldiers from various nations fully displayed their marksmanship on the range. After 3 hours of competition in the morning, a substantial number of military personnel had completed their rounds. Following lunch provided by Zhou Yang, the trio took a brief respite in the lounge, deliberating on strategies to enhance their performance in the arena. After 2 hours of intense competition, it was soon time for Shangguanjian's group to take the stage. Despite his usual composure, he suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his palms clammy and his grip on the water cup precarious. What is happening to me? I must not falter under the gaze of hundreds of thousands. He firmly tapped his forehead, striving to regain his calm. Observing his unease, Bai Jia hurried over to inquire about his well-being. Are you perhaps so eager to win that you have tightened your nerves too much? Indeed, I cannot allow myself to be the subject of ridicule here. Su Guanjin vigorously rubbed his forehead. Perhaps I should assist you with a gentle massage, Bai Jia suggested, her delicate fingers lightly pressing against his head. Su Guanjin felt a warm current dispersing through every nerve in his brain, and the perspiration in his palms had considerably diminished. I never anticipated that your massage would be so effective. He expressed his gratitude to Bai Jia with a nod, taking a deep breath before exiting the lounge. His teammates included representatives from the Western nation, the land of the rising sun, England, and an audacious Gallic athlete who had been caught groping an Italian doctor in the hotel. The Gallic contestant seemed born to be a provocateur. Casting a disdainful glance at the 9 competitors surrounding him, his eyes betraying a sense of superiority. To him, these athletes were merely inconsequential. With the sound of the starting pistol echoing, Su Guanjin gripped the handlebars of his motorcycle with his left hand while raising his rifle with the right. aiming at his designated target number 8. 10 rifles fired in unison, with all 10 competitors hitting the bullseye, eliciting a thunderous applause that resonated throughout the arena. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch, and Su Guanjian finally exhaled in relief, grateful for his steady aim. The towering Gallic soldier blew on the barrel of his rifle, gazing at Su Guanjian with smug satisfaction, harboring a deep-seated disdain for him as an individual of Asian descent. Su Guanjian chose to ignore him, focusing intently on the motorcycle's handlebars, raising his rifle once more to shoot. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he lost his balance. He quickly twisted the handlebars to the right, narrowly avoiding a fall. The inertia caused his wrist to veer off target, resulting in a shot that struck the 9-ring area instead. Who is plotting against me? He turned his head to take a glance and discovered that a Gallic soldier, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, had deliberately bumped his vehicle's front against the back of his seat. When Shang Guanjian looked at him, the soldier even raised his pinky finger in a mocking gesture. A surge of anger welled up within Shang Guanjian. A minor lapse in patience could disrupt his grand strategy. Otherwise, he truly might have engaged in a brawl with the adversary. Cursing under his breath, he raised his rifle. He feared further provocation from his opponent and endeavored to maintain a safe distance. With bated breath, he fired off the remaining 8 bullets, fortunately hitting the bullseye each time. At the conclusion of the competition, apart from Shang Guanjian, the other 9 soldiers achieved perfect scores. However, Shang Guanjian was docked a point since one of his bullets had struck the 9-ring. What on earth happened? Jiang Shaoyang looked at him with a face full of complaints. Unable to explain in the arena, he feigned ignorance, determined to ensure perfection when it came time to shoot the glass balls. Shang Guanjian fixed his gaze intently on the glass ball a kilometer away, swiftly raising his rifle to discharge 10 bullets in rapid succession, each one striking its mark with precision. Among the 10 soldiers, he was the first to complete his shooting. Observing the burly Gallic soldier still in the midst of firing, he felt a sense of vindication. After 5 hours of intense competition, the 300 contestants finally concluded their shooting tasks. It remained unclear whether the host was intentionally targeting him or deliberately singling out the nation of Huaxia. When the results were announced, the host raised his voice deliberately, elongating his high-pitched tone as he proclaimed, "Congratulations to the 300 skilled soldiers who participated in the competition, except for one named Shang Guanjian from the nation of Huaxia. The remaining 299 soldiers achieved full marks with exceptional scores." In the arena, the deafening jeers of hundreds of thousands of spectators struck like a thunderous wave, causing Shang Guanjian to feel a searing heat flush across his face. He longed to find a hole to burrow into. Bowing his head, he hastily departed from the competition grounds when Captain Chu Huaiyu caught up with him. "You are renowned as a sharpshooter in the military. How could you falter this time?" Shang Guanjian spat vehemently. "It's that damned Gallic scoundrel sabotaging me from behind." "Ah, so that's it. These foreign devils are notorious for their lack of ethics. We shall deal with him later," Jiang Shaoyang said, clenching his fist. "A gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too long to wait. My brothers, let us focus earnestly on the upcoming matches. Today's shooting competition is evenly matched. I refuse to believe that these soldiers are truly versatile talents. There will undoubtedly be mistakes in the forthcoming contests." Shang Guanjian pondered on how to shine in the next event. As they were to compete the following day, the group finished their dinner and retired early to preserve their vigor. The next morning, they rose in a flurry, swiftly attending to their morning routines. After a hasty breakfast, they made their way to the competition grounds. Today's arena buzzed with even greater excitement than the previous day, as 300 soldiers marched in with spirited zeal. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, seemingly captivated by the soldiers' remarkable performances from the day before. Next, the soldiers would demonstrate their driving skills, an essential competency for any soldier. Mastery of driving not only safeguards their own lives, but also the lives of their comrades. In critical moments, it could even turn the tide of battle. The challenge of driving skill is set upon a 10-kilometer track laden with numerous obstacles. The objective is simple. The individual who can maneuver a 10-ton truck across the finish line in the shortest amount of time shall emerge victorious. The course is strewn with sandbags, rubble, utility poles, and scattered traffic cones, creating an environment where not only speed is vital, but merely completing the distance without catastrophic failure is a daunting task. The gaps between the obstacles are barely sufficient for the truck to pass through, and even the slightest miscalculation can result in collisions, leading to severe injuries or even fatalities. Moreover, should one manage to navigate past the obstacles, the omnipresent traffic cones pose a further threat, as a moment's inattention could result in a punctured tire, leading to disqualification. This competition also tests the meticulousness and mental fortitude of the soldiers, with the order of participation determined by lottery. Shangguan Jian drew the fourth group. Yesterday's shooting competition consisted of 10 participants per group, while today's driving contest features 50. The 50 soldiers sit poised within their trucks, awaiting the sound of the starting gun. At the crack of the gunfire, they press the accelerator, and 50 trucks surge onto the track in a frenzy. A loud crash is heard as a Brazilian soldier collides with a pile of stones, creating a 3-meter gash in the front of his vehicle. Fortunately, both he and the engine remain unscathed, and he deftly reverses before re-entering the fray. Only 3 kilometers into the race, 10 trucks have already suffered punctured tires from the traffic cones and are promptly disqualified. In a fierce contest for dominance over the track, an Italian soldier and an Argentine soldier inadvertently collide, resulting in a dramatic eruption of dust and debris. One truck is split in two, while the other ends up on its roof, with all 6 wheels pointing skyward. The rescue team worked tirelessly to extricate 2 soldiers, and while they were successfully retrieved, their survival remained uncertain. In the first group, only 20 soldiers managed to reach the finish line, with the Australian military securing the top position. Among the second, third, and fourth groups, which comprised a total of 150 competitors, only 50 soldiers successfully advanced, resulting in a staggering elimination rate of 2/3. The leading positions were claimed by the soldiers of the Yamato Nation, the land of India, and the southern state of Vietnam. It was undeniably brutal. And Jiang Shaoyang stood on the viewing platform, grinning. "You better not hold us back. I trust your skills with hidden weapons more than your driving ability," Zhu Huaiyu remarked, patting him on the shoulder. "You say that, but I'll outperform you," Jiang Shaoyang retorted dismissively. "Gentlemen, do not quarrel at this moment. This is a team competition, not a display of individual heroism," Shangguan Jian interjected, cautioning the two. Soon, it was Shangguan Jian's group's turn to compete. Once aboard the truck, he sat intently in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed ahead. After observing the course for so long, he believed that taking the lead on the first track would provide a psychological advantage, allowing him to intimidate his opponents. As the starting gun fired, he pressed the accelerator with fervor, leaving the other soldiers far behind. His bold maneuver left the audience of over 100,000 spectators in astonishment, contemplating whether he was participating in a race or risking his life. Such aggressive tactics right from the outset were certainly effective in instilling considerable psychological pressure on his rivals. Several soldiers, in a reckless bid to overtake, collided their truck against a power pole, propelling the driver out of the cabin and leaving him crumpled on the ground. Shangguan Jian bit his lip, pressed the accelerator fiercely, and resolved to secure first place. The 10-ton truck navigated through various obstacles as if by magic. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters from the finish line. I finally reached the end. Shangguan Jian was the first among his group to arrive, suppressing his elation with a firm grip on the steering wheel. Chapter 19. Navigating Obstacles. Next, the 5th and 6th groups entered the arena. It is remarkable to conceive of such a method for soldiers from various nations to compete in driving skills. One must possess a certain lack of integrity to devise such a challenge. Dozens of trucks collided, creating a visual spectacle reminiscent of a science fiction film. Many spectators at the scene were captivated by the soldiers' spectacular tumbles, while simultaneously condemning the organizers for their unscrupulousness. The driving competition was a quintessential death group. Only 10 soldiers from the 5th group managed to stagger across the finish line, while the 6th group fared even worse, with only 3 soldiers completing the course. The soldier who had performed the poorest in yesterday's shooting event excelled in driving today, a stark contrast that astonished all present. The host, who had previously treated Shang Wanjian with disdain, shifted his tone as he pronounced Shang Wanjian's name, eliciting thunderous applause from hundreds of thousands of spectators. Humanity is a peculiar species. When one is powerful, all seem eager to grovel at their feet, yet in moments of weakness, no sympathy is afforded. Rather, they rush forth, eager to trample you underfoot. Unless his mood is extraordinarily buoyant, overflowing with compassion, he may occasionally bestow a modicum of kindness upon you. Thus, dignity can only ever reside upon the edge of a sword. Tomorrow's contest entails traversing obstacles while burdened, and the Westerners, towering and robust, possess an abundance of brute strength. Engaging in a test of physical prowess is likely their forte, and the thought of the impending competition weighs heavily on Jiang Xiaoyang's mind. Observing his unease, Bai Jia approached him with concern, inquiring, "Captain, what troubles you?" Little did he expect this meticulous young woman to perceive even the slightest ripple in his inner turmoil. Shang Wanjian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. Perhaps I was overly exhilarated during today's match, and my emotions have yet to settle. A good night's sleep will remedy it." "That won't do. You are our hope for victory," Bai Jia insisted. Determined to have Shang Wanjian come to her room for a massage, unable to resist her persistence, he reluctantly complied. Being a leader certainly has its advantages, Jiang Xiaoyang mused, watching Bai Jia's retreating figure. "Perhaps you should also experience some ailment. I've noticed your jealousy is quite pronounced, envying everything in sight," Chu Huayu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Upon entering her room, Bai Jia, with an authoritative tone, instructed Shang Wanjian to remove his shirt, claiming she would perform acupuncture to invigorate his circulation. "Isn't that inappropriate? It feels rather awkward for a man and a woman to be alone in such a situation." Shang Wanjian protested, shaking his head. "In my eyes, there is no distinction between male and female, only those in good health and those in ill health. My practice in medicine has long since discarded mundane notions," Bai Jia asserted, as she retrieved acupuncture tools from her medical kit, resolutely intent on disrobing Shang Wanjian. The woman possessed an eloquence that left him no choice but to remove his outer garment, revealing a physique as sturdy as steel. Bai Jia's slender fingers gracefully traversed his back, her fragrance and delicate skin enveloping Shang Wanjian, who frequently faced perilous situations. In a gentle embrace reminiscent of a spring breeze. After half an hour, his troubled spirit gradually found tranquility. As dawn broke, Shang Wanjian and his companions arose hastily, swiftly freshening up before heading to the dining hall for breakfast, then making their way to the competition arena. The crowd remained as fervent as ever, a sea of eager spectators determined not to miss a single exhilarating moment. Today's event involved carrying 60 kilograms of equipment while traversing a 10-kilometer obstacle course. Weight-bearing exercises are a fundamental assessment of a soldier's physical capabilities, an indispensable component of training in military forces worldwide. The 10-kilometer track was densely packed with obstacles, puddles, narrow bridges, soft ladders, barbed wire walls, and concrete barriers, among 10 formidable challenges. An average of 1 obstacle awaited at every kilometer. During the previous day's vehicle maneuvering competition, 50 soldiers had sustained serious injuries and remained hospitalized, resulting in a significant reduction of participants in the current contest. The weight-bearing race had minimal requirements for the terrain, allowing over 200 soldiers to compete without being divided into groups. Standing shoulder to shoulder at the starting line, each burdened with 60 kilograms of supplies, they observed a group of Western competitors, imposing as bulls and towering in stature. Jiang Xiaoyang contemplated that this contest demanded neither intellect nor finesse. It was a battle of brute strength. Shang Wanjian and his companions had performed remarkably well in the previous day's vehicle trials, earning recognition among all the soldiers. Many pairs of eyes were fixated on the 3 individuals, akin to a group of prisoners who had been confined for a decade without encountering a woman. Upon the sudden appearance of a female figure, the insatiable gaze that seemed to yearn to devour her was utterly nauseating. Observing the trio, who stood a half-head shorter than himself, a sense of innate superiority surged within many of the Westerners. The most repugnant Gallic soldier stood directly beside Shang Wanjian, who watched as the soldier raised his right palm above his head, then lowered it to his chest while gesturing towards the three with a thumbs up, followed by a provocative display of inverting his hand. What was there to be proud of merely because of one's stature? Even a bull, with its formidable size, was still relegated to the plow. Jiang Shaoyang raised his fist, intent on striking the Gallic man, but was fortuitously restrained by the quick-witted Shang Wanjian, who reminded him that small grievances could jeopardize grand schemes. Recalling their mission, Jiang Shaoyang reluctantly lowered his hand in frustration. With the sound of a starting gun, the soldiers surged forward like unleashed tigers, each striving to be the first. These foreigners were foolish. In such a vast distance, endurance mattered far more than speed. As Shang Wanjian predicted, a slightly shorter soldier from the Yamato nation collided with a burly soldier from the Grape nation while vying for a lane, resulting in him being knocked to the ground, face first into the dirt, a scene that could best be described with the phrase like a starving dog fighting over scraps. The first obstacle was to grasp the rope affixed to a pole and leap over a 7-meter-wide muddy pit. One soldier from the land of India grasped the rope, preparing to soar across, but unbeknownst to him, someone maliciously pushed him from behind. He fell heavily into the muddy pit, transforming into a veritable mud figure, indistinguishable in features, with his nose and eyes lost to the mire. I express my utmost disdain, as the soldier Iliua from the land of the East, having just emerged from the mire, was promptly disqualified from the competition by a nearby official. According to the regulations, a soldier must not fall into the pit while traversing it. 3 individuals endeavored to incite conflict among the other competitors, thereby exhausting their stamina, closely trailing behind them. The second obstacle was a narrow wooden bridge, approximately 100 meters in length, resembling the circumference of a bowl, elevated 3 meters above the ground on sturdy concrete pillars. The bark had been stripped from the bridge, which was then coated with a slick layer of oil, rendering it exceedingly slippery. A moment's distraction could lead to a fall. Western competitors, often less agile and slower in thought, faced the bridge with trepidation. Many soldiers attempted to leap onto it, but, unable to control their momentum after just a few steps, tumbled down heavily, wincing in pain as the judges disqualified them on the spot. One particularly indignant English soldier protested this ruling and engaged in a scuffle with the officials, only to be swiftly subdued and escorted off the premises by 3 security personnel. It was only after more than 20 soldiers had plummeted that these brawny competitors realized that sheer brute strength was insufficient to navigate the treacherous bridge. Following this round, nearly 30 soldiers had met with elimination. Ideally, all would be disqualified, leaving only the 3 of us to reach the designated point. While Jiang Shaoyang observed the unfolding spectacle with amusement from behind, the trio, led by Shang Wanjian, adopted a strategy of non-competition, striving to conserve their energy and closely following the others. The third challenge involved crossing a soft ladder, rising approximately 30 feet, its entire structure woven from hemp rope, resembling a vast fishing net suspended from a robust iron frame. Navigating a soft ladder requires more than mere brute strength. It necessitates an understanding of balance techniques. Many clumsy soldiers, fixated solely on grasping the rope, charge upward, unable to find a foothold on the swaying ladder, possessing strength without a means to utilize it. Numerous soldiers tumble from above, while the agile trio of Shang Wanjian deftly swing across like monkeys clutching the ropes. After strenuously traversing a kilometer of open terrain, many soldiers arrive at the barbed wire obstacle. Before them lies nearly 100 meters of barbed wire sprawled across the sandy ground, less than 2 feet above the earth, densely adorned with numerous sharp barbs. With a chuckle, the trio cannot help but laugh at how considerate the event organizers are towards them. Crossing the barbed wire not only tests one's physical coordination, but also demands a high degree of agility. For Shang Wanjian and his companions, this challenge resembles a child's play, while for a group of burly foreigners, it becomes a torment. The barbed wire, positioned perilously close to the sandy ground, leaves no room for the foreigners' robust physiques. As the trio approaches the wire, they execute a flawless crawling maneuver. However, their foreign counterparts do not fare as well. Many inadvertently elevate their backs just slightly and find themselves ensnared by the barbs, leaving long, painful gashes on their skin. The cries of discomfort resonate as an unfortunate contestant from Gaul finds his belt caught, trapped between advancing and retreating, lying beneath the barbed wire. He curses the event organizers with fervent expletives. Chapter 20. An unusual phenomenon. Upon successfully navigating the barbed wire, the soldiers proceed to the concrete wall beneath. The cement wall loomed approximately 7 meters high, its surface slicked with vegetable oil, rendering it exceptionally smooth. How could one possibly scale such a formidable barrier while burdened with 60 kilograms of supplies? Even Jiang Shaoyang, who often prided himself on his lightness of foot, found himself in a quandary. This task was beyond the capabilities of a solitary individual. At least two would need to collaborate. Chu Huayu proposed several strategies in succession. Many soldiers had already been eliminated in the earlier trials, leaving numerous competitors to fight alone. The stubborn, unyielding spirit of some soldiers compelled them to attempt the ascent single-handedly. Yet they barely managed to reach a third of the wall's height before slipping down, coated in grease. "Brothers, it is our time to shine," declared Shang Wanjian, who deemed Jiang Shaoyang's agility superior. He suggested that Jiang place his palms flat against the wall. With a swift motion, Jiang stepped onto Shangwan's back and vaulted to the top of the wall, lowering a leg for support. Chu Huayu leapt up, grasping Jiang's lowered leg with ease, and ascended to the wall's summit. Once the two were atop, Shang Wanjian sprang into action, seizing both of their legs and, with a powerful exertion, propelled himself over the barrier. Such a graceful display of skill, their teamwork was seamless, inspiring many other soldiers to follow suit. As they progressed through the remaining 5 trials, each one more treacherous than the last, by the time they reached the 10th challenge, only 10 out of the original 250 soldiers remained. Aside from Shang Wanjian and his companions, the remaining 7 included 3 soldiers from Gallia, 3 from the west, and 1 from the land of the rising sun. Shang Wanjian was intrigued. How could this solitary soldier from the land of the rising sun, burdened with 60 kilograms, possibly scale a 7-meter-high wall on his own? I had previously underestimated this petite individual who must undoubtedly possess extraordinary skills. The 10th challenge involves traversing a series of 50 concrete pillars set within a vast pit nearly 100 meters wide. Each pillar is topped with a steel ball the size of a teacup, while the bottom is strewn with iron spikes. The sight alone is enough to instill terror. To attempt crossing this 100-meter expanse while burdened with 60 kilograms of supplies seems perilous, and even without any weight, it is no easy feat. One misstep or slip could send a person plummeting into the pit, where the iron spikes would surely rend them with gaping wounds. This 10th trial not only determines victory, but also seals one's fate. Jiang Shaoyang gazed at the iron spikes scattered throughout the pit, and a chilling sense of dread coursed through him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. "Are you afraid?" Chu Huayu nudged Jiang Shaoyang's arm. "Who is afraid? Just don't expect me to save you later," Jiang Shaoyang retorted, though internally, he felt a tinge of fear yet refused to concede verbally. "Brothers, do not let your guard down. I have been quietly observing the soldiers from the Wan Nation and suspect their strength is formidable. Be wary of their guile, for they may strike when we least expect it. What is there to fear from a short fellow?" Jiang Shaoyang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the Wan Nation soldier beside him. "This young man likely has few who could match him," Chu Huayu mused, contemplating how to navigate this 100-meter pit successfully. The Gallic contestant, having shed his earlier bravado, stood transfixed before the concrete pillars. Clarity finally dawned upon him, realizing that should he fall, his muscular frame would merely provide a feast for the spikes below. The other competitors steadied their breathing, leaping from pillar to pillar like cunning rabbits. With agility as their ally, Shang Wanjian led the way, swiftly reaching the center of the cement piles in mere moments. However, Chu Huayu inadvertently shifted his weight forward, causing his body to lunge toward the pit below. Quick as a flash, Shang Wanjian bent down and grasped Chu Huayu's left arm, exerting his strength to pull him back atop the pile. He cautioned Chu Huayu not to gaze into the abyss beneath, but to focus on the cement pillar instead. The trio leaped across the vast chasm of over 100 meters with remarkable speed. "We are destined to win," declared Jiang Shaoyang. Yet before his words could settle, the soldiers from Woku Kingdom, akin to nimble monkeys, deftly traversed the cement piles, their feet springing between the pillars with astonishing agility. It became evident that they were formidable opponents, prompting the trio to double their efforts, propelling themselves towards the finish line with renewed vigor. "Disqualification is imminent if we falter," Shangguan Jin remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Shaoyang, who promptly stowed away his ominous talisman. "Let us push harder. Only 500 meters remain until we reach the goal," said Shangguan Jin, his feet a blur as he sprinted toward the end point. The soldiers from Woka Kingdom proved equally resilient, their legs creating a blur of motion, maintaining a parallel trajectory with Shangguan Jin and his companions. What a formidable adversary! Shangguan Jin secretly admired their prowess. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. They pressed forward, nearly simultaneously ringing the bell for the finish. Was this truly flesh and blood? The arena erupted in a cacophony of deafening cheers as the four athletes, laden with weight, shattered the world record in the 10-kilometer obstacle course event. A few referees, incredulous, widened their eyes to an astonishing size, craning their necks forward in disbelief. Had it not been for the stringent pre-match inspection procedures, these foreign officials might have suspected the few Asian competitors of illicit drug use. Congratulations to the soldiers of the Huaxia Nation and those of the Yamato Nation for sharing the top position. At that moment, the host, addressing the multitude of spectators, invoked the name of Shangguan Jin, a stark contrast to the previous mention, which was laced with sarcasm. The ensuing 2 days of competition promised to be even more intense and brutal. Should they continue to excel, Shangguan Jin and his compatriots would secure the Antarctic Passage, bringing glory to their nation and making significant contributions to the exploration of the cosmos. A loss would only leave them with unending disgrace. As pressure loomed over him like a dark cloud, outside, concrete blocks weighing hundreds of pounds rolled down the streets like glass marbles, while numerous trees, thick as a bowl, were snapped in half by the fierce winds. Pedestrians scattered in all directions, desperately seeking shelter from the tempest. The winds of Jinshan howled with unprecedented ferocity, and Shangguan Jin stood at the window, mesmerized by the chaos unfolding outside. Just then, Zoyang entered. Having just learned from hotel staff that Jinshan City was about to experience a once-in-a-century torrential downpour, advising everyone to secure their doors and windows. A once-in-a-century storm? While Shangguan Jin was skeptical of omens and strange occurrences, he couldn't shake the feeling that this wind was unlike any he had encountered. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, quickly followed by a thunderclap that resonated with a bone-chilling intensity. The wind howled relentlessly as torrents of water cascaded from the heavens, crashing against the ground with a resounding clatter. 3 hours had elapsed, yet the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. The streets had transformed into a vast sea. Was the sky truly rent asunder? Jiang Shaoyang pressed his nose against the glass, gazing out with an expression of utter helplessness. A light drizzle might bring joy, but a deluge could profoundly unsettle the spirit. Suddenly, the rooftop of the hotel trembled, and a glass from the table clattered to the floor. What was happening? An earthquake? Chu Huayu sprang from the bed like a startled fish. Before his words could settle, a thunderous roar emanated from the southwest of the hotel. An earthquake had indeed occurred, and someone shouted in alarm. The patrons, heedless of the torrential downpour outside, rushed out onto the street in a frenzy. However, Shangguan Jin remained remarkably composed. He had encountered such situations during previous missions, and the magnitude of the tremor posed no threat of collapse. He instructed Chu Huayu and the others to remain in their rooms, and as anticipated, after the cacophony subsided, tranquility returned. There were no signs of devastation. In the chaos, everyone had been too preoccupied with their own escape to notice one another, but as calmness descended, many suddenly became aware of their surroundings, their eyes greedily roaming over the curves of women's bodies. Several scantily clad females screamed in fright, darting back into the hotel. Huh, these foreign men are quite shameless. As if they had never encountered a woman before. Chu Huayu harbored a long-standing disdain for this group of individuals who judged worth by base desires. Although these foreigners may lack character, the women outside possess commendable figures, ample bosoms, and curvaceous forms, truly exquisite for igniting passion. Jiang Xiaoyang stroked his chin, his expression lingering with unfulfilled desire. Focus on your aspirations. Do not let distractions divert you. Rest well to prepare for tomorrow's competition, admonished Sheng Wanjian, who was already drowsy, yawning as he lay on the bed. Suddenly, Zhou Yang burst in, breathless and agitated. Something's gone awry, he exclaimed. When did that fellow venture outside? Sheng Wanjian was preoccupied, gazing out the window at the torrential rain, oblivious to Zhou Yang's entrance. Just a moment ago, I intended to go downstairs for a pack of gum when a tremendous noise erupted outside. I thought the sky was collapsing. Zhou Yang continued. I later overheard passers-by mention that an astronomical museum, located 3 kilometers from here, has inexplicably developed a bottomless pit in its vicinity. A throng of people has gathered to witness the spectacle, creating quite the obstruction. Jiang Xiaoyang, who has always enjoyed a good commotion, proposed, Captain, shall we also go take a look? Let us not forget the competition tomorrow, Sheng Wanjian cautioned, concerned about delaying their preparations. I will set a time limit for everyone. Not a problem. We will return promptly, Zhou Yang assured. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Xiaoyang declared, Very well, let us be off. The 4 of them exited the room. Should we inform Bai Jie? She might find it quite dull staying alone in the hotel, suggested Chu Huayu as he knocked on Bai Jie's door. Bai Jie appeared clad in a white bathrobe, drying her lustrous black hair with a towel. It appears that Bai Jie has just completed her grooming, contemplating whether to join in on the festivities. Jiang Xiaoyang, ever loquacious in the presence of women, hastily informs Bai Jie about the event. Upon observing her bathrobe, Bai Jie wrinkled her nose and shook her head, suggesting, I think it's best to refrain. Beauty is indeed discerning, and Jiang Xiaoyang replied, If you choose not to go, we shall not press you. However, do remain in the hotel and refrain from wandering aimlessly. I've noticed the foreigners residing here exhibit quite a flamboyant demeanor. Before he could finish, Bai Jie retorted, Pa, your words are ill-fated. In a lawful society, who would commit crimes at random? With that, she emphatically closed the door. Meanwhile, Sheng Wanjian and his companions ventured into the streets, where the rain had lessened considerably. They hailed a taxi to the Astronomy Museum. Upon their arrival, they found that the police had already cordoned off the area 3 meters from the museum. With a throng of onlookers gathered nearby, Jiang Xiaoyang mused, This isn't merely a spectacle, it's a gathering to witness the head of the matter. As he sought a higher vantage point to peer inside. Step down. Where are you from, to display such a lack of decorum? A passing white police officer spotted Jiang Xiaoyang as he stood on a platform and attempted to pull him down. Excuse me, this isn't your personal domain. It's merely a garden area. How does standing at the edge constitute a breach of etiquette? Jiang Xiaoyang countered, engaging in a heated debate with the officer. Are you seeking trouble, lad? The officer, accustomed to wielding authority, felt his pride challenged when Jiang Xiaoyang dared to confront him in front of others, raising his fist in readiness to strike. How dare you lay hands on me? Jiang Xiaoyang certainly did not regard this officer with any measure of respect. The young man appears to possess some skills. The white police officer stepped forward with his right foot, naturally adopting a boxing stance. Are you playing the fool? Jiang Xiaoyang could not help but chuckle. Why don't you take a look at my skills? He sneered at the white officer, wishing fervently to teach this man, whose eyes seemed to be perched atop his head, a lesson. Sheng Wanjian and his companions sought a less crowded area to squeeze into for a better view, proceeding further ahead. Zhou Yang, being observant, noticed that Jiang Xiaoyang had fallen behind and promptly informed Sheng Wanjian, stating that Jiang had gotten lost. Upon reaching the edge of the platform, they beheld Jiang Xiaoyang and the white officer facing off, surrounded by a throng of onlookers pointing and murmuring. That rascal is indeed stirring trouble again. What are you doing? We've been searching for you everywhere. Chu Huayu exclaimed as he rushed forward to grasp Jiang Xiaoyang. No wonder you're so audacious. It appears you have an accomplice. The white officer pointed at the approaching Chu Huayu. I fear neither of you. Come at me together. Damn it. Why can't this foreigner discern right from wrong? If it weren't for the concern of making a scene and tarnishing our national image, I would gladly confront this reckless white officer, Chu Huayu thought to himself. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from the crowd, followed by a chaotic scattering of individuals. What happened? The white officer craned his neck to assess the situation just as an out-of-control police car barreled toward him. As it appeared poised to collide with the officer, Shang Wanjian, with remarkable speed, dashed forward and pushed the stunned white man 3 meters away. Glancing into the car, he saw a white female police officer slumped over the steering wheel. Uncertain of the ailment afflicting the female officer within the vehicle, Shang Wanjian acted with urgency, leaping into action. He thrust his upper body into the driver's compartment, grasping the brake with his right hand while his left hand wrenched the steering wheel forcefully towards the open space ahead. The police vehicle emitted a piercing screech as the brakes engaged, sending sparks flying from the ground. It came to a sudden halt in the clearing. Shang Wanjian propped the female officer upright against the seat, observing her ashen complexion, the corners of her mouth frothing with white bubbles, and her lower lip quivering uncontrollably. Although not a physician, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of medical knowledge and recognized that her symptoms suggested poisoning. The white-skinned male officer whom he had previously rescued hurried over. His gaze towards Jiang Xiaoyang and the others softened with less hostility. Quickly call the emergency center, he exclaimed, initially at a loss until Jiang Xiaoyang prompted him into action, resulting in a frantic call to the ambulance service. Within 10 minutes, the emergency responders arrived with a stretcher to assist the female officer. Thank you. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. The white-skinned officer grasped Shang Wanjian's hand firmly. Do we possess any decorum? Jiang Xiaoyang seized the opportunity to bolster his image in front of the white-skinned officer. The latter chuckled awkwardly. I misjudged you. With the white-skinned officer's apology, Jiang Xiaoyang managed to temper the anger simmering within him. What transpired here? Shang Wanjian inquired of the white-skinned officer. He recounted. A colossal red light shot down from the sky, striking the roof with a thunderous roar, creating a 3-meter-wide pit in the planetarium's hall. A red light appeared, and a gaping hole manifested in the hall. What geographical phenomenon could account for this? Shang Wanjian furrowed his brow in contemplation. May we enter and take a look? Shang Wanjian inquired, his curiosity regarding the vast pit within the planetarium intensifying. The fair-skinned male officer raised an eyebrow and informed him that, as per standard procedure, the police were conducting an investigation inside, and typically, outsiders were not permitted at the scene. However, since you all saved numerous individuals earlier, I can negotiate with the captain. He should grant permission. The officer instructed Shang Wanjian and his companions to wait, then turned and walked into the hall. Within 2 minutes, he emerged, conveying that the captain had consented to their entry. I am eager to see what kind of pit has emerged, thought Jiang Xiaoyang, unable to contain his excitement as he closely followed the officer. Upon entering the planetarium, they were greeted by the sight of a large, ominous pit in the center of the hall, surrounded by several officers peering down into its depths. Some were jotting down notes, while 2 officers were extending a measuring tape into the pit. A burly officer, approximately 50 years old, nodded towards Shang Wanjian and his group. The fair-skinned officer introduced him, saying, "This is our captain, Talongpu. He greatly appreciates your courageous actions earlier." No sooner had the officer finished speaking than Captain Talongpu approached, firmly shaking Shang Wanjian's hand. "We have just procured several long measuring tapes to connect, yet we have not reached the bottom of the pit. Could it be a bottomless abyss?" Jiang Xiaoyang couldn't resist inching closer to the edge. "Hey, buddy, don't lean in too close, or you might fall in," a male officer of African descent cautioned him. Jiang Xiaoyang sensed a wave of warmth emanating from the pit and heard intermittent wails resonating from within. The situation remained unresolved as several police officers shook their heads in despair, pulling out a lengthy measuring tape attached to an iron cone from the hole. stacking it to a height of 2 meters on the ground. A senior officer suggested utilizing a drone to investigate further. A drone? Tarrant pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, recognizing the merit of the idea. He promptly summoned someone to fetch a drone from the police station, where an officer affixed a camera onto the device. The drone was then lowered into the deep pit, buzzing ominously. After approximately 5 minutes, the buzzing sound diminished, eventually fading into silence. 10 minutes later, an officer remarked that the drone's remote control range extended to 10 kilometers, beyond which it would lose connection. Tarrant gestured for the drone to ascend. Once it returned, an officer examined the camera footage, revealing nothing but a dark, indistinct scene. However, the keen-eyed Shang Wanjian noticed a long object coiled within the camera's view, nearly imperceptible without close scrutiny. Later, in the late hours at the hotel, Shang Wanjian noticed the door to Bai Jia's room ajar. Why was Bai Jia not sleeping with the door closed at such an hour? Had she gone out? He hurriedly knocked on the door and called out her name, but received no response. A pang of anxiety struck him. Could something have happened to Bai Jia? He rushed into the room, finding it empty, and noticed the bathroom door was also open. Dialing Bai Jia's number, he heard her phone ringing on the bedside table. Alarmed, he quickly informed Jiang Xiaoyang and the others outside, declaring that Bai Jia was missing. What? Bai Jia is missing? Perhaps we should inquire with the security personnel. The surveillance cameras in the corridor should have captured Bai Jia's movements, Chu Huayu suggested to the group. Indeed, let us consult the security. The group hastened to the security room and informed the chief of security about Bai Jia's mysterious disappearance. Chapter 22. Bai Jia has been kidnapped with someone inexplicably vanishing from the hotel, a matter that directly impacts their livelihoods. The chief of security could not afford to be negligent. He quickly reviewed the footage from the corridor. However, the camera directed at Bai Jia's room displayed nothing but a darkened screen, obscured intentionally by some object. This was dire. Bai Jia's disappearance was the result of foul play. Shang Wanjian regretted not having taken Bai Jia along with him. It was her first visit to Jinshan, and she bore no enmity towards anyone who would wish her harm. Shang Wanjian, accompanied by several security guards, searched Bai Jia's room and found all her valuables intact. If the assailant was not motivated by greed, what could their intentions be? Could it be for something more sinister? Jiang Xiaoyang expressed the unspoken fears of the group. Silence your ominous words. Shang Wanjian's expression darkened. Chu Huayu gently touched Jiang Xiaoyang's arm. He too had considered the troubling possibility of Bai Jia being targeted for her beauty, yet he hesitated to voice such thoughts. Given Bai Jia's exquisite appearance, falling into the hands of a deranged foreigner would yield catastrophic consequences. As a top-tier soldier, the thought of failing to protect his female comrades weighed heavily on him, casting a shadow over his military career. The chief of security proceeded to question the guests in the neighboring rooms, but all reported no signs of anything amiss. These self-serving foreigners, fearful of trouble, feign ignorance even upon hearing or witnessing events, adhering to the mindset that it is better to avoid complications. Some may even revel in the misfortune, secretly chuckling away in their abodes. Just as the four were engrossed in speculation about the culprit, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Who could it be at such a late hour? Shang Wanjian swiftly opened the door, revealing a young black boy, around 10 years of age, standing outside. Before Shang Wanjian could utter a word, the boy gazed up at him with wide eyes and timid demeanor, inquiring, "Are you Shang Wanjian from the Huaxia nation?" Bewildered by the boy's familiarity, Shang Wanjian nodded. "What brings you here?" he asked. Upon confirming Shang Wanjian's identity, the boy produced a piece of white paper from his pocket and handed it to him, explaining, "Earlier, I encountered an uncle wearing sunglasses on the street. He gave me a coin and instructed me to deliver this note to Mr. Shang Wanjian in room 897. With that, he swiftly darted into the elevator. Shang Wanjian hurriedly unfolded the note, which bore a message written in Huaxia script. "If you seek someone, immediately proceed to an underground warehouse called Andaluo in the northwestern suburbs of Jincheng City. Remember, do not let anyone else know. You must go alone, or you will never see the person you seek." It became evident that Bai Jie had indeed been abducted, yet there was a glimmer of hope in receiving this message. The fact that the messenger had arrived implied that Bai Jie was not in immediate mortal danger. Without waiting for further inquiries from the others, Shangguan Jian hastily exited the room. Following the address on the note, Shangguan Jian arrived at the underground warehouse in Ontario, situated in a desolate area on the northwestern outskirts of Gold City. Upon reaching the exterior, he was approached by two imposing African men who informed him that he must be searched before entering the premises. With so many of you around, are you truly afraid I might stab you? Shangguan Jian scoffed, repulsed by the pungent odor emanating from them. He urged them to hasten, stating that he was no delicate flower and should not be subjected to such unwarranted scrutiny. After the search was completed, one of the men escorted him inside the warehouse. Inside, he was met with the sight of a dozen bald men brandishing weapons, all glaring at him with predatory intent. Confused by the scene and the absence of Bai Jie, his primary concern was her safety. Just as he was about to speak, a round of applause erupted, and from behind the group, a man wearing a mask adorned with a sun emblem emerged. The man appeared to be around 6 feet tall and somewhat slender, his voice raspy. He nodded at Shangguan Jian and remarked, "Indeed, your reputation precedes you. You possess remarkable courage. It is no wonder you are known as the Iron Bone Yama of the Huaxiao army." Shangguan Jian was perplexed. Even within the Huaxiao army, few were aware of this moniker. As his mind raced to comprehend the situation, the masked man began to recite Shangguan Jian's background. Shangguan Jian, male, approximately 25 years old, with unknown parentage. Raised in an orphanage. Possessing an extraordinary aptitude for learning and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he earned the moniker of prodigy from a young age. At the tender age of 15, he was admitted to the esteemed National University of Defense Technology in China, graduating at 19 and subsequently being recommended to pursue a master's degree at the Academy of Strategic Studies. 2 years later, he continued his academic journey towards a doctorate, successfully completing his dissertation in less than a year. After navigating a series of rigorous examinations, he enlisted in the 999th Division of the Western Military, where he currently holds the rank of captain. Renowned for his marksmanship, he has been dubbed the sharpshooter capable of hitting a target from 100 paces. He once single-handedly rescued 10 hostages unharmed from the clutches of 50 armed assailants, consistently excelling in the missions assigned by his superiors. However, he interjected, "I did not come here to listen to your recitation of my illustrious history. Hand over the person I seek." Uninterested in the man's further prattle, Shangguan Jian was solely focused on seeing Bai Jie. "Patience," the masked man replied, waving his hand. 2 bald men emerged from a vacant room, escorting Bai Jie, her hands bound behind her. Her complexion was pale, and her hair disheveled. Upon spotting Shangguan Jian, she cried out loudly, prompting one of the bald men to swiftly produce a handkerchief from his pocket and cover her mouth, his expression menacing as he commanded her to behave. "These heartless brutes. What prowess do you possess in capturing a defenseless woman? If you have grievances, direct them towards me." Shangguan Jian's voice was steady, though he was acutely aware of the masked man's swift hands, which were now pressing a gun against Bai Jie's chest. "If you dare to make any rash moves, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Despite his formidable skills, Shangguan Jian was cautious, understanding that the cruelty of these individuals left him with little choice. Should he act impulsively, the fate of Bai Jie would be perilously uncertain. "Speak up, what are your demands?" Shangguan Jian realized that the group had summoned him for ulterior motives. It dawned on him that they had meticulously orchestrated Bai Jie's abduction, which was evidently linked to the competition. His remarkable performances in the initial 3 rounds had evidently alarmed certain nations, fearing his potential to thwart their aspirations for victory. With Bai Jie still in their clutches, he knew that refusal to comply with their demands would undoubtedly result in her suffering at their hands. "If I withdraw from the competition, can you ensure Bai Jie's safety?" Shangguan Jian inquired. No. The masked man shook his head. "I do not require you to withdraw. You must continue to contend with the elite from other nations. However, during the final match, you must concede to your opponent. At that time, we will ensure the safe return of the young woman to you." Shangguan Jian pondered, realizing that the only adversaries capable of matching their trio were this rogue nation, notorious for its rampant disregard for international norms and bullying weaker countries, was likely up to its usual antics this time as well. Do not speculate recklessly. Simply follow my instructions, the masked man urged, growing impatient as Shangguan Jian remained silent. Very well, I momentarily underestimated you and fell into your trap. Shangguan Jian reluctantly acquiesced to the man's demands. It is my fault for being careless and succumbing to the machinations of others. He then recounted in detail the circumstances surrounding Bai Jie's disappearance. Damn it! Which nation's rogue behavior has led to such shameless actions? Chu Huaiyu exclaimed, striking his fist against the wall. It's your incessant foreboding that led to this. You said Bai Jie would be kidnapped, and now it has indeed come to pass. Zhou Yang reproached Jiang Shaoyang for his ominous predictions. I am not a deity. Who could have known that I would speak the truth? Jiang Shaoyang lamented, spreading his hands in resignation. It is not his fault. This rogue nation covets the Antarctic meteorite with relentless fervor. Even if they do not resort to kidnapping Bai Jie, they would undoubtedly employ other nefarious tactics. Shangguan Jian urged everyone not to cast blame upon one another, emphasizing the importance of unity. Chu Huaiyu felt a twinge of discontent. Should we not report this matter to our homeland? Jiang Shaoyang reminded Shangguan Jian. Shangguan Jian, recalling that their secrets were thoroughly known to that group, understood the adage, where there are no domestic thieves, foreign bandits cannot be summoned. If news were to leak, that group would surely obliterate the evidence, leaving Bai Jie in grave peril. He cautioned everyone to refrain from disclosing Bai Jie's kidnapping, lest the adversaries, cornered, resort to desperate measures and destroy the proof. Next, we should act prudently and prioritize rescuing Bai Jie. Frustration consumed them. The four of them lacked even the inclination to bathe, opting instead to lie fully clothed on the bed. The following morning, they arose, hastily attending to their grooming, devoid of appetite for breakfast. As usual, upon arriving at the arena, they were met with a throng of enthusiastic spectators, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Today's competition featured a challenge of physiological limits. With 10 towering glass tanks filled with repugnant, foul-smelling sewage occupying the center of the arena, the mere sight of the murky, greenish-yellow liquid was enough to induce nausea. According to the rules of the competition, each participant was required to submerge their entire body in the filth. The individual who remained submerged the longest would score the highest. While the contest may have appeared straightforward, it profoundly tested one's willpower, endurance, and exceptional lung capacity. In this competition, there was no need for a draw, as the soldiers entered in alphabetical order according to the first letter of their country's name. In cases where the initials were the same, the order was determined by the soldiers' surnames. Due to the prior 3 matches, 100 soldiers were still confined to hospital beds, leaving only 200 to compete. To heighten the spectators' enthusiasm for the event, the organizers deliberately prolonged the proceedings. It was stipulated that 10 soldiers would compete in each group. Once ready, the 10 soldiers lined up before the glass tank, and at the sound of the starting gun, the water splashed as they all leapt into the tank, submerging their entire bodies. One soldier from the Arab nation could not withstand the foul odor of the murky water. His stomach began to churn, and although he initially attempted to hold it together, he soon faltered. Within 2 minutes, an unfortunate gasp allowed a surge of contaminated water to rush into his nostrils, and he could no longer bear it. The breakfast he had consumed that morning erupted from his stomach. Concerns of victory, national honor, and ethnic dignity were cast aside as the Arab soldier scrambled out of the tank, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of retching. 2 medical personnel from his country hurried to assist him. Chapter 23. The uninvited blonde. Soon after, 5 more soldiers succumbed to the nauseating stench of the tank. Before they could escape, streams of yellow, white, and red spewed forth from their mouths, transforming the tank into a vibrant spectacle. Not a single soldier from the first group managed to endure more than 3 minutes in the tank, and with their hasty exit, the first round of the competition concluded. Following closely behind, the second group of soldiers prepared to take their turn. Unexpectedly, the The second group of soldiers spent even less time in the water tank. Several of them had not yet managed to lift their heads above the rim before expelling their breakfast into the tank. Such ineptitude drew a chorus of boos from the tens of thousands of spectators. Successive groups of soldiers failed to remain submerged for more than 3 minutes. How absurd! These so-called iron-blooded warriors could not even endure the stench of a few excretions, squandered our ticket money. A few irritable audience members demanded refunds, their tempers only calmed by the efforts of the staff. In the ensuing competition, soldiers from the Western nation also participated. I truly hoped those 3 imbeciles would choke in the tank. Upon the appearance of the Western soldiers, Jiang Shaoyang could not restrain his ire. Convinced that by Jie's abduction was the work of the West. As the starting pistol fired, 10 soldiers plunged into the tank in unison, fully submerging themselves. Due to the previous groups, many soldiers had already emptied their breakfasts into the tank, resulting in an even more unbearable odor. The acrid, pungent scent invaded the nostrils like a sentient being, except for 3 Western soldiers who remained utterly still in the tank. The other 7 could not withstand the assault on their senses and scrambled out in less than 3 minutes, flailing their arms in protest against the event organized by the United Nations. The staff hurriedly intervened, dragging them from the tank. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The 3 Western soldiers remained unmoved in the water, and the previously raucous crowd fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers fixated their gaze upon the 3 soldiers submerged in the water tank, and as 20 minutes elapsed, they remained utterly still, seemingly lifeless within the confines of the tank. Surely, one might wonder if these 3 robust figures had perished in the watery depths. Shangguan Jian and his companions could hardly conceal their wish for them to drown, as it would alleviate their burdens significantly. As half an hour passed, the soldiers' heads finally emerged from the water, a miraculous feat indeed. It appeared that the Western nation had made thorough preparations for this competition. Shangguan Jian cautioned Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang, reminding them that Bai Jie was still in the hands of their adversaries, should their scores surpass those of the opponents. These ruthless individuals could resort to any means necessary. Their time in the tank should not exceed half an hour, yet it must not deviate too greatly. One could never tell when circumstances might take a favorable turn. All right, let us aim to emerge half a minute before them, he declared. I estimate that, aside from those 3, the representatives from other nations cannot endure for such a prolonged period. With the sound of the starting gun, Shangguan Jian and his companions leaped into the tank alongside the other 3 soldiers. What kind of upbringing did these foreigners have? Jiang Shaoyang muttered under his breath, repulsed by the foul stench emanating from the tank. As anticipated, all 7 soldiers, except for Shangguan Jian and his companions, were driven out by the noxious fumes. Having previously coordinated their escape, the trio synchronized their exit a mere half a minute shy of the 30-minute mark, although they fell just short of the Western soldiers' endurance. Jiang Shaoyang overheard the surrounding crowd murmuring their opinions. You lot are utterly clueless. Were it not for the underhanded tactics of the opposition, my proficiency would allow me to slumber effortlessly in the water for half an hour, as easy as child's play. The subsequent soldiers did not distinguish themselves much, and within 3 minutes, they were expelled from the tank. The spectacle seemed lackluster, and some spectators had already departed. After several teams had taken their turn, it was now the moment for the soldiers from the Yamato nation to perform alongside representatives from other countries. Look, that short fellow has appeared again. Jiang Shaoyang pointed out a soldier in the arena. They had thoroughly investigated and discovered that the soldier from the Yamato nation was named Qiantao Longi, a figure that Shangguan Jian remembered vividly. He had once pondered how Qiantao Longi, burdened with 60 kilograms, managed to scale a 7-meter-high wall all alone. Moreover, Qiantao Longi's agility on the cement pillar was reminiscent of a monkey, leading Shangguan Jian to increasingly perceive this soldier as an enigma. He offered no response but silently observed Qiantao Longi. As the starting gun fired, Qiantao Longi moved like a white carp plunging into the water. His weight of over 100 jin caused not a single splash, a remarkable display of lightness. Even Jiang Shaoyang, who prided himself on his own nimbleness, could not help but privately commend Qiantao Longi's prowess. In less than 3 minutes, all the other soldiers had emerged from the tank, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. 3 minutes passed, then 10, then 30. Qiantao Longi remained utterly motionless within the tank. 50 minutes, an hour elapsed, and he still did not stir. Gasps erupted among the audience. Could it be that he had transformed into a fish, capable of breathing underwater? The previously boisterous arena fell into a profound silence, with some spectators scarcely daring to breathe, lest they disturb Qiantao Longi within the tank. After 2 hours, Qiantao Longi suddenly shot out of the water tank and landed steadily outside. Such remarkable prowess elicited thunderous applause from numerous spectators in the arena. The subsequent matches held little suspense, as no soldier exceeded 3 minutes. Ultimately, Qiantao Longi claimed the first position. However, his team's performance was subpar, placing the Wonu nation in third. The Atlantic nation's 3 soldiers secured second place, while their team ranked first. The Huaxia nation's Shang Wanjian and his 2 comrades finished in third place, with their team ranking second. When the host announced the results, the 3 soldiers from the west looked smugly at Shang Wanjian and his companions, causing Jiang Shaoyang to fume with rage. What will we do about tomorrow's match? If we do not rescue Bai Jie, we are sure to lose. Shang Wanjian meticulously inspected every corner of the room, finally easing his mind upon finding no hidden cameras or listening devices. The captain voiced his concern. This cannot continue. Bai Jie is in their hands. We cannot give our all on the field tomorrow, and it frustrates me to see those arrogant white-skinned pigs. Jiang Shaoyang anxiously glanced at the 3, when suddenly Shang Wanjian heard footsteps approaching their room. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, aware that the other side would likely send someone to monitor them. Noticing Jiang Shaoyang's cue, the 3 fell silent. A knock echoed from the door. Who is knocking? Shang Wanjian swiftly moved to the door, prompting the others to step aside. Who is it? He asked, deliberately raising his voice. Is Mr. Shang Wanjian in there? Came the voice of a young woman from outside. Determining from the tone that there was no hostility, Shang Wanjian opened the door and beheld a blonde woman standing outside, laden with an abundance of fruit. It was the same police officer who had been unconscious in the patrol car the previous night. He recognized her at once. Are you Mr. Shang Wanjian? Before he could respond, the woman inquired. Yes, I am Shang Wanjian, he replied, aware that she bore no malice. May I ask what brings you here, madam? He spoke with utmost courtesy. Wonderful. I finally found you. The woman exclaimed joyfully, grasping Shang Wanjian's hand. Her excessive enthusiasm rendered him somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to instinctively step back by 2 paces. Observing his reaction, the blonde woman realized her earlier exuberance had been somewhat inappropriate and awkwardly raised her hand in acknowledgement. My name is Kelly, and I am a detective with the Golden Mountain Police Department. Last night, while on duty, I unexpectedly suffered a heart attack. My colleague Mike informed me that had it not been for your timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. After much effort, I managed to locate you. She explained her purpose. It turned out she had come to express her gratitude. It was merely a small act. There is no need for such formality. Shang Wanjian warmly welcomed her inside and accepted the fruit she offered. From the expressions on your faces, it seems you are facing some troubles, the blonde woman inquired, driven by her professional instinct. It's nothing. We just finished a match and everyone is a bit weary. Having just freshened up, Shang Wanjian replied, deliberately concealing the incident involving Bai Jie from Kelly. I considered you a friend, yet you withhold the truth from me. Kelly's expression darkened suddenly. Indeed. There is little of significance to discuss. Shang Wanjian was acutely aware that divulging such matters to Kelly would yield no fruitful outcome. Moreover, how could these arrogant Westerners possibly extend aid to someone of Asian descent? Still reluctant to speak the truth, he remarked, I hold a doctorate in psychology from Atlantic University. I can discern your troubles with but a glance. Yet Kelly persisted, unwilling to relent on her inquiries. Could it be that this woman was intentionally seeking information? Jiang Shaoyang clenched his fists in silence. This reckless fellow seemed poised to act impetuously. Chu Huayu grasped his hand firmly, whispering, do not act rashly. Others come merely to express their gratitude to the captain for his assistance last night. which does not imply any connection to the abduction of Bai Jia. Chu Huayu was convinced of Kelly's benign intentions. Should I confide in Kelly about Bai Jia's kidnapping? If her connections could facilitate Bai Jia's rescue, that would be ideal. Yet, could she truly be of assistance? Would she dare to confront Westerners on such matters? Shangguan Jian's mind raced, akin to a flash of lightning. He hesitated to place such a significant wager. Chapter 24. Encountering a tenacious young man, this predicament may well exceed Miss Kelly's capabilities, thought Shangguan Jian. Preoccupied with devising a plan to rescue Bai Jia, he had no desire to squander time with Kelly. How can you be so certain I lack the ability? Despite being a woman, Kelly possessed a fiercely competitive spirit, and upon sensing Shangguan Jian's disdain for her enthusiasm, she felt a twinge of displeasure. It was unexpected to discover Kelly's pride to be so formidable. Shangguan Jian realized he had misspoken in a moment of urgency. He quickly clarified, "What we are facing may not fall within the purview of your police force. Are you suggesting we are incapable?" "You owe someone money," Shangguan Jian remarked, shaking his head. "Have you offended the high ranks of the United Nations?" Kelly continued to inquire. Shangguan Jian merely shook his head once more. "It's all right. Although I am merely a police officer, my father is a prominent figure in the Sun and Moon Society, and he can resolve many matters with his influence." The Sun and Moon Society? Shangguan Jian could not help but reassess Kelly. He had heard of this organization during his time in the military. Its headquarters was located within the United Nations, though its precise location remained unknown. It is a gang with political undertones, originally founded on arms dealing, wielding formidable power, straddling the line between righteousness and villainy. It even has a hand in the electoral processes of some smaller nations, and its current ventures are shrouded in mystery from outsiders. Shangguan Jian could hardly have imagined that Kelly's father was a member of such an organization. If her father were willing to intervene, there could be a glimmer of hope. After all, few would dare to oppose this group lightly. "Very well, Miss Kelly. To be candid, one of our female comrades who accompanied us has been kidnapped." Shangguan Jian disclosed the situation regarding Bai Jia's abduction to Kelly. "Is such a thing truly happening? Who possesses the audacity to kidnap a soldier participating in the competition?" Kelly instantly rose from her chair, instructing Shangguan Jian and the others to await her news at the hotel. With that, she hurriedly departed. As he watched Kelly's retreating figure, Jiang Shaoyang voiced his skepticism. "Captain, do you genuinely believe this white female officer will be of any help?" At this juncture, the only recourse was to grasp at straws. They had no alternative. If the Sun and Moon Society were to intervene, hope for Bai Jia's situation would undoubtedly arise. Shangguan Jian had no choice but to place his hopes in Kelly, as he had no better solution at hand. Time passed slowly, second by second, as the four individuals anxiously awaited news from Kelly in the hotel. Silence enveloped the room until 2 hours had passed, when Kelly finally called. "How are things, Miss Kelly?" Shangguan Jian exclaimed, seizing the phone. Kelly informed him that her father was willing to intervene in the matter of Bai Jia's abduction. However, he insisted on meeting Shangguan Jian immediately. Splendid. The group was elated to hear that Kelly's father was prepared to assist. Kelly instructed Shangguan Jian to make ready, as she would soon arrive to pick him up at the hotel. Within 10 minutes, Kelly indeed appeared, driving a sports car to the hotel entrance. Shangguan Jian advised Chu Huayu and the others to remain at the hotel for updates before he climbed into Kelly's vehicle. With a swift press of the accelerator, she sped off towards the northern part of the city. As the scenery flitted past, approximately half an hour later, the sports car emerged from a grove of birch trees. Arriving at a luxurious villa, Wei arrived. Kelly pointed towards the opulent residence. Observing the meticulously arranged greenery surrounding the villa and its grand architectural design, Shangguan Jian understood that Kelly spoke the truth. Her father held significant standing in the Sun and Moon Society. After disembarking, a respectful male servant approached and drove the sports car into the garage. Shangguan Jian followed Kelly into the villa, traversing a corridor into a grand hall. The hall was decorated in a subdued yet lavish manner, adorned with an array of paintings and lined with bookshelves filled with valuable antiques. It was evident that Kelly's father was a person of refined tastes. She invited Shangguan Jian to sit on a genuine leather sofa, and just as he settled in, a maid arrived bearing a cup of coffee. As Shangguan Jian took a sip of his coffee, a tall, bald man entered the room. The man's high cheekbones and deeply set eyes exuded an aura of formidable authority, a hint of lethal intent flickering in his gaze. Those unaccustomed to the world would likely hesitate to meet his stare for even 3 seconds. Kelly introduced Shangguan Jian to her father, Kaiminsifu. "Good afternoon, uncle." Shangguan Jian promptly rose and bowed respectfully in traditional Chinese fashion. "I have heard that you selflessly saved my daughter's life. I admire your chivalrous character." Kaiminsifu gestured for Shangguan Jian to take a seat and settled into the sofa opposite him. "It was merely a trifling effort, uncle." "You flatter me," Shangguan Jian replied. Though he felt a touch of unease in the presence of Kaiminsifu, despite his worldly experience. "I have interacted with many from Huaxia in the past. You are all remarkably humble and courteous, unlike us Westerners, who often lack subtlety," Kaiminsifu remarked, a rare smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Kaiminsifu scrutinized Shangguan Jian for half a second before shifting the conversation. "I have heard from Kelly that your skills are quite impressive. I have long admired Huaxia martial arts. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me?" Shangguan Jian, having a request of his own, could not outright refuse but needed to maintain a modest demeanor. After a brief pause, he replied, "My abilities are but a mere trifle before you, uncle. I cannot claim to have mastered martial arts." He offered a humble smile. "Why the hesitation, young man? I have battled through the world since childhood and prefer straightforwardness," Kaiminsifu insisted, repeatedly encouraging Shangguan Jian to showcase his skills for a glimpse of his prowess. Unable to evade the challenge, Shangguan Jian followed Kaiminsifu to a grassy expanse outside. Kaiminsifu pointed to a glass sphere, no larger than a thumb, suspended on an iron frame 2,000 meters away. "I have heard from Kelly that you possess the remarkable skill of shooting with precision from 100 paces. Why not endeavor to hit that glass sphere with the rifle?" As Kaiminsifu's words fell, a burly, bald bodyguard tossed a sniper rifle to Shangguan Jian. He understood that Kaiminsifu was testing his prowess. After decades of navigating the treacherous waters of the Sun and Moon Society, Kaiminsifu would hardly regard the incompetent. To rescue Bai Jie, he needed to demonstrate his capabilities tonight. This distance posed no challenge in daylight, yet it was now night, and the lights reflected harshly off the glass sphere, demanding the utmost acuity from a marksman. Furthermore, the sphere swayed gently in the breeze, requiring not only precise calculations of wind speed and force, but also the amplitude of its oscillation. Raising the sniper rifle, Shangguan Jian fixed his gaze intently on the glass sphere. 1 second, 2 seconds, he silently calculated in his mind, waiting for the moment when the sphere's movement minimized. With swift precision, his index finger squeezed the trigger, and a bullet whistled forth. With a sharp crack, shards of glass erupted in a dazzling display, the bullet striking the sphere with unwavering accuracy. "Indeed, the finest soldier of Huaxia," Kaiminsifu applauded. Recognition, Shangguan Jian humbly acknowledged with a slight bow. Though typically self-assured, he understood the wisdom of not underestimating the local talents, especially when in need of assistance. Thus, he endeavored to adopt a demeanor of modesty. The young man not only possessed remarkable marksmanship, but also exhibited great humility, suggesting limitless potential. Kaiminsifu raised his thumb at Shangguan Jian. "Is this level of skill truly considered marksmanship?" "It is merely what I have honed since childhood," a blond man behind Kaiminsifu remarked dismissively. "There are always naysayers." Shangguan Jian thought, feeling frustrated and eager to rescue Bai Jie rather than engage in competition. He smiled slightly at the blond man's provocation, gesturing humbly. "I merely stumbled upon it. My apologies, brother." Yet, the blond man remained unappreciative, tilting his head and casting a sidelong glance at Shangguan Jian, exuding an air of profound disdain. "This is my nephew, John, who has just retired from the Marine Corps. He has practiced jujitsu, ninjutsu, and Israeli combat techniques since childhood, and is also skilled in marksmanship." Kaiminsifu introduced the man behind him to Shangguan Jian. "So, he is a former Marine. No wonder he is so arrogant." John glanced at Shangguan Jian, picked up a stone the size of a thumb from the ground, and tossed it into the air. He then swiftly seized a sniper rifle from one of the bodyguards. Without the need to aim at the ascending stone, he merely raised the rifle. And with a resounding gunshot, the stone was shattered midair. John looked at Shangguan Jian, raising his long brows and curling his lips into a slight smirk, a look that could provoke a few well-deserved slaps. Impressive marksmanship, Shangguan Jian thought. Though he found John's expression distasteful, he could not help but admire the skill displayed. The brazen golden retriever seemed intent on embarrassing me tonight. If I did not suppress his arrogance, Kaimansef would undoubtedly look down upon me. In a swift motion, Shangguan Jian picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it into the air, raising his rifle slightly. The airborne stone was shattered into fragments by his precise shot. Excellent marksmanship. Kai Kelly was the first to applaud Shangguan Jian, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. John remained silent, yet his face betrayed a condescending smirk. You think you can continue to act so arrogantly? Shangguan Jian pondered what challenge John would present next. John furrowed his brow, surveying the crowd before striding directly beneath a street lamp. What could this fellow be up to? Did he intend to collide his head with the pole? Shangguan Jian silently observed John's actions. John took a deep breath and, with a forceful punch, shattered the glass cover of the lamp, yanking the wires from within. Sparks erupted in a dazzling display, blinding those around him. Yet John seemed unfazed by the scattering sparks. He turned to Shangguan Jian, a triumphant expression gracing his face. In a shocking display, he crazily wrapped the sparking wires around his arm, discarding them only after a brief moment. With a clenched fist, John struck a large blue stone by the poolside, producing a resounding crash as the 2-meter-high stone crumbled to dust. Lightning fist? Shangguan Jian felt a jolt of surprise within. He had learned of the lightning fist from a book in the school library, which described it as a mysterious martial art capable of channeling electricity into the practitioner, enhancing the power of their strikes. It is said that this martial art demands a high level of physical capability from its practitioners. If one fails to meet these physical requirements, rather than harnessing energy, they risk being scorched by the very currents they seek to control. Thus, the number of individuals capable of mastering this technique is but a fraction of a percent. Those who succeed can channel energy for mere minutes, enabling them to run with the swiftness of lightning and strike with the force of a tempest, capable of reducing a 200-pound adult to cinders with a mere punch. They can run tirelessly for hours on end, and it is indeed remarkable that John has managed to cultivate such a lightning-infused fist. Chapter 25. The Ultimate Showdown. How powerful is my punch? John asked, his gaze dripping with disdain as he regarded Shangguan Jian. To be candid, while Shangguan Jian possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds behind his fist, he lacked the mastery of the lightning fist technique. In his youth, driven by mischief, he had once foolishly reached for a wire connected to the electrical lines on the ceiling. Had it not been for the timely intervention of others, he would have long since met his demise. Ever since that incident, he harbored an inexplicable fear of anything associated with electricity. The arrogant golden retriever clearly sought to assert his superiority over him. Recalling the triumphant expression on the golden retriever's face ignited a sudden surge of determination within Shangguan Jian. Spotting a 2-meter-high granite stone by the pool, he approached it, lifted it with great effort, and hurled it to a height of approximately 3 zhang. Following this, he leapt into the air and struck the massive rock with his fist. A thunderous crack echoed as the stone shattered midair. The spectators, awestruck by his skill, erupted into applause. How can my fist possess such immense power? Shangguan Jian marveled, almost incredulous, as he stood still, scrutinizing his own hand. Could it be that the golden retriever had awakened some latent energy within him? The young lad, astonished by the formidable strength of his fist, found it to be on par with the might of my lightning fist. John glared fiercely at Shangguan Jian, resolutely thinking to himself that he could not allow this yellow-skinned boy to overshadow his prowess. He resolved to challenge Shangguan Jian on the spot. At that moment, a male servant, carrying a tray laden with several cups of coffee, inadvertently slipped as he passed by John, causing the coffee to splatter in all directions. John, unable to evade in time, found himself doused in the scalding liquid, and in a fit of rage, he berated the servant. contorting in agony as he crouched on the ground. The servant, pale with fright, hurried over to assist John. However, as the servant's hand brushed against John's arm, he suddenly convulsed, foaming at the mouth and collapsing in a fit. How could a mere splash of coffee elicit such a reaction? It was not as if it were sulfuric acid or some other caustic substance. Shang Wanjian smacked his forehead in realization. Could it be that John was unable to touch anything liquid while employing his lightning fist? Indeed, it must be so. The contact between liquid and electricity could result in an electric backlash, and with John having just unleashed his lightning fist, the energy within him had yet to dissipate. The moment he made contact with the liquid, the current would recoil upon him. At last, I've uncovered your weakness, you insufferable golden-haired fool. Shang Wanjian thought with a hint of pride. After what seemed like an eternity of about 10 minutes, both John and the servant gradually regained their footing, appearing utterly exhausted. Kaiminsifu informed Shang Wanjian, I have discovered the identity of those who abducted your comrade. They have agreed to release him under the pressure exerted by the Day and Night Society. Splendid. I never anticipated the immense influence of the Day and Night Society. Even the military of the Western nations trembles before them. As Shang Wanjian was about to express his gratitude to Kaiminsev, the latter abruptly shifted his tone. Stating that the group had imposed a condition, Shang Wanjian must stab himself in the thigh before they would release the hostages. What kind of condition is this? It was evidently a ploy to prevent his release. Before Shang Wanjian could utter a word, Kelly's face contorted with rage upon hearing this. Shang Wanjian understood that their intention was to incapacitate him from participating in the forthcoming competition. However, every moment Bai Jie remained in their clutches was fraught with peril. These brutes were capable of anything. Rescuing Bai Jie was paramount. The matter of the competition could be addressed later. After a brief contemplation of no more than 3 seconds, he informed Kaiminsev of his acceptance of the condition. Indeed, a man of resolute character, Kaiminsev nodded in approval and then summoned a seemingly capable middle-aged man. He introduced him to Shang Wanjian as Batu, his butler, who was known for his meticulousness in carrying out tasks. You will accompany him to retrieve your comrade, Kaiminsev instructed. Thank you for your assistance, Shang Wanjian responded with a respectful gesture towards Batu. Batu merely inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, remaining silent. He led Shang Wanjian and 2 bodyguards to the Ontario warehouse. As the 4 entered the warehouse, they found over a dozen burly men waiting there with Bai Jie. Well, I didn't expect you to bring reinforcements, remarked a man donning a sun mask, gesturing to a bald man beside him. The bald man immediately produced a glinting dagger from his person and tossed it at Shang Wanjian's feet. Picking up the dagger, Shang Wanjian exchanged a glance with his adversaries. Suddenly, he raised his right foot and plunged the dagger into his thigh, feeling a sharp, excruciating pain as blood gushed forth. Bai Jie let out a piercing scream, hastily covering her eyes with her hands, unable to bear the sight of Shang Wanjian's blood-soaked thigh. You have quite a fierce disposition, remarked the man in the solar mask, gesturing for his subordinates to release Bai Jie. As she entered the room, she hurried over to examine Shang Wanjian's injury, asking, Is your wound serious? I will tend to it immediately to prevent infection. Upon rolling up his pant leg, Bai Jie found only a tear in the fabric and indistinct bloodstains, but no visible wound on his leg. A long sigh of relief escaped her lips, realizing that this fellow had employed some form of illusion. Throughout their journey, she had worried about his injury, only to discover that there was nothing to fear. It nearly frightened her to death. Shang Wanjian, too, was intrigued. He distinctly remembered stabbing his leg, yet there were no marks to show for it. He recalled the last time in the sacred mountains of Nepal, where he had been struck by a shadowy figure, left bleeding and unconscious in the car, only to awaken without a trace of the incident. He initially attributed his swift recovery to his robust constitution, but to think that this time, after stabbing himself with a dagger, he bore no scars within the hour was utterly unfathomable. Such an occurrence would defy medical knowledge, and no one would believe it. He glanced at Bai Jie and chuckled to himself, contemplating how easily he could deceive those fools. As if I would be so foolish as to stab myself, he mused. You are truly incorrigible. Even I fall prey to your tricks, Bai Jie said, playfully punching his shoulder. Why not grant me a kiss as compensation? Shang Wanjian teased, leaning in towards her face. You only seek to take advantage of me. I shall ignore you now, Bai Jie retorted, pushing him away. Go wash up, look at you. All dirty. Was the person rescued? As soon as he entered the room, 3 individuals immediately surrounded him. I initially suspected that Kelly was a spy sent by the opposing side. Had it not been for Chu Huayu calling out to me, I might have rashly attempted to seize her in exchange for Bai Jie. How foolish of me. With that, Jiang Xiaoyang lightly slapped his own face. You were too gentle. Perhaps I should assist you with a more forceful slap, Chu Huayu jested, mimicking a genuine slap. Oh, come on. You just enjoy bickering with me, Jiang Xiaoyang retorted, evading the playful gesture. Everyone, enough of this banter. We have the final match tomorrow, Shang Wanjian urged, reminding the group to rest. Early the next day, the 5 of them hastily completed their morning routines and headed to the arena after having breakfast in the cafeteria. As it was the final match, and a fighting competition at that, numerous martial arts enthusiasts arrived early to witness this high-level showdown. Originally, 100 countries had sent 300 soldiers to participate, but nearly 100 had been injured in previous bouts and were confined to hospitals, unable to compete. Additionally, some teams, having performed poorly, had withdrawn from the contest, leaving only 100 competitors. To ensure the audience could fully enjoy this visual spectacle, the event organizers divided the remaining 100 soldiers into 50 pairs, with each round comprising 10 pairs and lasting 10 minutes. Should the competitors be evenly matched, the time could be extended by another 10 minutes until one opponent was subdued. The competition among the soldiers was exceedingly brutal. A contest was deemed concluded only when one had utterly defeated the other. The rules stipulated that concealed weapons were prohibited, while all other forms of combat were unrestricted, with the shortest time taken to achieve victory earning the highest score. The victors then proceed to compete in the subsequent round against one another. Each match's score contributes to the overall tally. The opponents are drawn at random, and Shang Wanjian finds himself in the 5th round, facing a soldier from the Wanu Kingdom. He conveys to Chu Huayu and Jiang Xiaoyang that there remains ample time before the competition, allowing for the opportunity to analyze and learn from these soldiers' extraordinary skills. As the sound of the starting gun resonates, 20 soldiers march onto the arena with spirited determination. The clash of fists and feet on the stage captivates the audience, causing many to raise their binoculars in awe. Within less than 2 minutes, a soldier from the Tianzhu Kingdom is struck down by a powerful kick from a Gaulish soldier, crashing heavily to the ground. 2 medical personnel hurriedly rush to lift the Tianzhu soldier onto a stretcher. This formidable figure has proven to be ruthless. During the initial shooting match, he had resorted to underhanded tactics that caused Shang Wanjian to suffer public humiliation. He harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Gaulish soldier, yearning for an opportunity to settle the score. An hour has passed, and 4 rounds of competition have already transpired, with numerous soldiers sustaining severe injuries and being rushed to the hospital. The 5th round swiftly approaches, featuring nations such as Huaxia, Wanu, the West, East Africa, South Australia, England, Israel, East Germany, Russia, and Malaysia. These 10 countries are all recognized powers on the global stage, each fiercely determined to claim victory in this contest. As the starting gun sounds once more, 20 soldiers emerge in unison. Shang Wanjian's adversary in this round is Takeda Nobuyoshi, a soldier from the Wanu Kingdom, who has been mastering ninjutsu, aikido, and kendo since the tender age of 7. In the land of Wano, there exists a figure known as the cold-faced king of hell, Takeda Nobuaki, whose frail physique is marked by a sallow complexion and a glint of coldness in his eyes, evoking a sense that he is perpetually poised to claim a life. The diminutive and unremarkable figure of Takeda has never inspired any fondness in Shang Wanjian, who harbors an inherent disdain for the people of Wano. As the saying goes, an unusual appearance often conceals extraordinary abilities. Despite Takeda's lack of aesthetic appeal, Shang Wanjian remains cautious and vigilant. Chapter 26. A failed scheme leads to another. The call for combat resounds, and in an instant, Shangguan Jin finds himself in peril as Takeda Nobuaki lunges for his throat. The malevolent adversary indeed proves to be ruthless, aiming directly for Shangguan Jin's life from the outset. Recognizing the ferocity of his opponent's attack, Shangguan Jin instinctively leans back, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Takeda Nobuaki is acutely aware that only the mightiest can traverse the treacherous waters of combat. Although his move is formidable, having felled countless valiant heroes, he understands that it will not suffice against Shangguan Jin, who stands among the elite in the arena. Takeda merely seeks to gauge Shangguan Jin's capabilities with this initial maneuver. Shangguan Jin, having discerned Takeda's intentions, resolves to feign weakness, allowing his opponent to grow complacent. He plans to swiftly eliminate this diminutive foe once Takeda lowers his guard. As he leans back, feigning terror, he rolls onto the ground, presenting an appearance of disarray. This ruse of playing the fool proves effective, as Takeda Nobuaki perceives Shangguan Jin's struggle against his signature technique with glee, mistakenly believing that Shangguan's earlier impressive performances were mere flukes, and that there lies a significant gap in their combat prowess. Determined to vanquish him swiftly, Takeda Nobuaki prepares for a decisive strike. Upon contemplating this, Takeda Yukio unleashed a formidable strike, his fist descending upon Shangguan Jin's shoulders with the force of thunder. Shangguan Jin couldn't help but admire Takeda Yukio's meticulous strategy, understanding that his opponent aimed to compel him into a retreat. Should he yield to this maneuver, he would unwittingly fall into Takeda Yukio's trap, exposing his chest to imminent danger. A master of various combat techniques, Takeda Yukio would not squander such a rare opportunity. However, Takeda Yukio himself had become ensnared in Shangguan Jin's ruse. Having previously gauged his adversary, he was misled by Shangguan Jin's feigned vulnerability. Convinced that the latter could barely evade his initial lethal strike, yet would surely succumb to the second. Yet, overconfidence often heralds calamity. As Takeda Yukio fell into the snare, Shangguan Jin seized the moment with elation, executing a deft maneuver with his right foot, delivering a sharp kick reminiscent of a rhinoceros charging at the moon. Takeda Yukio exclaimed in realization of the ruse, but before his words could fully escape his lips, he was struck in the chest by Shangguan Jin's kick. Darkness enveloped him, and he felt a tumult within his chest, his slight frame akin to a kite falling 2 meters away, prostrate on the arena floor. Takeda Yukio coughed forth a spray of crimson. He attempted to rise, but within half a second, he collapsed once more. In this round of combat, Shangguan Jin emerged as the soldier who had most swiftly vanquished his opponent. Following this, the adversaries facing Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang were soldiers from the nation of Ross and West Germany, towering over 2 meters, standing before one like an impenetrable iron wall. The mere oppressive aura emanating from them was suffocating. Yet, Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang possessed extraordinary inner fortitude, inherently disbelieving in any form of malevolence. After Shangguan Jin dealt with Takeda Nobuyoshi, the two were naturally unwilling to fall behind, feigning a move to eliminate one another. Subsequently, the soldiers from the Western nations triumphed over their opponents, and 3 of them cast a glance at Shangguan Jin, their faces reflecting surprise. Earlier that morning, they had received news that Shangguan Jin, the mightiest warrior of the Huaxian nation, had sustained a severe injury to his leg, leading them to believe victory was assured in today's combat competition. They distinctly recalled witnessing this young man plunge a dagger into his thigh the previous night, leaving behind a considerable amount of blood. In the presence of so many spectators, it seemed impossible for him to execute any maneuvers. One bald man, who had been present the night before, vigorously slapped his forehead, pondering whether this young man truly possessed magical abilities. A bunch of fools. Unable to manage such a trivial matter, a man clad in black berated the bald man. It appeared that they could only resort to their ultimate technique, striving to dispatch their opponent with utmost swiftness. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the man in black. However, their mastery of the lightning fist technique was still lacking, and he feared the bald man's words were abruptly interrupted by the man in black. After several rounds of competition, nearly half of the participating soldiers had been eliminated, Many nations, realizing victory was beyond their grasp, had quietly exited the arena. The adversary facing Shang Guanjian was none other than his loathed rival, the Gallic contestant Silla. Let us see how I'll deal with you. Shang Guanjian resolved to thoroughly confront Silla. While it is often said that he possesses brute strength and a simple mind, Silla, despite his physical prowess, was far from simple-minded. He regarded Shang Guanjian before him, aware that he was a formidable opponent, and recognized that achieving victory would not be an easy feat. Do you recall the incident during the shooting competition on the first day when I kicked your backside? Zyler, suspecting that Shang Guanjian might not comprehend West German, deliberately performed a mock kick. However, Shang Guanjian was a prodigy endowed with remarkable linguistic talents, fluent in several languages, including West German. He discerned that Zyler was intentionally attempting to provoke him, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while he was momentarily distracted. Such petty tricks could not possibly deceive him. Feigning ignorance, Shang Guanjian maintained an expression of bewilderment. Zyler, perceiving Shang Guanjian's distraction, suddenly lunged forward, delivering a swift kick aimed at his chest. Shang Guanjian recognized this as Zyler's signature move, the heart-piercing kick, which had previously felled opponents in battle. This foolish brute truly believed that such antics could incite his ire. In a fleeting moment, as Zyler's leg approached him with the speed of lightning, Shang Guanjian retorted, "To hell with you." Just as Zyler's leg was a mere 2 centimeters from his chest, Shang Guanjian adeptly sidestepped, grasped Zyler's ankle, and forcefully twisted it. He then raised his right foot and struck Zyler in the chest, sending the hefty opponent, weighing 300 pounds, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Zyler, clutching his right leg, howled in agony like a slaughtered pig, prompting 2 medical personnel to rush forward and lift him onto a stretcher, dragging him away. In this round of competition, Shang Guanjian was once again the first soldier to defeat his adversary, his swift and decisive movements earning him thunderous applause. Subsequently, the remaining soldiers were swiftly vanquished from the arena, concluding this round of matches. Chu Huayu, Zhang Xiaoyang, and the West German soldiers were assigned to the second round of competition. As the starting gun of the competition echoed, the soldiers began to showcase their extraordinary skills on the stage. In less than 5 seconds, 3 soldiers were sent flying, collapsing onto the ground, frothing at the mouth and rendered unconscious. Shang Guanjian gazed at the 3 Western soldiers on the stage, his expression one of smug satisfaction. He couldn't help but recall the sight of John and his servant from the previous night, also frothing at the mouth, which filled him with alarm. Could it be that these 3 had mastered the lightning fist? However, judging by the time it took them to defeat their opponents, their proficiency in the lightning fist was far inferior to John's. Regardless of the strength of these 3 soldiers' lightning fist, he and Chu Huayu, along with Zhang Xiaoyang, had no confidence in overcoming them. Once they reached the finals, a confrontation with these 3 Western soldiers was inevitable. Shang Guanjian's mind was in turmoil as he pondered how to counter the lightning fist technique. After the 3 Western soldiers dispatched their adversaries, it was followed by Chu Huayu and Zhang Xiaoyang, who also sent their opponents tumbling off the stage. Following a series of fierce contests, the remaining soldiers fell one by one, concluding the second round of the competition. Now, only 25 soldiers remained, and after continuous grueling battles, many were utterly exhausted. During the evening rest, he worried that the opposing side might concoct some sinister plot to abduct Bai Jie and force him into submission. He arranged for Bai Jie to share a room with them, while he and Zhang Xiaoyang would sleep on the floor, leaving Bai Jie to occupy the bed. "It seems rather inappropriate for me to claim the bed alone while you 2 sleep on the floor. Perhaps I should take the floor instead." Bai Jie expressed her reluctance to sleep in the bed. "If you feel uncomfortable, then you could give me a massage as compensation," Zhang Xiaoyang replied with a playful grin. Inching toward the bed, "What wild dreams are you concocting now? Hurry and bring it down." Shang Guanjian swiftly seized Zhang Xiaoyang's foot and pulled him to the ground, urging him to seize the moment for slumber. As everyone succumbed to the embrace of dreams, Shang Guanjian found himself tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. He surmised that once the adversary realized he had escaped unscathed, they would not relent, and action was imminent that very night. Upon exiting the room, Shangguan Jian concealed himself in a shadowy corner of the corridor, fixating his gaze upon the chamber where Jie resided. Half an hour later, as anticipated, 5 bald men stealthily approached Jie's door. After surveying the corridor to ensure no one was present, they produced lock-picking tools and gained entry. Upon entering the room and discovering Jie was absent, the leader's intuition hinted at impending calamity, prompting him and his 4 companions to retreat. Suddenly, they spotted Shangguan Jian blocking their exit. That clever lad. Last time in the warehouse, he deceived us with tricks, leading to our leader's severe punishment. Tonight, we shall ensure he does not see the dawn. The leader thought, underestimating Shangguan Jian's capabilities, believing that despite his skills, he was merely 1 against 5. As the saying goes, a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The 5 lunged at him in a frenzied assault. However, when confidence exceeds capability, it often heralds disaster. The 5 men appeared oblivious to the impending doom. One of them, with clenched fists, charged at Shangguan Jian. But before his fist could graze the opponent's attire, he felt a sharp blow to his chin, and a flurry of stars erupted in his vision. The leader had no time to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground, and the remaining 4 men were left aghast at the sight of their leader downed. As they exchanged glances, everyone surged forward to confront Shangguan Jian. A few rotten tomatoes and foul eggs dare to lay hands on me? He scoffed coldly. Chapter 27. The Intricacies Within Intricacies. This was precisely what Shangguan Jian desired. His hands transformed from fists to blades, dancing fluidly in the air. Before the fists of the 4 men could even graze the hem of his garment, they found themselves sprawled on the ground, a satisfying release for him. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the 5 men lying defeated before him and promptly notified Kelly, informing him of the 5 thieves he had apprehended at the hotel, requesting Kelly's presence to take them into custody. In less than 10 minutes, several police cars arrived downstairs. Kelly, accompanied by 10 officers, ascended to the floor to escort the 5 burly men into the police vehicles. He understood that although the West often indulged in hegemonic antics, causing a scene on United Nations soil would be detrimental to their image, leading them to temper their actions thereafter. Grateful for Kelly's assistance the previous night regarding Jie, Shangguan Jian seized the moment to express his appreciation. Kelly smiled amiably, asserting, "Last time, you saved my life. Consider our matters settled. In the future, should you require assistance in Gold Mountain, do not hesitate to seek me out." Shangguan Jian recounted the incident involving the 5 men who had invaded Jie's room. Upon hearing this, Jie felt a chill run down her spine, the thought of confronting such individuals haunting her like a nightmare. Luckily, the captain had foreseen the threat. Otherwise, she might have faced dire consequences. As Jiang Xiaoyan's words left his lips, Chu Huayu jabbed him with a finger, prompting him to realize his misstep and swiftly divert the conversation to alleviate the awkwardness. "Brothers, today marks the crucial moment for our ultimate victory." Everyone exerted their utmost effort, their 5 palms colliding together, producing a crisp sound. The 5 individuals arrived at the arena, where, as usual, over 100,000 spectators eagerly awaited the commencement of the thrilling event. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the United Nations was compelled to extend the competition by an additional 2 days. From the 25 contestants, 12 pairs were randomly selected, while 1 soldier, achieving a tie for first place, was fortunate enough to advance directly to the next round. Through a random draw, the soldier from the west, Oma, emerged as the fortunate one, advancing directly to the subsequent match. As the starting pistol fired, the 24 contestants strode into the arena with synchronized precision. This time, the opponent facing Shangguan Jian was the soldier from the east, Pug, who stood at an imposing height of 2 meters and weighed 200 kilograms. Known as the Iron Killer in the east, Pug had previously single-handedly slain 20 saber-toothed tigers that had attacked him, and he had been chosen multiple times by the president of the east to serve as a personal bodyguard during international visits. Pug, gazing down at the half-head shorter Shangguan Jian, shook his head with a look of disdain. "This foolish bull dares to underestimate your grandfather. Soon you will learn the meaning of regret." As the referee signaled to start, Pug's expression turned ferocious, his 400 pounds descending upon Shangguan Jian like a mountain. The foolish bull intended to leverage his height to overwhelm me with his imposing presence. Shangguan Jian, refusing to be careless, swiftly dodged to the side as Pug lunged at him with a lethal strike. Despite his towering stature, Pug was far from clumsy. Upon seeing Shangguan Jian evade his deadly blow, he deftly fell to the ground, executing a sweeping leg kick aimed at Shangguan Jian's lower body. Shangguan Jian recognized that Pug's legs were charged with immense power. Should he be struck, not only flesh and blood but even steel would be pulverized. As the opponent's legs approached, Shangguan Jian leaped into action, his knees striking towards the adversary's head. Puji was taken aback by the counterattack amidst his vigorous onslaught. In a moment of unpreparedness, Shangguan Jian's body descended upon him like a colossal stone. Puji felt a resounding buzz in his head as he struggled to rise. How could Shangguan Jian allow such a prime opportunity for attack to slip away? Seizing Puji's massive form, he hoisted him above his head and cast him off the stage. Such swiftness elicited gasps from the spectators. Following this, Chu Huaiyu and Jiang Shaoyang swiftly dispatched the soldiers from the Woka Nation and the West, respectively, off the platform. The pinnacle of military combat is to resolve an opponent in the shortest time possible. In under 10 minutes, the first round of eliminations concluded, leaving only 12 soldiers remaining. After a brief half-hour respite, the remaining soldiers were randomly paired into 6 duels. Within another 10 minutes, only 6 warriors remained on the stage, 3 from Huaxia, 2 from the West, and 1 from the Woka Nation, Qingdao Longyi. The championship was determined by overall performance. Although Qingdao Longyi exhibited remarkable individual prowess, his team's performance was subpar. Continuing the match would merely squander time, thus the United Nations event organizers permitted Qingdao Longyi to withdraw from the competition. Observing Qingdao Longyi's retreat, Shangguan Jian felt a tinge of regret at the lost opportunity for a duel, convinced that Qingdao Longyi was a formidable opponent. At that moment, Qingdao Longyi turned to face Shangguan Jian, their gazes locking in silence for 3 seconds before they each dispersed. What remained was a climactic showdown between the West and Huaxia for the Antarctic Passage, a contest eagerly anticipated by all. Due to the intense competition over the past few days, the United Nations Organizing Committee has decided to grant the participants a 2-day respite before resuming the contest. In this rigorous elimination process, only 2 nation soldiers remain after the brutal culling of 100. Shangguan Jian's remarkable performance on the field has garnered widespread attention from international media, elevating him to the status of a global celebrity. The hotel staff has also shown them exceptional hospitality, preparing 6 luxurious single rooms for their comfort. Such is human nature. When one ascends to great heights, they are celebrated by many, yet when they fall, they are trampled by the crowd. To ensure they are adequately prepared for the upcoming competition, he has mandated that none of the 5 may venture out alone. As usual, Baijia is responsible for conducting daily health checks to guarantee they remain in peak physical condition. Zhou Yang oversees logistical support, and each member performs their respective duties, allowing them to pass the day in tranquility. He quickly lowered his legs and rose to open the door, only to find Kelly standing outside. Before Shangguan Jian could utter a word, Kelly abruptly seized his hand, urging him to join her outside for a moment. What could be so urgent? Shangguan Jian asked, bewildered by her sudden insistence. You'll find out once you come with me, Kelly replied mysteriously. Very well. I will inform my comrades that I am stepping out for a bit, lest they worry. Shangguan Jian relayed his departure to Jiang Shaoyang, reminding him to keep an eye on Baijia's safety. Upon reaching the hotel exterior, Shangguan Jian inquired of Kelly, what is this enigmatic matter that requires my presence? I need you to accompany me to the planetarium, Kelly responded, pulling him towards her vehicle. What could possibly be the purpose of visiting a planetarium at this hour? Shangguan Jian followed her, filled with curiosity, as they arrived at the planetarium. Upon arrival, Kelly parked the car in a secluded area. The 2 individuals stealthily approached the exterior of the planetarium. Kelly turned to Shangguan Jian and inquired about his agility. My skills are acceptable, he replied, though I still fall short compared to my comrade Jiang Shaoyang. Shangguan Jian was uncertain of Kelly's intentions. Very well, Kelly said. gesturing towards a window on the wall outside the planetarium's main hall. That window is approximately 6 meters above the ground. Leap up and enter through it. Then, unlock the door to let me in. We shall proceed to the edge of the pit. It became clear that Kelly had summoned him to investigate the pit, a matter that had long piqued Shangwan Jian's curiosity. Understood. Shangwan Jian acknowledged with a gesture of agreement. He gazed at the window, then leapt, grasping its edge and exerting force to push it open. Once the window was ajar, he vaulted into the hall and opened the door for Kelly. As they approached the pit, a chilling breeze greeted them from a mere 5 meters away. Just as they reached the brink, they were startled by the sound of footsteps outside. Who could possibly be here at such a late hour? They exchanged glances and concealed themselves behind a wall within the hall. Just as they settled into hiding, the hall's door swung open, and a shadowy figure slipped inside. Isn't that Captain Trailamp from the police? Shangwan Jian mused. His previous curiosity about Trailamp's peculiar behavior resurfaced, and he was surprised to encounter him here. Trailamp scanned the hall meticulously, ensuring no one was present before extracting a black orb from his bag. What could he be planning? Kelly whispered to Shangwan Jian. In response, Shangwan Jian placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, urging her to observe Trailamp's subsequent actions. Before long, Trailamp held a bead in his mouth and emitted a peculiar sound directed at the pit. Approximately 5 minutes later, a swirling mass of black vapor began to rise from the pit. From this dark mist, a head emerged, neither distinctly bovine nor equine, adorned with long, diamond-shaped horns. What creature is this? Kelly's face drained of color in terror. Had it not been for Shangwan Jian's swift intervention to cover her mouth, she might have cried out. At that moment, Tarangpu withdrew the black bead from his mouth, preparing to thrust it into the creature's maw. Who is there? He called. Hearing the commotion, the creature vanished back into the pit. Come forth. Shangwan Jian, believing Tarangpu had discovered their presence, was about to rise and step out when suddenly a shadow flitted before him, revealing an additional figure in the hall. This person had their back turned to Shangwan Jian and Kelly, obscuring their features. What a surprise to see you, Tarangpu exclaimed, astonished. The newcomer laughed heartily. You would never have guessed that I have been tailing you all along, would you? I did not expect the Sun and Moon Society to also be intrigued by the secrets of this place. Tarangpu retreated several steps, gazing at the newcomer in disbelief. You are mistaken. I am not a member of the Sun and Moon Society, the visitor declared with triumphant laughter. Cousin? Kelly exclaimed in astonishment, eyeing the stranger's silhouette. While Shangwan Jian was equally curious about how John had come to be in the astronomy museum. Had he concealed himself here prior to their arrival? Shangwan Jian prided himself on his acute hearing, capable of detecting a person's breath within a 10-meter radius, yet he had failed to notice John's presence in the hall. Is Kaiminsifu's nephew not a member of the Sun and Moon Society? Tarangpu questioned, struggling to believe his ears. Must Kaiminsifu's nephew necessarily belong to the Sun and Moon Society? You, being an agent of the Western Nations Special Intelligence Agency and a police officer for the United Nations. Chapter 28. The Pillar of Creation. You fool. Do not boast of your strength. Since you are not a member of the Sun and Moon Society, what specter of that path are you? That you possess such interest in what I hold. Trailamp was deeply intrigued by John's identity, to the extent that he wished to dissect him to unveil his secrets. You are not worthy to inquire about my identity. If you wish to see the light of tomorrow, you should promptly surrender what you possess. John's arrogance had thoroughly incensed Trailamp. He yearned to press John into the ground and teach him a lesson. You dare speak to me in such a manner. Even your uncle would not presume to address me thus. Trailamp gently blew on the black bead held near his lips. If you are willing to tell me how you came to know that I possess this object, perhaps I shall allow you a whiff of its essence. Trailamp's haughty demeanor was no less formidable than John's. You do not shed tears until you see the coffin, seeing your keen curiosity about my affairs. I shall divulge a morsel of information. I surmise that you learned of this object from my cousin Kelly, for your recent actions have been shrouded in secrecy, leading her to suspect your ulterior motives. Just a few days ago, in a conversation with her, she mentioned your odd behavior when the pit appeared in this hall. It became clear to me that this pit was no ordinary natural disaster, but rather something connected to the key that unlocks the pillar of creation. Thus, I discreetly followed you here. Upon hearing John speak of trailing trail lamp, Shangwan Jin finally felt a sense of relief. To think that here he would again encounter the matter of the key to the heavenly gate. Could it be that the key in my possession and the one John spoke of are, indeed, the same? He gestured for Kelly to remain silent, as Shangwan Jin wished to extract more information from the two of them. I had long suspected that Kelly was covertly monitoring me, so I discreetly arranged for her to be poisoned, inducing a heart attack that would create an illusion of an accident during her mission. Considering the joy she had often brought me, I deemed it a final act of grace on her behalf. It turned out that Kelly was associated with Tai Longpu. Shangwan Jin glanced sideways at Kelly, noting her flushed face, her eyes ablaze with a mix of fury and tears. The two remained still, intent on listening further. Unexpectedly, a soldier from the Huaxian nation intervened to rescue her, disrupting my plans. At this point, Tai Longpu expressed a hint of regret. Fate had outsmarted us, suggesting that your Western intelligence agency should not meddle in the secrets of the Pillar of Creation. John chuckled, somewhat smugly. I hope your abilities match your bravado, he said. But Tai Longpu seemed disinterested in engaging further in idle chatter with John. He secured the black orb and, with lightning speed, launched an attack towards John with his left hand. Shangwan Jin was astonished by Tai Longpu's remarkable agility, having executed countless missions in the military. He had encountered many formidable opponents, yet none possessed the peculiar prowess of Tai Longpu. Observing the opponent's unusual movements, John was cautious and refrained from recklessly confronting Tai Longpu as he advanced. He exerted force through his legs, propelling himself backward 3 meters. I was too careless. John mused silently, astonished to discover this old man's hidden depths. He understood that without employing his utmost skills, he could not subdue Tai Longpu. With his right hand discreetly channeling energy, John unleashed a swift punch directed at Tai Longpu. You audaciously attempted to ambush me with your lightning fist. Upon witnessing John unleash his electrifying strike, Tarangpu exhibited a disdainful expression, unfazed by the formidable force of the electric orb barreling towards him. Remarkably, he neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the powerful impact of the lightning fist to collide with his chest. Hidden in the shadows, Shangwan Jin was taken aback, astonished by Tarangpu's extraordinary prowess. With a flick of his fingers against his chest, Tarangpu remarked, "Impressive, young man. Your lightning fist may be effective against others, but to think it would pose a threat to me is nothing short of a delusion." Such profound depth of strength left John enlightened this evening. Recognizing that his first attempt had failed, he understood that further contention would not only thwart his ambitions, but could also lead to his demise at the hands of Tarangpu. Seizing a moment of inattention, John swiftly retreated from the hall. Clever choice, or else I would ensure you never witness the dawn again, wasting my time in the process. Moments later, the creature emerged once more from the pit, its maw wide open. Tarangpu extracted a bead from his mouth and placed it into the creature's gaping maw. As the creature swallowed the bead, a cacophony of tearing howls erupted from the pit. The glass walls surrounding the hall shattered, cascading to the ground. And following the tumultuous sound, the creature vanished once again into the depths. Once the creature had disappeared, Tarangpu departed the hall, thoroughly satisfied. Observing this surreal scene, Kelly felt as if he were in a dream, utterly petrified, his mouth agape as he stared blankly at the hall. You heard what transpired, did you not? Kelly's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. In truth, I did not fully comprehend what Trump had articulated. In an effort to spare Kelly from embarrassment, Shangwan Jin feigned ignorance. It mattered not, for Kelly confided in Shangwan Jin that it was during her initial days at the police station last year that she encountered emotional turmoil. Unbeknownst to her, Trump seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself with her, gradually dissolving her defenses. After a night of inebriation, she found herself entangled with him in a bewildering manner. To her astonishment, he displayed a flagrant lack of decency, secretly recording numerous videos of her, which he later employed to coerce her into submission for his own amusement. She had long sought to reclaim those videos to liberate herself from his grasp. Inadvertently, she stumbled upon many of his secrets, discovering that his true identity was that of an operative from a foreign intelligence agency who had infiltrated the United Nations police force with ulterior motives. Realizing that she had uncovered his true identity, he sought to eliminate her. Just days ago, while at the police station, she inadvertently glimpsed a camera hidden within his drawer, revealing a plethora of peculiar sights from deep within some pits. Intrigued, she requested your assistance to investigate further. Thus, the question arose, what monstrous entity lurked within the depths of the pit? What exactly was the pillar of creation? Shangguan Jian's mind raced with thoughts. Initially, he presumed it was merely the occupant of the room and dismissed it. However, as he opened the door to enter, he glanced back and was taken aback to see a man extending a slender tube through the crack of the door. Alarm surged within him. Someone harbored sinister intentions towards the occupant inside. Despite his military background, Shangguan Jian was well-versed in the ways of the world beyond the confines of the army. Numerous nefarious individuals have procured a substance known as anesthetic smoke through various illicit channels. This drug appears as a powder, colorless and odorless, contained within a slender tube, which, when blown into, transforms into a billowing white smoke. The moment someone inhales this vapor, they are rendered unconscious for several hours. These wrongdoers frequently wield this substance to commit heinous acts, ranging from robbery and assault to potential homicide. Many nations impose stringent crackdowns on this drug, so it is quite unexpected to encounter its use here. As a soldier, Shangguan Jian cannot remain a passive observer. He stealthily approaches the scene. The perpetrator remains oblivious to his presence, engrossed in blowing into the tube. What is he up to? Shangguan Jian decisively steps on the man's back. The individual, preoccupied with the tube, is taken by surprise when he feels the weight on him. He quickly turns his head to behold a young foreign man. Hey, mind your own business. I am with the Sun and Moon Society. The man retorts without a hint of fear. The Sun and Moon Society? Could it be that they are involved in such unscrupulous activities? Shangguan Jian feels a surge of indignation and seizes the man, lifting him from the ground, his fist poised to strike. Realizing that the name of the Sun and Moon Society does not intimidate his opponent, the man's tone softens as he pleads for mercy. Brother, I'm in a tight spot financially and came out looking for a means to survive. When you caught me, I invoked the name of the Sun and Moon Society to scare you. I didn't expect to run into someone as tough as you, who sees through such bluster. The man continues to beg for leniency. Shangguan Jian, who has always preferred leniency over severity, lowers his fist upon hearing the man's appeals. You may plead for mercy, but I require one condition. Surrender the anesthetic smoke you possess and dispose of it in the toilet, then exit the hotel and refrain from further misdeeds. My friend, that is simply unacceptable. I have devised numerous ways to procure this substance, and to discard it now, before reaping any reward, would be folly. Especially with my mother lying in a hospital bed. I cannot relinquish this medication. If necessary, I shall simply avoid this establishment in the future. Upon hearing that Shangguan Jian wanted him to dispose of the drugs entirely, the man's demeanor hardened once more. You are one who only sheds tears upon the sight of a coffin, are you not? Shangguan Jian raised his fist, preparing to strike. I would rather face death than part with these drugs. If I surrender them, I shall not survive. I procured these substances through high-interest loans, and if I fail to repay them by morning, I will be killed. The man resolutely closed his eyes and tilted his head back, accepting the impending blows with a demeanor of indifference, resembling a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water, clearly resolved. Shangguan Jian recognized that even beating him would yield no results. The disparity between wealth and poverty in Western nations is vast, and many individuals resort to perilous measures for survival. Surrender the drugs, and I shall assist you with your loan troubles, Shangguan Jian proposed, releasing the man. Then you must first provide the money, the man replied, extending his hand towards Shangguan Jian, resembling a brothel keeper soliciting funds. On this occasion, Shangguan Jian had brought little money. As he had to cover the living expenses for 5 individuals, he had no funds to assist the man with his loan. No money? And yet, you play the hero? The man regarded Shang Wanjian with disdain. The contempt evident on the man's face evidently struck a nerve. Shang Wanjian had initially intended to show compassion, but found himself cornered by the unexpected situation, unable to withdraw gracefully. Had it not been for the man's mention of his ailing mother in the hospital, Shang Wanjian would have undoubtedly struck him down with a single punch. Very well. Tell me where you borrowed the usurious loans, and lead the way. I shall certainly assist you in resolving this matter, Shang Wanjian instructed, gesturing for the man to take the lead. My friend, without the strength of a diamond, do not take on porcelain work. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. It is said they have connections with the Sun and Moon Society. Considering you are a foreigner and not dealing with your compatriots, why involve yourself in such affairs? Chapter 29. An adversary aids Shang Wanjian in navigating a crisis. Justice knows no nationality. I am determined to handle tonight's situation. Just leave me there, and I assure you I can help resolve your predicament. The man, upon witnessing the resolute glint in Shang Wanjian's eyes, understood that there were only two paths available this evening: to abandon the matter or to escort him to the loan sharks. Observing the man's imposing demeanor and refined appearance, he pondered that perhaps he could indeed assist in alleviating his troubles. With this thought, the man agreed to take Shang Wanjian to meet the loan sharks. Through their conversation, Shang Wanjian learned that the man's name was James, 30 years of age, and an unemployed drifter from Gold City. After nearly half an hour, the two arrived at a shopping mall in the eastern part of the city, now cloaked in the stillness of midnight. With the mall shuttered and few pedestrians lingering in the streets, James pointed towards an underground passage beneath the mall, informing Shang Wanjian that descending this passage and proceeding to the end would lead them to the place where he had borrowed the usurious loan. You lead the way. I shall take responsibility for any consequences, Shang Wanjian replied, following James into the underground tunnel. As they reached the tunnel's end, the sounds of women's shrieks and laughter echoed from within. This group of individuals has profited significantly from preying on others, with their mistreatment of women being a commonplace affair. James gently tapped on the door, muttering under his breath about the audacity of someone seeking a loan at such a late hour. Just as his words faded, the door swung open to reveal a round, bald head. It's me, crazy brother. James cautiously stepped forward. Ah, it's you, rascal. So, can you repay the money you owe? The bald man beckoned James to enter. Following closely behind was Shang Wanjian, who also stepped inside. Wait a moment, who are you? The bald man blocked Shang Wanjian at the threshold. Upon noticing Shang Wanjian's distinguished demeanor, he realized he was not someone to be trifled with, and thus refrained from further obstruction. Upon entering the room, they beheld 5 men seated within, each cradling a voluptuous blonde woman in their arms. The men paid no heed to Shang Wanjian and James, continuing their frivolities with the women. Since you've come to repay your debts, proceed to the finance room in the back. The bald man gestured towards a door nearby. Actually, I'm not here to repay any debts, but rather to inform you that in light of Kaiman Saifu's standing within the Sun and Moon Society, I request you to forgive James's loan sharking debt. In truth, Shang Wanjian had no surplus funds to settle James's debts. He sought to leverage Kaiman Saifu's reputation to intimidate these ruffians. Such petty loan sharks would undoubtedly yield to the authority of a prominent gang like the Sun and Moon Society. Oh, brother, are you here to indulge in fanciful dreams? Just who is Kaiman Saifu to you? You waltz in here demanding we absolve James's debt. What audacity! You're akin to a toad yawning with grandiosity. The bald man glared with his bulging eyes, scrutinizing Shang Wanjian from head to toe. Kaiman Sef must treat me with utmost respect. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? If you doubt my words, I can easily call him in your presence, declared Shang Wanjian as he brandished his phone. Spare me. I have encountered countless individuals pretending to be Kaiman Sef's relatives, and they all enter standing but leave lying down. The bald man was clearly not swayed by Shang Wanjian's theatrics. Their quarrel disturbed the occupants of the room. Who dares to make such a racket at this hour? Invoking my uncle's name to intimidate me? Are you attempting to pose as a tiger before an actual one, unaware of the peril you invite? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a figure emerged from within. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shang Wanjian inwardly lamented his misfortune. He had intended to leverage Kaimansef's name to navigate the current predicament and later seek an opportunity to explain himself to Kelly. However, encountering John here was an unforeseen complication. It seemed that misfortunes do indeed attract, and he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. John, upon seeing Shang Wanjian, paused momentarily before his expression returned to calm. Shang Wanjian took a few steps back, bracing himself for John to expose his ruse. To his surprise, John not only refrained from revealing his charade but greeted him with exceptional warmth. "Is this not my uncle's most trusted partner, young Master Jian?" he exclaimed, gesturing to Shang Wanjian and addressing the 5 men in the room. "My uncle's current stature is largely due to the support of young Master Jian's family. You would do well to treat him with respect. Otherwise, should you find yourselves in trouble, I cannot guarantee your safety." Upon hearing John's words, the 5 men in the room promptly rose from their seats, their demeanor towards Shang Wanjian transforming by a complete 180. It turned out this young man commanded considerable influence. The bald man immediately apologized to Shang Wanjian for his earlier behavior. "There is no need for that." Shang Wanjian, exuding an air of borrowed authority, nonchalantly waved his hand. He understood that those entrenched in the underworld were fond of such ostentatious displays. James could scarcely fathom that Shang Wanjian wielded such considerable influence, commanding respect from this gang of ruthless individuals. What, indeed, was John plotting? His expression betrayed no hint of mockery. Shang Wanjian approached John and whispered, "What on earth are you up to?" Kong Long informed the finance department to absolve James of his debts. John instructed the bald man, having emerged from the basement. Shang Wanjian pondered the peculiar shift in John's demeanor. Just nights prior, John had subjected him to relentless torment at his uncle's house. Yet tonight he was extending an olive branch, even suggesting that Shang Wan owed him a favor to be repaid in the future. As a scion of wealth, what could John, with his predilection for usury, possibly desire from him? Reaching the edge of a drainage ditch, Shang Wanjian extended his hand towards James, declaring, "It is time for you to relinquish the narcotic." True to his word, upon receiving assistance with his debts, James complied and surrendered the substance. Nonetheless, Shang Wanjian remained skeptical. He searched James thoroughly before discarding the drugs into the ditch. He deliberately intimidated James, warning, "Should you ever resort to such treachery again, I will see to it that the members of the Sun and Moon Society cast you into the ocean." James, inherently timid and accustomed to petty thievery, recognized the peril of crossing John and was quick to assure Shang Wanjian that he would never again touch such substances. With that, he turned to leave. Shang Wanjian halted him, producing a wad of money from his pocket and handing it over, "Seeing that you are a dutiful son, take this money to seek medical care for your mother." "Thank you so much," he replied, almost bowing in gratitude had Shang Wanjian not stopped him. After a hurried wash, he lay down to rest, awakening to the bright light of day. Zoyang had already brought breakfast from the dining room and placed it at his bedside. With only 2 days remaining until the competition, Shang Wanjian practiced handstands in his room to maintain his strength after finishing his meal. Bai Jia knocked on his door, entering with a medical kit. As was customary, she performed a health check on every contestant. "It's fine. I'm as robust as an ox, no need for an examination," Shang Wanjian declared, lowering his feet and patting his chest. "You had better behave yourself," Bai Jia admonished, pushing him onto the bed. "How am I not being cooperative? Look, I'm complying with your examination," he retorted, lifting his shirt. "What I mean is not this matter. Where were you last night?" Bai Jia inquired while conducting her examination. "I was merely resting in my room," Shang Wanjian replied, reluctant to disclose that Kylan had visited him, especially since he had established the rule against going out. "Don't feed me nonsense," Bai Jia smacked his chest. "I came to find you last night, and you were nowhere to be found. I couldn't reach you on your phone. Out of respect for your dignity, I chose not to make a scene. Were you out gallivanting?" "I was certainly not gallivanting. I need to conserve my energy for the competition. Besides, I have no interest in blonde-haired, blue-eyed women." Shang Wanjian attempted to brush it off. "You must be quite the rascal, huh?" Determined to hold her ground, Bai Jia stood up and approached the clothes rack by the window. plucking a golden strand of hair from Shangwan Jin's garment. She deliberately measured the hair between her fingers, finding it to be a full foot in length. Are you attempting to suggest that this golden hair has sprouted from your own head? Bai Jie's expression darkened. It was unexpected that she could discern such a fine detail from such a distance. Surely, it must have been during last night's event at the astronomical exhibition hall when Kelly had been too close to her, causing the hair to cling to her. Perhaps it had brushed against her in the crowd, Shangwan Jin mused, recalling the events of the previous evening, realizing that the situation was far from simple. If Bai Jie were to uncover this, it would be uncertain whether it would bring misfortune or fortune. He certainly did not wish for her to find out. You still wish to argue with me? Bai Jie exclaimed, her eyes reddening as she hurriedly left the room with her medicine box. What could have caused such a reaction over a mere strand of hair? Was she perhaps worried that I would not be able to participate in the competition properly? After ensuring his health was in order, Shangwan Jin filled the bathtub with hot water and added a packet of medicine to invigorate blood circulation, soaking in it for treatment. It was not until about 2 hours later that he finally emerged from the tub. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyang unexpectedly entered his room. Captain, what exactly is wrong with Bai Jie? When she examined me earlier, her eyes were red. Has she encountered some unhappy incident? Perhaps she had a quarrel with her boyfriend. He thought, knowing he could not reveal to Jiang Xiaoyang that Bai Jie was upset over finding a golden strand of hair on his clothing. As far as I know, Bai Jie does not have a boyfriend, Jiang Xiaoyang remarked, scratching his head in confusion. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the losses that may be inflicted upon our nation's aviation industry? Shangwan Jin, employing a bureaucratic tone, attempted to deceive Jiang Xiaoyang. Chapter 30. The Final Victory. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Shangwan Jin shook his head and reclined on the bed for an afternoon nap. When he finally rose, the sun had already set. That slumber was truly refreshing. Shangwan Jin had yet to extricate himself from the comfort of his bed. Suddenly, a call came from Commander Zhang Song, inquiring about the status of the competition. Shangwan Jin meticulously briefed Zhang Song on the progress of the contest, noting that it seemed to be proceeding smoothly. He informed that Commander Zhang had issued a strict directive. It was imperative for them to secure the Antarctic passage. Should the meteorite fall into the hands of another nation, it would result in significant setbacks for our country's exploration of the cosmos. Rest assured, Commander, we shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission. Should we fail, I am prepared to accept any consequences, Shangwan Jin promptly assured Zhang Song. Very well, I await your good news. Zhang Song concluded the call. The pressure was immense. If they failed to win the competition, he would be deemed a traitor to the nation. Shangwan Jin silently resolved to triumph in the contest. Finally, 3 days elapsed. And after breakfast, Shangwan Jin hurriedly led the team to the competition venue. The atmosphere among the spectators was unprecedentedly jubilant, filled with whistles and cheers. Today was not merely a duel of strength, but a contest of national prowess. The cost to cultivate an exceptional soldier was immense. Everyone shared a common aspiration, to bring glory to their country. The two competing soldiers were diligently preparing for the contest. An hour of preparation had passed, and the audience eagerly awaited the commencement of the competition. The competition consists of 3 rounds, without any time constraints, and the objective is to knock the opponent off the stage to claim victory. The confrontations between soldiers are notably brutal. The initial duel features Chu Huayu and Truman. Truman, at the age of 28, is a major in the Navy's Special Forces, standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing 300 pounds. He has repeatedly ventured into perilous situations, demonstrating remarkable prowess in completing his missions. On one occasion, while returning from an operation, the ship he was aboard encountered danger. Alone in the vast ocean, he valiantly defended himself against 5 attacking great white sharks with only a dagger, managing to survive 3 days adrift after losing all his comrades before being rescued. His indomitable spirit and exceptional military skills are truly awe-inspiring. As the two face each other on the stage, Truman's gaze is electrifying, his piercing eyes seemingly capable of inflicting harm from afar. At the sound of the starting gun, both competitors execute a preliminary maneuver. For those who have reached the finals are certainly no ordinary fighters. They proceed with utmost caution, wary of revealing any vulnerabilities that could lead to disgrace. After a series of tentative exchanges, both secretly admire each other's agility and profound skills. After 2 minutes, their attacks remain exploratory, neither daring to unleash their full strength. Having served in the military for many years, Chu Huayu has witnessed countless heroes fall before him, yet he has never encountered an opponent as formidable as Truman. Observing Chu Huayu's balanced offense and defense, Truman cannot help but admire his opponent's meticulous strategy. He realizes that to overcome Chu, he must resort to a decisive technique. With this thought, Truman channels his strength into his legs, propelling himself 3 meters backward. However, Chu Huayu has already discerned Truman's intentions. He recognizes that this young fighter, finding it difficult to secure an immediate victory, is preparing to unleash a lightning-fast punch. Prior to the competition, Shangguan Jian had informed the two individuals that, upon observation, 3 soldiers from the Western nation were capable of executing the lightning fist. However, their skills were still rudimentary, rendering the power of their strikes insufficient. They could not unleash their attacks at will or inflict harm from close range. Rather, they needed to retreat to a certain distance before utilizing the lightning fist. Naturally, Chu Huayu could not afford to grant Truman the opportunity to employ the lightning fist. Upon seeing Truman step back 3 meters, Chu Huayu advanced with a swift maneuver reminiscent of a hawk pouncing upon its prey. Just as Truman prepared to unleash his lightning fist, he was taken aback by the rapidity of Chu Huayu's approach, which left him no chance to retaliate, as he found himself entangled in a relentless exchange of blows. The two engaged in a fierce contest, trading punches and kicks for over 100 exchanges without either gaining the upper hand. The audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, held their breath in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the outcome of the duel. Both combatants recognized that if they continued in this manner, the match could extend indefinitely. An hour elapsed when, unexpectedly, Chu Huayu's foot slipped, causing him to inadvertently fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Truman felt a surge of triumph and thought, "Watch as I crush you." He aimed to use his imposing stature to pin Chu Huayu down, seeking to quench his own resentment. Unbeknownst to Truman, this was a deliberate ploy by Chu Huayu, who had devised a technique of his own called feigning weakness to lure the opponent. When faced with a formidable adversary and unable to secure victory, he intentionally exposed a vulnerability, waiting for the opponent's resolve to wane and their patience to diminish. In this moment of impatience, he would allow the opponent to strike, while secretly concentrating his energy in his right leg. As Truman advanced into his range, Chu Huayu unleashed a sweeping kick, akin to a tempest uprooting leaves, targeting Truman's lower body. Focused singularly on triumph, Truman was utterly unprepared for this cunning tactic from Chu Huayu. His lower body lay completely exposed before Chu Huayu, and when his legs were swept by Chu Huayu's right leg, Truman let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, prompting 2 medical personnel to rush over and carry him away on a stretcher. In the first round, the Huaxia team emerged victorious, and the arena erupted with thunderous applause. The young lad did not anticipate that such a maneuver would yield such a splendid victory. Jiang Shaoyang, brimming with excitement, patted Chu Huayu on the shoulder, exclaiming that if he won this round, the captain would not even need to step in to secure their triumph against the opposition. Whistling nonchalantly, Jiang Shaoyang warned him to be cautious, for the opposing team was far from weak. Chu Huayu, concerned that Jiang Shaoyang's nonchalance might lead to a setback, felt the tension rise as the starting gun fired. Jiang Shaoyang, appearing relaxed, confidently strode onto the stage. His opponent, named Bart, was 27 years old and a member of the Navy's Special Operations Team, having served multiple times as the president's personal bodyguard during international visits. He boasted the remarkable feat of single-handedly defeating 50 armed assailants, excelling in jiu-jitsu, marksmanship, karate, and kendo. Bart stood at an imposing height of 2 meters, his entire physique gleaming with a dark sheen, and his eyes radiated intensity. He exuded an air of arrogance and haughtiness that was deeply ingrained in his character. Facing Jiang Shaoyang, who was a head shorter, Bart displayed a palpable disdain, raising his thumb in a gesture of mockery, only to twist his wrist and point it downward, an overt insult that belittled Jiang Shaoyang's very existence. An unnamed fury surged within Jiang Shaoyang as he felt the sting of Bart's contempt. How dare this arrogant brute underestimate him? He vowed to demonstrate his prowess. As the match commenced, both fighters unleashed fierce attacks, intent on incapacitating one another. Finding himself momentarily unable to secure victory, Bart swiftly retreated 3 meters. The Dark Bull sought victory through the cunning use of the Thunder Fist, a ruse that could not escape the keen eyes of Jiang Shaoyang. Swiftly, he reached into his bosom, producing a slender steel needle, as fine as a hair and entirely transparent, Jiang Shaoyang's lethal secret weapon. Without extraordinary vision, one could scarcely perceive the needle in his grasp. It remained to be seen whether your Thunder Fist was more formidable or my deadly steel needle. Bart transformed his palm into a fist, channeling the essence of thunder. Jiang Shaoyang, however, would not grant him the opportunity. With a flick of his index finger, the transparent needle shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Bart was no ordinary foe, though the needle was nearly invisible. He sensed an impending force of death bearing down upon him. His instinct for survival kicked in, prompting him to roll to the side and narrowly evade Jiang Shaoyang's lethal projectile. Just as he prepared to employ another hidden weapon, the vigilant referee approached and seized Jiang Shaoyang's wrist, confiscating the deadly needle. According to the rules of the competition, no contestant was permitted to use any concealed weapons within the arena, and detection would result in immediate disqualification and victory for the opponent. Cheating and launching a sneak attack was utterly disgraceful, inciting the audience's ire. Had it not been for the quick intervention of Shang Wanjian, Jiang Shaoyang might have faced the wrath of the spectators. What were you thinking? You've embarrassed yourself on an international stage, Chu Huayu lamented. The scores were already closely contested, and Jiang Shaoyang had allowed his opponent to achieve commendable results, placing the burden of pressure squarely upon Shang Wanjian. He understood that unless he could defeat his adversary, Michel, within 5 minutes, ultimate victory would slip from his grasp. At the age of 29, Michel stands at 2 meters tall, exuding a demeanor that is both cunning and composed. A master of various martial arts, he serves as the captain of a Navy SEAL team. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, he single-handedly dispatched an entire squad of armed intruders, earning the moniker the Grim Reaper in the West. With an expression of calm, Michel gazes at Shang Wanjian, leaving one to ponder the thoughts swirling within his mind. Such an opponent is the most formidable, for one can never anticipate his next move. As the two engage, the initial 30 seconds consist merely of tentative exchanges, with neither able to discern the other's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, a flicker of emotion crosses Michel's face, and he extends his palm downward. Alarm surges through Shang Wanjian. This adversary intends to unleash his lightning fist. Little did he expect that Michel's prowess far surpasses that of Bart and Truman, enabling him to utilize the lightning fist even at close range. Shang Wanjian silently rejoices at having encountered John earlier, who had witnessed the might and weaknesses of the lightning fist firsthand. Before stepping onto the arena, he concealed a water pouch on his person, prepared to counter the opponent's potent attack. He surmised that Michel would likely be the formidable adversary saved for last. With keen observation, he awaited the moment Michel channeled his energy for an assault, and deliberately applied pressure to rupture the water pouch concealed beneath his attire. Michel, fixated on delivering the lightning fist, was taken aback by this unexpected tactic. Water, the arch-nemesis of the lightning fist, proved to be Michel's undoing. As the energy collided with the water, the electrical currents within his body rebounded violently. The water pouch, under duress, erupted, sending droplets splattering onto Michel. With a startled cry, he fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Within a mere 2 minutes on the arena, the match concluded abruptly, leaving the audience of over 100,000 in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the swift ending. He was employing hidden weapons, and Bart protested loudly from beneath the arena. "Damn it, you Black Bull, last time you took advantage of me, and now you wish to raise a fuss about concealed weapons." Jiang Shaoyang and Bard engaged in a heated argument beneath the platform. Chapter 31. A night reconnaissance at the manor. The audience, comprised largely of spectators from the West, began to jeer upon hearing Bart's accusations against Shangwan Jian regarding the use of hidden weapons. They clamored for the annulment of Shangwan Jian's achievements. After deliberation, several judges unanimously determined that the object Shangwan Jian possessed was merely water, not a chemical substance, and thus did not qualify as a hidden weapon. Furthermore, the event's regulations did not prohibit competitors from bringing water onto the stage, which rendered the judges' decision fair. Ultimately, the United Nations event organizers collectively declared that the Huaxia Nation emerged victorious in the entire competition, earning the Antarctic Passage permit. It was splendid. As the 5 participants received the United Nations authorization certificate from the host, the representatives from the West, accompanied by event personnel, stormed out in indignation. Jiang Shaoyang recalled the host's smug demeanor just days prior. Had it not been for the concern over international image, he would have kicked the host off the stage. Without delay, after obtaining the passage permit, Shangwan Jian hastily led the 5 individuals away from the venue. You were right. The leader had anticipated that the opposing side would not relent easily and had already prepared countermeasures. Shangwan Jian cautiously surveyed his surroundings, refusing to let his guard down for even a moment. As the 5 approached the entrance of the arena, they were approached by several men in suits. Shangwan Jian instantly recognized them as his comrades from the military, Lin Feng, Shui Gang, and others. Upon seeing them, a significant weight lifted from Shangwan Jian's heart. Lin Feng stepped forward and whispered, "We were sent by Commander Zhang to assist you discreetly. We arrived in Golden Mountain just as you did." Despite being trusted comrades, Shangwan Jian cautiously confirmed the secret code with them. Once assured of its validity, he handed the pass to Lin Feng and the others. Upon receiving the pass, Lin Feng and his companions departed briskly. The news of the Huaxia Nation obtaining the Antarctic Pass was fervently reported by media outlets worldwide, and the 5 of them had become the center of attention. As Shangwan Jian and his companions made their way confidently towards the hotel entrance, the journalists, upon spotting them, surged forward, encircling the group. Faced with the incessant clicking of cameras and the probing inquiries from the reporters, one could only imagine how overwhelming it might be for those unaccustomed to such scrutiny. Is it true that your recent victory was a result of divine intervention, granting you such fortuitous luck? Questioned a reporter from the West, seemingly intent on casting an insult. Shangwan Jian retorted, "I recall that your deity is venerated daily in your Western nations, while we do not worship such a figure. Why would the God you revere choose to bless us and not you? Perhaps it is indicative of your inherent weakness that even your God cannot save you." The Western reporter, who intended to belittle Shangwan Jian and his companions, found himself deftly outmaneuvered, his face reddening with embarrassment as he longed for a hole to hide in. After several exchanges, the multitude of foreign journalists, having gained no advantage, reluctantly dispersed. Having been preoccupied with the competition for days, their nerves finally relaxed. After dinner, he immersed himself in the bathtub, seeking to rejuvenate, when suddenly, Kelly arrived at the hotel seeking him out. "I have heard that you have represented your country and emerged victorious in the competition. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations, Kelly." As you entered the room to greet Shangwan Jian, "I had not yet expressed my gratitude. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have been unable to give my all and achieve this triumph." Shangwan Jian was contemplating calling Kelly to express his thanks after his shower. Yet he was surprised by her unexpected visit. "And how do you intend to show your gratitude?" Kelly inquired, reclining on the sofa and casually brushing back her golden locks. Observing her poised demeanor, it appeared she had emerged from the shadow of Trump. He was aware that Western women are generally quite liberated. And a thought crossed his mind. Would Kelly expect him to compromise his integrity? "Rest assured, I will not ask you to compromise yourself," Kelly replied with a hearty laugh, leaning back comfortably. The situation was rather awkward. Shangwan Jian had momentarily forgotten that Kelly held a doctorate in psychology, allowing her to perceive his thoughts. He chuckled awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. How could that be? You are a refined lady and the epitome of Western beauty. I would not dare to entertain such thoughts. Shangguan Jin's ability to maintain his composure was commendable, as he managed to appear unfazed despite having his thoughts laid bare. Do not worry. While I will not ask you to compromise yourself, I do require your assistance with a matter as a form of compensation. Kelly clarified her intention. It was clear that her request would not be trivial, and Shangguan Jin braced himself for the task ahead. Speak, and I shall do my utmost, he asserted, stepping closer to Kelly. Do you remember the events at the astronomical exhibition a few days ago? Kelly's expression suddenly shifted. Of course, I remember, Shangguan Jin replied, having intended to revisit the exhibition post-competition. He had not anticipated that Kelly would bring it up. What is it? Do you still wish for my company on another visit? Shangguan Jin expressed his immediate interest. I have come to discuss a matter related to the planetarium, though not for the exhibition itself. Kelly informed Shangguan Jin that Tai Lang Pu had gone missing, and despite the police force of Jinshan being mobilized, they had yet to locate him. I am aware of your exceptional agility and investigative skills, and I would like you to accompany me to Tai Lang Pu's residence for a thorough examination. According to the laws of our United Nations, without just cause, the police are prohibited from conducting searches of private residences. How could a seemingly good person simply vanish? Shangguan Jin had witnessed Tai Lang Pu's prowess at the exhibition and feared that very few could match his abilities. While Shangguan Jin was generally confident in his own skills, he doubted he could endure even 2 minutes against Tai Lang Pu. Where could this fellow be hiding, and what mischief is he up to? Very well. I shall assist with this matter. Shangguan Jin readily acquiesced to Kelly's request. I knew you would certainly help, Kelly replied as she rose from the sofa, leading Shangguan Jin out of the hotel. She informed him that Tai Lang Pu resided in the Run's Manor located in the western part of the city. The two entered the sports car parked at the hotel entrance and drove towards the manor. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at Run's Manor, where Kelly found a concealed spot to hide the sports car. Run's Manor is a renowned affluent area in Jinshan, spanning nearly 1,000 acres. The environment is picturesque, with a terrain that is naturally advantageous. Lush trees abound, verdant grass carpets the ground, and the air is fragrant with the scent of various exquisite flowers. Kelly directed Shangguan Jin to Villa 88 in Zone East 1, situated centrally within the cluster of villas. Due to the stringent security at the entrance, entry is forbidden to those not affiliated with the estate. The two individuals discovered a secluded spot, where Kelly pointed to the barbed wire atop the surrounding wall, indicating that it was electrified. The wall stood approximately 2 meters high, and with the addition of the barbed wire, the total height reached 8 meters. Do you have the confidence to leap over such a considerable distance while holding me? A mere brush against that wire could result in a fatal electric shock, she cautioned. Shangguan Jin had never attempted such a height before. The last time he had rescued someone at Snow Wolf Peak, he had managed to clear a 4-meter-high barbed wire, which remained his personal record. He gazed up at the wall, inhaled deeply, and said to Kelly, "Perhaps I should attempt to jump in first. I lack certainty in overcoming this towering wall." With that, Shangguan Jin exerted himself and gracefully vaulted over the barrier. To his surprise, his agility had improved remarkably. He estimated that leaping over the wall with Kelly would pose no significant challenge. "I knew you could do it," Kelly exclaimed as she leaped into Shangguan Jin's embrace, who held her in a manner reminiscent of a Princess Carrie. He was taken aback by the softness of her body, which emanated a subtle, enchanting fragrance that captivated him. With Kelly securely in his arms, he sprang over the wall and into the courtyard. The two made an effort to evade the surveillance cameras mounted on the wall, opting to tread towards a more obscure area. Following the house number, they arrived at Trump's residence, only to find the doors and windows tightly secured, and no lights illuminating the interior. Could it be that Trump's entire family is absent? Shangguan Jin mused aloud as he peered into the house. I have worked with him for several years and have never heard mention of his family residing in Golden Mountain. He seldom speaks of them, Kelly informed Shangguan Jin. Thus, having leaped over the 2-meter-high wall, they entered the courtyard, which was adorned with an array of exquisite flowers and plants. To one's surprise, Trump is indeed a person who pays great attention to life. The two of them pushed against the door outside, only to find it firmly locked. Such a situation would hardly pose a challenge for Shang Wanjian, who had conducted extensive research in cryptography during his doctoral studies. He could unlock any lock that was not too complicated. Shang Wanjian produced a prepared thin wire from his pocket and gently inserted it into the keyhole a few times. With a light push, the door swung open. "Who would have thought you possessed such a skill?" Kelly remarked, giving him a thumbs up. "I have many talents." Shang Wanjian replied proudly, nodding his head. "I give you 3 points of color, and you open a dyeing workshop." "You rascal!" Kelly playfully slapped Shang Wanjian on the back. "Oh dear, the wife is hitting the husband," Shang Wanjian exclaimed as he quickly slipped inside. "You're quite the troublemaker. I'll deal with you sooner or later." Kelly followed him into the room. Shang Wanjian retrieved a flashlight from his pocket and began to survey the surroundings. The interior was lavishly decorated, with various valuable oil paintings adorning the walls and furniture made of rosewood. No wonder Kelly accused Trump of embezzlement, looking at the furnishings. One could only speculate how much wealth Trump had gained through the abuse of power. They scoured the upper and lower floors, finding nothing particularly unusual aside from the furniture, paintings, and daily necessities. Chapter 32. Strange changes. Does Trump have any other residences besides this villa? Shang Wanjian inquired of Kelly. After a moment's thought, Kelly shook his head and replied, "This is Trump's only property in Golden City. I am unaware of any in other cities." "Is it possible that Trump is not in Golden City?" Just as they were about to leave, Shang Wanjian suddenly called to Kelly to wait. He faintly heard a strange sound emanating from the northern corner of the hall. Having frequently faced the harshness of life, Shang Wanjian possessed exceptionally keen hearing. "What is that sound?" Shang Wanjian and Kelly slowly approached the direction from which the sound emanated. It appeared to be coming from underground. Shang Wanjian pressed his ear to the ground. How could there be noise beneath the floor? Could something be concealed within? He examined the floor and discovered a square tile, roughly 1 meter on each side, adjacent to the wall. Surrounding the tile was a narrow gap, distinct from the other crevices. It was nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Shang Wanjian tapped the tile with his finger and found it hollow beneath. He exerted force to dislodge the tile, revealing a hole approximately 1 meter square before them, from which the sound originated. He illuminated the interior with his flashlight, discerning that the hole extended about 2 meters deep, forming a vertical shaft. And he noted another horizontal opening at the bottom. The sound indeed emanated from this lower aperture, and as Shang Wanjian listened intently, he recognized it. It was reminiscent of a peculiar draconic roar he had heard a few nights prior in the atrium of the Astronomical Exhibition Hall, when Talangpu had placed black beads into his mouth. They exchanged glances. Could it be that Talangpu was concealed within this subterranean cavity? Shang Wanjian instructed Kelly to wait above while he ventured into the hole to investigate. "No, I wish to accompany you," Kelly insisted, grasping Shang Wanjian's arm. "Listen, Talangpu possesses formidable skills. I wouldn't last 2 minutes against him. If an unexpected situation arises, I cannot ensure your safety," Shang Wanjian urged, eventually persuading Kelly to remain behind. He then grasped the walls of the hole with both hands and cautiously descended to the bottom, striving to make not a single sound. Upon reaching the cave's depths, he bent down and crawled into the lateral opening like a lizard. The passage was not lengthy, approximately 2 meters, before he arrived at its conclusion. Indeed, a hidden world awaited him. On the other side of the opening lay an underground chamber of about 100 square meters, illuminated by a flickering red glow that cast an eerie atmosphere. In the center of the chamber rested a large black circular bed, adorned with bedding. There sat Talangpu, clad in a flowing robe, cross-legged upon the bed, gazing at the ceiling while emitting peculiar dragon-like sounds. The noise originated from his very lips. What on earth was this old rascal up to in such seclusion? Shang Wanjian, wary of being discovered, could only observe from a distance. After approximately 5 minutes, the dragon-like sounds from Talangpu's mouth turned raspy, and he suddenly collapsed onto the bed, convulsing. What was happening? Could it be that he was on the brink of death? Shang Wanjian remained composed as he watched Talangpu's actions. After convulsing for half a minute, Talangpu lay still, motionless on the bed. Was this fellow practicing some sinister art in isolation, leading to a fatal outcome? Summoning his courage, he approached to investigate, only to find Tai Lang Pu's complexion darkened and his eyes glazed. His mouth was agape. Beside him lay a black orb. Upon closer inspection, it was the very same one seen that night in the hall. Shang Wanjian placed a finger near Tai Lang Pu's nostrils, detecting no breath. Could it be that this man had truly perished? He searched the underground chamber, but aside from some peculiar decorations, there was nothing amiss. Just as Shang Wanjian emerged from the cave's mouth, Kelly impatiently inquired about the situation within. Tai Lang Pu had been hiding in the chamber, and those strange sounds had indeed emanated from him. For reasons unknown, he suddenly passed away. Shang Wanjian briefly recounted the situation to Kelly. What? Trump is dead? Upon hearing this news, Kelly disregarded Shang Wanjian's attempts to restrain her and leaped into the pit. Reluctantly, Shang Wanjian followed suit, crawling through the hole into the basement. Strangely, just moments ago Trump had been lying on the bed, yet now he was nowhere to be found. Did you not say he was dead? Where is he? Kelly pointed at the dark circular bed. Shang Wanjian too felt a surge of curiosity. How could Trump, who had just been there, vanish into thin air? The two meticulously searched the basement, but aside from the hole through which they entered, there were no other exits. Could it be that he evaporated into thin air? With no trace of Trump found, Kelly had no choice but to leave the basement in disappointment. After climbing out through the wall, she drove away from Ruai's manor in her sports car. It was over. Bai Jia had learned about Kelly's outing, as she had been observing me in secret all along. Shang Wanjian found it impossible to explain to her. Why are you still awake at this hour? He attempted to divert the conversation, saying, Let me remind you, Shang Wanjian. Do not forget your mission and your identity. You must understand that the laws of Huaxia stipulate that soldiers cannot engage in emotional entanglements with women from other countries. Bai Jia's expression grew less serene, revealing a hint of agitation. Shang Wanjian finally realized that Bai Jia was feeling jealous. When did this girl start to harbor feelings for me? How had I been oblivious to this? At that moment, Shang Wanjian could only offer her gentle reassurances. I am aware that my outing with Kelly is not a romantic endeavor, but rather a matter of significance, as Shang Wanjian clarified to Bai Jia. What important matter could that be? Are you planning to procreate? Bai Jia inquired with a relentless curiosity. What nonsense are you spouting? If there were to be any offspring, it would surely be with you. After all, it was your father who intervened during my kidnapping, Shang Wanjian retorted, asserting that his interactions with Kelly were merely customary social engagements, not intertwined with any romantic entanglements. His eloquent defense eventually quelled Bai Jia's suspicions. It is indeed said that it is difficult to nurture both women and scoundrels. How could such a decent person suddenly become so brazen? As Shang Wanjian soaked in the bathtub, he mused introspectively while gazing at the light above. After his bath, he examined the black bead he had received from Tai Lang Pu. The bead, roughly the size of a quail egg, gleamed with a lustrous black hue and emitted a faint, alluring fragrance. Holding it in his hand, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, evoking an indescribable feeling. He was astonished by the bead's extraordinary nature. Shang Wanjian lost track of how many times he held the bead up to the light, gradually succumbing to drowsiness and drifting into slumber. That night, he experienced the most profound and restful sleep he had enjoyed in his 25 years of life. The following morning, when Zhou Yang brought him breakfast, he stepped back in astonishment, pointing at Shang Wanjian's face. What on earth is going on with your face, Captain? It's as dark as that of an African. Zhou Yang informed him that perhaps he had rushed out of bed in the morning without washing his face, resulting in some substance smudged upon it. Unperturbed, Shang Wanjian rose from his bed. He proceeded to the bathroom and gazed into the mirror, questioning whether the reflection before him truly belonged to him. As he scrutinized his visage, he recoiled in shock, exclaiming, How have I become so dark? Just as Zhou Yang mentioned, I resemble someone who has been doused in ink. In a flurry of anxiety, he plunged his face into the basin, scrubbing vigorously for an extended period. Yet, all he achieved was to redden his skin painfully, while his complexion remained unchanged. Despair overcame him. He sank onto the bed, Despite having confronted death on numerous occasions without trepidation, he was acutely concerned about his handsome appearance. How could he face others with such a darkened visage? He had yet to experience the thrill of romance. Zhou Yang had already apprised Chu Huayu and the others about Shang Wanjian's altered complexion. "Captain, what has happened to you? Did you spend the night submerged in ink?" Jiang Xiaoyang remarked, pointing at his face in disbelief. "Stop your nonsense," Bai Jie interjected, hastily checking Shang Wanjian's condition. After a thorough examination, she confirmed that he remained in good health, with no abnormalities detected. "Perhaps we should visit a hospital. Jinshan's medical facilities are quite reputable," Bai Jie suggested, unable to conjure any other viable options. "If we must, then let us go," he replied. The five of them set off for the esteemed Sacred Mother Hospital. Known for its superior medical care, Bai Jie busied herself with registration, and it was not until the afternoon that it was finally Shang Wanjian's turn for examination. After navigating numerous intricate procedures, no anomalies were discovered in his health. Ultimately, several esteemed doctors unanimously concluded that his physical condition was remarkably robust. "Given that my physical condition is excellent, why did my skin turn dark overnight? To my recollection, none of my direct ancestors were of African descent." Shang Wanjian inquired of a doctor named Tom, who adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, tapped his head thoughtfully, and sighed, stating, "In my 50 years of practice, I have never encountered such a case. Perhaps only God knows," he said, shaking his head in resignation. As the five emerged from the Virgin Mary Hospital, night had fallen. Everyone was concerned about affecting Shang Wanjian's mood and made earnest attempts to console him. To their surprise, he laughed carefreely, saying, "So what if my skin has darkened? I actually feel rather handsome." Just yesterday, he had triumphed in a competition, garnering media attention, and he speculated that the opposition would be inclined to act tonight. Chapter 33. The CIA came knocking as darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. They had adequately prepared for any eventuality. By midnight, they indeed heard noises outside the door. Shang Wanjian noticed a slender tube being pushed through the crack of the door. This tactic was all too familiar to him. The CIA operatives from the West, unwilling to make a direct assault, resorted to stealthy means. In a turn of events, Shang Wanjian decided to retaliate in kind, stepping forward to blow forcefully into the tube. There was a loud thud, followed by the sound of someone collapsing outside. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to discern this strategy. From outside, someone cursed, "Shit, damn it. How foolish," knocking himself out. The CIA operatives were truly lacking in skill, and Jiang Xiaoyang stifled a laugh, hiding in the shadows. Chu Huayu imitated the demeanor of Shang Wanjian, forcefully blowing into the slender tube that had been thrust toward him. A resounding thud echoed as yet another individual collapsed to the ground. A burly man, his face adorned with excess flesh, retrieved the fallen tube, scrutinizing it momentarily before brusquely shoving aside the subordinate standing at the entrance. "Stop this foolishness. These Huaxiao individuals are cunning. We have already been discovered." With that, he commanded someone to unlock the door with a versatile key. From within the confines of the room, Shang Wanjian could hear the commotion outside with great clarity. He instructed Bai Jie to take cover aside and directed Chu Huayu and Jiang Xiaoyang to remain vigilant. Should anyone dare to step even a fraction into the room, they were to eliminate them without hesitation, aiming to eradicate the opposition's living forces. Shang Wanjian understood the principle that even the strongest dragon must not trample upon the local snake. Thus, one must be resolute against the CIA agents. Should any sign of weakness emerge, the adversary's arrogance would only swell. Approximately 2 minutes later, the door swung open, and a bald man poked his head inside. "Damn it!" Jiang Xiaoyang swiftly executed a powerful kick, striking the bald man squarely on the chin. The bald man barely had the chance to discern his opponent's identity before being sent sprawling backward out of the doorway. A dozen or so individuals stationed at the threshold rushed in, hoping to leverage their numerical superiority to subdue the opposition. Following the command from their leader, they charged into the room en masse. A few lackluster individuals sought to assert their dominance, but Shang Wanjian and his companions retaliated. swinging their fists and sending the intruders howling in pain. After a thorough beating, those who remained clutched their heads and scrambled outside, terrified that lingering too long would prevent them from seeing the light of another day. Why are you all retreating? A bunch of useless fools. If you fail this mission, we will all have to relocate from our places of sustenance. Nai Kai stood outside, flailing his arms and hurling curses at his subordinates. Being battered and left with a bruised visage was certainly preferable to losing one's head. The man who had been thrown out turned and dashed back inside. Truly, they were a reckless bunch, unaware of their impending doom. Shangguan Jian and his companions were even more ruthless. One man, leading the charge, was met with a formidable punch from Jiang Shaoyang, sending several pristine teeth flying amidst a spray of crimson as he retreated, clutching his bloodied mouth. The fists of the trio struck with the precision of steel spikes, ensuring that their adversaries faced either death or serious injury. Nai Kai, determined, surged forward, but Chu Huaiyu, with keen observation, executed a swift elbow strike to his head. The blow left Nai Kai dazed, and he instinctively shielded his head as he fled. Jiang Shaoyang, quick-witted and agile, advanced and delivered a powerful kick to his rear, propelling the hefty Nai Kai a good 5 meters before crashing to the ground. Within 3 minutes, more than a dozen men from the CA lay strewn across the floor, while the guests in the surrounding rooms, having never witnessed such a bloody spectacle, cowered in fear, refusing to emerge. The hotel management recognized that this was no ordinary brawl. Even the security personnel dared not intervene, opting instead to watch from a safe distance. Shangguan Jian seized Nai Kai by the collar and declared, "I am well aware that you are dispatched by the CIA. I deliberately lingered here for an extra day to avenge the abduction of Bai Jia. Should your CIA dare to send agents to disturb us again, it will not merely be a matter of lying on the ground. You may well find your bodies in need of collection by your own agency." With a thunderous shout, he ordered, "Get out." Nai Kai, recognizing the futility of further resistance, conceded that further entanglement would be of no avail. A true hero does not succumb to immediate adversity. Thus, he stealthily led his companions out of the hotel, fearing that if they tarried even for a moment, their adversaries might reconsider. Shangguan Jian understood that the situation was far from straightforward. The CIA would not relent easily. He discreetly pulled Chu Huaiyu aside and confided, "Despite our brothers fighting valiantly tonight, we must consider Bai Jia, a woman who may find herself in peril, requiring our protection. Given that those ruffians have just been dealt a blow, the CIA operatives may still be caught off guard. Is there truly a need for such haste? Once we depart, do you and Jiang Shaoyang feel capable of managing the situation here? Fear not. Chu Huaiyu, you must trust in my resolve. Together, we are unbreakable. I do not wish for Bai Jia, a young lady, to face these dangers alongside us. And as for Zhou Yang, he is still but a youth, the sole progeny of his family. Should anything untoward befall him, how shall we confront his parents?" Regardless of Chu Huaiyu's protests, Shangguan Jian insisted that he take his leave immediately. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. To disobey is to defy military command, Shangguan Jian asserted with authority. There will be time to settle matters later. Bai Jia shot Shangguan Jian a glare. He merely chuckled, feigning ignorance of her disdainful look. When Chu Huaiyu informed Shangguan Jian that he had successfully boarded Bai Jia and Zhou Yang onto the plane, only then did Shangguan Jian's anxious heart find solace. "Now it is merely the two of us left to contend with the CIA," he said, patting Jiang Shaoyang on the shoulder, inquiring whether he felt apprehensive. "Not at all. My misfortune is already ravenous for action," Jiang Shaoyang replied, clenching his fists. Throughout the night, Shangguan Jian lay in bed, unable to find rest. Although he had secured the Antarctic Pass, he suddenly felt an intangible force pressing down upon him. As dawn approached, he had managed to sleep for a brief moment when Kelly unexpectedly arrived at the hotel to seek him out. "What is wrong with you? Your face looks like it's been drenched in ink," Kelly remarked, pointing at Shangguan Jian's visage. "Do you not think I appear even more handsome now?" Shangguan Jian retorted, gesturing to his own face. "You are exceedingly narcissistic. You look rather frightening, as if submerged in a vat of black ink." You should hurry and wash up, Kelly suggested, mimicking a pained expression. If only it could be washed away. This morning it was merely my face that was dark. Now my entire body is beginning to follow suit. He lamented as he unfastened his night robe, revealing his inky chest. Goodness! Kelly could no longer contain her shock. What on earth is wrong with you? You were perfectly fine when we parted last night, and now you look like this. Shang Wanjian turned and entered the bathroom, splashing his face under the faucet. What brings you here today? He inquired while drying his face with a towel. I have something dreadful to tell you. Kelly's expression suddenly darkened. Today, several young officers died in the restroom of the Jinshan police station. The coroner cannot ascertain any cause of death, and I'm terrified that I might be next. How could you say such a thing? Aside from Trump, you have no other enemies. Who would wish you harm? Shang Wanjian dismissed the gravity of the situation, pondering who would dare to harm the daughter of the esteemed Kai Men Sif of the Sun and Moon Society, unless they were courting death themselves. Indeed, Shang Wanjian found the incident perplexing as well. He had scoured every corner of the basement without encountering any trace of Trump. Kelly had long harbored suspicions that Trump's disappearance was far from ordinary. Where could such a large corpse possibly have vanished? Last night, I found myself preoccupied with a particular matter. In the hall that evening, one could observe his prowess as he clashed with my cousin John. Recently retired from the Marine Corps, John's skills are well known to you. He stood no chance against Tai Lang Pu, ultimately fleeing in disarray. How could such an enigmatic individual possibly meet an untimely demise? Kelly remained skeptical about the notion that Tai Lang Pu could easily perish. If he had not succumbed, why would he permit me to take the jewel that lay beside him? At that moment, John had been pursuing Tai Lang Pu with the intention of seizing that very jewel. It was evident from Tai Lang Pu's actions just how significant that jewel was to him. However, he could not disclose to Kelly that he possessed the jewel from Tai Lang Pu. You suggested that the deaths of several young officers in the restroom were related to Tai Lang Pu. Shang Wanjian had already surmised Kelly's intentions, merely voicing what she had implied. Your perceptiveness is remarkable, as you quickly discern my thoughts. Kelly could not help but admire Shang Wanjian's ability to read the room. Your praise does not bode well for me, Shang Wanjian remarked, raising an eyebrow as he gazed into Kelly's deep blue eyes. You seem to have unraveled everything, which is rather tiresome. Kelly's naturally pouting lips seemed to curl even more at this. In light of your assistance in rescuing Bai Jia, I promise to help you with whatever you require. Rest assured, our nation, the Celestial Empire, is steeped in courtesy and deeply values reciprocity. Your insight is profound. I came to seek you out specifically to further investigate matters concerning Tai Lang Pu. Chapter 34, The Arriving Oddity. Hasn't Tai Lang Pu vanished into thin air from the basement? Where do you intend to search for him next? I am aware that he frequently visits a particular location, and I have an intuition that he will undoubtedly go there. Now, accompany me. Do not delay any longer. Kelly urged Shang Wanjian to hasten his pace. It is surprising to discover that you possess such a sense of urgency, Shang Wanjian remarked as he donned his attire, trailing behind Kelly. He informed Zhang Xiaoyang of his impending departure, advising him to exercise caution. Indeed, I am a person with a strong sense of time, unlike you who tend to procrastinate. In Kelly's mind, the Chinese have a notoriously poor sense of punctuality. As they discussed the cultural values of their two nations, they strolled out of the hotel. After Shang Wanjian and Kelly entered the car, Kelly drove the sports vehicle towards the northern part of the city. Approximately half an hour later, Kelly steered the car into a desolate area. Are you not in search of Tai Lang Pu? Why have we come here? Shang Wanjian gazed at the barren landscape, unable to fathom why Tai Lang Pu often frequented this place. Kelly pointed toward a mountain ahead, stating that there was a cave halfway up. I have followed him to the cave entrance several times, intending to sneak inside for a glimpse, but fearing detection, I ultimately refrained. Very well. I shall accompany the beautiful woman at the risk of my life today, Shang Wanjian said, allowing Kelly to lead the way. The path up the mountain was treacherous. Several times, Kelly nearly stumbled over stones, and had it not been for Shang Wanjian's timely grasp, she would have truly tumbled down the slope. It is often said that foreign women have rough skin, yet unexpectedly, Kelly's skin was as smooth as jade, with an exceptional texture. Shangguan Jian's hand inadvertently brushed against Kelly's chest, sending a jolt of electricity through him, and vivid, alluring images flashed through his mind. "What are you thinking about?" Kelly delivered a sharp slap to Shangguan Jian's shoulder, reminding him not to forget her background in psychology. "This girl is remarkably perceptive. I had merely an impure thought." And she discerned it. As a youthful man brimming with vigor, it is challenging for me to maintain composure. Shangguan Jian chuckled. After approximately half an hour, Kelly guided Shangguan Jian to a cave nestled halfway up the mountain. "Let us rest for a moment." Kelly, drenched in fragrant sweat, her complexion flushed, sat on the ground, panting heavily. As they sat on the grass, conversing leisurely, Shangguan Jian's keen eyes spotted a figure rushing up the mountain from below. "Not good. Someone is coming." He quickly pulled Kelly into a thicket of grass. "Where is anyone?" Kelly scanned the surroundings below, and following Shangguan Jian's pointed finger, she finally caught sight of a silhouette. The figure was swiftly navigating the sharp, blade-like rocks, scaling the mountainside with an ease that belied the terrain. Such incredible agility. Among those known to Shangguan Jian, Jiang Shaoyang possessed the finest lightness skill, yet he still paled in comparison to this individual. The newcomer carried a bag in hand, and upon reaching the cave entrance, he lifted his head to survey the area. Not detecting anything unusual, he proceeded directly into the cave. Just as Kelly intended to follow, Shangguan Jian seized her arm. Drawing from his 3 years of military experience, he cautioned her. Individuals of this ilk possess a suspicion sharper than that of a fox. Although he did not spot us at the cave entrance, once inside, he will certainly conceal himself in the shadows to ascertain if anyone is tailing him. To follow him now would surely reveal our presence. As Shangguan Jian predicted, the man indeed concealed himself behind a massive rock, observing the situation outside. Until 5 minutes later, having discovered no abnormalities, he hurriedly dashed towards the cave, clutching the bag. The contents of the man's pocket undoubtedly consisted of everyday necessities. Shangguan Jian, accompanied by Kelly, gradually ventured into the cave. The illumination within was dim. After traversing merely a few hundred meters, darkness engulfed them completely. Shangguan Jian, possessing extraordinary vision, navigated the cave without difficulty, while Kelly stumbled like a blind person, her knees colliding with the stones on several occasions, causing her to wince in pain. She was compelled to retrieve a flashlight from her bosom, and with its faint glow, they pressed onward. The cavern was profound. The pair walked nearly 1,000 meters without encountering an end. "Listen," they sensed a sound not far ahead. Shangguan Jian grasped Kelly's arm, pressing his ear to the ground. He could discern the labored breathing of someone approximately 50 meters ahead. There was certainly someone present, he informed Kelly as he rose. They cautiously made their way toward the source of the heavy breathing. After walking around 50 meters, they indeed stumbled upon a stone chamber at a bend. Peering through a crevice, they saw that the chamber was illuminated by a luminous pearl, casting light akin to that of day. "Goodness," Shangguan Jian signaled Kelly to remain silent. The individual within possessed formidable skills. Should they be discovered, it would likely spell their doom. He pulled Kelly behind a large rock, attuned to the movements inside. How could he be here? Kelly nearly gasped in shock. Shangguan Jian was equally astonished to see Tai Longpu lying on a stone bed in the hall, barely conscious and breathing weakly. Moments earlier, the man who had entered the cave had emptied a few bloodied items from his pocket, and upon closer inspection, Shangguan Jian recognized them as hearts. The man seized one heart and handed it to an elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair in the stone chamber, saying, "Esteemed one, this is a heart I just extracted from a robust young man." The elder accepted the heart, scrutinizing it closely, then nodded while emitting a hoarse voice, instructing the man to refine the heart into a medicinal pill for Tai Longpu to consume. The act of using a human heart to concoct medicine caused both Shangguan Jian and Kelly to feel their stomachs churn violently, barely suppressing the urge to retch. Truly, a band of merciless fiends. Just as Kelly was about to draw her firearm and rush in, Shangguan Jian grasped her arm, urging her to first assess the situation inside. Approximately half an hour later, the man prepared the elixir and administered it to Tai Longpu. After about 5 minutes of consuming the potion, Tai Longpu, who had appeared to be on the brink of collapse, suddenly radiated vitality, as if he had undergone a transformation. That wretched Huaxiao soldier dared to intrude at such a critical moment, causing my heart's meridian to be disrupted and nearly costing me my life. He even managed to seize the Dragon Ball. Had I not exerted all my strength to hide in the pre-dug cellar, I would have surely been discovered by Kelly, who followed behind. I must avenge this grievance, Tai Longpu declared, slamming his fist onto the stone bed. By the way, my brother, the man who prepared the elixir, informed Tai Longpu, I have taken care of the police who knew your secret as per your instructions. You need not worry anymore. Impressive work, Tai Longpu responded, giving the man a thumbs up. Disciple, it is crucial that you focus on recuperating your injuries. Given your current state of recovery, it will take at least another year. I have warned you many times that you must not proceed without obtaining the hidden map and locating the Dragon Eye. You must not forcibly practice the evergreen technique, for it may shatter your heart's meridian. The Venerable One pressed his palm against Tai Longpu's chest to assist him in channeling his energy. Upon overhearing their conversation, Shangguan Jin finally comprehended why Tai Longpu had not been discovered in the basement. He had been concealed within a pre-prepared pit. It was indeed his own carelessness that had led to this oversight, failing to anticipate the cunning trickery of this sly fox who had multiple hiding places. It seems I am Tai Longpu's nemesis, inadvertently disrupting his cultivation and seizing the dragon's subduing pearl, which is crucial to him. With this thought, a flicker of delight surged within Shangguan Jin's heart. What exactly is the evergreen technique? And what is the Dragon Eye? Could it possibly be the eye of a dragon? Filled with questions, Shangguan Jin continued to observe the activity within the stone chamber. An hour elapsed, during which the elder remained silently channeling energy to heal Tai Longpu, and no further useful information was gleaned. Finally, the two stealthily emerged from the cave. Upon reaching the outside, Kelly notified the special police to apprehend Tai Longpu. Within 20 minutes, a dozen police vehicles arrived at the foot of the mountain. From the vehicles emerged around 100 armed special police officers, with the special operations captain leading them as they charged up the mountain. Doctor, where is Tai Longpu? The captain inquired of Kelly. Kelly pointed to the adjacent cave, informing him that Tai Longpu and his companions were inside, but warned that they were ruthless and highly skilled. Caution was imperative. No worries, the captain reassured Kelly. The 100 officers I brought are seasoned veterans. Dealing with them will be a mere trifle. With that, the captain commanded his 100 officers to storm into the cave. In less than 5 minutes, the sound of rapid gunfire erupted from within, followed by anguished cries, and 3 figures swiftly emerged from the cave. Many have yet to discern the true identities of those before them, as shadows have already traversed 1,000 meters with astonishing speed, leaving Shangguan Jin in quiet astonishment. He recognized that these special police officers were no match for the 3 individuals within. Yet he regarded the officers, whose eyes seemed to be atop their heads, with a sense of detached amusement. The captain of the special police, alongside over a dozen officers, burst forth from within, bloodied and battered, having underestimated the formidable prowess of these 3 monstrosities. Dozens of bullets rained down upon them in a frenzied assault, yet they remained unharmed. Several of their comrades fell victim to the brutal hands of their adversaries, igniting a fierce fury in the captain's eyes. His expression tinged with deep frustration. Now, do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Shangguan Jin felt no sympathy for the beleaguered officers. Rather, he experienced a peculiar sense of satisfaction. As parting words, he cautioned Kelly to refrain from venturing out alone, advising vigilance against any vengeful pursuits from Tai Longpu. He informed Shangguan Jin that a distinguished gentleman awaited him in his room, seemingly of considerable stature. Who seeks me? Shangguan Jin's mind raced through acquaintances of repute in Gold Mountain, yet none came to mind. It was unexpected for such a high-ranking figure from the CIA to make an appearance so swiftly. He had anticipated a delay until the following day. Upon Shangguan Jin's arrival, one of the men informed him that his superior was in the room waiting. Observing the attire of the 4 men, Shang Wanjian realized the main character had finally emerged. He entered the room to find a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, savoring tea, accompanied by another man poised to heed his commands. The middle-aged gentleman, clad in a sharply tailored suit, possessed long purple hair and a prominent, hooked nose. His eyes, deeply sunken into their sockets, exuded an aura of authority without the need for anger, as he leisurely continued to sip his tea. Without raising his eyelids, Shang Wanjian faced the incoming figure. For tables were combined, creating an imposing presence. He took a seat opposite the man, already suspecting his identity, yet still inquired, "Who might you be?" He was aware that this question was utterly superfluous. "Given your intellect, you have likely deduced who I am." The middle-aged man leisurely sipped his tea. How infuriatingly pretentious. Shang Wanjian silently cursed. The man smiled faintly and replied, "It is merely a long-standing habit of mine, not an act of pretense." It seemed as if he could perceive Shang Wanjian's thoughts. Goodness, could this person possibly possess mind-reading abilities? He could see right through my intentions. Shang Wanjian's curiosity about the man intensified. "Young man, you have yet to discern my path, but I am fully aware of yours," the middle-aged man remarked, all the while sipping his tea with a leisurely demeanor. His ostentation was truly exasperating. Chapter 35. Rescuing a life. Shang Wanjian could no longer tolerate the middle-aged man's arrogance and wished for their departure to be hastened. "I anticipated this. Others may concern themselves with the matter. My visit today is not merely regarding the key to the Antarctic gate. What I seek is that black, round object you possess," the middle-aged man stated, narrowing his eyes and gesturing with his hands. "A black, round object? What could that possibly be?" Shang Wanjian feigned ignorance, rolling his eyes. "Do not play the fool before me, young man. I have thoroughly investigated your background. I am well aware of your acquisition of the Dragon Ball." After a lengthy exchange, Shang Wanjian finally discerned that the intentions of his counterpart no longer revolved around the Antarctic key. Unfamiliar with the term dragon subduing pearl, Shang Wanjian had learned from Talangpu that the object he possessed was indeed the dragon subduing pearl. It seemed that one would not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Thus, he decided to present an item of interest. With a glance towards his subordinate, the man signaled, and the subordinate promptly retrieved several photographs from his pocket, placing them before Shang Wanjian. "What are these photographs for?" Shang Wanjian asked casually as he accepted them. However, upon inspecting the images, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, one of the photographs depicted Professor Huang Chuan, bound and seated in a chair, his complexion pale, evidently having endured considerable distress. It finally dawned on Shang Wanjian that the disappearance of Huang and his colleagues was orchestrated by the CIA. "How did you abduct Professor Huang?" Shang Wanjian could no longer remain seated and stood up abruptly. "Calm down, young man. Capturing a few individuals is an effortless task for us," the man replied, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Now, are you willing to admit that the dragon-subduing pearl is in your possession? If you relinquish it, I assure you that your expert will be returned to you. Exchanging a jewel of unknown purpose for a top-tier scientist is hardly a loss on your part. Huang Chuan is regarded as a national treasure of your country, harboring secrets that pertain to the fate of all humanity. Countless nations covet the knowledge he possesses. Were it not for my need for the dragon-subduing pearl, I would be reluctant to use him as a bargaining chip." The man held his teacup, his gaze fixated on Shang Wanjian, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. The coldness in his eyes resembled a surgical scalpel, poised to dissect and unveil the innermost depths of his being. Shang Wanjian recognized that Huang Chuan was an exceptional astronomer, whose significance to the Huaxian nation transcended mere quantification. Within the confines of the cave, he overheard Talangpu practicing his qigong with the dragon-subduing pearl, yet the true purpose of this orb eluded him. Contemplating this, Shang Wanjian resolved to exchange the dragon-subduing pearl for Huang Chuan's freedom. "Where have you detained Huang Chuan?" "I am eager to learn of Professor Huang's condition," he inquired, to which the man responded, "A few of them are held in an unexpected location, contingent upon your willingness to relinquish the item. We can facilitate an exchange at the Ontario Underground Warehouse, one hand for the person, the other for the dragon's subduing pearl. The man wore a provocative expression, confident in his stance. Were it not for his concern for Professor Huang and the other's safety, Shang Wanjian would have gladly struck him. Very well. I agree to the exchange of the dragon's subduing pearl for Professor Huang. When shall we proceed with the exchange? He was eager to rescue Huang Chuan swiftly and expedite the transaction. Tomorrow at noon. Bring the item to the Ontario Underground Warehouse, and my associates will be there waiting with your desired individual. After delivering this ultimatum, the man rose and departed the hotel with his entourage. Once the CIA personnel had vacated the premises, Shang Wanjian telephoned Kelly, informing her of the situation he faced. He requested her assistance in procuring a vehicle for the following day to facilitate the rescue at the Ontario warehouse. Given her familiarity with the area and her status as a UN police officer, the CIA operatives would likely exercise caution, mindful of international ramifications. Absolutely. I will accommodate your request, Kelly assured him. After concluding the call, Shang Wanjian reclined on his bed, meticulously organizing his thoughts for the impending operation. Upon realizing this, he informed Captain Zhang Song about the abduction of Professor Huang Chuan by the CIA. What? Professor Huang was kidnapped by the CIA? Zhang Song exclaimed in astonishment from the other end of the line. He instructed Shang Wanjian that, under no circumstances, should they fail to rescue Professor Huang. I will dispatch several capable men to Jinshan immediately. They will arrive by tomorrow morning. The prospect of receiving assistance was indeed a relief for Shang Wanjian. Early the following day, as he rose from slumber, the individuals dispatched by Zhang Song made contact with him. Subsequently, he and Jiang Shaoyang meticulously rehearsed potential emergencies that might arise. Approaching noon, the two arrived at the underground warehouse in Ontario. The CIA operatives, accompanied by Huang Chuan, were indeed waiting there, and one man, wearing a smug expression, remarked, "It seems you are quite punctual. I am a man of my word. My word is my bond. Hence I am always on time," Shang Wanjian replied, raising the Dragon Ball in his right hand and waving it. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball, the man gestured for his subordinates to release Huang Chuan and the others. As they were freed, Jiang Shaoyang quickly stepped forward to escort them out of the warehouse. Once they boarded the jeep brought by Kelly, Shang Wanjian tossed the Dragon Ball to the man. After inspecting it and confirming its authenticity, he led his team out of the warehouse. However, upon reaching the airport, there was no immediate reaction, indicating that the Dragon Ball held far greater significance to the CIA than Professor Huang. As they disembarked, the individuals waiting at the airport swiftly approached. Shang Wanjian urged them to hasten and get the people onto the plane. During the previous rescue operation at Snow Wolf Peak, Assistant Li had engaged in a brief exchange with Shang Wanjian, during which he had also requested Shang Wanjian to retrieve the Heavenly Gate key. Upon encountering a familiar face, Li Zhu led Shang Wanjian to a secluded corner and inquired if he had secured the key to the Heavenly Gate. Shang Wanjian succinctly recounted the acquisition of the key, expressing relief that it was now in his possession. Li Zhu admonished him to safeguard the key with utmost diligence, ensuring that its existence remained a secret. Only after their flight ascended into the azure sky did Shang Wanjian feel a sense of ease as he departed from the airport. Once he had attended to his affairs, Shang Wanjian meticulously organized his luggage. After dining, he meandered leisurely along the streets. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself before the entrance of the Astronomical Exhibition Hall, a place that had once thrived with bustling activity. Now, however, it lay desolate, so quiet that even the softest patter of a cat could be discerned. As he wandered closer to the locked door of the exhibition hall, an impulse compelled him to leap inside, uncertain whether the creature lurking in the pit still resided there. He recalled his previous entry through a window and followed suit. Illuminated by the faint light filtering in from outside, he discovered the interior to be eerily empty. The pit he had encountered before remained, yet there was no sign of movement. While he stood at the edge of the pit, surveying his surroundings, a sudden knocking echoed from outside. Who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour? Hastily, Shang Wanjian concealed himself behind a wall. Before long, the door creaked open, and a man stepped inside. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Tai Lang Pu. What was this old fellow doing here again? Hadn't I taken the dragon pearl? Tai Lang Pu entered the hall, scanning the area meticulously. Once assured of his solitude, he approached the edge of the pit and emitted a series of hissing sounds directed at the abyss below. Before long, a swirling mass of black mist once again rose from the pit, and a creature, neither resembling a bull nor a horse, emerged from the depths. Witnessing this, Tai Lang Pu was utterly horrified, hastily kneeling on the ground and bowing his head in a frantic manner akin to pounding garlic. "O divine dragon, I beseech your mercy. I implore you for forgiveness. It was during my cultivation that I was interrupted and wounded in my vital meridian, leading to the dragon-suppressing pearl being taken by a soldier from the Huaxia nation. I understand that without that pearl, my years of arduous training will be rendered futile. I entreat you to utilize your immense power accumulated over millennia to preserve my cultivation." "You claim the dragon-suppressing pearl was taken by a soldier from Huaxia?" The divine dragon unexpectedly spoke, and the fury within Tai Lang Pu diminished considerably. Shangguan Jian was perplexed as to why the divine dragon's demeanor shifted so dramatically upon hearing of the soldier from Huaxia. Indeed, upon noticing the softened tone of the divine dragon, Tai Lang Pu's anxious heart was finally at ease. Aware of the significance of the dragon-suppressing pearl to the divine beast, Tai Lang Pu cautiously elaborated, "In light of your unwavering loyalty over the years, I shall spare you for the time being. However, once you have recovered, you must undertake a task for me." Upon hearing that the divine beast was willing to assist him in preserving his cultivation, Tai Lang Pu's spirits soared with joy. He repeatedly assured the beast that he would not hesitate even if it meant traversing a mountain of knives or plunging into a cauldron of oil. The divine beast instructed Tai Lang Pu to extend his hands and then expelled a black pearl the size of a corn kernel from its mouth, instructing him to swallow it. The beast assured him that doing so would safeguard his cultivation even in the absence of the Tianxian pearl. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Lang Pu accepted the black pearl and swallowed it. After witnessing him consume the pearl, the divine beast nodded and swiftly vanished into the depths of the pit. After the divine beast departed, Tai Lang Pu finally rose from the ground and exited the hall. Hidden behind the wall, Shangguan Jian marveled at the peculiarities of the world, pondering the origins of the beast from the pit. Chapter 36. Hearing an astonishing piece of news, Shangguan Jian initially intended to linger in Gold Mountain for a few more days to ascertain the true nature of John. However, he had to abandon this notion. "Please convey my gratitude to your father for his assistance during the previous incident. Without his intervention, we would not have successfully completed our mission." Before Shangguan Jian could finish his sentence, Kelly abruptly hung up the phone. When he attempted to call again, he found that the other party's line was unreachable. What could have happened? Just as Shangguan Jian was worrying about Kelly's safety, she unexpectedly appeared at his door. "What brings you here?" Shangguan Jian inquired with curiosity at Kelly's arrival. "After all, you are my first friend from the Huaxia nation." Kelly tossed her golden locks, and suddenly, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes as she scrutinized Shangguan Jian's face. "Why are you looking at me with such an expression?" Shangguan Jian asked, wiping his face with his hand. "Why has your face turned pale again?" Kelly exclaimed, pointing at him in surprise. "My face has turned pale again." Shangguan Jian thought she was jesting. He rushed to the bathroom to stand before the mirror, only to discover that indeed, his complexion had lightened. The darkness had faded, leaving him looking as he once did. "Wonderful. I no longer need to worry about my skin color changing," he realized, understanding at last that the darkening of his skin was likely due to the dragon-subduing pearl he had carried. "Why does my body react so intensely to the dragon-subduing pearl?" As Shangguan Jian hurried along, he found himself unable to fathom the questions that lingered in his mind. After gathering his belongings, Kelly accompanied him downstairs to settle the checkout formalities. Once completed, she drove him to the airport, reminding him with a gesture to call her upon arrival. "What? Do you miss me so soon?" Shangguan Jian jested, feeling an inexplicable connection to this warm-hearted foreign girl after their brief interactions. In an effort to alleviate the somber atmosphere of parting, he endeavored to lighten the mood. They exchanged a Western-style farewell kiss. "Rest assured, I will visit you in Huaxia one day. It was only after Shang Wanjian entered the airport that Kelly drove away. Following several hours of soaring through the skies, the plane finally descended at the Capital International Airport. After resting for a night in the capital, Shang Wanjian transferred to a flight that took him to the airport near his military base. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by Zhang Song and numerous comrades waiting at the airport entrance. Shang Wanjian was taken aback that these comrades had traveled hundreds of miles to welcome him. Well done, my boy. You have lived up to my expectations and brought honor to our Huaxia soldiers, Commander Zhang Song said, patting him on the shoulder. This is primarily due to your guidance, Shang Wanjian humbly replied with a grin. Upon returning to the unit, his comrades organized a celebratory gathering in his honor, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented exuberance that lasted until the early hours of the morning. Commander Zhang informed Shang Wanjian that following the acquisition of the key to Antarctica, a selection of 100 guards would be made from various military regions, as they had consistently excelled in their missions. This time, Commander Zhang had personally requested that both he and Chu Huayu, along with Jiang Xiaoyang, be included among the chosen guards. You have been appointed as the deputy captain. Prepare yourself well. You must arrive at Fengchenggang by 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. With over 1 million soldiers in the Huaxiao army, how is it that we were chosen? There are countless soldiers far more exceptional than I. Shang Wanjian wishes to take a moment to visit Bai Jie and has no desire to join the escort team. Do not attempt to bargain with me, my friend. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Commander Zhang's confidence in you is a testament to your abilities. So do not be ungrateful. Zhang Song playfully kicked Shang Wanjian in the rear. Very well, since Commander Zhang has specifically named me, I have no objections. And Shang Wanjian reluctantly abandoned his plans to see Bai Jie. After 2 consecutive days without proper rest, he resolved to seize the opportunity to sleep soundly at the regiment's headquarters. Upon awakening, he realized it was already dark, and a pang of hunger struck him. He ventured to the dining hall, only to find that mealtime had long passed. Master Zhang, the chef, hails from the same hometown as Shang Wanjian, and they share a close bond. On one occasion, when Master Zhang's child required substantial medical expenses, it was Shang Wanjian who stepped in to assist. Grateful for this, Master Zhang always ensures to send local delicacies to Shang Wanjian whenever possible. Upon seeing Shang Wanjian enter the dining hall, he approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, "What would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you right away." Having consumed alcohol well into the night, Shang Wanjian felt a slight bitterness in his mouth and craved something light. He licked his parched lips. "It seems I'm a bit overheated. Please prepare some sour plum juice to soothe my throat, and perhaps a few local snacks as well." With that, Master Zhang donned his apron and set to work preparing a meal for Shang Wanjian. Before long, he presented a refreshing bowl of sour plum soup. Drinking this bowl of sour plum soup invigorated his appetite. Master Zhang set the sour plum soup before him. "This is delightful." Shang Wanjian has always been fond of this homemade beverage, devoid of any additives, particularly its delightful balance of sourness and sweetness. After consuming a bowl of the soup, he felt instantly revitalized, as if he could devour an entire cow. No sooner had he finished the sour plum soup than Master Zhang presented him with a bowl of local specialty spicy and sour noodles, a beloved snack of Shang Wanjian's that he had not tasted in a while since being in the West. Following that, Master Zhang served him several signature dishes, including roasted lamb, mapo tofu, and steamed ribs. Shang Wanjian relished every bite, exclaiming in delight, and upon finishing, he patted his full belly as he exited the cafeteria. Gazing at the luminous moon in the clear sky, a gentle mountain breeze swept by, filling him with a profound sense of tranquility. As a soldier, he often confronted death, his nerves perpetually taut. Such moments of relaxation were scarce. With his appetite satisfied and feeling drowsy, Shang Wanjian ascended the mountain path, seeking a higher vantage point to admire the moonlit sky. The western region of Huaxia is the highest place on earth, where stepping outside places one amidst the vast mountains. After climbing nearly 1,000 meters, he discovered a large blue stone of about 10 square meters, where he lazily reclined, gazing up at the pristine white moon. During his school days, he often heard his geography teacher recount tales of a cataclysm that occurred in the universe billions of years ago. As the sun expanded, it eventually engulfed all the planets in the solar system, transforming the once serene solar system into a sea of fire. Millions of years later, the hydrogen within the sun had been exhausted, and the once radiant solar system had succumbed to the vast darkness of space. After billions of years of energy integration and balance within the cosmos, the sun has once again begun to harness new energy, transforming the solar system into a serene and vast expanse of the universe. The mysteries of the cosmos are ever-changing and inscrutable, rendering humanity seemingly insignificant in the face of such boundless grandeur. As Shangguan Jian gazes at the moon, he unknowingly drifts into slumber. In his dreams, he hears voices speaking. Who could be conversing at such an hour? Perhaps a comrade has brought his beloved to share sweet nothings. Not wishing to intrude, Shangguan Jian intends to rise from the blue stone and depart. Yet, the voices grow increasingly louder, eventually escalating into a heated argument. Listening intently, it becomes evident that this is not a romantic exchange, as one would not quarrel at such a late hour. Stealthily, Shangguan Jian approaches the source of the commotion. Concealing himself behind a pile of rubble approximately 10 meters away, eager to discern the identities of the disputants. To his dismay, both individuals are masked and clad in tight-fitting nocturnal attire, rendering their faces unrecognizable. The fact that they dare not reveal their true identities at night and yet engage in a quarrel suggests that their disagreement pertains to some nefarious matter. One man on the left exclaims, "How is it that after all this time, you have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the heavenly gate key?" The elder is exceedingly displeased with this situation. "If you fail to retrieve the key, he shall send the soul reaper to take your life." To the right, the other man, rather than exhibiting fear, bursts into laughter. "Do you take me for a mere child? Do you think I would fear your sun and moon society? Were it not for your treacherous schemes, I would not be compelled to heed your demands. The heavenly gate key, this is the very item that Li Zhu entrusted to my care, is it not? In pursuit of the celestial key. While on the sacred mountain of the Nibic nation, I was nearly incapacitated by an elusive shadow. The Society of the Sun and Moon? How could such an organization exist within the realms of Huaxia? Is not Kaiman Sifu a member of this very society and a leader at that? To thwart my triumph in the grand contest, the CIA from the Western nations once resorted to abducting Bai Jie as leverage against me. It was only under the duress imposed by the Society of the Sun and Moon that they ultimately released her. Is the Society of the Sun and Moon, as mentioned by the man, indeed the same as the one to which Kaiman Sifu belongs? Why does this society covet the celestial key? What enigmatic power does it possess that has captivated so many influential organizations? Are you truly unafraid? As the saying goes, when the heavens rage, misfortune befalls the man. It would be prudent to contemplate the dire consequences of your non-compliance, as the man on the left, with a gaze sharp as lightning, coldly scrutinized the man on the right. For an extended period, I have been investigating the whereabouts of the celestial key, yet it seems to have vanished into thin air. Previously, I cooperated with you in abducting Huang Chuan and Nibuk, yet you failed to uncover the celestial key from him. Now, how can the blame be cast upon me? The man on the right maintained his fierce demeanor, though his tone lacked the earlier intensity. This cannot be attributed to us, the Society of the Sun and Moon. It is all the fault of that incompetent band of thieves who acted on their own accord, disregarding the Society's directives. They hastily interrogated him about the celestial key's whereabouts, revealing to Huang Chuan the true intentions behind his abduction. This deliberate stalling tactic allowed ample time for the Huaxia military to orchestrate his rescue. Chapter 37, Departure. The man on the right cast a wary glance around. Just as Shangguan Jian was about to delve deeper into the discourse, the two men hastened down the mountain. Looking skyward, it was already deep into the night. He had no choice but to follow down the mountain. Upon returning to the lounge of the regiment, Shangguan Jian hurriedly groomed himself before retiring to bed. The time left for a peaceful slumber was limited, and when he awoke, it was already 8 in the morning. After having breakfast and preparing his luggage, a helicopter landed on the regiment's playground. After bidding farewell to his comrades, Shang Wanjian, along with Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang, boarded the helicopter, flying southward. After 2 hours of flight, the helicopter finally reached the port of Fengqingang. In addition to the helicopter that Shang Wanjian and his companions were aboard, other escort teams from various battle zones gradually arrived. Approximately 3 hours later, 100 escort members had assembled. These guards were spirited, their eyes bright and sharp, and their movements agile, each a rare talent among many. The leader of this research team was none other than Huang Chuan, a renowned figure from Huaxia, and an old acquaintance of Shang Wanjian. Alongside him were several assistants. And upon recalling how Shang Wanjian had saved him from peril on 2 occasions, Huang Chuan greeted him warmly, waving from a distance. "It is wonderful to see you again. Young man, with you here, I feel that our mission is already half a success," Huang Chuan said, grasping Shang Wanjian's hand firmly. Shang Wanjian sensed the deeper meaning behind Huang Chuan's words. The Antarctic Passage Permit would ensure that the United Nations forces could enter Antarctica, yet it could not guarantee that there would be no sabotage lurking in the shadows. "I must tell you this in confidence. Do not let it affect morale. This operation is likely to be fraught with danger," Huang Chuan whispered gravely to Shang Wanjian. The group was aboard a 10,000-ton displacement cruiser equipped with chefs, doctors, and 30 logistical personnel. The captain, Bai Changxi, hails from Tanzhou and is 50 years of age, boasting 30 years of extensive maritime experience. He is known for his meticulous nature and few words, perhaps due to the countless storms he has weathered at sea over the years. His face is adorned with wrinkles that belied his age. By the afternoon, as the preparations for departure were completed, the 10,000-ton cruiser gracefully departed the port amidst the resounding echoes of 3 ceremonial cannon blasts. The port is situated approximately 15,000 kilometers from Antarctica, and under normal circumstances, the expedition team is expected to reach their destination in 10 days. The cruiser must first navigate the South Pacific, which encompasses an area of 4 million square kilometers under the jurisdiction of Huaxia. The weather here is splendid, with a tranquil azure sea, occasionally stirred by gentle waves. Bathed in sunlight, Shang Wanjian and his fellow crew members reclined on the deck, wrapped in their garments, succumbing to slumber. Everything felt so serene and peaceful, akin to a harmonious dialogue between nature and humanity, where soft visages and tender words could evoke tears of emotion. However, such beautiful moments are fleeting. Within just a day, the cruiser had traversed the Southern Ocean and entered the high seas. The high seas belong to the Indian Ocean tectonic plate, situated within a zone of active cyclones, where the climate is notoriously unstable and storms are perennial. In the blink of an eye, calm waters can transform into tempestuous turmoil, with dark clouds looming and towering waves threatening to engulf the massive vessel. Merely 10 kilometers into the Indian Ocean, Captain Bai Changxi instructed the crew to prepare for the impending turbulence, lowering the national flag from the mast. He commanded the deck to be cleared of any debris and secured all movable objects with wire. Once the preparations were complete, he ordered everyone on deck to enter the ship's cabin. "Isn't the deck quite refreshing? It is sweltering inside." Many of the guards hail from inland regions, having never beheld the ocean nor witnessed its capriciousness and ferocity. They find the calm sea an ideal spectacle and are reluctant to enter the ship as cabin. I warned the young men, the sea you face can change its demeanor faster than your wives. Despite the current tranquility, I estimated that within 5 minutes, the cruiser would enter a storm zone. At that point, anyone on deck could be swept into the ocean by towering waves. Captain Bai Changxi's words proved remarkably effective. No sooner had he spoken than those lingering on the deck hurried into the cabin. Once everyone was inside, he commanded the crew to secure the hatch and reduce the ship's speed. Bai Changxi's judgment was undoubtedly correct. Just 5 minutes later, the cruiser, which had been sailing smoothly, began to lurch. As the ship rocked violently, items from tables and shelves cascaded to the floor. Those attempting to navigate the cabin lost their balance and fell heavily. Everyone was advised to refrain from wandering about and to remain seated to maintain their balance. Bai Changxi shouted through the intercom from the control room. The entire warship emitted creaking sounds, as if being torn apart by some immense force, and the massive vessel began to sway precariously. Individuals weighing over 100 pounds were suddenly lifted 3 feet into the air while seated, and many succumbed to the tumult, beginning to retch. Nurse Xiaochun, undeterred by the ship's turbulence, rushed to various cabins, urging those afflicted to take their seasickness medication. In her haste, she lost her footing, and a powerful wave struck the hull, sending the entire ship careening several meters. Xiaochun was violently flung several meters away by a powerful force, crashing heavily against the ship's wall before tumbling onto the deck. A gash appeared on her forehead, immediately causing blood to flow down her face. Upon witnessing Xiaochun's injury, Shangguan Jian, disregarding the ship's turbulence, rushed to her side, assisting her into a chair and securing her with a safety belt. He deftly bandaged her wounded forehead. The vessel battled the tumultuous sea for nearly 5 hours before finally breaking free from the storm's grasp, restoring tranquility as it resumed its steady forward course. Having endured the ordeal, apart from the crew members accustomed to the ship's jostling, everyone felt lightheaded and incapacitated, sprawled helplessly on the deck. The ship's interior lay in disarray, with fruits, vegetables, and various items strewn across the floor as the crew hastily worked to restore order. Bai Changshi announced through the loudspeaker that what had just transpired was merely a minor storm. A more formidable tempest was anticipated within the next half hour. A greater storm? Oh my God! Many internally lamented. The initial storm had already been a considerable challenge. Would they survive an even fiercer onslaught? Just as the crew finished tidying up the ship's interior, they caught sight through the glass windows of a massive, ominous wave surging toward them. My goodness! Despite being seasoned soldiers, an involuntary chill ran through them. The colossal wave lifted the ship, propelling it several dozen meters into the air, making the massive vessel resemble a leaf dancing in the wind. As the ship plummeted, the crew felt as if they were falling from the sky, teetering on the brink of an unfathomable abyss. The heavens instantaneously transformed into a shroud of darkness, as winds of nearly 20 degrees raged like countless colossal dragons, rampaging across the sea with reckless abandon, perpetually enveloping all in an aura of impending doom. Captain Bai Changshi incessantly commanded the sailors through the loudspeaker on how to navigate the tempest. Unable to endure the tumultuous upheaval, many succumbed to nausea, while others drifted into a semi-conscious state, instinctively gripping the handrails affixed to the ship's walls. After enduring an entire night of torment, the warship finally broke free from the storm's clutches, with the sun once again gracing the sky, restoring an atmosphere of tranquility and calm. Having weathered the ordeal, Captain Bai Changshi instructed the crew to tidy up the ship's interior. Numerous individuals, still reeling from the upheaval, stumbled as they walked, barely able to move while lying in their bunks. The delay caused by the hurricane necessitated a swift increase in speed, and Captain Bai commanded the vessel to proceed at full throttle. Once the chefs completed the meal preparations, many found themselves too queasy to eat, repulsed even by the mere scent of the food's oils and seasonings, wishing to expel their very insides. Yet, it must be remembered that their mission was to safeguard the warship. If they could not maintain their own footing, how could they protect the vessel's security? I now command everyone to eat immediately, Captain Bai declared. Even if it leads to further vomiting, we shall endure until we can no longer retch. Lieutenant Lu Feng, the captain of the escort team, issued a resolute order for everyone to eat, for military duty is to obey commands without question. Under the captain's directive, the crew, disregarding their churning stomachs, gritted their teeth and rose from their beds and chairs, making their way towards the kitchen. Many, upon consuming their meals, felt their stomachs erupting like geysers, yet the soldiers' tenacity compelled them to stifle their discomfort, striving to contain their meals within. After devoting twice the usual time for meals, everyone finally finished their food. Following a brief period of rest, spirits were restored, and many rushed to the deck to bask in the sun. A day had passed peacefully, but suddenly a melodious voice pierced the tranquility. "What are you doing?" Turning his head, Shangguan Jian discovered it was Nurse Xiaochun approaching him. Thank you for yesterday's assistance in the cabin, she said, settling beside him. We are comrades. There's no need for such formality, Shang Wanjian replied, rising from his spot on the deck. What were you contemplating while lying alone on the deck? Xiao Chun initiated the conversation. Despite Shang Wanjian's decisive and resolute demeanor on the battlefield, he was not adept at small talk. I just felt stifled in the cabin and needed some fresh air, he remarked, gazing up at the sky. Could it be that you're missing your girlfriend? Xiao Chun asked, her round eyes eagerly awaiting his response. The mention of girlfriend was a topic most young girls found enchanting. No, I'm still single. I haven't had a girlfriend my whole life, Shang Wanjian admitted with a shy smile. Chapter 38. Arrival at Antarctica. Really? You're so outstanding yet still single? I find that hard to believe, Xiao Chun said, shaking her head in disbelief. Indeed, my background isn't particularly favorable, and I've always felt a sense of inferiority, devoting all my time to studies. During my university years, I had a crush on a girl and finally mustered the courage to confess my feelings. We only dated for less than 3 months before a wealthy suitor swept her away, Shang Wanjian sighed as he recounted the tale. It is as such. My apologies for bringing up your sorrowful past, Xiao Chun murmured softly. It matters not. I have long since forgotten that affair, replied Shang Wanjian with a hearty laugh. A man of strength knows no fear of solitude. How long have you been a nurse? Shang Wanjian abruptly shifted the topic. I have just graduated from university this year, and have only been a military doctor for 2 months. This is my first time venturing to such a distant place, Xiao Chun said, smoothing her long hair which had been tousled by the sea breeze. No wonder Xiao Chun appeared flustered amidst the storm in the cabin yesterday. She had just graduated and possessed little experience. Earlier that morning, Shang Wanjian was abruptly roused from slumber by the blaring of the alarm. What has happened? He quickly leapt from his bed. It seems there are pirates intercepting ahead, Chu Huayu informed him. Pirates dare to rob a warship? Truly, it is akin to an old man consuming arsenic, desiring an end to his lengthy existence. Shang Wanjian and the guards hastily armed themselves and rushed to the deck, where they beheld numerous pirate ships converging upon the warship. The captain of the guard, Ye Feng, age 32, had served in the Navy for 14 years. Dealing with pirates was a common occurrence, and he was exceptionally seasoned in combat, having successfully completed numerous escort missions. Faced with the encroaching pirate vessels, Ye Feng remained remarkably composed, commanding his team to stand vigilant around the deck. This region was notorious for pirate activity, with their influence being exceedingly rampant. He instructed his team to refrain from firing unless absolutely necessary, to avoid provoking a retaliatory assault from the pirates. The captain, Bai Changxi, utilized a loudspeaker to address the pirates. This is a scientific expedition team of Huaxiao Nation. There are no valuable possessions aboard this warship. The purpose of our nation is to pursue peace. I urge you to leave on your own accord. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. How absurd. We came here to rob, yet they shout for peace and demand our departure. Are these people from Huaxiao lost in a daydream? A scarred bandit leader, bare-chested, laughed heartily at the warship. No way, Captain, one of the crew exclaimed. These folks seem impervious to diplomacy. Let's give them a few bursts to start with. Shang Wanjian raised his firearm, ready to act. Hold on, Ye Feng interjected, asking Shang Wanjian to lower his weapon, for he was uncertain of how many pirates awaited nearby. Through his binoculars, Ye Feng indeed spotted numerous pirate ships approximately 10 kilometers from the warship, roughly estimating there were at least 500 men aboard, armed with heavy weaponry. Such a distance could be traversed with a mere press of the accelerator, yet Ye Feng remained remarkably composed. He conferred with Bai Changxi, suggesting that if the pirates' demands were not overly excessive, they should acquiesce for the time being. Their priority was to transport meteorites to Antarctica. Delaying could lead to unforeseen complications. As the vice captain, Shang Wanjian felt a twinge of reluctance at Ye Feng's willingness to compromise with the pirates. How could a soldier of Huaxia submit to a band of marauders? Wouldn't that become an international joke? In frustration, Shang Wanjian struck the mast with a clenched fist, lowering his head in silence. Captain Bai Changxi stood on the deck, raising a megaphone to address the pirates. Dear friends, I assure you, We possess no valuable treasures aboard. If you are amenable, we are willing to offer 100,000 as a token of goodwill. What utter nonsense! Numerous members of the guard could not suppress their indignation, exclaiming that our illustrious vessel of the Huaxia nation was compelled to pay a toll to pirates while navigating the open seas. As tensions escalated and everyone grasped their weapons, Lu Feng timely intervened, averting a potential skirmish. Damn it! 100,000 yuan. Do they truly consider us beggars? The scar-faced pirate leader raged at the warship. A subordinate tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Boss, based on my experience, there isn't much to be gained from this warship. Look at the multitude of armed soldiers on the deck. It would be quite challenging to take on such a tough adversary. And we might lose many brothers in the process. The spoils taken from the warship wouldn't even suffice for settling down. It would be wiser to accept their offer, pocket the 100,000, and let the brothers buy some drinks instead." How infuriating! To concede to these yellow-skinned barbarians. The scar-faced leader exclaimed, tossing his weapon onto the ship. "Hurry and prepare the money. I will send someone to collect it immediately. If you delay for even a minute, I shall resort to violence." Upon witnessing the pirate's agreement to his conditions, Lu Feng promptly instructed the retrieval of the operational funds, placing 100,000 yuan into a wooden chest. Before long, two disheveled pirates, bare-chested, climbed aboard the deck. One pirate was tasked with counting the money while the other brandished a weapon, keeping watch over the soldiers on deck. Fearing the possibility of being taken hostage, they meticulously counted the money until the figures were confirmed accurate. Only then did the two pirates, brimming with arrogance, leap off the warship in full view of everyone, watching as the surrounding pirate ships sailed away. Such a disgrace. Many stood on the deck, seething with frustration, stamping their feet in anger. After the pirates departed, the warship continued its journey southward towards Antarctica. At each port, logistical personnel were responsible for disembarking to procure daily necessities. Having recently been extorted by the pirates, the budget appeared somewhat strained, leading to a significant reduction in living expenses aboard the ship. Fortunately, the crew was filled with a sense of urgency, and their appetites diminished, so the financial constraints had little impact. As the warship drew nearer to Antarctica, an unexpected chill permeated the sweltering summer air, prompting many on board to don warmer clothing. As customary, after dinner, Sheng Jian sat on the deck, gazing vacantly at the sky. "Why are you sitting out here on such a cool night?" Xiao Chun, who had appeared behind him without notice, inquired. "It's stifling inside. I came out for some fresh air." Sheng Jian turned his head and nodded at Xiao Chun. Following the recent pirate incident, Lu Feng had begun to bolster the ship's security. The guards were instructed to intensify their patrols, and it had been several days since Sheng Jian had last seen Xiao Chun. "This is to replenish your nutrition," Xiao Chun said, producing a chicken leg and 2 eggs from his belongings, as if performing a magic trick, and handed them to Sheng Jian. Given the tight budget, each crew member's nutritional supplies were strictly rationed. "Where did you get this chicken leg and eggs?" Sheng Jian waved his hand, refusing the offering. "Why are you being so polite with me? These are my regular rations. I didn't steal them. I have a lighter workload and can't eat as much, so I saved them for you. I know that as a guard, you expend a significant amount of energy each day." As Xiao Chun pressed the chicken leg and egg firmly into Sheng Jian's hands, he could only accept them with a resigned expression. For it is indeed arduous to resist the favors of a beauty. Upon witnessing Sheng Jian's willingness to accept her offerings, Xiao Chun's face blossomed with joy, radiant and vibrant like a blooming lotus. The warship advanced at an astonishing speed. What was originally a 10-day journey was accomplished in just 9. However, the sea surrounding Antarctica remained perpetually frozen, preventing the vessel from proceeding further, halting instead at Ma Island port, 300 miles from the Antarctic boundary. The logistical and medical personnel, along with the sailors, remained aboard the ship. Captain Lu Feng selected 20 guards to stay behind to safeguard the vessel, while the remaining 80 members of the expedition team ventured into Antarctica to collect meteorites. Upon receiving the orders, each individual prepared their sleds and other essential equipment, armed themselves, and packed provisions for 10 days, gliding toward the southern expanse. As resources dwindled and environmental pollution escalated, global awareness of ecological issues intensified. Following a unanimous resolution by the United Nations, Antarctica was designated as a shared environmental resource protection zone for humanity. The surrounding border, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, was encircled with barbed wire, and all nations deployed a contingent of troops to guard the Antarctic periphery. Those who entered the Antarctic territory without the universally recognized Antarctic permit would be charged with environmental destruction and brought before an international tribunal for judgment. After 3 days of traversing the snowy expanse, the team finally arrived at the northern gateway to Antarctica, a region guarded by troops from 10 nations, including the West, over a span of 3,000 miles. Upon arriving at the northern gate of Antarctica, Huang Chuan presented the Antarctic Passage permit to the sentinel stationed there. Upon receiving the permit, the guard, wary of any oversight, promptly forwarded it to the command center for verification. After meticulous examination by the command staff, the research team was granted entry through the northern gate. The Antarctic Circle is enveloped in glaciers and snowdrifts, some several meters or even hundreds of meters thick. The sunlight reflecting off the snow created an almost blinding brilliance, making it difficult for many to keep their eyes open. Despite wearing protective eyewear, numerous individuals struggled to adjust. In recent years, the greenhouse effect had intensified, leading to the melting of glaciers in various regions of the Antarctic Circle. A moment's inattention could result in slipping into a melting ice patch, potentially leading to a perilous entrapment beneath the surface, destined to remain there eternally. Fortunately, the research team had prepared well in advance, bringing along 10 spirited Siberian huskies to forge a path ahead. As they glided across the snow, the dogs were tethered together with a single rope. Should one inadvertently plunge into a snow pit, the others would work in unison to rescue it. The sled dogs, invigorated by the vast expanse of white, raced eagerly across the snowy terrain, while the team of researchers and guards followed closely on their skis. Chapter 39. Antarctic Meteorite. The guard team advanced at an impressive pace, covering nearly 300 kilometers in just 10 hours amidst the frigid wilderness. Although many of the guards were exceptionally skilled in skiing, the rapid speed resulted in numerous falls, leaving several with bruised faces. Huang Chuan glanced up at the sky, noticing a bank of dark clouds rolling in. Based on his experience, he surmised that a fierce snowstorm was imminent. The ferocity and brutality of the Antarctic blizzard surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. Gale-force winds whip through, mercilessly assaulting with hail. Visibility dwindles to less than 2 meters. And facing the tempest makes even breathing a challenge, let alone advancing. One misstep could lead to plunging into a crevasse or falling from a glacier. Huang Chuan urged everyone to camp on the spot, hastily erecting tents before the storm's arrival. The group swiftly unpacked and assembled their tents, managing to set up over 100 shelters in less than 2 minutes. Huang Chuan's judgment proved astute. No sooner had the tents been erected than the fierce wind swept in, engulfing the area in a blizzard. What had been a realm of white light transformed instantaneously into a dim haze. The sight of the all-consuming storm evoked thoughts of an apocalyptic scenario. As tents nearly 2 meters high swayed perilously, the winds and ice crashing against the fabric with a muffled thud. Fortunately, the military-grade tents were of exceptional quality. With their stakes driven a meter deep into the ice, and the outstretched grips firmly securing the surroundings. Otherwise, these shelters would have long been swept into the air. Everyone took refuge inside the tents to escape the storm. Earlier, while skiing vigorously, they had not felt the cold, and some had even broken a sweat. Now, having paused, the perspiration had frozen, and many were left chattering their teeth in the biting chill. To combat the cold, they resorted to snacking on biscuits to replenish their energy, hoping to endure this wave of the blizzard. After roughly 3 hours, the storm finally subsided. Many appeared pale, their lips turning purple from the cold. Even the sled dogs, huddled together for warmth, trembled uncontrollably. If this continued, lives would surely be at risk. Huang Chuan rallied everyone to resume their journey, urging them to get their blood circulating once more. Once the tents were packed away, the group of over 100 continued on their way. Among this group, Jiang Shaoyang undoubtedly stood out as the most striking figure, for his extraordinary agility made skiing a mere extension of his expertise. While others were fully engrossed in propelling themselves forward, he effortlessly executed several aerial flips, showcasing his exceptional lightness of being, much to the delight of his companions. The ones most disadvantaged were the members of the expert team, as their age rendered them less vigorous and agile than the youthful crowd. After several hours, they found themselves breathless and fatigued. In their determination to reach the meteorite's landing site swiftly, they persevered, maintaining the fastest pace possible. Just as everyone focused intently on their journey, a sudden crack echoed from ahead, causing the lead sled dogs to freeze in terror upon the ice, paralyzed with fear. A grave situation had arisen. A glacial collapse lay before them. Huang Chuan instructed everyone to remain still and to keep their voices low, lest the vibrations provoke a disastrous resonance. Heeding his command, all individuals lay flat against the ice, silently observing the unfolding scene, scarcely daring to breathe. Then, another sharp crack rang out, followed by a mournful howl from one of the sled dogs positioned slightly ahead. The ice beneath it fractured, splitting in two, and the unfortunate creature plunged into the icy abyss. Fortunately, all the sled dogs were tethered together by a long rope. Witnessing their companion's misfortune, the remaining sled dogs instinctively pulled back with all their might. The fallen sled dog dangled precariously in midair, though it ceased its descent. The rope around its neck constricted tightly, making it struggle for breath. Due to the slickness of the ice, the remaining sled dogs could not withstand the force of gravity. Their limbs could not firmly grasp the surface, and they began to slide toward the gaping chasm. If this continued, all the sled dogs would surely plunge into the abyss. What could be done? 100 individuals lay prostrate on the ice, hesitant to move, as the blocks beneath them cracked, emitting ominous sounds. A slight shift in weight posed the peril of tumbling into the void. It seemed futile. The sled dogs were doomed. Witnessing the 9 sled dogs howl in despair, their bodies inching toward the abyss, the onlookers shut their eyes in hopelessness. At that moment, Jiang Shaoyang retrieved a long rope from his pack, fashioning a lasso at one end. With a swift motion of his right arm, he cast the rope over 10 meters, successfully ensnaring one of the sled dogs around its neck. Just as despair enveloped the 10 sled dogs, they momentarily halted their slide toward the chasm. Observing this, Shang Wanjian and Chu Huayu cautiously crawled to Jiang Shaoyang's side to assist in securing the rope. Captain Lu Feng urged the others to slowly retreat to the solid ice. After approximately 10 minutes, the group managed to reach a safe location. Now, only the 10 sled dogs and the 3 individuals remained on the fractured ice. While the spectators watched anxiously, beads of cold sweat forming for their safety. Despite their strength, they could offer no assistance, merely fretting from the sidelines. As the cracking of the ice grew louder, it appeared they could hold on for no more than 2 minutes. We must avoid crouching and lie flat on our backs to increase the surface area of the ice beneath us, Shang Wanjian shouted to the 2 others. Indeed, the vice-captain possesses remarkable insight. Upon hearing the shout, Chu Huayu and Jiang Shaoyang simultaneously reclined on the icy surface, utilizing their backs to exert force as they pulled the sled dogs backward. The other sled dogs cooperated splendidly, their limbs firmly gripping the ice as they glided backward. The trio and their 10 canine companions exhibited a harmonious synchronization, traversing a distance of nearly 100 meters within a mere 2 minutes. As they neared the perilous zone, several members of the guard rushed forward to seize one end of the rope, straining to pull it back. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed. Just as the 3 individuals and their 10 sled dogs exited the danger zone, the ice beneath them collapsed over a span of nearly 100 meters, revealing a bottomless pit encompassing several hundred square meters. The sight of the unfathomable abyss sent shivers down everyone's spine. Huang Chuan cautioned the group that the Antarctic, spanning millions of square kilometers, was riddled with such pitfalls, urging everyone to exercise extreme caution henceforth. Several sled dogs suffered injuries from ice shards, their wounds immediately freezing as blood oozed out. Alarmed, the dogs began to gnaw at their injuries, prompting the guards to swiftly retrieve medical supplies to bandage the dogs' wounds. They all understood that without the sled dogs leading the way, reaching their destination would be impossible. After tending to the dogs' injuries, they offered them some jerky to replenish their strength, and once the treats were consumed, the journey continued. Having learned from previous experiences, the sled dogs were now more vigilant. Whenever they encountered anything unusual, they would first conduct thorough observations to ensure safety before proceeding. Despite facing numerous challenges along the way, after nearly 50 hours of relentless marching, they finally arrived at the site of the meteorite's fall. From a distance, the meteorite resembled a long, oval-shaped wooden vessel, its surface gleaming with an inky black luster. At long last, the destination was reached. The expert team and the guards rushed towards the meteorite, erupting into cheers. Judging by its appearance, this meteorite was astonishingly large, with a rough estimate of at least 2 tons in weight. Not only had the guards never encountered such a phenomenon, but even seasoned researchers like Huang Chuan, who had long been immersed in the field of astronomy, had never witnessed anything of this magnitude. Such a colossal meteorite undoubtedly possessed immense astronomical research value. Huang Chuan eagerly removed his thick lenses and, overwhelmed with emotion, what as he leaned against the meteorite. The weight of this massive rock raised a pressing question for the team leader, Ye Feng, who furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how they would transport it across the vast, icy expanse. Huang Chuan suggested that, considering the arduous journey, they should take a moment to rest before proceeding. The group, momentarily forgetting their fatigue, soon recognized their own exhaustion from the cold and hunger. Before long, the guards had erected around 100 temporary tents near the meteorite. Exhausted, they devoured their provisions of dried meat and, satiated, retreated into their tents to sleep. After enduring a grueling trek of several hours, they succumbed to slumber for nearly 10 hours. Upon emerging from his tent, Shangguan Jian observed the sled dogs, having feasted on dried meat, huddled together in deep sleep. He understood that the psychological strain on the dogs throughout the journey was no less significant than that endured by the humans, and he could not bring himself to disturb them. However, the sled dogs possessed an acute sense of hearing. Despite his light footsteps, they were stirred from their slumber. Upon noticing Shangguan Jian, the dogs rushed over, nuzzling against him affectionately. He was taken aback by their emotional attachment, since being rescued by Shangguan Jian and his companions. The sled dogs had grown increasingly fond of them. "Professor Huang, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Shangguan Jian noticed Huang Chuan squatting beside the meteorite, examining something intently. He immediately approached to greet him. "Ah, it's you. You've finally awakened." Huang Chuan, still focused on the meteorite, engaged in conversation. "After such a long slumber, I am well rested." Shangguan Jian yawned. "Why aren't you asleep?" he inquired abruptly of Huang Chuan. "I rarely sleep. Usually, 3 hours suffice," Huang Chuan replied, adjusting his glasses, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the meteorite. Shangguan Jian understood that scholars like Huang Chuan, once immersed in contemplation, could go for days and nights without sleep, food, or drink. They were, indeed, workaholics. Not wishing to interrupt Huang Chuan's thoughts, he contemplated leaving. Suddenly, he heard Huang Chuan muttering, shaking his head, "It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be." "What shouldn't be?" Observing Huang Chuan's peculiar behavior, Shangguan Jian approached again. "What do you mean, Professor Huang? Is it not a meteorite? How can that be? The media worldwide has reported it as something that fell from the sky. How could it be something artificially crafted? It doesn't even resemble a satellite." Huang Chuan's words left Shangguan Jian perplexed. In Chapter 40, Countless Difficulties, when Shangguan Jian pressed further, Huang Chuan fell silent, continuing to scrutinize the meteorite. Shangguan Jian recognized that researchers often possessed eccentricities. If they were reluctant to share, questioning would be futile. Huang Chuan adjusted his thick glasses, surveying the vast expanse of the glacier. Alas, the severe interference from the Antarctic magnetic field rendered signals useless within 500 meters of helicopter flight, explaining the legendary tales of Antarctica being akin to the Bermuda Triangle. Huang Chuan continuously struck the meteorite, his gaze revealing an unusual glint. Shangguan Jian found Huang Chuan's words profoundly insightful. He believed that other nations would not easily allow the meteorite to be transported by the scientific expedition team. In an effort to expedite the transfer of the meteorite to the warship, Ye Feng divided the 80 guards into 4 groups, each consisting of 20 individuals, who took turns dragging the meteorite forward. Amidst the harsh winds and glaring sunlight, they slowly progressed while pulling the sled. On several occasions, the sled became ensnared in ice holes, but through their collective effort, they managed to lift it out. Cold and famished, Ye Feng had no choice but to pause and allow everyone to rest and replenish their strength with some provisions. Fortunately, they had already scouted the path beforehand. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could have resulted in the meteorite plunging into a melting ice hole, making retrieval a formidable task. Just as they were about to set off again, Guard Ling Yun suddenly pointed towards the sky and exclaimed, "Everyone, look! There are a pair of red eyes watching us from above." Red eyes? Upon hearing the shout, the group lifted their heads in the direction Ling Yun was pointing. Aside from a blanket of dark clouds, there was nothing in the sky. "What are you playing at now? It's hardly the time for jokes." Ye Feng gestured as if to strike him, but it vanished. "I distinctly saw a pair of red eyes fixated on us," Ling Yun muttered to himself. "This guy lies as if it's the truth, even better than I do." Jiang Xiaoyang chuckled, pointing at Ling Yun. Perhaps he had been thinking too much about the ladies lately, leading to a dizzy spell. The entire group joined in laughter alongside Jiang Xiaoyang. "Enough of the laughter, we must press on," Ye Feng shouted to the group. "The climate in Antarctica is notoriously capricious." Just moments ago, the landscape was awash in brilliant white, kissed by a gentle, chilly breeze. Suddenly, ominous clouds surged forth, shrouding the area in darkness. "This is troubling. Another blizzard approaches." Huang Chuan instructed everyone to swiftly erect the tents. Seeking refuge from the impending storm was paramount, and the group hurriedly set up their tents in a flurry of activity. Just as they all squeezed inside, a relentless blizzard descended upon them like a tempest from above. It was bewildering how swiftly the storm had arrived. Many huddled together for warmth, exchanging complaints amidst their shared discomfort. In a moment of alarm, Shangwan Jian heard the sled dogs outside barking furiously. These dogs were highly trained. They seldom barked without cause. Could it be that the cold was overwhelming them? Shangwan Jian rushed outside, intent on bringing the dogs into the shelter. To his astonishment, the sled dogs were barking at the sky. Why would they direct their cries upwards? Following their gaze, Shangwan Jian looked up and was met with a pair of luminous red eyes peering down from above. What manner of creature could this be? It seemed that Ling Yun had spoken the truth. There truly were red eyes watching us from the heavens. Yet, just as Shangwan Jian prepared to scrutinize the sight further, the glowing eyes vanished without a trace. He hurried back into the tent to relay the strange occurrence to Jiang Xiaoyang. However, Jiang Xiaoyang merely shook his head and remarked, "How could there be red eyes in the sky? Surely, you jest, emulating Ling Yun's humor? You must have imagined it." Shangwan Jian realized that such an unfounded claim would not garner belief, and thus refrained from further argument. Once the blizzard subsided, the group resumed their journey. In the biting cold of the snow-laden landscape, traversing was a daunting challenge. Even standing still could lead to a tumble, especially while burdened with several thousand pounds of equipment. Many silently lamented their plight, as 10 arduous hours had passed with scarcely 200 miles covered. Observing the weary expressions on their companions' faces, Ye Feng deemed it prudent to allow everyone a brief respite to rest and replenish their strength. Exhausted to the bone, Chu Huaiyu and Jiang Xiaoyang consumed a few pieces of dried meat and some compressed biscuits before retreating into the tent. The ordeal was indeed grueling, as many soon succumbed to deep slumber, their snores resounding like thunder. Just as they were lost in their dreams, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, seemingly striking right outside their tent. What had transpired? Startled awake by the thunder, everyone scrambled from their tents. They beheld a large crater where the meteorite had landed, the sled carrying it split in two by the lightning strike. How could a mere meteorite attract such a bolt? The guards had no choice but to bind the shattered sled with ropes and press on. After considerable effort, they finally managed to transport the meteorite to the gateway of Antarctica. Upon reaching the Antarctic gateway, they encountered several soldiers from a foreign nation brandishing firearms, obstructing the research team's passage. One of the guards, named Qin, possessed a fiery temperament. Upon witnessing the soldiers' obstructions, he brandished his weapon, ready to charge. Fortunately, Lu Feng reacted swiftly, positioning himself before Qin and quietly advising the group. They were merely a handful against the thousands of soldiers stationed there, not to mention the additional troops guarding the area. Meanwhile, their own forces were stationed over 1,000 miles away at the eastern gateway of Antarctica. Engaging in conflict would undoubtedly jeopardize their mission to transport the meteorite to the naval vessel. He urged everyone to remain calm and assured them he would handle the situation personally. "On what grounds do you deny us passage?" Lu Feng inquired, pointing at the soldiers of the Western Army who brandished their firearms. "It is because you are unworthy of victory. With your meager capabilities, how could the soldiers of Huaxia possibly contend with us?" The Western soldiers erupted into laughter. "Surely, you have received permission from your superiors to come here and provoke us?" At this juncture, the vice-captain, Shang Wanjian, could no longer contain himself and shouted at the Western soldiers before him. Pointing to his own chest with his thumb, he declared, "I am Shang Wanjian. It is true that my skills are not exceptional, nor is my martial prowess particularly strong. Yet I am here to represent the Huaxia army and defeat your Western warriors. How amusing. I expected champions of renown, yet I find merely a pretty boy." The Western soldiers snickered derisively. "It seems that if you do not showcase some genuine skill today, you shall not pass this threshold. What do you propose?" Shang Wanjian inquired, maintaining his composure. "Summon the soldiers who participated in the tournament at Jinshan. Our captain intends to teach you a lesson," replied a haughty soldier with a prominent, hooked nose. "And if we emerge victorious?" Shang Wanjian asked the soldier with the hooked nose. "Should you win, not only will we allow you to pass, but we shall also lend you a helicopter to transport the meteorite. However, if you lose, the meteorite will remain with us," the soldier replied, patting his firearm with an air of provocation. Shang Wanjian, filled with determination, urged, "Give him a good thrashing." The provocation from the Western soldier ignited a simmering rage among several members of the guard team. The soldier with the hooked nose appeared to revel in the ire he had incited, gazing at the assembled group as if anticipating their wrath. He not only remained unperturbed, but also chuckled heartily. With a clap of his hands, 3 robust soldiers emerged from behind him, their expressions as cold as ice, gazing at Shang Wanjian and his entourage with eyes that pierced like lethal daggers. The hawk-nosed man pointed at the soldiers, introducing them one by one. The first was Ronald Sid, a former Navy SEAL, his hands capable of shattering stone. He had single-handedly slain 10 adult black bears without any weaponry. The second was Rommel, an advisor to the National Security Forces, known for his insatiable appetite for carnage. None of his adversaries had ever seen the dawn following their encounter with him. The third was Washington, a top-tier bodyguard for the presidential office, who had once eradicated 50 armed assailants that attempted to breach the presidency. With no witness ever seeing how he executed his lethal strikes or what weapons he employed, these 3 were the elite of our Western nation's military. Defeating them would indeed demonstrate your prowess. Shang Wanjian cast a furtive glance at the soldiers, noting the muscles in their temples twitching and their eyes gleaming with intensity. Fearful, perhaps, the hawk-nosed man wore a triumphant expression. "Unless you can vanquish these 3 top-tier experts behind me, you shall not pass." Damn that oversized nose of his. "Shall we go for another round?" Jiang Shaoyang could hardly contain himself, observing the formidable stance of the Western military. Shang Wanjian understood that a confrontation was inevitable if he were to progress. Chapter 41, The Grand Tournament. The boasting echoed loudly, leaving one to wonder if they could indeed back it up when the time came. Jiang Shaoyang was thoroughly skeptical of such bravado. As soon as the hawk-nosed man finished his introductions, he raised his pinky finger at the trio. "I hope your arrogance is matched by your abilities," he taunted, igniting Rommel's wrath. The prowess of this young man surpassed his arrogance, and Jiang Shaoyang was equally undaunted. The fervor of youth ignited within him, compelling him to act decisively. He boldly issued a challenge to Rommel. Challenging me? Rommel could scarcely believe his ears. In all his memories, he had never encountered anyone brave enough to confront him directly. Jiang Shaoyang's audacity piqued his interest. Why not live well, young man? Why provoke the Lord of Death? With a hawk-like nose, he lifted his head, nostrils flaring towards Jiang Shaoyang. Bending down, he brushed the snow off his military boots, beckoning him forward. The audacious aura he exuded was matched by Jiang Shaoyang. Rommel extended his palm, large as a fan, giving a downward thumbs up, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a trace of wicked amusement. Jiang Shaoyang, hailing from the Shaolin Temple, was adept at discerning his opponent's martial arts techniques. Observing the forceful momentum of Rommel's punch, he recognized the formidable strength behind it. A casual blow from him could leave an ordinary person gravely injured or worse. An exhilarating challenge awaited. Aware of Rommel's overwhelming might, Jiang Shaoyang understood that a direct confrontation would be unwise. With a swift glide, he evaded the attack with remarkable speed. Though Rommel was arrogant, he felt a twinge of alarm at Jiang Shaoyang's agility. Tightening his stance, he intensified his offensive. This was troubling. His opponent was preparing to unleash the lightning fist. Shangguan Jian, observing from the sidelines, understood the implications. Drawing from past encounters with Western soldiers, he recognized that once Rommel escalated his assault, he would surely seek an opportunity to execute his ultimate technique. Regrettably, he had failed to forewarn Jiang Shaoyang, underestimating Rommel's mastery of the lightning fist. In such a public setting, it would be imprudent to alert Jiang Shaoyang, lest it be perceived as an advantage seized upon by the opponent, potentially leading to accusations of the Huaxiao military exploiting their numbers against fewer foes. As anticipated, Rommel intensified his offensive, but suddenly lost his footing, sliding back a meter. His fists collided, and with a surge of willpower, a fierce gust of energy surged toward Jiang Shaoyang's chest. Shangguan Jin had not foreseen that Rommel's lightning-fast fist technique had reached a realm of mastery, and it seemed that Jiang Shaoyang might meet his demise here. Although he was accustomed to life and death, he could not bear to witness a comrade, who had fought alongside him through numerous perils, turn into a charred corpse. Shangguan Jin instinctively turned his face away. In that moment, Rommel clutched his chest with his left hand, while his right hand pointed accusingly at Jiang Shaoyang. His face contorted in pain. However, Jiang Shaoyang sprang up from the icy surface like a fish leaping from water, his gaze sharp and cold as he regarded Rommel. "How despicable of you to employ hidden weapons," he remarked. The hawk-nosed man immediately brandished his firearm at Jiang Shaoyang. "How dare you use a gun? If your skills are lacking, do not blame others. Did you not intend to strike from the shadows?" Dozens of guards were also unwilling to back down, raising their firearms toward the hawk-nosed man. The sudden shift in the situation took Shangguan Jin by surprise. He had not anticipated that Jiang Shaoyang's martial prowess had ascended to such heights, allowing him to effortlessly evade Rommel's lightning-fast fists while also utilizing concealed weapons to eliminate him. "What are you doing?" An officer emerged from the sentry post. The officer, with a face as round as a silver basin and a build as imposing as a mountain, stood sternly between the two factions. "How can you, soldiers of Huaxia, act without regard for the law and kill our men?" His gaze swept left and right, exuding authority. Inwardly, Shangguan Jin could not help but curse the officer for being a high-ranking military official, brazenly lying in broad daylight. Ye Feng, witnessing the blatant distortion of truth, was seething with anger, nearly on the verge of expelling his innards. He could hardly fathom how someone with such a seemingly respectable appearance could utter such inane words. Were it not for the pressing responsibilities weighing upon him, he would have been tempted to draw his firearm and unleash his fury upon these Western soldiers. The officer beside him exchanged glances with several soldiers, who instantly comprehended the unspoken cue, raising their weapons and advancing to encircle the meteorite. How audacious of them to exploit their numerical superiority to brazenly seize the meteorite for themselves. The security team, still simmering from their previous encounter with pirates, felt an overwhelming urge to vent their frustrations. "What do you think you're doing?" Ye Feng exclaimed, infuriated by their blatant attempt to pilfer. Dozens of security personnel brandished their firearms, positioning themselves protectively in front of the meteorite. The atmosphere at the entrance grew palpably tense, with the possibility of a violent confrontation looming ominously. The officer who had just emerged was named MacArthur, the highest commander of the Western forces stationed at the northern gate of Antarctica. He was ruthless and arrogant, possessing a blatant disregard for others. His previous failure to acquire the Antarctic transit permit had left him seething, vociferously criticizing the High Command for dispatching 3 inept individuals to the United Nations, thereby disgracing themselves. Determined to seize the opportunity while the scientific expedition from the Huaxiao Nation was departing with the meteorite, he plotted to lay claim to it. Such brazen theft required justification. Thus, he sought out 3 elite fighters from various violent factions within the West, intending to win this contest and claim the meteorite openly. MacArthur intended to use this as a pretext to forcibly appropriate the meteorite for himself. Ye Feng was no stranger to dealings with Westerners. He was acutely aware of their utter lack of shame. However, the forces stationed at the northern gate numbered in the thousands, while his security team was merely a handful. Did they truly believe that their small contingent could mount any form of resistance? MacArthur cast a disdainful sneer at the guards. Indeed, with our mere dozen or so, we could easily handle you. Shangguan Jian observed the arrogantly smug MacArthur, wishing to pin him to the ground and trample him. Oh my God, there are still audacious soldiers in the Huaxiao military who dare to boast. MacArthur raised his signature large nostrils. Damn, they have us at their mercy. Ye Feng realized that without shedding some blood, it would be impossible to transport the meteorite intact. He quietly urged his comrades to prepare for action, advising them to first deal with the arrogant, big-nosed man. As they gazed at the Western soldiers eyeing the meteorite hungrily, Shangguan Jian decided to capture the leader. Believing that controlling MacArthur would serve as a deterrent, he stealthily retrieved a small revolver from his waist, intending to catch him off guard. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the front gate, scattering the accumulated snow everywhere, making it difficult for everyone to keep their eyes open. They could no longer afford to argue, hastily brushing the snowflakes from their eyes. Having already left the Antarctic Circle, how could such a blizzard still rage? As Ye Feng brushed the snow from his eyes, he urged the guards to vigilantly protect the meteorite, lest the Western soldiers take advantage of the chaos. The wind howled increasingly louder, forcing its way into people's nostrils, making it difficult to breathe. In desperation, everyone had to crouch down, tightly covering their nostrils with their hands. At that moment, a booming roar echoed, ringing painfully in their ears. They felt an overwhelming pressure surge towards them, propelling them several meters away. Approximately 2 minutes later, the storm abruptly ceased, and tranquility was restored. As the storm subsided, everyone began to rise from the ground, questioning the whereabouts of the meteorite. Huang Chuan and several other researchers hurriedly got to their feet and rushed to investigate, only to discover that the several-ton meteorite had mysteriously vanished. The group noticed that aside from the massive sled used to transport the meteorite, no trace of it could be found in the snow. Witnessing the meteorite's disappearance, Ye Feng, usually composed, was consumed by rage, drawing his revolver and pressing it to MacArthur's chest. "You bandits, hand over the meteorite at once, or I shall pierce your heart," he shouted in a frenzy. Upon seeing their commander threatened at gunpoint, the Western forces present immediately aimed their rifles at Ye Feng, and the atmosphere became charged with tension, a confrontation seemingly inevitable. As the commander of the Antarctic Northern Gate, MacArthur had never faced such insolence. The audacity of this junior officer from the Huaxiao military infuriated him. "You better lower that weapon," MacArthur warned, his tone authoritative. "To hell with you. If you wish to live, return the meteorite," Ye Feng retorted, dismissing the authority of the Western commander as lesser than that of a dog. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shangguan Jian discreetly instructed his guards that should the Western forces act recklessly, they would ensure MacArthur received all the bullets in their guns. Both sides stood firm, the air thick with hostility. Suddenly, a man emerged from the military camp, slowly making his way toward the crowd, exuding a calm and composed demeanor that led some to suspect he was merely posturing. Shang Wanjian recognized the man, but was intrigued as to how John had found himself in this situation. Had he not already retired from the Navy SEALs? John glanced at the tin soldiers on both sides and walked indifferently towards Shang Wanjian. Before Shang Wanjian could utter a word, John urged him to instruct the Huashan military to lower their weapons. You Western forces have seized the meteorite that rightfully belongs to our nation. I cannot acquiesce to your demands. With this, Shang Wanjian aimed his weapon at Mike Arthur's head. Do not forget that during the incident in Gold Mountain, you owe me a favor, and today I wish for you to repay it. A glimmer of unwavering resolve shone in John's blue eyes. I must beg your pardon. I cannot repay that favor today. Personal sentiments are trivial, while national interests hold paramount importance. Shang Wanjian's gaze was even more resolute than John's. I guarantee by my own integrity that the Western forces did not take your meteorite. John raised his left hand, poised to swear an oath to the heavens. I do not believe you. If you did not take the meteorite, then how could it have vanished without a trace? Do you expect me to believe that a stone weighing several tons simply sprouted wings and flew away? Shang Wanjian shook his head. Chapter 42. A devious plot. You did not steal the meteorite. How can the character of the Westerners be so lacking? When caught in wrongdoing, they shamelessly refused to admit it. Upon hearing John's claim that they had not taken the meteorite, dozens of guard members could no longer contain their ire. Trust me, brothers. We truly did not steal the meteorite. If you kill our commander, yet we have not taken your meteorite, your impulsiveness may lead to war between our nations. John spoke with utmost sincerity. What is wrong with this fellow? Is he friend or foe? This demeanor starkly contrasts with his previously aggressive nature. Recalling the time in the underground bank at Jinshan, John had intentionally sought to befriend him. Observing his expression, it appeared he harbored no ill intentions. At that moment, Xiao Chun unexpectedly called to inform Shang Wanjian that a large meteorite had inexplicably fallen onto the deck of a warship. A meteorite has fallen onto a warship? Surely. You must be mistaken, Shang Wanjian pondered, questioning Xiao Chen's perception. Am I the only one seeing things, or could dozens aboard the warship be mistaken as well? Could it be that meteorite we transported from Antarctica? How could it possibly end up on a warship? Shang Wanjian quietly confided in Captain Lu Feng, suggesting that their meteorite might have miraculously found its way to the ship. A meteorite autonomously making its way to a warship? Lu Feng thought he must be hallucinating and sought clarification. Could such a heavy object truly fly on its own? Lu Xiong lowered the weapon he had aimed at MacArthur's chest. MacArthur, unable to comprehend the language spoken, remained oblivious to the conversation. Feeling humiliated as the commander of the southern Antarctic gate of the Tang dynasty, he was confronted with a gun pressed against his chest by a subordinate officer in front of numerous subordinates. When Lu Feng finally lowered his weapon, MacArthur waved his hand, summoning several burly soldiers to surround Lu Feng with their rifles drawn. What is this? I just spared your life, and you immediately turn against me? Lu Feng, undeterred, raised his fist, ready to retaliate. Witnessing the escalating tension, John quickly leaned in to whisper a few words in MacArthur's ear. MacArthur nodded slightly and gestured for the soldiers encircling Lu Feng to disperse. Upon receiving the news of a meteorite landing on the warship, a sense of urgency enveloped everyone, prompting them to hasten to the vessel. Indeed, as Xiao Chun had asserted, the meteorite was undeniably present on the warship. The curious minds pondered how a meteorite could have fortuitously found its way onto the ship, leading to a flurry of speculation and imaginative theories. After several grueling days traversing the icy wilderness, their bodies felt akin to antiquated machines, utterly exhausted. Shang Wanjian languidly reclined on the deck, gazing at the stars. Lost in thought. Why do you always enjoy hiding away and counting stars by yourself? Xiao Chen inquired, having approached him unnoticed. The cabin had grown stifling, compelling him to seek fresh air. Shang Wanjian turned to regard the delicate Xiao Chen. Ah, you two have found the time to breathe in the ocean's fresh air, he observed. With nothing to occupy their evening, Xiao Chen settled beside Shang Wanjian, hands tucked into his pockets. The subtle fragrance emanating from Xiao Chen invigorated Shang Wanjian. A surge of hormones coursing through him, only to be quelled by his reason. How did your journey to Antarctica fare? Xiao Chun initiated the conversation as he sat down. How shall I put it? Shang Wanjian sighed deeply. It wasn't particularly perilous, yet it wasn't entirely smooth either. He proceeded to recount the peculiar incidents encountered during their Antarctic expedition. How could such strange occurrences exist in this world? Xiao Chun's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Not only was Xiao Chun intrigued, but Shang Wanjian too had been contemplating the enigma of how a meteorite could have landed on the deck. Hundreds of miles away from the northern gateway to Antarctica, along with the sight of a pair of glowing red eyes in the sky. As two individuals engaged in casual conversation, a sudden gust of wind swept across the sea, causing a massive warship, weighing tens of thousands of tons, to drift like a mere leaf upon the waves. In a moment of misstep, Xiao Chun stumbled and fell into the embrace of Shang Wanjian. Are you all right? Shang Wanjian quickly assisted her in regaining her footing. Xiao Chun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bashfully shook her head. I hope I'm not interrupting your discussion on Please Say You Love Me. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Chuan had quietly approached from behind. What brings you, Professor Huang? To stroll on the deck? Shang Wanjian inquired, turning to face Huang Chuan. At my age, I find my sleep somewhat shallow. The sea breeze has a way of rousing me. Huang Chuan adjusted his thick spectacles out of habit. Indeed, tonight's sea breeze is particularly fierce. Even the color of the water seems to be changing. I fear the warship may not set sail tomorrow, Shang Wanjian remarked, gazing out at the boundless ocean with a deep sigh. The ocean, he mused, resembled a middle-aged woman, perpetually capricious, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the source of her tempers. Who would have thought that a learned expert like you would possess such profound philosophical insights regarding women? Shang Wanjian nearly succumbed to laughter at the sight of Huang Chuan, earnestly expressing his sentiments to the sea. What, are you mocking my musings on romance? Huang Chuan retorted. Do not forget, I too have traversed the path of youth. Given Huang Chuan's typically serious demeanor, Shang Wanjian was astonished to discover his hidden wit. Professor Huang, I have always been curious. How could a several-ton meteorite travel from hundreds of miles away to land on the deck? With a deep sigh, Huang Chuan responded. Are you familiar with the pillars of creation? Upon encountering the profound and esoteric inquiry posed by Huang Chuan, Shang Wanjian found himself utterly perplexed. What, indeed, is the pillar of creation? With the innocence of a child, he raised his naive visage, as if he had overheard an elder in a cave on the outskirts of Jinshan mention it. Little did he anticipate that Professor Huang would once again bring it up. Surely, you have not heard of it? Huang inquired, patting Shang Wanjian's shoulder with an air of satisfaction as they settled onto the deck. I must confess, I am utterly devoid of astronomical knowledge, Shang Wanjian admitted, sheepishly scratching his head. You cannot be blamed for your lack of knowledge in this domain. I dare say I may be the sole individual in the world familiar with the pillar of creation. Observing Huang's earnest demeanor, Shang Wanjian discerned that he was not merely boasting. What exactly is the pillar of creation? Driven by curiosity, Shang Wanjian pressed for further clarification. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words when Zhang Song had assigned him the task of rescue. He had believed it to be a mere case of abduction by chance. It was only during his previous encounter on the high mountains behind the regiment, overhearing the conversation of two masked men, that he realized these scientists had been captured in the Nepali territory due to the collusion between the Sun and Moon Society and the armed factions of Snow Wolf Peak. At that moment, Shang Wanjian had wished to delve deeper into their discussion, yet the two men had departed without further elaboration. To his astonishment, Huang Chuan would evoke this topic once more aboard the warship tonight, and Shang Wanjian was eager to uncover the intricacies of the matter. Yes, Professor Huang, I have been pondering why you were abducted upon the sacred mountain of Nepal, especially considering that those armed assailants also seized the world's foremost astronomical experts. In truth, this matter was connected to. Yet before Huang could articulate his subsequent thoughts, he abruptly collapsed onto the deck in silence. What troubles you, Professor Huang? In a swift motion, Shang Wanjian rushed forward to lift Huang Chuan. Yet, Huang Chuan's eyes widened in shock, rendering him speechless. Shang Wanjian's right hand, resting on Huang Chuan's back, sensed a viscous liquid seeping forth, Upon raising his palm, he discovered it to be the professor's blood. He quickly scrutinized Huang Chuan's back and found an arrowhead, 5 centimeters long, embedded in his flesh. It was inconceivable that someone aboard the ship had plotted against Huang Chuan. And as Shang Wanjian surveyed the deck, he noted its eerie emptiness. What happened? Suddenly, Xiao Chun emerged from the cabin. The professor has been ambushed. We must act quickly. Observing the blood-soaked wound on Huang Chuan's back, many within the cabin converged to inquire about the situation. Everyone, please refrain from crowding. Our priority is to assist the injured, Lu Feng urged, hastily dispersing the gathering. After Shang Wanjian and Xiao Chun carried Huang Chuan to the emergency room, they were compelled to step outside. As neither were medical personnel, anxiously, they awaited news at the door. How could a seemingly healthy individual be targeted on the deck? The entire research team's members had been meticulously selected. Noticing Lu Feng's penetrating gaze, as if attempting to see through him, Shang Wanjian comprehended his unspoken concerns. To affirm his innocence, Shang Wanjian meticulously recounted the events that transpired on the deck to Captain Lu Feng. After listening, Lu Feng remained silent, offering no judgment. I heard about Professor Huang's ambush while on patrol. Jiang Xiaoyang hurriedly entered from the outer cabin. Please refrain from questioning him for now. We shall ascertain the details once he regains consciousness. Chu Huayu gently touched Jiang Xiaoyang's arm. I am merely anxious, you see. Jiang Xiaoyang instinctively withdrew his arm. Both of you, please remain silent and await news from within. Captain Lu Feng gestured for quiet. Time passed slowly, with dozens of individuals anxiously waiting at the emergency room door. It was not until 2 hours later that the door finally opened, revealing Dr. Zhang Zhen, clad in a white coat, emerging from within. Upon seeing Dr. Zhang, Lu Feng hurried forward, his anxiety palpable. Dr. Zhang, how is Professor Huang? Zhang Zhen sighed, removing his thick glasses and holding them in his hand. Professor Huang's condition is quite dire. He has succumbed to a rare and deadly toxin known as Hua Shui Shuang. In order to save him, we must administer a blood transfusion immediately. Why are you taking your time? It's just a blood transfusion, Lu Feng exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves. We have hundreds aboard the ship. Surely one of us must have a compatible blood type with Professor Huang. As he spoke, Lu Feng insisted that Zhang Zhen test his blood. With a troubled expression, Zhang Zhen shook his head. My friends, Professor Huang's blood type is extraordinarily rare. In nearly 50 years of medical practice, I have never encountered such a type. What kind of blood type is so unusual? As Zhang Zhen's words hung in the air, the crowd gathered at the emergency room door began to murmur in speculation. With so many people, surely one of us must match Professor Huang's blood type? Lu Feng, still unwilling to yield, urged Dr. Zhang to conduct blood tests for everyone. Seeing the fervent determination of the crowd, Zhang Zhen reluctantly instructed his assistants to perform blood tests on the ship's personnel. It took nearly an hour for 5 assistants to collect blood samples from each individual, all the while observing Dr. Zhang, whose brow was deeply furrowed in concern. Shang Wanjian felt an unspoken heaviness within him. After the blood samples were drawn, everyone anxiously awaited the results, hoping fervently that their blood types would match that of Professor Huang Chuan. Observing Xiao Chen diligently verifying the blood types at the instrument, Zhang Zhen approached him with a sense of urgency. Xiao Chen shook his head and let out a sigh. All the blood types aboard the ship had nearly been tested. Yet hope remained elusive. I never had much hope to begin with. Zhang Zhen sighed deeply. Suddenly, excitement pierced the atmosphere as Assistant Roy raised a blood sample, exclaiming, We have hope. The others were left bewildered by Roy's exuberance. I have discovered a sample that matches Professor Huang Chuan's blood type, Roy announced, handing the sample to Zhang Zhen. Upon seeing the name on the blood sample, Zhang Zhen immediately exited the laboratory, holding the sample aloft and calling out, Who is Shang Wanjian? Shang Wanjian, like the others, was anxiously waiting at the laboratory door. Upon hearing his name called by Zhang Zhen, he hastened forward. What is it, Dr. Zhang? I am Shang Wanjian. Zhang Zhen looked at Shang Wanjian, his eyes shining with unusual joy. Wonderful. You are the one whose blood type matches that of Professor Huang Chuan. With that, He took Shangwan Jian's hand and swiftly led him to the operating room, where Professor Huang lay unconscious on the surgical table. Zhang Zhen informed him that the toxin had spread throughout Professor Huang's body, and he had already purged the poisonous blood. If fresh blood does not nourish his organs within 3 hours, Professor Huang will face organ failure and death. I am about to extract 3,000 milliliters of blood from you, which may cause significant harm to your body. You must prepare yourself mentally. It's nothing, as long as it can save Professor Huang. What is a little blood? Replied Shangwan Jian, patting his sturdy chest with confidence. Look at you, so capable, remarked Xiao Chun, approaching him with a sizable needle designed for blood extraction. Please take a seat over there, she instructed, pointing to a redwood chair by the window. Who owes you money? Shangwan Jian inquired as he sat down, rolling up his sleeves while observing Xiao Chen's gloomy expression. Do you realize that once you lose this much blood, it will be challenging for your body to recover within 6 months? Xiao Chen said, applying disinfectant to his arm with a hint of concern in her voice. It's fine. My body is sturdier than an ox. Would I say little blood? Shangwan Jian provocatively raised his expressive eyebrows, casting a teasing glance at Xiao Chen. Ah, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Xiao Chun seized the opportunity, swiftly inserting the large needle into the vein of his arm. Isn't it amusing how a mere needle can cause you discomfort? She teased, accelerating the blood extraction process. Within 5 minutes, she had drawn 3,000 milliliters of blood from Shangwan Jian, who appeared somewhat pale. Xiao Chun then handed him a glass of saline solution, urging him to drink. After consuming the saline, Shangwan Jian exited the operating room. Are you all right? Chu Huayu and Zhang Xiaoyang hurriedly approached him. I'm fine. Shangwan Jian reassured them with a dismissive wave of his hand. After Professor Huang Chuan received a transfusion of fresh blood, his condition gradually returned to normal, though he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Chef Lao Lu specially prepared a nutritious meal for Shangwan Jian, claiming it was made at Xiao Chen's request to aid in recovery. Grateful to Master Lu, Shangwan Jian consumed the nutritious meal, after which Captain Lu Feng did not assign him any patrol duties, instructing him instead to rest in his quarters. Lying in bed, Shangwan Jian pondered who might be scheming against Professor Huang Chuan. Just as the professor was about to explain why the meteorite had fallen onto the deck of the warship, he fell victim to someone else's machinations. It seemed that someone was intent on preventing him from revealing the truth. Who could it be? All members of the scientific expedition team had been meticulously selected, and it was reasonable to assume that none would harbor politically unsound ideologies. Shangwan Jian understood that unless he exposed the culprit, unforeseen troubles could arise. Unable to sleep, he strolled onto the deck, as was his habit, and found a spot near the railing to sit down, allowing the sea breeze to clear his mind. The sky was bright, adorned with countless stars, and meteors occasionally streaked across the heavens, leaving long trails in their wake. Everything felt so tranquil that Shangwan Jian momentarily forgot the many brushes with death he had experienced in his life. What are you thinking about, young man? After losing so much blood, why aren't you resting properly? Dr. Zhang Zhen sat down beside Shangwan Jian. It's just too stuffy in the cabin. I can't sleep. I wanted to get some fresh air, Shangwan Jian replied, glancing at Zhang Zhen. It was evident that his physical constitution was remarkably resilient. Most people would have been on the verge of collapse after losing so much blood, struggling even to walk. I didn't expect you to still be so lively. Zhang Zhen complimented Shangwan Jian with a thumbs up. Dr. Zhang, had it not been for your mention, I would have nearly forgotten the considerable amount of blood that was drawn from me. Youth truly holds its advantages, Zhang Zhen remarked, patting Shangwan Jian on the shoulder, genuinely envious of his robust health. By the way, Dr. Zhang, I have long harbored a question. Why is Professor Huang Chuan's blood type so rare, while mine coincidentally matches his? Although Shangwan Jian did not fully grasp Dr. Zhang's meaning, he nonetheless provided his home address. He resides in the easternmost part of our country, in Danzhou, Ludong. Zhang Zhen nodded in acknowledgement and inquired about his parents' professions. After a prolonged silence, Shangwan Jian revealed that he had never met his parents and had grown up in an orphanage. The director of the orphanage informed him that as an infant, he had been left at the gate, where he was subsequently discovered and raised. So that is the case, Zhang Zhun said, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone as he had hoped to extract more valuable information from Shang Wanjian. The unusual expression on Zhang Zhun's face puzzled Shang Wanjian, prompting him to voice his curiosity. Why was Dr. Zhang so intrigued by his background? Indeed, I have practiced medicine for nearly 50 years and have never encountered blood like that of Professor Huang. On one occasion, Shang Wanjian heard Dr. Zhang express his fascination with blood for the second time. What is it, Dr. Zhang? What peculiar characteristics does Professor Huang's blood type possess that elicits such astonishment from a seasoned medical expert like yourself? Zhang Zhun explained that he had first heard of this blood type during his doctoral studies in the West, mentioned by his mentor, Karen. At that moment, Mentor Karen informed me that humanity possesses 4 primary blood types, A, B, O, and AB. However, there exists an ancient blood type beyond these 4, known as the Azure Dragon blood. In truth, Mentor Karen had never encountered this Azure Dragon blood. She had merely heard of its existence. It is said that this blood type possesses a unique capability, the specifics of which remain a mystery. Azure Dragon blood? Am I of the Azure Dragon lineage? What manner of blood type is this? A cascade of questions surged in Shang Wanjian's mind. The entire world is aware that a meteorite is aboard this warship, and numerous factions are undoubtedly converging to lay claim to it. The sun ascended slowly on the horizon, resembling a massive crimson orb, casting a blood-red hue upon the ocean's surface, akin to a battlefield strewn with the remnants of a fierce clash. In a bid to swiftly navigate out of these waters, Lu Xiong instructed the captain to push the warship to its maximum power. Although the surrounding sea appeared tranquil, devoid of any visible threats, the security personnel remained vigilant, fully alert and steadfast at their posts. 2 days passed, and the warship had already traversed far from Antarctica. The research team aboard had breakfast and, as usual, remained at their stations, prepared for any sudden emergencies. Captain Lu Feng stood at the bow, gazing into the distance, wishing fervently that the warship could sprout wings and soar back to the homeland. At that moment, the azure waters unexpectedly changed color, and the waves began to swell with increased vigor, as if a mysterious force were deliberately agitating the depths of the sea. Hearing Lu Feng shout, those on deck hurriedly retreated into the cabin. Just as everyone had taken refuge inside, the storm, as anticipated, arrived with a vengeance. With the experience of the previous ordeal, the personnel aboard the warship firmly grasped the iron handrails within the cabin. Despite their preparations, they were still tossed about, ending up in disarray, bruised and battered. Chapter 44. The Test of Life and Death. Little Chun, petite in stature, stumbled and struck her head against the ship's wall, producing a resounding thud. Observing her plight, Shang Wanjian swiftly rushed forward and enveloped Little Chun in a protective embrace. Are you all right? He inquired, gripping the handrail with his left hand while shielding her head with his right. I'm fine, Little Chun replied, feeling a warm surge envelop her entire being. Indeed, what women yearn for most in life is the protection of a man, particularly one endowed with a sense of responsibility. Prior to their departure, the crew had secured movable objects aboard the warship with iron wires, yet human strength pales in comparison to the might of nature. In the kitchen, pots and pans, along with oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, lay scattered across the floor, creating a chaotic scene. Some logistics personnel could not withstand the relentless rocking of the vessel. Their stomachs churned like tumultuous waves, and ultimately, they succumbed, retching violently onto the deck. Amidst the storm, the warship could no longer advance. The captain was compelled to order the engines shut down, allowing the vessel to drift aimlessly in the tempest. After nearly an hour, the ferocity of the storm began to wane, and the crew finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some hurried to the restroom, while others sank into chairs to rest. All were exhausted, grateful that the storm had subsided in a timely manner. Just when everyone anticipated a tranquil night, a sudden creaking sound erupted from the warship, followed by an overwhelming force that hurled it into the air. The crew felt weightless, their bodies tumbling within the ship, soaring skyward alongside it. Many had just lifted their cups to drink, only to have the liquid splashed across their faces before they could taste it. Several female crew members screamed in terror. The situation was dire. If the warship lost its balance, it could plunge to the ocean's depths. Captain Bai Changshi called to the helmsman, summoning every ounce of strength to crawl towards the control room. He intended to push the ship to its maximum power, aiming to break free from the storm's grasp and escape the perilous situation. After a fierce gust of wind receded, the warship continued to sway tumultuously with the waves, leaving everyone feeling as though they were being tossed from great heights, their hearts racing uncontrollably. "This is untenable," Lu Xiong shouted to Captain Bai. "What shall we do? In nearly 30 years of sailing, I have never encountered such a tempest." The captain's tone was laced with despair. Stealing a glance, Shangguan Jin noticed Xiao Chun hiding in a corner, tears streaming down her face. He understood that she, like the others, was teetering on the brink of collapse. At such a tender age, she had yet to experience the joys of life, and the thought of perishing beneath the waves due to a natural tempest was unbearable. "Fear not, I am here," he reassured her. "If the storm does capsize the ship, I will swim and ensure your safety." This was Xiao Chen's first encounter with such adversity, and to hear someone offer her comfort stirred her heart, causing tears to flow freely. "It's all right. I trust you will ensure my safety," Xiao Chen said, his face illuminated with a joyful smile. Gazing into Xiao Chen's trusting eyes, Shangguan Jin silently resolved to steer the warship out of the tempest's grasp. His mind raced like a well-oiled machine, pondering, what is this fellow attempting to do? Lu Feng seized Shangguan Jin, who was about to dash toward the ship's helm. If this continues, the warship is bound to be engulfed by the storm. It is far more prudent to take a chance and find a way to navigate it out of the storm's reach, Shangguan Jin exclaimed as he surged forward. However, this method had already been attempted by the helmsman Li Bing several times, proving utterly futile. One misstep could result in the ship capsizing. Why not let me give it a try? I have often surfed the waves since childhood. I possess some experience in handling turbulent waters. What nonsense are you spouting? Surfing is no match for a raging storm, Lu Feng responded, bemused by Shangguan Jin's reasoning. Suddenly, a towering wave, several dozen meters high, surged toward the warship, causing it to tilt at a 60-degree angle to the left, and the helmsman Li Bing was thrown to the ground by the force of inertia. If the ship could not maintain its course, it faced the imminent peril of capsizing. In this critical moment, Shangguan Jin leaped forward, grasping the steering wheel and twisting it vigorously to the right. The propellers churned the seawater with fervor, and, drawing upon the power of the waves, he managed to halt the ship's leftward lean. As he beheld the towering wave advancing once more, he harnessed its immense force, twisting the wheel in harmony with the wave's direction. A colossal surge propelled the warship several hundred meters forward, initially opposing Shangguan Jin. Lu Feng now watched in astonishment as he adeptly maneuvered the vessel using the power of the giant wave. He thought to himself that this young man indeed possessed remarkable skills, and he quickly began to silently cheer for Shangguan Jin from the sidelines. I must steer the warship out to sea, Shangguan Jin resolutely determined within himself. He recalled the childhood days spent surfing the waves with many friends, understanding the importance of harnessing the power of the wind and waves. Only by going with the flow could one navigate steadily and smoothly. After his first attempt at leveraging the wind and waves to surge forward several hundred meters, the warship broke through a wall of storm, achieving a triumphant advancement. And Shangguan Jin was instantly filled with confidence. The sea storm was akin to a gentle lady, yet it could also embody the ferocity of a tempestuous woman. Whether it was a lady or a shrew depended on one's ability to master it. After breaching the first wall of the storm, the warship stabilized, granting the crew, who had been tossed about by the tempest, a brief moment of respite. Well done, young man. I didn't expect you to possess such prowess, Li Bing remarked, patting his shoulder and sharing with Shangguan Jin some wisdom gleaned from experiences of life and death. He informed Shangguan Jin that this was the first time he had encountered a storm like the one that night, but judging by his experience, this was merely the first wave of the storm, and at least 2 more walls awaited them. 2 more? The first wall had already instilled such dread. Shangguan Jin dared not imagine the perils that lay ahead. He had brushed past death countless times, yet had never felt such trepidation. The storm of that night sent a chill down his spine. Aside from the sound of waves crashing against the hull, everything else was eerily quiet, as if a multitude of giant serpents were slithering through the endless sea. The sky was densely shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring the celestial tapestry of stars, as if everything on the ground was enveloped beneath a colossal bell, creating an oppressive atmosphere that rendered breathing laborious. Shangguan Jin was wholly absorbed in observing the tumultuous sea, fearful that a moment's inattention might allow a monstrous wave to drag the warship into the abyss. Li Gu, based on your experience, how long until the tempest arrives? Shangguan Jin sought Li Bing's foresight to prepare adequately and mitigate risks to the utmost degree. Li Bing gazed silently at the ocean's surface for 10 seconds before informing Shangguan Jin that the second wall of the storm would not exceed 200 miles, with winds reaching speeds of at least 1,000 kilometers per hour. 1,000 kilometers per hour? My heavens! Shangguan Jin exclaimed. Such a tempest, should it traverse land, would render the terrain barren, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. He reduced the warship's speed, wary that a rapid approach might result in a catastrophic collision with the storm wall, which could tear the vessel apart in an instant. It was prudent to wait until the tempest was merely a few hundred meters away before making a decisive judgment. Li Bing's assessment proved accurate, approximately 5 minutes later. Shangguan Jin witnessed the storm indeed advancing toward the northeast like a colossal waterfall descending from the heavens, leaving the crew of the warship in stunned silence. Many silently prayed for divine protection, hoping to navigate this perilous moment unscathed. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Shangguan Jin meticulously calculated, striving to pinpoint the precise moment of impact with the storm wall. In the control room, Li Bing and the others, upon witnessing the approaching storm wall, felt their hearts leap into their throats, their clenched fists driving nails deep into their palms. Steady now, it is imperative to remain composed. All attention converged upon the eyes of Shangguan Jin. He had but 5 seconds. A silent reminder echoed in his mind. The tempest surged, the waves rising like an insurmountable peak. As the wall of wind and waves approached the warship, a mere 100 meters away, Shangguan Jin abruptly altered the ship's course, navigating at a 45-degree angle towards the southwest. His judgment proved astute. Employing a precise method to locate a gap in the tumultuous wall, he successfully averted a catastrophic collision that could have plunged the vessel into the depths. With the aid of the wind, the warship surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, piercing through the weakest point of the tempestuous wall and landing safely beyond its grasp. You have indeed succeeded, Li Bing exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration, gripping Shangguan Jin's shoulders tightly. Internally, Shangguan Jin feigned calm, suppressing his elation, for he was acutely aware that the most arduous challenge lay ahead. He could not afford to be complacent. Not only were the lives of over 100 souls aboard at stake, but also the fate of humanity, tethered to the meteorite on the ship. An unfamiliar weight bore down upon his shoulders, a sensation he had never experienced before. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Shangguan Jin called out to Li Bing beside him. All right, I shall fetch some water from the cabin, Li Bing replied, hastening towards the ship's hold. What is the situation? Have we escaped danger? Came the anxious inquiries from those in the hold upon seeing Li Bing approach. In an effort to quell their rising anxiety and prevent undue panic, Li Bing reassured them. We have essentially evaded peril, but it is crucial for you to remain calm in the cabin, for there lies one final trial ahead. I firmly believe that divine providence shall watch over us, and we shall undoubtedly overcome this adversity. Everyone must remain calm and refrain from wandering about to avoid unnecessary complications. With that, Li Bing retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and hastened towards the cockpit. Water has arrived. Li Bing raised the bottle of mineral water and called out to Shangguan Jin. Excellent, Shangguan Jin exclaimed, seizing the bottle and drinking it down, finally experiencing a momentary relief from his anxious mind. Brotherly, in your estimation, when will the third wall of turbulent waves arrive? Li Bing fixed his gaze intently upon the sea and replied, Allow me to fetch a cup of seawater for further analysis. Chapter 45. Combating Pirates with that. Li Bing grasped a long rope and a bottle and dashed towards the deck. He swiftly secured the bottle's opening with the rope and cast it into the sea. Once the bottle was filled with seawater, he informed Sheng Wanjian, "The salinity of the seawater is several times higher than usual. I fear the impending storm will be even more ferocious." A rough estimation suggests that the storm is approximately 300 kilometers away, moving towards us at a staggering speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour. 2,000 kilometers per hour? Is it to sweep the ocean into the cosmos? Such velocity could utterly flatten a city with a population nearing 10 million on land. Indeed, this is likely to be an exceptionally rare tempest. Though my method of measuring storm intensity through variations in seawater salinity may be antiquated, it is more reliable than weather forecasts. It was an elderly fisherman who has spent nearly 50 years at sea that imparted this knowledge to me, Li Bing assured Sheng Wanjian with great confidence. With less than 10 minutes remaining, Sheng Wanjian felt the tension in his nerves intensify. The lives of hundreds aboard the warship rested in my hands as he gazed through the glass window of the cockpit. Sheng Wanjian's eyes were fixed intently upon the tumultuous sea ahead, fearful that a moment's distraction might lead to being engulfed by the sudden tempest. The storm howled like a legion of warriors charging forth, emanating a thunderous roar. Sheng Wanjian felt the warship sway violently beneath him. The fierce winds collided with the vessel, producing a cacophony of sharp cracks, while the air was whipped into towering walls of turbulent waves, mercilessly ravaging the ocean's surface. Witnessing such a formidable storm, a palpable sense of death loomed over the crew. Sheng Wanjian increased the ship's power, hoping to employ the same methods as before to propel the warship through the weakest points of the raging waters. Yet, as he pushed the engines further, the tempest held the vessel firmly in its grip, making forward movement exceedingly laborious. What to do? If the towering waves engulfed the ship, a single crest could drag the massive warship beneath the waves with ease. Lu Feng, noticing the vessel's inability to advance, sensed something amiss and hurried to inquire of Sheng Wanjian. The warship was ensnared by the tempest, struggling to progress, prompting Sheng Wanjian to once again increase the power. Perhaps we should simply pivot in place, creating an arc with the ship to exploit the inertia and slip through the weakest point of the colossal waves, Li Bing suggested from the side. Facing the storm directly could heighten the risk of the waves capsizing the vessel. With no other options available, they were left with no choice but to take a gamble. Li Bing's gaze remained fixed on Sheng Wanjian. Time was of the essence. Thus, Sheng Wanjian swiftly adjusted the ship's heading, angling it at a 45-degree arc in accordance with the wind's direction. Never allow the colossal waves to catch up, Su Guangjian silently reminded himself as he pushed the warship's power to its maximum. The towering waves loomed less than 100 meters from the vessel, resembling torrents cascading from the heavens. At that moment, Su Guangjian was racing against death itself as the waves seemed to engulf the ship's hull. The 10,000-ton warship felt as if it were a sports car gliding down a steep slope. The crew could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure exerted by the waves, collectively holding their breath, fearful that even the slightest intake of air would add to the ship's burden. Su Guangjian maneuvered the vessel like a dragon navigating the ocean depths. 1 meter, 2 meters. Miraculously, the warship pierced through wave after wave. Within less than 10 minutes, they emerged onto a tranquil sea surface, and at last, they were safe. Su Guangjian's energy had been pushed to its limits in those fleeting moments. "We are safe now," Li Bing said, patting Su Guangjian on the shoulder. He offered a wry smile, shaking his head as he stepped down from the helm. "It was merely luck, brotherly. The upcoming journey is in your hands." Exiting the control room, Su Guangjian felt utterly exhausted, yearning to lie down and sleep for days on end. "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen inquired, noticing Su Guangjian's unsteady gait, and rushed over to support him. Su Guangjian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I'm fine. I just wish to rest for a moment." "All right, I'll help you to the lounge," she replied, guiding him into the resting area before fetching a bottle of glucose from the medical room. Upon seeing the glucose, Su Guangjian shook his head, declaring, "I detest sweet foods." This is to replenish your strength. Be good, Xiao Chun insisted, twisting off the cap. Initially reluctant, Su Guangjian ultimately steeled himself and drank the entire bottle of glucose after her persistent encouragement. After Xiao Chun finished administering the glucose, he gently covered him with a blanket and exited the rest area. Subsequently, the climate over the ocean remained remarkably stable, with the warship gliding smoothly across the waters, heading towards the direction of Huaxia. The escort team, as per usual, remained vigilant at their posts, diligently attending to their respective duties, wary of any hint of negligence. As was customary, the helmsman, Li Bing, piloted the vessel across the Indian Ocean when he discerned through the bridge's glass numerous small boats approaching the warship. Alarmingly, it seemed they were once again beset by pirates. Li Bing reduced the ship's speed, his eyes ablaze with fury, capable of incinerating the incoming marauders. The escort members fixated their gaze on the approaching pirate ships, awaiting Captain Lu Feng's command to unleash their weaponry at the first sign of aggression. It was all too clear that the vessels converging upon them belonged to the notorious pirates of the Malay archipelago, led by the very same band that had previously raided a military vessel. They had evidently gathered intelligence, knowing that the Huaxiao warship was transporting meteorites through their domain. Having tasted victory before, the marauders perceived the Huaxia military personnel as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. A mere display of their pirate ships would compel these individuals to surrender their valuables without resistance. Within the span of sipping a cup of coffee, they could effortlessly amass wealth. Sticking to their old tactics, the bandit leader ordered the pirate ships to halt 200 meters from the warship. A scar-faced man raised a rusted megaphone and, in halting Huaxia dialect, proclaimed, "This is our granary, providing us with fine wine, sumptuous meat, and a comfortable life. Here lies our treasury, abundant with countless maidens. To continue from here, we must leave the silver we require." These illiterate fools are quite amusing. Unable to articulate even a simple rhyme, the guards stationed on the deck, bracing themselves, could not help but chuckle. To hell with you. I have no silver to offer at present. Would you settle for a sack of peanuts instead? Captain Lu Feng assigned all the guards to critical positions aboard the warship. No sooner had he spoken than the swarm of pirate ships encircling the warship waited patiently for the Huaxiao army to lower the gangplank, calling for them to board and retrieve their dues. 5 minutes elapsed, yet not only was the gangplank still unlowered, but no one emerged to respond. What is happening? The guards aboard the warship stood resolutely, gazing at them. Did this group truly not grasp my intent? Sang Bang ordered a pirate, somewhat versed in Huaxia dialect, to navigate a pirate ship to within 10 meters of the warship. He once again raised the rusted megaphone, demanding they pay the toll. Let us teach them a lesson. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. One pirate stumbled in fright, tumbling into the sea, while the remaining 5 pirates aboard the ship quickly crouched down, cautiously peering towards the warship. Damn, I never expected these yellow-skinned pigs would dare to strike back. If they don't receive a taste of my power, they won't understand the might of the great Yama. Sang Bang commanded the other pirate ships to encircle the warship, evidently intending to launch a direct assault. This time, I shall act as Heaven's enforcer. Last time, to hasten our journey to the Antarctic, I let these wretches off too easily. They dare to return now. Lu Feng commanded the logistics personnel to remain confined within the ship's cabin, forbidding any to emerge, while the guards prepared for combat. It was essential to show this group of yellow-skinned swine a taste of their own medicine. Sang Bang, flailing his arms and shouting incoherently, ordered a bare-chested pirate beside him to hoist a rocket launcher and take aim at the warship, ready to fire. Standing on the deck, Chu Huayu observed the scene with clarity. Before the bare-chested pirate could pull the trigger, a bullet pierced through his throat, causing blood to spurt forth. The pirate collapsed into the sea without a sound. Upon witnessing their comrade's demise, dozens of pirates raised their firearms, targeting the deck in retaliation, with numerous bullets striking the hull, producing a cacophony of metal clashing. The guards, having suppressed their fury for days, showed no mercy against the defiant pirates. Their weapons unleashed fiery tongues of destruction, and within 5 minutes, many pirates found themselves sinking into the sea, turning the waters a deep crimson. Sang Bang, sensing the dire turn of events and the looming specter of death, abandoned his assault on the warship and ordered his men to flee with the pirate ship. Meanwhile, Shangguan Jian, in the midst of a deep slumber, was jolted awake by the sound of gunfire. Could something be amiss? He sprang from his bed like a carp leaping, seizing the rifle beside him and rushing outside. Upon reaching the deck, he spotted Sang Bang and his crew making their escape. As he raised his rifle to take aim, Lu Feng intervened, advising Shangguan Jian that they should play the long game and not sever the line prematurely. Appreciating the captain's foresight, Shangguan Jian lowered his weapon. Lu Feng then commanded Li Bing to pursue closely behind Sang Bang's ship. As the naval vessels pursued relentlessly from behind, Sang Bang instructed his men to exploit the agile advantages of their pirate ship, carving a lengthy arc across the surface of the sea in an attempt to evade the encroaching forces of the Huaxiao army. In Chapter 46, The Assault on Skull Island, Lu Feng remarked that it was most fitting for one of their caliber to lead the charge, but an assistant was also necessary. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Shaoyang stepped forward, volunteering to serve as Shangguan Jian's aide. Having previously collaborated harmoniously on 2 occasions, Lu Feng promptly consented to Jiang Shaoyang's self-nomination. The duo readied their ammunition, armed themselves with weapons and radios, and lowered a speedboat from the warship. Shangguan Jian piloted the speedboat, closely tailing the pirate ship. Observing the swift approach of Shangguan Jian's vessel, Sang Bang raised his rifle and fired several rounds towards the oncoming boat, a frenzied dog still struggling in its last throes. Jiang Shaoyang retaliated. Determined not to allow Sang Bang to sever the distance between them, the bullets was perilously close to Sang Bang's cheek. After pursuing for approximately 10 kilometers, Sang Bang noted that only 2 Huaxia soldiers had managed to catch up, reveling in the realization that this was the extent of their capabilities. Elated, he planned to eliminate them once they were within reach. Upon receiving his orders, his crew steered the pirate ship towards their stronghold, Skull Island. Skull Island, the largest isle in the Indian Ocean, is centrally located amidst deep-sea trenches plunging 10,000 meters below. These profound chasms, seemingly enchanted by sorcery, have earned the moniker of the Bermuda of the Indian Ocean. Any vessel traversing these waters mysteriously vanishes without a trace. Only a 200-meter-wide passage offers a safe approach to Skull Island, which, due to its unparalleled geographical advantages, has allowed these pirates to dominate the Indian Ocean for many years. The speedboat pursued the pirate vessel across the sea for nearly 100 kilometers. In the distance, Shangguan Jian spotted an island shrouded in mist, with a few seabirds soaring overhead intermittently. Realizing they might have reached the pirate's lair, Shangguan Jian halted the speedboat, ready to take action. Jiang Shaoyang raised his rifle, preparing to shoot, but the fierce sea wind made it nearly impossible to open his eyes wide enough to aim accurately. Moving closer would bring them directly into the pirate stronghold, and Shangguan Jian surmised that numerous snipers lay in ambush on the island. According to the plan agreed upon with Lu Feng, they were to notify him immediately upon locating the pirates' hideout. Shangguan Jian contacted Lu Feng via radio, who informed him that they would arrive shortly and instructed them to remain in position. Realizing they had been deceived, Sang Bang understood that Shangguan Jian's hesitation to follow meant they intended to use him to pinpoint the pirates' base for a comprehensive strike. He could not allow the 2 soldiers from Huaxia to alert their comrades, so Sang Bang quickly summoned nearby pirate ships to surround Shangguan Jian and Jiang Shaoyang. The nearby pirates, receiving Sang Bang's orders, hastened to their location. Do they dare come here with such scrap? Jiang Shaoyang thought as he observed the encroaching pirates, raising his rifle to retaliate. However, the enemy was overwhelming in number. If they were surrounded, they would become mere targets. Shangguan Jian maneuvered the speedboat through the gaps between the pirate ships, narrowly avoiding bullets that whizzed past his ears. Jiang Shaoyang managed to eliminate several pirates with his gunfire. The commotion had already alerted the pirates on the island, and soon thousands of them poured out, commandeering large ships and rushing towards Shangguan Jian and Jiang Shaoyang. Upon encountering a formidable adversary, Shangguan Jian exerted every effort to create distance, striving to delay until the arrival of the warship. "Captain, I am running low on ammunition," Jiang Shaoyang remarked as he pulled back the bolt, revealing but a single bullet remaining in the chamber. "Use mine," Shangwan Jian insisted, relinquishing his rifle to Jiang Shaoyang, urging him to ensure they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. With limited rounds at his disposal, Jiang Shaoyang refrained from wasting shots, aiming specifically at the pirates' helmsmen to prolong their resistance. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, having received word from dozens of miles away, was directing the warship to full speed based on the coordinates provided by Shangwan Jian. As the distant sound of gunfire reached his ears, it appeared that the two had engaged in a fierce exchange with the pirates. "Li Bing, accelerate towards their location," Ye Feng commanded urgently. Bullets whistled through the air, resulting in several pirates plunging into the sea. "Blast these scoundrels with cannon fire," Ye Feng bellowed from the deck, ordering the crew to target the pirates' vessel with rocket launchers. As a barrage of explosive shells soared forth, 2 pirate ships erupted into chaos, fragments of flesh and debris raining down like confetti. The sheer exhilaration of vanquishing these miscreants was palpable among the protective detail. Seeing the heavy weaponry at play, the pirates hesitated to engage further at sea, retreating to the island. "Pursue them," Ye Feng commanded, urging the warship forward. The retreating pirates took refuge in bunkers, utilizing them as cover and retaliating with mortars. "Damn it! They think they can play artillery in my presence. Brothers, this time our shells will prove invaluable," the artillery captain, Zhang Chong, lamented, expressing frustration over the lack of opportunity for their gunners to showcase their skills. The artillery brigade mounted their cannons aboard the warship, and with the thunderous roar of cannon fire, numerous shells rained down upon the fortifications. For years, the pirates of Skull Island had roamed the seas, never before encountering an adversary as formidable as this. They had presumed the Chinese military to be a flock of docile sheep. Yet today they revealed themselves as the harbingers of death. The setting sun bled crimson as the sea breeze howled. Many pirates within the stronghold felt as though explosives were being hurled directly at their heads. Dazed by the cannon blasts, they scurried out in panic. This was not warfare, but a massacre. Observing the fleeing pirates, Shangwan Jian found purpose for his rifle. He raised his weapon, and many pirates perished in their desperate flight. These marauders, who had thrived on plundering passing vessels, suddenly found themselves at a disadvantage against the battle-hardened, well-trained guards. An hour later, over 1,000 pirates met their demise at the hands of cannon fire and the rifles of the guard. The landscape was transformed into chaos, with debris and destruction scattered about. Ye Feng assessed that the time for bombardment was drawing to a close. It was time to secure the battlefield. He commanded Zhang Chong to maintain the artillery team aboard the warship while he led several dozen guards to storm Skull Island. Once the cannon fire ceased, the notorious pirate chief, Modi, swiftly rallied the remaining pirates to mount a defense. Having terrorized Skull Island for years and committed countless acts of violence and theft, Modi possessed remarkable resilience. Under his leadership, the surviving pirates seized critical positions on the island, employing rocket launchers and sniper fire against the advancing guards. Leading the charge, guard member Zhang Qiu was struck in the shoulder by a stray bullet. Fortunately, his bulletproof vest spared him from severe injury. Upon witnessing Zhang Qiu being injured, 2 medical personnel hastily came forward to carry him off the island. Ye Feng promptly halted the advancing guards, reflecting on his underestimation of these desperate individuals. Surveying the island's surroundings, he noted the intricate terrain, dense thickets, and the star-shaped distribution of the blue stones, all of which provided ample hiding spots for pirates. With the enemy concealed and his own forces exposed, even a cornered dog could be dangerous. Shangwan Jian proposed selecting a few skilled marksmen to form an assault team to eliminate the pirates lurking in the shadows. Ye Feng deemed this an excellent strategy and readily agreed to Shangwan Jian's suggestion. Shangwan Jian swiftly chose 5 sharpshooters from the guard team, Chu Huayu, Jiang Shaoyang, and 2 others, Shibi Ka and Zheng Tong. Shibi Ka, at 24 years of age, was a member of the Snow Leopard Commando, having participated in numerous anti-terrorism operations. He had been specifically chosen by Commander Zhang to join the Scientific Expeditions Guard team. Zheng Tong, at 22, was also a former Shaolin monk and, after enlisting, was selected for the Special Operations Team of the National Security Bureau, also personally appointed by Commander Zhang as part of the Guard team, a rare talent among marksmen in the military. Under Shang Wanjian's leadership, the four men crouched low and surged forward. Jiang Xiaoyang, quick-witted and agile, spotted a figure stirring within a bush. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a nail-like projectile with deadly precision. The pirate, poised to ambush from 3 paces away, was struck squarely in the forehead, instantly meeting his demise. Excellent marksmanship, brother. Zhang Tong silently praised, recognizing Jiang Xiaoyang's prowess with throwing weapons. A mere warm-up, Jiang Xiaoyang thought, concealing another projectile in his hand as he scanned the surroundings with unwavering focus. The 5 individuals understood the precariousness of their situation at any moment. A bullet could rain down upon them. They stood back to back, vigilantly observing their surroundings. As they traversed a patch of grass, Jiang Xiaoyang heard a disconcerting spring-like sound emanating from beneath his feet. "This is bad. I've triggered something," he whispered to the others. "Remain still. We have no idea how many landmines are buried in this grass." Shang Wanjian crouched to examine the ground beneath Jiang Xiaoyang. To their collective horror, he discovered that Jiang was standing on a chemical mine, notorious for its devastating lethality. Should it detonate, anyone within a 10-meter radius would be exposed to lethal chemical toxins, with the potential for immediate death or, at the very least, blindness. They held their breath, paralyzed by fear of inadvertently triggering another mine. Shang Wanjian instructed the other 3 to retreat along the path they had come, leaving him alone to assist Jiang Xiaoyang with the mine. "Let me handle this. After all, I graduated from hunter school and am well-versed in modern weaponry," Chu Huayu insisted, despite their frequent bickering. Yet, in this moment of crisis, they relied on one another. "Stop arguing with me. I have far more field experience than you do," Shang Wanjian countered. "You go and keep watch to prevent any lurking pirates from seizing this opportunity to ambush us." After dismissing Chu Huayu, he drew a military knife from his waist and forcefully penetrated the spring mechanism of the chemical mine, then placed a heavy stone atop the blade to secure it. Once he was certain of its stability, he signaled Jiang Xiaoyang to carefully remove his foot from the mine. Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow, striving to calm his mind and body. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiaoyang held his breath and slowly moved his legs away from the landmine while hugging his knees. Once everything settled down, the tension in everyone's hearts began to ease. Chapter 47. Thunder strike the pirates concealed in the surrounding thickets. Having witnessed Jiang Xiaoyang stepping on the landmine, were determined not to let such a rare opportunity slip away. Several pirates raised their rifles and charged towards the lawn, unaware of how many more landmines lay hidden within the grass. The consequences of stepping on another would be dire. Seeing that the pirates were still some distance from the grass, Shang Wanjian and Jiang Xiaoyang swiftly retreated along the same path they had come. As the group of pirates approached, memories of their injured comrades ignited Jiang Xiaoyang's fury, prompting him to raise his rifle and prepare to fire. Suddenly, a thought surged in Shang Wanjian's mind. He was uncertain how many landmines were still buried on the island, and relying solely on their small number to search for them would be an arduous task. He raised his hand to stop Jiang Xiaoyang from shooting, suggesting they use the pirates to uncover a safe path devoid of landmines, thereby facilitating a larger force's advance towards the pirate stronghold. "I still want to give them a taste of our might," Jiang Xiaoyang declared, lifting his sniper rifle and firing at the ground near the feet of the pirates. The sound of bullets striking the earth startled the pirates momentarily, but they soon erupted into laughter. "These yellow-skinned pigs are terrible shots," they jeered, emboldened as they charged recklessly towards Shang Wanjian and his group. "Do they really think I can't hit them?" Shang Wanjian thought as he raised his sniper rifle. With several gunshots ringing out, bullets struck the ground near the feet of the approaching pirates. The pirates finally comprehended that their adversaries were not merely incompetent shots, but rather were deliberately toying with them. However, they had yet to realize that the intention was to lead them along a path devoid of landmines. The pirates, now hesitant to advance, retreated into the dense foliage on either side. "Brothers, the thicket is free of landmines," remarked Shangguan as he and 4 members of his assault team pursued the retreating figures. This was a tropical evergreen broadleaf forest, with trees of modest height, nearly level with an average person's stature, and the expansive leaves obscured visibility. Shangguan cautioned everyone to maintain close proximity, wary of potential ambushes from the pirates. His instincts proved astute, as a few pirates indeed sought to exploit their familiarity with the terrain for a surprise attack. A sudden gunshot rang out, a bullet striking the tree trunk adjacent to Kazan. He silently thanked his fortune. Had the bullet deviated by a mere 2 centimeters, it would have struck him instead. This lesson instilled a sense of caution among the 5, prompting them to crawl along the ground, meticulously searching for the hiding spots of the pirates. "Captain, look!" Jiang Shaoyang pointed ahead to a spot 300 meters away, indicating a pile of dead leaves that appeared significantly thicker than the surrounding area. To an untrained observer, the anomaly would be imperceptible. However, soldiers with specialized training would find it exceedingly difficult to be deceived. Shangguan smiled faintly, dismissing such trivial tactics as overly ambitious. He lifted his sniper rifle, aiming at the suspicious heap of leaves. With a sharp crack, a bullet sliced through the air, and a cry of agony erupted as a stream of crimson blood gushed forth from the decaying foliage. A pirate promptly surrendered beneath the leaf pile. Shangguan urged his team to remain vigilant for any suspicious movements. Drawing upon their prior experiences, the 5 individuals, upon encountering any suspicious areas within the broadleaf forest, would first discharge a bullet, with a high probability of neutralizing a pirate. After approximately half an hour, they successfully eradicated the pirates inhabiting the forest. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue, while the birds chirped mournfully. The entire Skull Island, as its name suggests, was permeated with an aura of death. Upon reaching a complex terrain, Shangguan led the assault team to eliminate hidden obstacles, while Lu Feng guided the remaining guards to follow suit. In the wake of the guards, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of pirates, demonstrating their remarkable cooperation. In less than 3 hours, over 100 square miles of Skull Island had been largely cleared by the guards. Had Sang Bang known the outcome of the day, he would have surely refrained from attempting to plunder the ships of the Huaxia army. The battle raged on, with the island's pirates having lost their will to fight. In the presence of these guards, their weapons resembled mere sticks for kindling. Unlike previous encounters with merchant vessels, where merely brandishing their arms would compel the opponents to surrender their valuables, this cadre of Huaxia soldiers was akin to a waking nightmare, relentless and bloodthirsty. The once ferocious MOD was now on the brink of collapse, as he observed the guards surging towards them like a tidal wave. Sang Bang urged MOD to prioritize their survival. Huaxia, a mysterious realm. Beneath MOD's pronounced cheekbones and sunken, sinister gaze lay a chilling resolve. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. "Brother, we should flee," Sang Bang implored, his tone tinged with desperation. "We cannot escape. There are vital possessions on this island that, if lost, will leave us with nothing," MOD replied, his eyes sharp as blades, hinting at a readiness to inflict harm. "Perhaps we should take our leave," I suggested. At this moment, some of our brethren still resisted. "Once the Huaxia army reaches the Celestial Palace, it will be too late for us to depart." "I refuse," the demon flute declared, delivering a sharp blow to Sang Bang's chest, sending him staggering 3 meters away, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. Struggling to rise, Sang Bang met the cold gaze of the demon flute. "I shall remain. You must go. With our elder brother here, what memories do you still cherish?" With a heavy sigh, the demon flute informed Sang Bang. "My master has commanded me to steadfastly guard the cave behind the heavenly gate, regardless of the circumstances." "Master?" To Sang Bang, the demon flute was a bloodthirsty specter, one who would slay without a flicker of hesitation. How could he be subservient to another? "You should leave, in light of your unwavering loyalty to me. I grant you this chance to escape." With a gesture, the demon flute signaled Sang Bang. Receiving this verbal assurance was akin to being bestowed a talisman of survival. Sang Bang hastily gathered a bundle of jewels he had seized previously and fled the celestial palace, concealing himself in a location known only to him. The guard team charged forth, relentlessly sweeping through the island's pirates. The air was filled with anguished wails as many pirates met their ignoble end. "Everyone, you must go." The demon flute urged his surrounding guards, as he resolved to make a final stand against the Huaxia army. With the blessing of the demon flute, the guards scattered like birds seeking refuge, fleeing for their lives. With the loss of effective resistance, the guard team swiftly located the pirates' lair, the Celestial Palace. No one expected such a resplendent place to exist on this desolate island, where the palace was constructed entirely of pristine white jade. The roof was adorned with polished agate tiles, glistening like glass. It is hard to associate this place with the abode of a band of pirates. Who knows how many fortunes they have plundered? Standing before the Celestial Palace, Shang Wanjian was lost in thought for a long time. "Come forth, all of you." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the palace, cloaked in black robes, with cascading curly hair, a nose resembling an eagle's beak, and eyes like dark abysses. His skin was akin to withered wood, and he wielded a dragon-headed staff. What a peculiar appearance. He seems to belong to an ancient era. Baika raised his rifle, ready to act. Such formidable vitality. It was astonishing that a pirate leader possessed such prowess. Shang Wanjian had encountered many skilled practitioners, yet none matched the formidable mastery of MOD. Young and impetuous, Baika could hardly believe that there existed a person unafraid of bullets. Raising his submachine gun, he unleashed a barrage of bullets aimed at MOD's chest. Upon seeing Baika point the weapon at him, MOD's eyes widened in surprise, and a wall of energy materialized around him. When the bullets struck, MOD remained unfazed, a sinister smile gracing his lips. The bullets from the submachine gun inflicted no damage upon him whatsoever. The dozens of guards, witnessing the futility of their bullets against MOD, were left dumbfounded, pondering whether this pirate leader was forged from indestructible steel. "What do you think?" "I am not speaking falsehoods," MOD remarked, dusting off his chest. Such arrogance from this brigand. Captain Lu Feng commanded the guards to raise their weapons and aim at MOD in unison. A hail of bullets rained down upon him. "Haha, it seems you lads remain undeterred, truly believing that the scrap metal in your hands could harm me in the slightest." A wall of air once again surged around the magic flute, and the bullets shot forth from dozens of guns struck the body of the magic flute without inflicting even the slightest damage. "Have you had enough?" The expression on the magic flute's face shifted ominously as his legs shifted positions. A shadow leaped into the air, launching an assault towards Shabika's chest. Shabika was taken by surprise at the sudden attack from the magic flute, whose speed was such that he could not discern the opponent's form. His instincts warned him of a fleeting shadow approaching his chest. He instinctively attempted to dodge to the left, yet it was a moment too late. As the magic flute's palm struck against Shabika's chest, he felt a heavy impact, as if his very organs had been displaced, and was sent tumbling 3 zhang away. Lying on the ground, darkness enveloped his vision, and a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, leaving him weak and sprawled on the earth. Shang Wanjian intended to rush to Shabika's aid, but the magic flute was too swift. Before his hand could even make contact with the magic flute, Shabika had already been felled. He had always prided himself on his own speed, never anticipating that the magic flute would surpass him. "You vile pirate! How dare you resort to ambush?" Shang Wanjian's fist struck like lightning towards the magic flute. Observing the approaching fists, the magic flute could not help but nod in acknowledgement. Surprised to encounter such prowess among the soldiers of Huaxia. "I had underestimated you," he remarked as he gently waved his right palm. Shang Wanjian's fist collided with the magic flute's hand, creating a sound akin to thunder. The magic flute staggered back 3 steps, while Shang Wanjian stumbled backward 10 steps. Fortunately, his left heel dug deeply into the bluestone beneath him, allowing him to regain his footing. Such formidable strength. This was a challenge unlike any opponent he had ever faced. Among all those who have crossed paths with him, the shadow encountered on the holy mountain was formidable, yet the person before him surpassed even that. A gust of sea breeze swept through, stirring the withered leaves on the ground. The cold wind brushed against everyone's faces, seemingly forgotten in the face of the fierce confrontation between Shangguan and MOD. Chapter 48. The Pillaging of Skeleton Island. The captain is quite formidable. Allow us to assist you. As soon as the words were spoken, Chu Huaiyu and Jiang Shaoyang immediately plunged into the fray. The youthful audacity was commendable, yet one could only wonder if such courage could match their prowess. Shangguan intended to call out to the two, but it was too late. Chu Huaiyu launched a strike, the dragon seizing the pearl, aimed directly at MOD's eye. Unaware of the impending danger, MOD's eyes widened as he saw Chu Huayu's right hand approaching, and without flinching, he seized the latter's hand. Realizing that Chu Huaiyu was about to fall victim to MOD's sinister grasp, Jiang Shaoyang shouted, "Release my brother." His hand hurled a death nail toward MOD's throat. But this was merely a trivial maneuver. With a swift motion, MOD captured the death nail effortlessly in his grip. He then crushed the steel nail, forged with precision, into a ball the size of a thumb. Few in this world could evade my death nail technique, let alone catch it so easily. And to crush it into a mere steel bead was a testament to his formidable strength. Jiang Shaoyang was taken aback by the sheer might of MOD's grip. After catching the nail, he retrieved 3 more death nails, holding them with twice the force of the previous one. Like lightning, the 3 nails were unleashed, targeting MOD's lower regions, chest, and throat. This was Jiang Shaoyang's unique skill, with angles so cunning that no one could possibly evade the simultaneous assault of all 3 death nails. The air was thick with tension as the enigmatic figure, known as the Devil's Flute, emitted a subtle yet disdainful chuckle. In a mere instant, he had appeared before Jiang Shaoyang. Just as Shangguan Jin and the guard squad were about to intervene, the Devil's Flute had already seized Jiang Shaoyang by the throat. "Pray tell, from whom did you learn your deadly skills? What is it? Do you wish to take me as your master? With your lack of merit, I would not deign to teach you," he taunted. Despite being ensnared by the Devil's Flute, Jiang Shaoyang displayed no fear. "Your silver tongue cannot save your life. So be wise and confess, or I shall crush your throat," he threatened. The Devil's Flute's visage, resembling withered tree bark, began to darken, revealing his rising ire. "You old wretch wish to crush my throat. I shall first shatter your pride." At Jiang Shaoyang's chilling laughter, the Devil's Flute faltered, a sudden, excruciating pain radiating from his groin. Never did he fathom that after a life of dominance, he would fall victim to this young upstart's venomous grip. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Jiang Shaoyang's hand, like a vice of steel, gripping his vital point. Regretting his own negligence, the Devil's Flute's expression twisted in agony. "What do you intend to do, you insolent wretch?" The tone of the Devil's Flute, once defiant and disdainful, gradually shifted to one of concession. Sensing his advantage, Jiang Shaoyang allowed a hint of smugness to surface. "Old fool, how about we strike a fair bargain?" "What sort of bargain?" At this juncture, the Devil's Flute was solely focused on extricating himself from Jiang Shaoyang's control. After all, having wielded power for the better part of his life, it was a matter of shame to be bested by a mere youth in front of so many spectators. Provided that Jiang Shaoyang's demands were not excessively outrageous, the Devil's Flute resolved to acquiesce. "Didn't you wish to crush my throat? How about you crush my throat, and I shall crush your eggs instead? Do you truly fear not for your life, you little wretch?" The audacity of Jiang Shaoyang's almost shameless proposal left Modi utterly unprepared. Such a demand, capable of turning Modi's face a shade of deep anger, elicited suppressed laughter from several members of the guard. What kind of folly is this boy engaging in? While it is known that Jiang Shaoyang often conducts himself in a frivolous manner, one would not expect him to jest with his own life at such a critical moment. Beside him, Chu Huaiyu incessantly gestured to Jiang Shaoyang, urging him to seek a compromise with Modi and extricate themselves from their predicament. However, Jiang Shaoyang, seemingly under some delusion, paid no heed to Chu Huaiyu's discreet signals. Modi, having navigated the seas for a lifetime, had encountered all manner of ruthless characters, yet here he was, momentarily thrown off by the insolence of a young scoundrel. It was the ensuing display from Modi that enlightened Jiang Shaoyang to the truth that experience bestows wisdom. With a cold smirk, Modi remarked, "I have ruled the seas for half my life. Countless heroes and brave souls have perished at my hands. Treasures of gold and gems seized in abundance, and countless maidens have fallen victim to my desires. I have savored the spoils of life. Unlike you, a mere unformed fledgling. You know not the taste of wealth, let alone the pleasures of women. Do you truly believe I would fear a life for a life exchange with you?" Modi's words evidently struck a chord with Jiang Shaoyang. Reflecting on the countless times he had danced with death, he realized that aside from a mere certificate of honor, he had reaped no significant rewards. As for women, they are a most enigmatic allure, particularly for the youthful and impetuous. As I observe the myriad types of beauty in this world, I find myself devoid of any that belongs to me. This sensation is akin to a solitary soul lost in the sweltering expanse of a desert, gazing upon a refreshing spring yet unable to quench their thirst, ultimately perishing in the arid wasteland, perhaps even departing this life with unclosed eyes. Am I not correct? I watch as Jiang Shaoyang's features contort in agony, while the devil flute gazes upon him with a smug expression. You see, I have acquiesced to your request, and we can each take a step back, avoiding mutual destruction. However, your cultivation surpasses mine. It would be unjust for us to both relinquish our holds. Instead, you should let go first, and once I ascertain your sincerity, I shall follow suit. After contemplating Jiang Shaoyang's proposition, the devil flute found no fault in the logic, recognizing that his own cultivation indeed far exceeded that of this young man. Should he attempt any deceit, it was unlikely he could evade my grasp. Very well. I have no desire to take advantage of you, Junior. I shall release my hold, thought the devil flute, convinced that once this young man relinquished his grip on my vital points, he could effortlessly deal with the group of Huaxia soldiers before him. As he spoke, the devil flute indeed loosened his grip from Jiang Shaoyang's throat. See, I am a man of my word. Yet, before his words could fully resonate, his countenance shifted dramatically, his visage resembling withered bark suddenly darkening in hue. Jiang Shaoyang understood that once he released the devil flute's defenses, the old fiend would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon the guard team. With such formidable prowess, if he was not incapacitated, it was uncertain who would end up as the lifeless corpse. Thus, there was no merit in discussing trust with a heinous devil in the realm of battle. It is a game of deception, where even the slightest misstep could result in the forfeiture of one's life. You deceitful wretch, how could you betray your word? Repeatedly plotting against me? With the enchanted flute in hand, he swung his right arm towards Jiang Shaoyang's head. Jiang Shaoyang was acutely aware that although the flute's defenses had been breached, its hands still possessed the strength to shatter stone. He dared not underestimate the threat. As the flute's right hand approached, he exerted himself and retreated 5 meters. Although he had just narrowly escaped peril, he could not contain his exhilaration, for he had emerged victorious in his gamble. When the flute had gripped his throat, his life had hung by a thread. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Master Fahai during his time at Shaolin Temple, stating that all practitioners of Qi share the same vulnerability, the perineum. Jiang Shaoyang resolved to take a daring risk, should fortune favor him. Not only could he save his own life, but he could also spare many of his comrades from harm. Seeing the flute in a state of disarray, the opportunistic Shangguan Jian seized the moment without hesitation, launching himself forward with clenched fists. Chu Huayu, Shi Baika, and Zheng Tong, not to be outdone, joined the fray, targeting the flute's vulnerable point. Brothers, charge! Before Captain Lu Feng could finish his command, dozens of guards had already plunged into the battle. With Jiang Shaoyang's assault, the flute's defenses had crumbled, its once formidable aura now diminished. The current disheveled state was a stark contrast to the invincible figure it had presented moments before. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the guards, the flute could only defend itself, lacking the strength to retaliate. Who would have thought that after traversing life and death, I would meet my end at the hands of these younger generations? How bitter the taste of defeat, the flute lamented, half kneeling on the ground, hands pressed against it, letting out a heart-wrenching wail, filled with despair and a trace of unwillingness. It is often said that as a person approaches death, their words become wise. And as a bird nears its demise, its song turns sorrowful. At the moment of his impending end, the magic flute not only failed to repent for his wicked life, but also felt that he did not deserve to perish. To hell with you. I'll make this quick, Jiang Shaoyang declared, raising his shotgun, ready to fire. What a formidable display by the valiant Huaxiao army. Mercilessly attacking an injured man. Would they not fear becoming the subject of ridicule? At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from above, causing the crowd to momentarily disregard the fallen magic flute. They looked up to see a long shadow hovering in the air, indistinct yet eerily captivating. Who are you? Jiang Shaoyang demanded, his tone sharp. You, a mere youth, are not worthy to inquire about my name, the shadow replied, eyes gleaming with cold disdain. To hell with you. Once I bring you down, you'll regret this, Wu Chong retorted, raising his weapon, ready to fire. The audacity of this young man was astonishing. The shadow lifted its right hand, releasing a stream of energy the size of a thumb towards Wu Chong. This is bad. Such potent energy, if it strikes Wu Chong, the consequences could be dire. Swiftly, Shang Wanjian pushed Wu Chong aside, and the energy struck the granite ground, piercing through a meter-thick slab and creating a thumb-sized hole. Before the guards could react, the shadow descended, seizing the magic flute and soaring into the dense forest, leaving a few afterimages in its wake as they vanished from sight. Jiang Shaoyang was taken aback by the astonishing speed of the figure. Upon witnessing the magic flute's abduction, Lu Feng disregarded it, commanding, "Brothers, let us raise the pirates' lair to prevent their resurgence." Responding to Lu Feng's rallying call, the guards surged into the heavenly palace. Observing the opulence within the hall, everyone pondered the extent of wealth this band of pirates had plundered from others. Lu Feng instructed the group to seize all valuable items that could be transported from this place, emphasizing the importance of preserving everything intact. As the others busied themselves with fervor, Jiang Shaoyang, accompanied by several guards, traversed the grand hall and made his way to the rear courtyard. There, he discovered a long corridor flanked by numerous rooms, likely the quarters of the pirates. It was reasonable to assume that these chambers housed a considerable amount of stolen treasures. Jiang Shaoyang urged his companions not to overlook any of the rooms, commanding them to remove every valuable item they could find. Chapter 49. The discovery of a treasure cave. While the other team members busied themselves with transporting goods, Jiang Shaoyang ventured forward alone. After walking approximately 300 meters, he encountered a towering wall that obstructed his path. Curiosity piqued about what lay beyond. He followed the base of the wall northward. After about 20 meters, he reached a corner. Upon rounding the corner, he beheld a grand circular crimson door. With a firm push, he discovered that it was unlocked, allowing him to swing it open effortlessly. Peering inside, he was greeted by a picturesque estate, a surprising revelation that Skull Island harbored such an elegant locale. Stepping over the threshold, Jiang Shaoyang felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. The chaotic thoughts in his mind gradually settled as he wandered the estate, where meandering paths wound through the grounds, creating a labyrinthine charm. He remained unaware of the estate's vastness as he continued his solitary exploration, encountering artificial hills and serene lakes, delightful features that appeared uniquely captivating. The old thief, the magic flute, truly possesses an extraordinary talent for selecting locations. A year spent cultivating in such a place equates to a decade of training elsewhere for the average person. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed over 1,000 meters and stumbled upon a vast natural lake spanning thousands of square meters. The lake exuded tranquility, its waters a vibrant green, with a few unfamiliar sea ducks gliding gracefully upon its surface. Adjacent to the lake stood a beautifully adorned pavilion, exquisitely crafted and elegantly designed, with radiant light streaming through its windows. Hadn't all the pirates fled from this place? How could it still harbor inhabitants? Jiang Shaoyang followed the path along the lakeshore towards the pavilion, resolved to investigate. If there were indeed pirates concealed within, he would eradicate them completely. He retrieved several hidden weapons, as he believed they would prove more advantageous in the confined space than a firearm. Upon reaching the base of the pavilion, he distinctly heard a woman's voice emanating from above. Possessing acute hearing, Jiang Shaoyang discerned her desperate pleas. "Brother, I beg you, spare me. I truly cannot endure any longer." A surge of indignation coursed through him. It was unfathomable that pirates would stoop so low as to torment a woman. He thought to himself, "Let us see how I deal with you." Stealthily, he ascended the staircase to the pavilion, and peering through the window, he beheld a burly man clad in black, his trousers around his knees, pinning a woman to the bed. The woman was strikingly pale, her soft sobs filling the air. It was utterly abhorrent that pirates still perpetrated such atrocities against women in this place. With a powerful kick, Jiang Shaoyang burst through the door, swiftly advancing to the bedside, seizing the man's shoulder and flipping him to the ground. The brute, caught off guard in the throes of his vile act, was paralyzed by fear upon witnessing Jiang Shaoyang's menacing demeanor, collapsing to his knees and pleading for mercy. Seizing the opportunity, the young woman hurriedly wrapped herself in a blanket, trembling with fear. "Do not be afraid, my dear," he reassured her. "The pirates on this island have been vanquished. Once I deal with this beast before me, I shall set you free." With that, Jiang Shaoyang raised the iron nail in his hand, prepared to strike. However, upon witnessing his intent to slay the man, the woman cried out for mercy. This bewildered Jiang Shaoyang, leaving him as perplexed as a monk who has lost his way. Logically, one would expect her to rejoice at the demise of a pirate, yet she was pleading for the life of her adversary. Understanding that the woman was speaking in a Southeast Asian dialect, one he had become somewhat acquainted with through numerous peacekeeping missions, he inquired, "Why do you plead for the life of your enemy?" The woman revealed her identity. "I am Yasuo, a native of Malay Island. 2 years ago, I was abducted by the demon flute and taken to Skull Island. Since my arrival, I have been imprisoned here, subjected to the whims of the demon flute whenever he chose to visit. He appointed his loyal subordinates to guard me, and as time passed, we grew reliant on each other, which is why I beseech you to spare his life." Initially, when Jiang Shaoyang burst in with murderous intent, both she and the man believed him to be a henchman sent by the demon flute to catch them in the act. Only upon hearing Jiang Shaoyang declare that he had driven off the pirates did they realize he was not affiliated with the demon flute. Earlier that afternoon, the sounds of gunfire had reached their ears from the attic, leading them to speculate that a government force from another nation was assaulting the island. Based on past experiences, they assumed the government troops would be repelled within half an hour, thus they paid little heed to the commotion. "How astonishing," Jiang Shaoyang mused. "I thought the woman was being tormented by pirates, yet it appears they were engaged in a game of seduction." Jiang Shaoyang cast a fleeting glance at the man on the floor, then shifted his gaze to the woman on the bed. Although she hailed from the Malay archipelago, her complexion was devoid of the characteristic dark hue of her people. Instead, Yasu's skin was as white as snow, smooth and delicate, as if it could be effortlessly broken by a gentle touch. It was astonishing to think that a pirate, typically engaged in murder and plunder, could find refuge here, indulging in such earthly pleasures. Yasu's proud bosom stood defiantly, her figure curvaceous and alluring, stirring an insatiable desire within him. This reminded Jiang Shaoyang of his conversation with the enchanting figure from the afternoon, causing a sudden spasm in his heart and a grimace to contort his features. "Get down to the attic," Jiang Shaoyang commanded, pointing at the man. The man, confused by Jiang's intent, sensed that he was facing someone formidable. Fearing that any displeasure might cost him his life, he complied and retreated downstairs. Upon seeing the man leave, Jiang Shaoyang pounced onto the bed like a famished tiger. Yasu struggled briefly, followed by soft, muffled sounds. Approximately half an hour later, familiar footsteps echoed from downstairs, signaling the arrival of his comrades from the guard team. "How could you be so swift?" Jiang Shaoyang inquired as he donned his clothing and made his way down. "Indeed, the day is waning, and the island is brimming with treasures, prompting us to hasten our efforts. We discovered several large trucks on the island, ready to transport the goods to the warship." Zhang Qing, a member of the guard team, explained, "We were concerned about your safety, so we came to check on you. What could possibly happen to me?" Jiang Xiaoyang replied. Upon encountering a woman captured by pirates and imprisoned above, I consoled her for a moment, taking some time. Jiang Xiaoyang gestured towards the attic as he spoke. Once Shang Qing had departed, Jiang Xiaoyang glanced at the man, who, frightened, quickly lowered his head. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he solemnly informed the man, "It seems you share a strong bond. Seek a vessel on the island to take Yasu away. Are you truly going to let me go?" The man questioned, disbelief evident in his voice, prompting him to inquire again. "Hurry and leave, or I may reconsider." Jiang Xiaoyang replied impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. Watching the retreating figures of the two, Jiang Xiaoyang's expression turned somewhat melancholic. "What is this? Are you reluctant to part with them?" Shang Wanjian emerged from an unseen corner, startling the contemplative Jiang Xiaoyang. "Captain, where did you come from? I didn't notice you," he exclaimed. "However, the entrance is secured by a thick iron door. I summoned a dozen guards to forcefully strike it, yet it would not budge. Later, I thought to bombard it, but all the artillery is on the warship. I remembered your proficiency not only with hidden weapons, but also with various mechanisms and locks. I am merely adept at dealing with coded locks. This ancient craft is indeed beyond my expertise. Hence, I sought your assistance to examine it." "Ah, I see. I thought it was something of great importance." Jiang Xiaoyang sighed in relief. As he spoke, he hastened to follow Shang Wanjian towards the rear mountain. Upon arriving at the base of the mountain, Jiang Xiaoyang looked up, noting its height to be approximately 100 meters. Below, there was an opening about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, tightly secured by a massive iron door. Jiang Xiaoyang struck the door with his fist and then pressed his ear against it. "Do you tend to exaggerate?" Shang Wanjian expressed a hint of skepticism towards Jiang Xiaoyang's words. "Captain, you may hold a doctorate in strategic studies, but you are not a physicist. I possess far greater expertise in such matters," Jiang Xiaoyang replied, a note of pride creeping into his voice. "Let me enlighten you. The material of this grand door is crafted from titanium alloy extracted from 2 meteorites. Not even conventional artillery, let alone TNT, could breach it. Do you possess a method to unlock it?" Shang Wanjian asked impatiently. "We cannot afford to linger. Darkness is rapidly enveloping us." He lacked the patience to witness Jiang Xiaoyang flaunting his knowledge. After a brief pause, Jiang Xiaoyang replied, "If it were anyone else, I would have little confidence. However, I shall give it a try." "Do not revel in your confidence. Act swiftly, for time is of the essence," admonished Shang Wanjian, raising the searchlight in his hand. In a swift motion, Jiang Xiaoyang produced a thread-thin golden wire from his person, resembling a delicate hairpin. He tugged at the wire, inserting one end into the lock. With his ear pressed against the iron door, he meticulously twisted the wire. After approximately 5 minutes, a series of clicks echoed from the lock. Before long, the door creaked open. "You truly are remarkable," Shang Wanjian praised as he and several guards, wielding searchlights, stepped into the chamber. The group illuminated their surroundings, revealing an expansive cavern, roughly the size of 2 football fields. The ground was strewn with wooden crates of various dimensions. "What treasures lie within?" a guard inquired, prying open one of the boxes, which revealed a trove of exquisite gold, silver, and agate treasures. "We have struck it rich," the guards exclaimed in astonishment. "I must remind you, my comrades, that these riches were acquired through our efforts in driving away the pirates. Yet do not forget our identities. Harbor no unworthy thoughts." Shang Wanjian took it upon himself to enlighten everyone within the cave. Chapter 50. The Peculiar Individuals. After imparting his thoughts, Shang Wanjian allowed the group to carry the box outside. Jiang Xiaoyang, holding a searchlight alone, ventured deeper into the cave. Aside from heaps of rubble, nothing else seemed amiss within. Could there truly be others inside the cave? Following the sound of weeping, Jiang Xiaoyang proceeded. After traversing approximately 10 meters, he discovered a narrow passage flanked by formidable granite walls. The further he ventured, the clearer the cries became. Suddenly, a glimmer of light seeped through the crevice. Could there indeed be someone? Jiang Xiaoyang hastened to the source of the light. He realized it was a living stone door. With a forceful push, the door astonishingly yielded. Upon opening the door, he found a moderately sized cavern, within which stood a cell enclosed by iron bars. Inside the cell were about a dozen ragged women. Despite the grime on their faces, they appeared to be quite young. Upon noticing his presence, the women in the iron cage exhibited fearful expressions, instinctively clutching their collars and retreating. It seemed they had endured much torment at the hands of pirates. "Who are you?" Jiang Xiaoyang inquired, attempting to communicate in a South Asian dialect. Recognizing his benign intent, one courageous woman responded, "We are travelers who, a year ago, were seized by pirates while passing through these waters." "So that was the case. We are the Huaxiao military, having just eradicated the pirates on the island. You are now free." As Jiang Xiaoyang deftly used a dagger to sever several iron bars, he freed the women imprisoned within. The women, overflowing with gratitude, expressed their heartfelt thanks before departing. Once they had left, Jiang Xiaoyang resumed his exploration of the stone cave, finding nothing amiss. Was it truly the case that such a heavily fortified place merely housed some gold and silver along with these women? Casting his gaze around, he noticed a narrow passageway to the left of the cave, piquing his curiosity. Unlike the previous corridor, the stone walls here exhibited clear signs of having been polished by human hands, rendering them remarkably smooth. Adorning the walls were luminous night pearls, casting a bright light that illuminated the passage as if it were daylight. Why would this place be embellished so extravagantly? Could it possibly be the lair of the nefarious Pied Piper? The passage wasn't long. After traversing approximately 20 meters, he reached its end. However, to Jiang Xiaoyang's disappointment, there was nothing at the passage's terminus. It seemed rather unusual to have such lavish decoration leading to an empty space. As he surveyed the corridor, he noticed an engraving of a full moon, beneath which stood a figure of a man with an imposing demeanor, pointing into the distance. There, etched into the wall, were long city walls and towers, alongside a deep pit populated with stone effigies of men, each brandishing various archaic weapons, their heads adorned with peculiar headdresses. Who were these figures? Jiang Xiaoyang could not recall having seen such decorated depictions in his memory. In addition to these images, he also glimpsed many pyramid-shaped structures and statues of lions nearby. A vague sense stirred within him. Surely, no one would be so idle as to create such bizarre imagery in this secluded place. The fingers of the man depicted are rather peculiar. Unlike the typical rounded fingers of an ordinary person, his are shaped like a sword, with exceptionally pointed tips. How could an artist render human fingers in the likeness of a blade? Jiang Xiaoyang pressed firmly on the finger. Strangely, a stone door in the wall ahead opened automatically. To his astonishment, the finger of the man in the painting served as a mechanism for the door. Observing the door swing open, Jiang Xiaoyang leaned forward to peer inside, revealing an opulently adorned bedroom, approximately 100 square meters in size. The ceiling of the stone chamber was adorned with a luminous pearl the size of a bowl, illuminating the room as brightly as day. A round bed, wardrobe, mirror, all the furnishings one could desire were present. Could this truly be the chamber of the magic flute? As Jiang Xiaoyang entered and surveyed the space, he found no peculiarities aside from the lavish decorations. Gazing at the tiger skin covering the bed, he recalled hearing that such skins are said to dispel wind and dampness. However, tigers are a globally protected species. Current official records indicate that the number of existing tigers does not exceed 500, and harming a tiger is a crime more severe than murder. A nefarious entity like the magic flute, known for its murderous exploits, would certainly disregard any laws. Acquiring a tiger skin would be a trivial endeavor. Curious about the sensation of resting on tiger skin, Jiang Xiaoyang reclined on the bed but felt no distinct difference. Suddenly, his right hand brushed against a button on the headboard, and with a clatter, he heard something spring open beneath the bed. Astonished, he realized there was a mechanism concealed beneath the bed. Jiang Xiaoyang quickly leapt to his feet. He lifted the sponge mattress on the bed, revealing a wooden board that sprang open beneath it. Jiang Xiaoyang leaned forward to peer under the board. Initially, he saw nothing of interest, yet he remained unsatisfied, refusing to believe that a mere mechanism could be toyed with so casually. Stretching his right hand inside, he felt around and unexpectedly grasped a small box. He extracted it from its hiding place, examining it closely. It was a square wooden box, measuring approximately 1 foot on each side, secured with a golden lock. Unlocking was Jiang Shaoyang's forte, and with little effort, he unfastened the small lock. Lifting the lid of the wooden box, he discovered a book encased in a crimson cover, inscribed with the words Qi Cultivation Method. Flipping through its pages, he found various techniques for energy cultivation. After carefully stowing the book away, he continued his search of the bedroom, uncovering only a few treasures of gold and silver, with no other items of note. This den of thieves would soon meet its fiery end. Jiang Shaoyang was about to retrieve his lighter when he was interrupted by the sound of heavy snoring from the adjacent room. Who could be sleeping here? Jiang Shaoyang scanned the stone walls, finding no visible doors. This was perplexing. The snoring was unmistakable, yet there was no entrance. After a thorough search, he finally spotted a small iron door in an inconspicuous corner. Secured by a steel bolt, Jiang Shaoyang unfastened it and, indeed, discovered a stone chamber within. The chamber was quite spacious, containing nothing but a luminous pearl. So, the old thief of the magic flute has returned, a low, hoarse voice echoed from within the room. Jiang Shaoyang gazed into the dim recesses of the stone chamber, where a crucifix stood in the far corner, upon which hung a man. The man, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and a beard obscuring his face, appeared ageless. Initially mistaking him for the infamous thief, he soon realized the figure before him was but a youth. "What is your connection to the thief?" the man inquired, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "I am a member of the Huaxiao army, come to eradicate the pirates on this island. We have already driven off the thief," Jiang Shaoyang declared. "The thief has been driven away?" The man's tone betrayed astonishment, followed by an undercurrent of disappointment. "Were you imprisoned here by the thief?" Jiang Shaoyang pressed further. "Bah, as if that scoundrel could imprison me. I am here of my own volition," the man retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. "Voluntarily confined in a place devoid of light. Is there truly anyone who would choose such a fate?" Jiang Shaoyang mused aloud. "You, young man, have much to comprehend," the man replied, freeing himself from the crucifix. He regarded Jiang Shaoyang with a serious expression. "I advise you not to emulate that monstrous thief." "What do you mean, elder?" "The thief is a pirate, and I am a soldier of the Huaxiao army, upholding justice. How could I possibly aspire to be like him?" Jiang Shaoyang hastily defended himself. "Better not to follow in the footsteps of that old monster. Should you choose to do so, you will find yourself at the mercy of the elder of rewards and punishments," the man cautioned, stroking his white beard as he ambled toward the small iron door. "Since you have driven off that old thief, I find little purpose in remaining here," he concluded. "A wager with others? Truly a peculiar character." However, just as Jiang Shaoyang was about to pose another inquiry, the man swiftly darted out the door, vanishing without a trace. He could only take the luminous pearl and exit the stone chamber. Stuffing all the treasures of gold and silver from the bedroom and the luminous pearl from the passage into a single bag, before setting the place ablaze as he departed. Observing Jiang Shaoyang emerge from the cave with a bag slung over his shoulder, he remarked, "Where have you been, you rascal? We have already cleared out all the valuables within." Shang Wanjian approached him, inquiring, "What do you have in there?" He patted Jiang Shaoyang's bag. "All good items." Jiang Shaoyang replied as he continued his exit. "By the way, I released a dozen women inside just now. Have you found them a place?" "Yes, they have been accommodated," Shang Wanjian informed him. "I instructed Wuchong to take them to the warship." "That is good. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. By the way, did you see a man with long hair pass by the cave entrance?" Jiang Shaoyang shifted the topic. "I did not see any man with long hair." Shang Wanjian shook his head upon hearing this. Indeed, there was a man with long hair who claimed to be the elder of reward and punishment, who voluntarily locked himself in a stone chamber after losing a bet with others. Quite the peculiar individual. Exiting the celestial palace, Jiang Shaoyang placed the bag onto a truck in the courtyard. There are many extraordinary people and bizarre happenings in this world. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. My brothers have already transported the valuable items from here, with many already shipped off. This is the last batch. With that, Shangwan Jian summoned someone to bring gasoline and douse the surroundings of the celestial palace. As thick smoke billowed, the decades of piracy on Skull Island were reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 51. Celebrating victory at last, we have eradicated this group of nefarious pirates, thus ridding the world of a significant menace. A multitude of guards transported the treasures acquired from the celestial palace in trucks, roaring away. The convoy of several large trucks carried not only wealth, but also the dignity of the Huashan military. The triumph over the pirates of Skull Island served as a declaration to other nations. To oppose us is to engage in a deadly struggle with fate. Upon arriving at the dock where the warships were anchored, the guards commenced transferring the treasures onto the vessels. "What shall we do with these trucks left on the island?" inquired Wu Chong of Captain Lu Feng. "These are the spoils of the pirates' plunder. We must not afford them a chance to rise again. Set them ablaze," Captain Lu Feng commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. Several guards proceeded to douse the trucks with fuel, igniting them before departing. The waters once again settled into tranquility, with a gentle sea breeze enveloping the surroundings, bringing an overwhelming sense of relief. The moonlight bathed the warships, while the guards had long forgotten the perilous bloodshed of the day. Victorious, their next course of action was to celebrate. Lu Feng had already instructed the chef to roast several Southeast Asian lambs. The team gathered around the succulent lamb, indulging in hearty bites of meat and generous sips of wine. "Why aren't you joining in the festivities? This is uncharacteristic of you," remarked Shangwan Jinsho, entering with a bottle of red wine. After a day of fierce battle, Jiang Xiaoyang felt weary and sought clarity, yawning as he sat on the bed. "What are you reading?" he asked, reaching for the book in Jiang Xiaoyang's hands. "Oh, it's nothing, just some trivial romantic tales," Jiang Xiaoyang replied, attempting to conceal the book behind him. "You young men are clearly infatuated, longing for a fair maiden," Shangwan Jinsho teased, a hint of inebriation coloring his words as he pointed at Jiang Xiaoyang. "The captain, upon hearing your words, decided to attend the celebration party." With that, Jiang Xiaoyang rose from the bed. "Let us go. It feels rather dull to linger here," suggested Shangwan Jian, giving Jiang Xiaoyang a gentle push. The two emerged from the ship's cabin. "Where have you been? I suddenly couldn't find you," exclaimed the rosy-cheeked little Chun as she approached Shangwan Jian. "It was too noisy on the deck, so I took a moment to sit inside," Shangwan Jian replied while sipping red wine. "Ah, so you are a wine connoisseur." Having learned to drink straight from the bottle, little Chin remarked with a look of disdain. "How many soldiers are not heavy drinkers when there are no missions?" "We indulge in wine to relieve our stress," Shangwan Jian retorted, taking another sip. Little Chin pouted. "I don't care. I simply dislike drunks." With that, she snatched the wine bottle from Shangwan Jian's grasp. "Every day, I'm stuck with bland meals, and my taste buds are withering away. Would you care to join me for a dance?" Little Chun extended her delicate arm, inviting Shangwan Jian to join her. Shangwan Jian furrowed his brows, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. While he could master martial arts with a single glance, the intricacies of dance, which tested one's temperament, left him quite flustered. Under the earnest invitation from the beautiful girl, and in front of dozens of onlookers on the deck, it was indeed difficult to decline. Furthermore, the surrounding guards began to cheer, chanting, "Come on, come on." With no choice but to comply, he reluctantly stepped forward, awkwardly moving his feet to dance with little Chun. Several times, his feet nearly trampled on hers, but she skillfully avoided the mishap, guiding him through the essential steps. By the end of the song, he finally managed to synchronize his movements with little Chin's graceful rhythm. As Jiang Xiaoyang observed numerous young women swaying gracefully on the deck, his mind felt as though it were cramping under the weight of a multitude of bizarre images that flitted through his thoughts, leaving him in a state of vexation. At that moment, he spotted the 10 women he had rescued from the iron cage within the cave. Among them, having undergone grooming, they appeared utterly transformed. Their skin radiant and rosy, their figures voluptuous and curvaceous, embodying the exotic allure of beauty. One particularly statuesque woman, with golden hair and azure eyes, also recognized her savior, Jiang Xiaoyang, and approached him with a beaming smile. "Ah, you are here too. Why such a glum expression?" She inquired. Is it truly you? I had no idea you could speak the Huaxiao language. Jiang Shaoyang responded with his signature roguish grin. My father was a military officer, and during my 10th year, he was dispatched by the English government to work in Huaxiao for 5 years. I even have a Huaxiao name, Jiang Inxue. Jiang Inxue generously introduced herself. Cold River. Flying Snow. You possess a profound understanding of Huaxiao's culture, Jiang Shaoyang mused silently, reflecting on the name Jiang Inxue, which fortuitously bore the same surname as his own. It seems we are destined to cross paths, Jiang Inxue smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. How did you come to fall into the clutches of that band of pirates? Jiang Shaoyang queried, regretting his choice of words as he observed Jiang Inxue's momentary silence. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for posing such an almost foolish question. Noticing the faint hint of regret in Jiang Inxue's expression, she gently shook her head and replied, It's all right. Perhaps it was destined to be a calamity. She then confided in Jiang Shaoyang that she had harbored a dream of traversing the globe since childhood. Thus, a year prior, she embarked on her journey aboard a luxurious cruise bound for the Golden Mountain. Little did she know that while navigating the vast Indian Ocean, they would encounter a band of pirates. Out of nearly 1,000 passengers, only she and a few other young, beautiful women were spared, as the pirates mercilessly cast the others into the sea. Not only did they plunder the cruise ship, but they also took the women to a remote island, imprisoning them in an iron cell. Subsequently, they were frequently tormented until they were rescued by the valiant forces of your esteemed nation. Observing the woman's slightly despondent demeanor, Jiang Shaoyang swiftly changed the subject to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Would you care to dance with me? He proposed, gesturing invitingly towards Jiang Inxue. Certainly. What kind of dance shall we perform? Jiang Inxue graciously placed her hand on Jiang Shaoyang's shoulder. I am well versed in a variety of dances. In my youth, I often traveled abroad to perform at Shaolin Temple, where I learned many Western dances, Jiang Shaoyang replied, casting a teasing glance at Jiang Inxue. You are indeed intriguing. Let us dance the Wild Wolf Disco. Jiang Inxue exclaimed, her voluptuous waist swaying gracefully, her golden hair cascading elegantly, and her round blue eyes radiating a captivating wildness. Jiang Shaoyang moved with agility, every muscle exuding virility, perfectly complementing Jiang Inxue's fierce femininity in a flawless harmony. As they danced, onlookers could not help but pause, becoming captivated spectators of their exquisite performance. Goodness, after knowing this lad for so many years, I had no idea he possessed such remarkable skills, Chu Huayu remarked, stuffing a piece of roasted lamb into his mouth. The lights flickered and the music pulsated with energy as the two individuals, feeling a sense of yearning for the time lost, endeavored to compensate for their brief acquaintance through their graceful movements. Meanwhile, the moon had tilted towards the horizon, casting a long, slanted shadow from the flagpole on the deck. Captain Ye Feng, concerned about disrupting the normal course of the warship, hastily urged everyone to disperse and retire for the night. With several days remaining until their arrival at Beihai Port, they could not afford to let their guard down until they reached their homeland. Just as Jiang Inxue was about to follow the others away, Jiang Shaoyang suddenly grasped her hand, casting a suggestive glance her way. Jiang Inxue understood his intentions and felt an inclination to refuse, yet Jiang Shaoyang's grip was unyielding. Unable to free herself, she found herself pulled into a corner of the warship as the others entered the cabin. This is inappropriate. Someone might see us, she protested, turning her face away from his approaching lips. Ignoring her rejection, he forcefully leaned in closer. Moments later, Jiang Inxue managed to push away his descending hand, firmly asserting that it was unacceptable. There are so many people on the ship, it would be utterly embarrassing if we were discovered. Just give in to me. Jiang Shaoyang pleaded, feeling parched and somewhat disoriented, as if a mysterious force were controlling his nerves. Despite her resistance, Jiang Inxue ultimately succumbed to his advances. About half an hour later, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching on the deck. The two quickly adjusted their belts, and Jiang Shaoyang emerged from the corner. What brings you here? He asked, surprised to see Shang Wanjian, who offered him a faint smile. It was rather stifling in the cabin, so I came out for some fresh air. Jiang Xiaoyang replied, awkwardly wiping his hands against his head. Tonight, the brothers have indulged excessively in drink, leaving me to stand guard for everyone. Fortunately, the warship has already sailed into safe waters. One person is capable, so you may also take your rest, Su Jin remarked, turning to seek another direction. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the warship has entered the territorial waters of Huaxia. After breakfast, Su Jin sat on the deck, gazing vacantly at the boundless sea. What are you doing here? Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Chun had approached from behind, just admiring the ocean view. In a couple of days, such beauty will be beyond our sight. Su Jin stretched languidly. What a delightful sentiment, Xiao Chun said, settling beside him, her hair gently tousled by the sea breeze, lending her an air of tranquility. He had no time to inquire about Huang Chuan's condition. Little did he know that upon hearing Su Jin's question, Xiao Chun sighed, her long eyelashes fluttering. A look of helplessness etched upon her face. Professor Huang is still in a coma. What? Hasn't Professor Huang received fresh blood? Su Jin exclaimed, rising abruptly from the deck, unable to accept such news. Even Dr. Zhang asserted that he was out of danger. How is it possible that he remains unconscious? I find it perplexing as well. We constantly monitor Professor Huang's condition. Each medication is overseen personally by Teacher Zhang, with no room for negligence. Yet Professor Huang remains in a comatose state. Xiao Chun furrowed her brow. How can this be? Su Jin felt an intangible force enveloping the warship. Chapter 52. Returning home. Who, indeed, is the nefarious perpetrator behind the harm inflicted upon Professor Huang Chuan? Logically, the personnel aboard the warship have undergone rigorous scrutiny and selection, possessing commendable political integrity, rendering the presence of any infiltrators highly improbable. Shangguan Jin is reluctant to indulge in baseless conjectures, for he harbors a disdain for unfounded suspicions regarding comrades with whom he has faced life and death. The warship sails swiftly, and as dawn breaks, the port of Beihai unfolds before their eyes. From a distance, the port appears shrouded in a dense crowd, representatives from the military, dispatched to welcome the research expedition, mingle with journalists from various nations. As the warship docks, a throng of reporters rushes forward, eagerly raising their cameras to capture the vessel. You lot are truly something, remarks a member of the escort team, astonished by Commander Zhang's personal presence at the port to greet them. The military has long been aware of Huang Chuan's unconscious state. As Shangguan Jin disembarks, he witnesses a cadre of hospital staff ascending the warship, ready to transport Huang Chuan on a stretcher. Commander Zhang addresses the assembly, proclaiming, "Tonight, I shall host a celebratory banquet for you at the headquarters." The prospect of such a grand gathering, with 4 tables united, fills Captain Lu Feng with immense exhilaration. After navigating the media frenzy at the port, the escort team hastily makes their way to the headquarters. As the midnight revelry draws to a close, Commander Zhang personally announces a month-long leave for the members of the Antarctic research team, encouraging everyone to reconnect with family or embark on leisurely travels to rejuvenate their spirits. The announcement of such an extended respite brings great joy to all. Within the confines of the military, they embody the essence of national service. After the holiday, Xiao Chun and Shangguan Jin made a pact to meet again. After bidding farewell to his teammates, the next morning, Shangguan Jin boarded a train bound for Danzhou. Danzhou lies 3,000 kilometers away from Beihai. Although many regions in Huaxia have been connected by high-speed rail, there is no such service between Beihai and Yingzhou. Nevertheless, fortune favored Shangguan Jin as he managed to secure a window seat. This allowed him to enjoy the passing scenery, providing a welcome distraction. The train was bustling with passengers. A long line of travelers awaited on the platform, and Shangguan Jin squeezed onto the train with great effort. Goodness, this journey felt more exhausting than a military mission. And at that moment, he truly grasped the hardships of living a transient life. Before long, a rotund and burly man settled into the seat beside him. The soldier in Shangguan Jin kept him vigilant towards his surroundings, prompting him to cast a few furtive glances at the man. The stranger's face was fleshy, adorned with a textbook Mediterranean hairstyle, and several sparse strands of hair on his forehead were disheveled around his head. After settling in, the man began to breathe heavily, brushing the few sparse strands of hair back. "How about we switch seats?" the Mediterranean man suggested, glancing at Shang Wanjian. Shang Wanjian was reluctant to relinquish his hard-earned window seat, which he had barely warmed. However, being kind-hearted, he assumed the man might have a physical ailment, making the window seat more comfortable for him. With this thought in mind, Shang Wanjian hesitated for a moment before finally standing up. The man with the Mediterranean hairstyle rose from his seat without a hint of courtesy, neglecting even a simple expression of gratitude, and firmly settled into the place of Shang Wanjian. In this world, one encounters all sorts of individuals. Shang Wanjian chose to disregard him, opting instead to insert his headphones and immerse himself in music. Just as he was closing his eyes to relish the melodies, a woman beside him inquired, "Excuse me, handsome, but I believe you are in the wrong seat." She waved her ticket in front of him, exclaiming in disbelief at the Mediterranean man's apparent obliviousness to his own seat assignment. Shang Wanjian swiftly clarified that he had exchanged seats with the man next to him, indicating that the man had willingly relinquished his spot. "Excuse me, sir, you seem to have taken the wrong seat." Shang Wanjian gently tapped the man's shoulder. However, the man remained unresponsive, as Shang Wanjian soon realized he was fast asleep. "Sir, you are in the wrong seat." He raised his voice a few decibels. I heard you, the Mediterranean man grumbled, rubbing his eyes and glancing at the woman in the aisle. "It's just a seat. What's the big deal? It doesn't matter where one sits," he scoffed, his eyes narrowing at her in disdain, remaining firmly planted in his seat without any intention to move. "Sir, train seating is assigned, and adhering to this fundamental rule is essential." The woman, provoked by the Mediterranean man's insolence, raised her voice in response. Observing the situation, Shang Wanjian could no longer remain passive. It was evident that the woman was being wronged. "My friend, you are in the wrong. If you occupy someone else's seat, you ought to vacate it. Let me remind you that the seat you currently occupy was offered to you by me, so kindly return it at once." With that, Shang Wanjian reached out to grasp the man's shoulder. "Remove your hand, you meddlesome fool. Do you believe I won't strike you?" The Mediterranean man raised his chubby fist in defiance. "By heavens, it is the first time in my life that I have been threatened in such a manner. Were it not for my military status, I would have surely thrown you off this train for such insolence." "What is this commotion about?" Shang Wanjian inquired. "This gentleman has occupied another seat and refuses to vacate it." He recounted the sequence of events to the two train conductors. "Sir, you are indeed in the wrong. Train seating is assigned," one conductor asserted. "Please present your ticket." Reluctantly, the Mediterranean man produced his ticket under the stern gaze of the conductors. "You see, you originally purchased a standing ticket, yet you have taken someone else's seat and refused to relinquish it. Moreover, your ticket does not correspond with this train," the conductor pointed out, indicating the train number printed on the ticket. "You purchased a ticket for K9527, while our train is H9527. You failed to notice the preceding letters." "What?" The Mediterranean man snatched the ticket back and scrutinized it closely, only to realize that he had boarded the wrong train. He slapped his forehead in realization and hastily gathered his belongings, dashing towards the exit. Thus, a comical misunderstanding came to an end. The train returned to tranquility. Passengers settled back into their respective seats, awaiting the journey's commencement. The woman expressed her gratitude to Shang Wanjian. "It was my pleasure. I also failed to check the other person's ticket. He suggested we swap seats, and I complied, so the oversight is partly my fault." The woman continued to inquire. Shang Wanjian's brows twitched slightly as he smiled warmly like the sun. "I believe I have discerned your profession," she said, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Clearly pleased with herself. "You guessed that so quickly. I find it hard to believe," Shang Wanjian replied, shaking his head gently. "You must be from the military. Am I correct?" The woman habitually clenched her right hand into a semi-fist, her wide eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited Shang Wanjian's confirmation. Shang Wanjian secretly admired her perceptive abilities. "Impressive, isn't it?" she chuckled. "I forgot to mention, I am a journalist." With a hint of pride, She produced a business card from her bag and handed it to Shang Wanjian. He took it and examined it closely. Deputy editor of Huaxia Daily, Li Manwei. A position of considerable stature within a state-owned institution. He felt a sense of admiration. I just returned from a business trip to Beihai, but my office called again, asking me to head to Danzhou, she continued. Aware of the confidentiality that envelopes news before it is published, Shang Wanjian refrained from inquiring about her purpose in Danzhou. I am also heading to Danzhou. It seems our paths align perfectly. Are you from Danzhou? Li Manwei appeared quite intrigued by Shang Wanjian. And as soon as he finished speaking, she eagerly pressed on, her curiosity insatiable. The two conversed and laughed, unaware that evening had fallen. As the day wore on, neither had eaten anything. Li Manwei suggested they find a restaurant for a light meal, explaining that she had little appetite on the train. That sounds good, Shang Wanjian agreed, rising to accompany her to the dining area. The restaurant was already bustling with passengers, some waiting for their meals while others were engrossed in their food. Suddenly, the train came to a sharp halt, the friction between the wheels and the tracks increasing, producing a piercing, jarring sound. Due to the overwhelming inertia, objects within the dining car were sent flying, leaving the space in utter disarray. Some passengers, unable to maintain their balance, found themselves unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The train was temporarily immobilized, with the timeline for resuming travel contingent upon the progress of emergency repairs. Passengers were advised to remain seated and refrain from wandering about to avoid overcrowding in the carriage. A landslide? Li Manwei, naturally, was eager to capture any unfolding news. Ignoring her dinner, she hastily grabbed her camera and prepared to venture outside. Where do you think you're going in this darkness? Shang Wanjian swiftly followed her, urging her to stay put. Who knew when the train might resume its journey? Chapter 53. The landslide. Li Manwei approached the train conductor, presenting her press credentials. She expressed her intention to disembark and report on the impending danger ahead, requesting that the conductor promptly open the train doors. Upon recognizing that she was a reporter from Huaxia Daily, the conductor understood the gravity of the situation and could not bear the responsibility of hindering an official journalist report. He instructed the crew to open the doors, and Li Manwei seized her camera, rushing out of the carriage. The darkness outside posed significant danger, prompting Shang Wanjian to fear for her safety, and he quickly pursued her. The two ran toward the front of the train, and approximately 2 kilometers ahead, they indeed discovered a massive fissure at the base of a towering mountain, which stood 100 meters high. The landslide debris had cascaded onto the railway, forming a mound at least 10 meters high, as around 100 workers wielded shovels to clear the earth from the tracks. Can you expedite your work? At this snail's pace, I wonder when it will be completed. There is a train waiting to pass behind you. A stout man, with a face full of bluster, was gesticulating wildly to urge the workers onward. This foreman was quite diligent. Li Manwei raised her camera to capture a close-up of him. Why are you dawdling? Are you trying to be lazy? A worker, approximately 60 years of age, was slightly delayed and received a kick to the rear from the stout man. The elderly worker lost his balance and stumbled, burying his head in the mud. Even in a hurry, one should not resort to violence. Shang Wanjian rushed over to assist the elderly man. What are you doing? The stout man shouted, pointing at Shang Wanjian and Li Manwei. Just as Shang Wanjian was about to explain, the stout man suddenly charged towards Li Manwei, attempting to snatch the camera from her hands. What are you doing? Li Manwei quickly dodged, and the stout man failed to seize the camera. Photography is not permitted here. He lunged at Li Manwei once more. I am a reporter for Huaxia Daily and possess the right to report on any matter. Li Manwei raised her camera again. Why is photography prohibited? Shang Wanjian, equally puzzled, was about to question the stout man. The elderly worker he had just helped quietly informed him that the mountain was called Yinyang Mountain, which housed numerous iron ore mines. The owner of the iron mines was the stout man's brother, which explained his apprehension about anyone revealing this information. Initially, Shang Wanjian had thought the stout man was merely diligent in his work. It turned out he harbored ulterior motives. Shang Wanjian promptly approached the stout man and said, "My friend, what authority do you possess to hinder a journalist from uncovering the truth? Damn it. Are you one of those who only shed tears when faced with a coffin? The stout man raised his fist, ready to strike Shang Wanjian. Provoked by the man's brutish demeanor, Shang Wanjian seized the descending fist before he could exert any force. A sharp cry escaped the stout man's lips as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, indicating he was likely calling for reinforcements. Shang Wanjian, however, paid him no mind. He relayed the information the old worker had shared with him to MAYHEM, expressing his curiosity as to why the man forbade him from taking photographs. "They still dare to mine here?" MAYHEM inquired, asking the old worker if he would take her to the mine. The old worker glanced at the two and replied, "It's dark and windy. The mountain path is treacherous. I cannot bear the responsibility if anything were to happen." "Nonsense. Traversing mountains is something I frequently do," Shang Wanjian said, pulling a thick wad of cash from his pocket and placing it into the old worker's hands. The old worker, seeing the substantial amount of money, hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I can guide you, but you must promise not to wander off. Rest assured, we will heed your guidance," Shang Wanjian assured the elder. Thus, the three began their ascent along the narrow path leading up the mountain. "How could a soldier carry so much cash?" MAYHEM inquired as they walked. "Our superiors rewarded us with a special bonus," Shang Wanjian replied, pulling MAYHEM closer. "Are you fighting pirates? Could it be that you are? What? Have you heard of our heroic exploits?" Shang Wanjian responded, slightly taken aback. "Do you recall our conversation on the train? I was assigned by my unit to report on a significant news event." MAYHEM wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. "To think that the major story you referred to was about us," left Shang Wanjian utterly astonished. "Regrettably, the military cannot disclose your names. Otherwise, I would certainly know you." There was a hint of regret and comfort in MAYHEM's tone. Indeed, the military prioritizes confidentiality. As they conversed, they continued their ascent. The mountain path grew increasingly steep, and several times MAYHEM nearly slipped, only to be steadied by Shang Wanjian's timely grasp. "I warned you the mountain path was treacherous, yet you insisted on coming." An elderly worker turned to shine a spotlight on the pair. "It's quite all right. Uncle, please continue leading the way. We shall manage," MAYHEM hastily replied, intentionally quickening her pace. After approximately half an hour, the trio finally reached the summit, where the old worker pointed ahead, stating, "The illuminated area is the mine entrance. I shall not accompany you further. Should we be discovered, I fear repercussions." With that, the old worker began his descent. "Uncle, please wait a moment. This is your reward," MAYHEM said, producing several thousand yuan from her bag. "That handsome gentleman over there has already provided you with ample compensation. I cannot accept any more." The old worker insisted, attempting to decline. "You two are truly kind-hearted. May you soon be blessed with children," the old worker expressed, his emotions stirred. As they watched the worker's figure fade into the distance, MAYHEM's face flushed crimson, and she turned away, unable to meet Shang Wanjian's gaze. "Let us proceed," Shang Wanjian suggested, leading MAYHEM toward the source of the light. Approaching the mine entrance, now only 500 meters away, they could hear the distant hum of machinery. It appeared that mining operations continued even at this late hour. As night fell, vigilance was lax. The two individuals at the cave entrance observed that no one emerged to impede their progress. MAYHEM raised her camera, capturing images of the surroundings. After recording the exterior, they ventured deeper into the cave. The interior was stark and rudimentary, illuminated by yellowed bulbs hanging haphazardly. The passageway was propped up by swollen wooden beams, soaked and unreinforced, posing a constant risk of collapse. The lawlessness of these individuals was compounded by their malevolent disregard for human life, prioritizing profit above all else. As Shang Wanjian advanced, he muttered curses against the mine owner. They trudged through the muddy ground, following the faint light deeper into the cave. MAYHEM persistently raised her camera, determined to document everything within. After approximately 500 meters, they encountered workers, bare-chested and wielding shovels. The laborers were so engrossed in their tasks that they failed to notice Shang Wanjian and MAYHEM's entrance. "What is that?" a worker suddenly shouted, his alarm evident. Shang Wanjian and MAYHEM hurried over, following the worker's gaze to a circular opening. Something within seemed to writhe, striking him as eerily familiar. This is bad. The ceiling is going to collapse. Shangwan Jian yelled, urging the workers to flee. Collapse? Over 100 workers, terrified, dropped their shovels and rushed for the exit. Numerous wooden supports were knocked askew, and fissures began to appear in the cave's ceiling, sending small rocks tumbling down. We must hurry. Shangwan Jian grasped MAYHEM's hand, pulling her towards safety. How did you know it would collapse? She asked. Let us get to safety first, he replied, prioritizing their escape over explanations. As the two individuals had yet to escape the cave's mouth, a massive boulder plummeted from above, aimed directly at MAYHEM's head. Fortunately, the quick-witted Shangwan Jian swiftly embraced MAYHEM and darted to the side. Otherwise, the boulder would have certainly struck her. Within the mine, dust swirled violently, accompanied by the ominous sound of wooden pillars splintering under immense pressure. Just as they reached the cave's entrance, a deafening crash echoed behind them, and the entire mine collapsed soundly. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they would have been entombed within. Heart racing, MAYHEM instinctively pounded her chest and took a deep breath. Gazing at the resounding wreckage of the mine, her complexion turned a deep shade of anger. How could this man be so callous, solely concerned with his profits, neglecting to ensure the safety of his workers? Stealthily, MAYHEM aimed her camera at the scarred-faced man. Could he be the mine owner spoken of by the old workers? Shangwan Jian discreetly inquired of a nearby slender worker about the identity of the scarred-faced man. The worker confided that he was their mine owner, known as the Two-Headed Snake. Immersed in her task, MAYHEM failed to notice a man approaching from behind. He tapped her shoulder and asked what she was doing. Drawing from her previous experience at the foot of the mountain, MAYHEM refrained from revealing her identity, merely stating that she was a passing tourist. A passing tourist? The Two-Headed Snake approached quickly, scrutinizing her closely. Could she be a reporter come to investigate? What could possibly be of interest in this desolate mountain at night? Was she perhaps here to entice men from his mine? The Two-Headed Snake regarded MAYHEM with palpable suspicion. To think the Two-Headed Snake would be so vigilant. Shangwan Jian, wishing to avoid alarming the serpent, hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, insisting that they were indeed lost tourists. Tourists? I find that hard to believe. Do you take me for a fool? The Two-Headed Serpent let out a huff, casting a glance at the man in black beside him. The duo only perceived a swirling mass of white before succumbing to unconsciousness. Brothers, he remarked, I suspect these individuals are not mere tourists. Let us find a suitable place to confine them and thoroughly search their belongings. We must ascertain whether we can uncover any evidence of their true identities. Chapter 54. Divine Artifacts. As soon as they carried MAYHEM and Shangwan Jian into the room, the Two-Headed Serpent eagerly commanded his subordinates to rummage through their possessions. Boss, look here, one of the lackeys exclaimed, having found MAYHEM's work ID, while another unearthed Shangwan Jian's military officer certificate. Damn, I have my doubts about this man and woman. It seems they hold some significance. Who would have thought the woman is the deputy editor of the Huaxia Daily, and the man is an active duty officer? The Two-Headed Serpent's eyes glinted with a cold light as he forcefully slammed their credentials onto the table. What shall we do, boss? If news of our mining operation gets reported by the Huaxia Daily, all our prior arrangements will be in vain. Wu Yong, the Two-Headed Serpent's cunning strategist, squinted, twirling his mustache. Why not dispose of them by throwing them off the cliff into the ravine, feeding them to the wolves? That way, it would be discreet. The Two-Headed Serpent clenched his fist, contemplating the idea of murder. Perhaps we should wait a moment? It could be troublesome if they have accomplices. After all, killing the deputy editor of a national news agency and an active duty officer carries severe consequences. We should first investigate whether they have any allies. If not, we can eliminate them later. Even if our clandestine iron or extraction along the railway becomes known, the worst that could happen is a few years of imprisonment. Given our connections, with a little maneuvering, it would not be a significant issue. We could certainly make a comeback. It would merely be a matter of losing some wealth. As Wu Yong's words faded, the double-headed snake nodded in agreement, recognizing the prudence of the strategist's approach, which allowed for both advancement and retreat. We must first separate the two and confine them. Our immediate task is to stabilize those impoverished souls, Should they inadvertently reveal our dealings, it could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, the double-headed snake promptly summoned the cunning strategist Wu Yong to initiate this undertaking. As a group of workers gathered around the mine, engaged in animated discussions, the double-headed snake and his lackeys approached the entrance. Listen carefully. Do not let any word of this affair escape your lips. Otherwise, you know the consequences, he warned. His enforcer Jin Yin Biao glaring with eyes as wide as saucers, brandishing his saber menacingly at the miners. The workers, well aware of the double-headed snake's ruthless reputation, fell silent at Jin Yin Biao's admonition. Seeing that the situation was under control, the double-headed snake displayed a satisfied expression and called upon the blasting foreman Yin Shun to inquire about the circumstances. Master Snake, I have worked in your mine for many years. You are aware of my blasting skills. It cannot possibly be my fault that the mine collapsed, Yin Shun protested. Fearing that the double-headed snake would unleash his ire upon him, his face contorted in an expression of innocence. Indeed, Yin Shun had proven to be a steady worker throughout his long tenure, having made no prior mistakes. Yet, not only had the mountainside caved in, burying the railway, but my own mine had also suffered a collapse. The situation was undeniably peculiar. Is it truly my ill fortune this year? The two-headed snake hastily instructed the workers to resume their labor, clearing the soil from the passage once more. By the way, boss, we unearthed a peculiar, dark object in the cave that seemed to move. It was the young man you took away who urged us to flee, claiming the cave was on the verge of collapsing. One miner recalled the earlier events in the cave and informed the two-headed snake. A dark object? Could it be an illusion? Wu Yong, squinting his narrow eyes, suspected the workers might be fabricating tales to curry favor with the boss. It is true. We all witnessed it. Several workers corroborated in unison. Wu Yong scrutinized the faces of the workers before him, discerning they did not appear to be colluding in deceit. Could there genuinely be something strange within the cave? A shiver ran through Wu Yong. If that were the case, we ought to halt the iron ore extraction. Should there indeed be something capable of upheaving mountains and seas, it would spell trouble. Despite Wu Yong's mischievous wit, he remained quite superstitious. What could possibly exist in the cave? The two-headed snake clenched his fist and struck his head in frustration. Just then, his phone rang. It was his brother, Short-Haired Tiger, calling to inform him that the soil on the railway had been cleared. However, a suspicious-looking man and woman had taken photographs in the area. But by the time I gathered my brothers, they had already departed. The two-headed snake instructed his brothers to caution the workers to remain silent. Brother, rest assured. That bunch of paupers would soil themselves at the slightest scare. They wouldn't dare speak out of turn, Short-Haired Tiger reassured him. Indeed, you inquired about the appearances of a man and a woman, as the sound of the dual-headed serpent resonated, awakening the dazed Shangguan Jian and MAYHEM. The diminutive figure of the short-legged tiger recounted the features of the two individuals. Just as anticipated, these two had been stealthily ascending the mountain earlier and were rendered unconscious by Wu Yong. Now, they found themselves bound and confined within a metal shack. The dual-headed serpent, discerning from his brother's tone, concluded that MAYHEM was devoid of companions, and a sense of pride welled within him. Brother, I believe we should remain vigilant. That young man proved to be quite formidable during our earlier encounter, he cautioned. With your meager skills, you can only intimidate those laborers. He is merely a lowly officer, yet he too succumbed to our charms. Administering the sedative is Wu Yong's forte, a family heirloom of expertise. It will take no less than 10 hours for them to regain consciousness. Soon, I shall instruct a few subordinates to dispose of them over the cliff to feed the wolves. We shall defer this matter for now, the dual-headed serpent advised his brother. Tomorrow, you must summon our third uncle to visit the mine. What? Are we to invite him to ascend the mountain to pay homage to the mountain deity? The short-legged tiger expressed his reluctance. Better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. I must inform you that a significant portion of our mine has collapsed, and several laborers reported sighting something unclean within the depths. We ought to have our third uncle inspect it. It may provide reassurance to those laborers regarding the profitability of their toil. The mine has collapsed? The short-legged tiger wished to inquire further, but the dual-headed serpent had already ended the call. At dawn the following day, the short-legged tiger arrived at his third uncle's residence. It was said that his third uncle had, at the tender age of 10, acquired the art of locating dragon veins and exorcising evil spirits from a renowned geomancer, and had since gained considerable renown within a 100-mile radius. Upon arriving at his uncle's house, the diminutive figure observed the elderly man lying on a bamboo mat, fast asleep. Stepping forward, he called out a few times, prompting his uncle to rub his eyes and exclaim, "Ah, it's you, my boy. What brings you here today?" The young man replied, "There's been an incident at the mine, and my brother wishes for you to come take a look." He then pulled his uncle up from the mat, stating, "I have long advised your brother against mining iron in the vicinity of Tianqi Mountain. Yet he persists in his folly." Impatient with the old man's ramblings, the young man urged him toward the courtyard. "Wait a moment, I must gather my tools." His uncle replied, retrieving a black leather case from beneath the bed. "I must bring my usual implements." After approximately 2 hours, they arrived at the mine. Observing the collapsed tunnels, the old man furrowed his brow in concern. Behind him trailed a group of workers, including the two-headed serpent, all hoping that he would employ his expertise to rid the place of any unwanted entities and expedite their work. After examining the site, the uncle shook his head and sighed deeply. After a brief pause, he turned to the two brothers. "What do you think, uncle?" The two-headed serpent inquired, leaning in closely. "If you two brothers trust my judgment, you should abandon this endeavor at once. The dangers contained within are far too great," the uncle warned, preparing to depart. "Please, don't be hasty, my esteemed elder," the two-headed serpent implored, grasping his arm. "If you assist us, I assure you that I possess a jar of aged liquor, over a century old, as a reward." The mention of the ancient wine sparked a glimmer of interest in the old man's eyes, for he had a fondness for such delicacies. "You young scoundrel, do not toy with me," he retorted, retrieving a bronze toad from his belongings. "If I deceive you, I shall be devoured by the very essence within." The two-headed serpent immediately raised its right hand in solemn vow. "Brother, our family possesses a treasured collection of century-old liquor." The short-legged tiger tugged at the sleeve of the two-headed serpent. "For now, do not concern yourself with that. Let this old fellow conclude his affairs first." Before long, the third uncle placed the bronze toad at the mouth of the gaping chasm and deposited a black pearl into its mouth. After a brief interval, the bronze toad emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the third uncle, curious about his intentions. The dragon-like roar grew increasingly louder, and the bronze toad began to leap forth. Who would have thought this bronze lump possessed such mystique? The short-legged tiger stared wide-eyed, fixated on the bronze toad. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed, and the roar gradually diminished, until it was scarcely audible. Had the entity within vanished? The two-headed serpent inquired, eyes wide with disbelief. I asked, "How can you two brothers prioritize wealth over your very lives?" The third uncle glanced at the two-headed serpent and the short-legged tiger. "Regrettably, I am unable to halt the mining operations here, as I am bound by a contractual obligation to a foreign company for timely deliveries. Should I fail to fulfill this commitment, I would undoubtedly face ruin." Before the two-headed serpent could finish his thoughts, the third uncle interrupted, expressing disinterest in your business matters. "I have temporarily subdued the entity within. Heed my words, you may mine here for only a month. Should you overstay, do not blame me for the warning unheeded. The entity within is no ordinary being. It is a divine creature engaged in its cultivation, and should you provoke it, calamity shall befall you." "Understood, understood." The two-headed serpent replied with impatience, nodding. When MAYHEM awakened, she discovered that her hands and feet were bound, lying on a wooden bed. Suddenly, she recalled a cloud of white powder appearing before her eyes, followed by the loss of consciousness. It dawned on her that she had been drugged on the orders of the mine owner. She wondered about the fate of Shang Wanjian. Attempting to struggle, she realized the ropes were tightly secured, rendering her efforts futile. "Is there anyone out there?" She called out loudly, but her pleas were met with silence. Where had these people gone? Chapter 55. The escape. "Do not forget the century-old liquor you promised me," her great-uncle had reminded her just before getting in the car. "Understood." The two-headed serpent replied dismissively, eager to direct the workers to commence their tasks. "Boss, what about the couple inside?" Wu Yong inquired, his eyes half closed, resembling a trademark squint. "Need I even say?" With a flourish of his hand, the two-headed serpent declared, "Tonight. Summon a few trustworthy brothers and toss them off the cliff behind the mountain to feed the wolves." The male was of no concern, but as for the female, Wu Yong grinned with a devilish charm. "Indeed, while I am preoccupied with this heap of troubles, that woman is quite remarkable. She possesses ample bosom, shapely curves, and a lovely visage, with fair skin and long legs. If only she would be akin to a celestial maiden." He chuckled, drooling at the thought. Uncertain of the fate of Shangwan Jian, she struggled a few times, only to discover that the ropes binding her were tightly secured, rendering her attempts futile. "Help!" MAYHEM shouted towards the door, only to realize that no one responded to her cries. Where had these people gone? As she lay on the bed, writhing in her bindings, the door creaked open. The two-headed snake, reeking of alcohol, swaggered in. "My little darling, you have finally awakened." He reached out with a large hand and pinched her thigh, commenting on its commendable elasticity, seemingly untouched thus far. "Heh. I suppose today is my lucky day. What do you want?" MAYHEM asked, feeling a wave of nausea at the sight of the grotesquely rotund figure before her. In desperation, she kicked at the two-headed snake's groin. "Ouch! This little girl has quite the fiery spirit. I like that," he said, lunging toward her. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated from outside the door. "Who dares to disturb my enjoyment?" he barked, irritated. "Boss, someone has come to inspect the mine," reported Jin Yanbiao, the two-headed snake's loyal aide, from the threshold. "An inspection? Haven't I already taken care of the relevant departments?" The two-headed snake grumbled as he hastily donned his clothes. "Which department are they from?" Upon opening the door, he inquired of Jin Yanbiao. Noting the imposing demeanor of the visitors, Jin Yanbiao helplessly shook his head. "Damn it. The moment there's something to gain, a swarm of beggars appears." The two-headed snake fumed as he strode towards the exit. As he reached the doorway, he spotted a government vehicle parked outside, recognizing its occupants as Wang Yuan, the county chief's brother-in-law. The young man, emboldened by his brother-in-law's influence, committed various misdeeds in the county, bullying the weak and reaping numerous benefits, while many dared not voice their anger. It was none other than Director Wang who had graced them with his presence, and double-headed snake, with a face full of ingratiating smiles, rushed to greet him, acknowledging his arrival with exaggerated humility. "Ah, the esteemed boss snake has certainly grown robust. Just look at that glistening complexion," Wang Yuan remarked, his smile veiling his disdain. "Not at all. It is entirely due to Director Wang's generous care. I merely partake of the leftover scraps," double-headed snake replied, feigning modesty. "Perhaps those scraps are no longer available," Wang interjected, cutting him off before he could finish. Double-headed snake sensed the underlying hostility in Wang's words, realizing that the director's visit was not a mere courtesy call. Having successfully run the iron mine for years, he had relied not only on his ruthless demeanor but also on his cunning ability to read people. Observing Wang's expression, he understood that news of trouble at the mine had reached the director, who was now seizing the opportunity to exert pressure. He quickly approached the car window, leaning in to whisper in Wang's ear, "Everything hinges on your discretion, Director Wang." "That depends on how we proceed," Wang replied, appreciating double-headed snake's eagerness to comply. Without further ado, he disclosed his intentions. Understood, double-headed snake responded, and promptly drew up a check, placing it in Wang Yuan's hand. Upon glancing at the figure inscribed on the check, Wang nodded in satisfaction, then drove off in the county government vehicle, leaving double-headed snake feeling as though his heart were bleeding. With the formidable presence of Wang now departed, he found himself devoid of thoughts for anything else. At last, Shangwan Jian stirred from his stupor, pondering the potency of the drug that had rendered him unconscious. He endeavored to maintain composure, uncertain of MAYHEM's current predicament. Shangwan Jian attempted to free himself from the ropes binding his hands and feet, yet found them immovable. What kind of rope is this, so exceedingly tight? With his strength, he could easily break free from mere ropes, even iron chains. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was pirate rope, known for its remarkable resilience. Once tightened, it constricts even further, potentially embedding itself into the flesh. Thus, Shangguan Jian refrained from exerting too much force, instead contemplating alternative methods to rid himself of the bindings. Damn that disaster of a relative, leveraging his brother-in-law's influence to extort others. One day, I shall make him pay for this. The two-headed serpent brooded in the office, pondering the fate of that woman inside. Wu Yong, typically adept at reading the room, had perhaps become infatuated, failing to notice the two-headed serpent's ire. What the hell is wrong with you? You still have the audacity to pursue women at a time like this? I demand you devise a means for me to vent my frustration, or else I shall deal with you myself. Wu Yong, overwhelmed by a torrent of curses from the two-headed serpent, fell silent, hastily assuring him that he would indeed come up with a plan to retaliate. Go. Throw those two scoundrels down the mountain to feed the wolves, the two-headed serpent commanded Jin Yinbiao. Such a waste of resources, though Jin Yinbiao was reluctant. He had no choice but to comply with the irate two-headed serpent. Jin Yinbiao, accompanied by several thugs, hoisted Shangguan Jian and MAYHEM towards the mountain's rear. Where are you taking us? MAYHEM noted the increasingly steep path, pondering the ulterior motives of these individuals. I must devise a means to persuade these individuals to untie the ropes binding my hands. It appears they intend to cast us over the precipice to obliterate our existence. Frequently flirting with death has honed my acute intuition. I said to my companions, "Are you escorting us down the mountain?" I deliberately engaged in idle chatter with those bearing me, seeking an opportunity to trick them into loosening my bonds. Yes, I shall secure a fine destination for you. Wu Yong chuckled slyly. I have some valuable possessions not far from the mine. It would be unacceptable for you to dispatch us in such a manner. I feigned desperate struggles, emphasizing, those are the fruits of several years of labor. Without them, our marriage would be jeopardized. MAYHEM immediately grasped my intent and began to play along. How could you carelessly misplace the treasures we've accumulated over the years? What could possibly hinder your nuptials? Wu Yong, both lascivious and avaricious, inferred from our conversation that we were referring to monetary matters, and after years of accumulation, he surmised there must be a considerable sum involved. Wait a moment. Wu Yong instructed his henchmen to lower us. Where are these possessions you speak of? I shall retrieve them for you. Good heavens, you are quite the schemer. What if you abscond with our belongings? I promptly rejected Wu Yong's proposition. Then what do you suggest? He squinted at me. Unless you bring me along, I cannot place my trust in you. I intentionally piqued his curiosity. That is out of the question. If we all carry you through the mine and my boss happens to see us, I would face dire consequences. Wu Yong quickly shook his head. Your foolishness is astounding. Could you not have taken a different route? That is not an option. Wu Yong immediately dismissed Shangguan Jian's suggestion, stating that there was only one path leading past the mine. The other areas were either sheer cliffs or impenetrable forests. How could we possibly carry you through such terrain? Why not untie the ropes binding my feet? This would allow us to circumvent the obstacles. As soon as Shangguan Jian's words fell, Jin Yinbiao interjected. I believe this is feasible. Let's bind this young man's hands. I have no doubt that with our numbers, he cannot outsmart us. Wu Yong glanced at Shangguan Jian and then at Jin Yinbiao along with his henchmen. Observing their confident demeanor, he concluded that even with his hands bound, Shangguan Jian would pose no threat. Very well, then let us free his legs. With that, Wu Yong commanded his men to untie the ropes from Shangguan Jian's legs. Let me warn you, young man, do not attempt any tricks. Before Wu Yong could finish his sentence, a flurry of stars danced before his eyes. Jin Yinbiao and his henchmen had yet to react when Shangguan Jian swiftly lifted his legs, sending several of them crashing to the ground. They never anticipated that Shangguan Jian could counterattack while his hands were bound, unaware that his leg prowess was equally formidable. Shangguan Jian rushed towards MAYHEM, urging, quick, place your hands near my mouth. MAYHEM understood he intended to bite through the ropes binding her wrists. Are you capable of this? The ropes appeared tightly secured. No worries. Using my mouth to untie ropes is a fundamental skill of our special forces. As Shangguan Jian turned to face MAYHEM, he skillfully bit the knot binding her hands with his teeth, and with a swift tilt of his head, the ropes were effortlessly unfastened. "Now, release the ropes from my hands," he instructed, turning his back to her. "What material is this rope made from? It is so tightly bound." MAYHEM had attempted to untie it several times without success. "This is a pirate rope crafted from shark skin. If the wrong force is applied, it will only tighten further. Such ropes are particularly vulnerable to water. Upon contact, they will come undone." Chapter 56. Returning home under Shangguan Jian's persistent guidance, MAYHEM finally managed to free him from the pirate rope. The path up the back mountain was exceedingly steep, and the narrow trail was scarcely wider than the blade of a machete. Terrified, MAYHEM screamed, hesitant to proceed. With no other option, Shangguan Jian hoisted her onto his shoulder and sprinted towards the front mountain. Upon reaching the outside of the dormitory, they noticed the lights still aglow within. "Wait for me here. I will sneak in and retrieve our belongings," Shangguan Jian instructed as he stealthily approached the office of the two-headed snake. Peering through the window, he spotted MAYHEM's handbag and his own possessions hanging on the wall. Inside, the two-headed snake and his companion, the short stubby tiger, were engaged in a discussion. "What is the plan? Aren't we supposed to expand our operations? Didn't Uncle say we should close the mine in a month?" Short stubby tiger remarked. "That old man is always mumbling nonsense. Guarding a vast treasury, he wouldn't simply relinquish it. Furthermore, this afternoon, the county chief's brother-in-law extorted a significant sum from us." The two-headed snake took a deep drag from his cigar. "Brother, do not forget the oath you swore," the short-legged tiger reminded his elder brother, the two-headed snake. "Is it merely a promise concerning a toothache? Surely, nothing could emerge from the depths to bite me. A man cannot prosper without unexpected fortune, nor can a horse thrive without midnight fodder." Noticing the discontent etched on his brother's face, the short-legged tiger refrained from further commentary. Shangguan Jian initially contemplated storming in to confront the two, seeking to vent his frustration. However, he reconsidered, mindful of the numerous henchmen the two-headed snake had at the mine, and the unfamiliarity of the terrain in the darkness, not to mention the need to look after MAYHEM. The potential complications dissuaded him from that course of action. It was only after the two had departed the office that Shangguan Jian ventured inside to retrieve his and MAYHEM's belongings. Upon inspecting the bag, he was relieved to find everything intact. Having delayed on the mountain for an entire day, the train had long since departed. They had no choice but to descend to the town and secure a hotel for the night, planning to purchase train tickets for their departure in the morning. As Shangguan Jian spotted a pickup truck parked at the entrance of a metal shed, he attempted to pull the door open with force. Fortunately, it was unlocked, and the keys had been left inside. "Excellent," he exclaimed, urging MAYHEM to get in quickly. Once aboard, he pressed the accelerator, maneuvering the pickup down the winding mountain roads. Utilizing satellite navigation, Shangguan Jian discovered a town named Furong Town located 20 miles away. He parked the pickup in a discreet location and found a hotel of decent quality in the town center. After a hurried wash-up, the two retired for the night. The following morning, MAYHEM knocked on Shangguan Jian's door. "Why are you up so early?" Shangguan Jian rubbed his eyes. "Suddenly, I recalled something I had long wished to inquire of you." MAYHEM settled into a chair upon entering the room. "What is it?" Shangguan Jian replied, engaging in conversation while brushing his teeth. "The night before, while in the cave, how did you know it was about to collapse?" In Shangguan Jian's mind, he always felt that the treasures unearthed from the mine were akin to the monstrous entities concealed within the depths of the planetarium. Such creatures, upon emergence, would herald chaos and calamity, bringing untold suffering to living beings. At that moment in the mine, his sixth sense warned him that trouble was imminent. "You rascal, I genuinely thought you possessed some prophetic ability. Turns out it was merely intuition." MAYHEM adjusted her hair and gracefully rose from her chair. "Let us set aside the matters of the mine for now. Last night, I intended to organize my notes to expose the happenings here." After sharing breakfast, the two purchased a train ticket to Danzhou in Furong Town. After approximately a day's journey, they finally arrived at Danzhou railway station. Shangguan Jian planned to visit the orphanage. Having not returned to Danzhou since enlisting 3 years prior, MAYHEM had an interview to attend, and they agreed to reconnect in 3 days. After leaving the station, Su Guanjian took a taxi to the orphanage, which remained unchanged. The same red-tiled, blue-bricked houses stood in the serene courtyard, surrounded by various evergreen plants. The only difference was a few strands of white hair on the foreheads of the staff. As Su Guanjian approached the entrance of the orphanage, numerous children, noticing the presence of a stranger, hurried over to gather around him, pointing and chattering excitedly. From these children, Shang Guanjian perceived a reflection of his former self. He hastily retrieved the candies he had purchased at the mall and distributed them among the little ones. A caregiver, noticing Shang Guanjian at the entrance, promptly approached him and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" As this caregiver had only recently arrived, she did not recognize him. "Is Director Zhang available?" Shang Guanjian briefly introduced himself to the caregiver. "Ah, it's you. Director Zhang often speaks of you, mentioning that you are the most outstanding young man to have emerged from here." The caregiver quickly invited Shang Guanjian inside. "Director Zhang is currently in his office. I shall escort you there," she said, leading him to the director's office. Upon entering, they found Director Zhang diligently engrossed in his work at the desk, writing something intently. Just as the caregiver was about to call out to him, Shang Guanjian interjected, "Thank you, but you may return to your duties. I will handle the rest." Once the caregiver departed, Shang Guanjian stealthily entered the office. "Xia, if those people come looking for me again, just say I'm not here." Who could Director Zhang be trying to evade? The director remained focused on his task, not lifting his head from the desk. Shang Guanjian was well aware of Director Zhang's diligent and responsible nature. Since assuming the role of the orphanage director, he had meticulously organized all tasks. Hundreds of children, having lost their parents for various reasons, thrived under his careful guidance, developing both mentally and physically in a healthy manner, without becoming societal problems as a result of their early loss. In his childhood, Shang Guanjian often faced ridicule, being called a wild child sprung from the stones, and his inherently stubborn nature could not endure such taunts. In pursuit of this, he often found himself embroiled in conflict, frequently emerging battered and bruised. Were it not for the care of Dean Zhang and the dedicated staff, it is likely that Shang Guanjian would not have attained his current state. "Xia, why are you still?" I began, when suddenly Dean Zhang lifted his gaze. "How could it be you?" Upon seeing Shang Guanjian before him, Dean Zhang swiftly removed his reading glasses. Observing the white hair and the multitude of wrinkles adorning Dean Zhang's forehead, a wave of sorrow washed over Shang Guanjian. After several years apart, Dean Zhang had aged remarkably. "What happened to your hand?" Shang Guanjian inquired, noticing the thick bandages wrapped around Dean Zhang's hand. "Come, let me take you to see Aunt Lu and the others," Dean Zhang replied, leading Shang Guanjian out of the office and into the backyard. In the backyard, numerous staff members were gathered by the water basin, diligently washing clothes for the children at the orphanage. "Look who has arrived," Dean Zhang called out to the group. "What is this? Is the army on leave?" And Zhang said, wiping her wet hands on her apron, witnessing their white hair. A deeper sense of melancholy settled in Shang Guanjian's heart. "And Zhang, why don't you apply for a washing machine? You must wash hundreds of children's clothes every day. It must be exhausting." Sister Lu, standing nearby, could no longer contain her thoughts. "And you wish to acquire a washing machine? In a few days, there may not even be an orphanage left." "What do you mean?" Shang Guanjian detected an underlying implication in Sister Lu's words. "It's not a relocation. It's being requisitioned by property developers." "Did you notice the bandage on Dean Zhang's hand?" Sister Lu was about to elaborate further when Dean Zhang hastily intervened, urging her to cease. Sister Lu glanced at Shang Guanjian, then at Dean Zhang. "Please, allow me to speak. Concealing my emotions is unbearable. I might as well perish. The situation is as follows. The orphanage, under the threat of expropriation by a real estate mogul, faced an unfortunate incident where Director Zhang was assaulted, resulting in a fractured hand." "What? Expropriating an orphanage and injuring Director Zhang? How can these heartless fiends act so ruthlessly?" In that moment, Shang Guanjian could no longer maintain his composure as a soldier and erupted in fury. Director Zhang sighed as he observed Shang Guanjian's outburst. "This cannot stand. I must confront those ruffians," he declared, attempting to stride towards the exit. You mustn't provoke them. They are not mere real estate developers. I've heard that a prominent leader in the city is related to them, Director Zhang cautioned, positioning himself in front of Shangwan Jian. You need not seek them out. They will return shortly, Lu Jian informed him. Very well, I shall await their arrival. I am eager to discover what sort of scoundrels they truly are. In broad daylight, how dare these forces of darkness act so brazenly? You are quite the fiery soul, traveling such a distance without nourishment. Auntie will prepare your favorite dish, the braised noodle, she said, guiding Shangwan Jian towards the front courtyard. In less than half an hour, Aunt Zhang had prepared a steaming bowl of braised noodles for Shangwan Jian. Despite the passage of years, her culinary skills remained exceptional, and she had even crafted her family's secret sauce. Delicate daylilies adorned the bottom of the bowl. Succulent slices of pork graced the top, and a sprinkling of scallions released an enticing aroma that wafted towards Shangwan Jian. It had been ages since he savored Aunt Zhang's braised noodles, and his appetite surged as he dove in, devouring his meal with fervor. Watching Shangwan Jian eat with such gusto was quite a sight. Slow down, dear child. It's not good for your stomach, Aunt Zhang repeatedly cautioned him from the side. It's all right, Aunt Zhang. I've grown accustomed to this in the army, usually finishing a meal in just a few minutes. Shangwan Jian replied as he devoured a large bowl of noodles. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Those brutes are back. Aunt Zhang and the other residents of the orphanage quickly rose and made their way towards the noise. How fortuitous, these ruffians have come to me. Saving me the trouble of seeking them out, Shangwan Jian remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. What are you orphans planning? A relocation? Shouted a man with braids, brandishing an iron rod in the courtyard. Around him stood a dozen tattooed men, bare-chested, cheering him on. The ruckus drew several children from inside the building. As long as the orphanage stands, so do I. If the orphanage falls, I shall perish here, declared Director Zhang, positioning herself before the group of men. You old fool. After I broke your left hand last time, do you still wish for me to shatter your right? The man with the braids pressed the iron rod against Director Zhang's chest. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his palm, as if something had struck him. And before he could comprehend the situation, a slap resonated loudly across his face. After enduring a few stinging blows, the man with the braids finally caught a glimpse of his assailant's face. Who the hell are you? How dare you lay a hand on me? He exclaimed, realizing he was up against someone formidable. I am the one who holds your fate in my hands, Shangwan Jian declared, his eyes wide with intensity. In all my years in Danzhou, I have yet to encounter anyone bold enough to utter the word no to me. Unexpectedly, today I encountered a character who indulges in raw rice. Evidently a henchman summoned by the old man. Brothers, let us go, commanded the man with small braids as he rallied his companions to surround Shangwan Jian. Damn it. I've seen all sorts of tough characters. Why should I fear these few worthless scraps? With a swift slap, Shangwan Jian sent shockwaves through the courtyard, echoing with the sounds of flesh striking flesh, leaving the small braid man and his entourage with bruised faces, disoriented and bewildered. This group, accustomed to bullying the weak, had never faced such an unyielding opponent. After receiving a sound thrashing, their earlier bravado vanished without a trace. This kid is not easy to deal with. A wise man avoids immediate losses. We shall remain steadfast and endure. We are brothers navigating this path. The small braid man spoke with the tone of an old hand, attempting to probe Shangwan Jian's true nature. Let me enlighten you, you bunch of inept fools. I am no mere player in your game, but rather the king of hell who specializes in dealing with scoundrels like you. Tell me, who injured Director Zhang last time? Shangwan Jian seized the man with braids by the collar. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Please, brother, do not misconstrue. The small braid man, sensing the murderous intent in Shangwan Jian's eyes, felt a shiver run down his spine. Misunderstanding? Shall I break your hand too, and call that a misunderstanding? The small braid man fell silent, only to hear the sickening crack of bones fracturing as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his left arm in agony. I will go find him tomorrow, he muttered. His group had initially intended to return to the orphanage to cause further disruption and drive everyone away. Little did they anticipate the emergence of Shangwan Jian, the harbinger of calamity, which left them feeling thwarted, like frightened dogs. 10 or so individuals scampered out of the orphanage's gates in a flurry. The boss, a young upstart, has emerged from the orphanage, and the boy with the little braid relayed to Su Banshing the beatings he endured there. Damn, this group of frail elderly women and children really knows how to summon reinforcements, Su Banshing thought as he slammed his fist onto the desk. Go, summon Kuang Niu today. We must draw blood to subdue our opponents. Kuang Niu, the tyrant of Danzhou, had honed his skills from a young age, fighting with the ferocity of a raging bull. His imposing physique earned him the moniker of Crazy Bull, making him a favored henchman of Su Banshing. Many troublesome residents were dealt with by Kuang Niu's intervention. At that moment, Kuang Niu was engrossed with his lover when he suddenly received word that the boss was calling for him. He quickly donned his clothes and rushed to Su Banshing's office. What is it that the boss requires of me? He inquired as he entered. Our endeavor to acquire the land of the orphanage should have been straightforward. However, an unforeseen obstacle has arisen. Accompany the boy with the braid and teach that insolent brat a severe lesson. Su Banshing's eyes glinted with malice. Rest assured, boss, I shall resolve this matter immediately. Just then, a cacophony of curses erupted from outside. The young lad seemed to have forgotten his place. Shang Guanjian promptly rose and stepped out of the room, while Director Zhang cautioned him, "Be aware, they are certainly prepared. Exercise caution. Fear not, they are merely a band of clowns," Shang Guanjian reassured everyone. "Oh, do you wish to have your other arm broken as well?" Shang Guanjian gazed at the bandages wrapped around the wrists of the young man with braids. Just as the young man was about to speak, a figure emerged from the crowd. Kuang Niu. "You are the one who injured my brother," he asserted, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Shang Guanjian, as if he sought to penetrate his very essence. To be precise, it was not an injury. I merely twisted his arm, and it shattered. Those I strike do not have the fortune to stand here again. Shang Guanjian cast a glance at Kuang Niu, recognizing the depth of his martial prowess. However, he deemed this opponent far inferior to those he had encountered in the past. Such a person was unworthy of being his rival. "You are quite audacious," Kuang Niu remarked, stepping closer, yet remaining silent. "Your esteemed elder, Niu Yi, has no interest in your ramblings. Mind your own business, or you may find yourself deprived of tomorrow's sun." The pretense of seriousness was amusing to Shang Guanjian, who could not help but chuckle. Clearly, this young man was impervious to reason. With this thought, Kuang Niu charged at Shang Guanjian like a rampaging water buffalo. Shang Guanjian observed with clarity. His opponent aimed to seize his waist and slam him to the ground. For an ordinary person, such an encounter would result in paralysis or severe injury. Yet, Shang Guanjian remained unfazed by Kuang Niu's reckless approach, allowing him to grasp his waist without flinching. Seeing that he had easily ensnared Shang Guanjian, Kuang Niu felt a surge of triumph, convinced that the young man had been daunted into inaction by his formidable presence. "Ah!" Dean Zhang and Sister Lu cried out in alarm upon witnessing Shang Guanjian ensnared by Kuang Niu's embrace, their expressions reflecting shock at Kuang Niu's flushed countenance. "What now?" The young lad. Shang Guanjian gazed at the imposing figure of the bull with an air of ease. "With such a massive frame, how can you be so ineffectual?" As he spoke, Shang Guanjian executed a swift motion, unleashing a formidable force from his waist. The bull felt his arms being forcibly pried apart by this overwhelming power, and he was violently hurled 3 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The bull sustained significant injuries from the fall. Several of his ribs were likely fractured, rendering him unable to rise for at least half a year. "What happened, Brother Niu?" Upon witnessing the bull sprawled on the ground, the young man with braids and his companions rushed over to assess the situation. "It's broken. It's broken." The bull pointed feebly at his waist. He hadn't anticipated that this young man would be so formidable. Even the bull was no match for him. The young man with braids could only helplessly watch as the bull limped away from the orphanage, an indescribable sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Shang Guanjian understood that their enigmatic benefactor would soon make an appearance. Su Banshing observed the disheveled bull, contemplating the latter's tenacity. It seemed evident that relying solely on brute force would be inadequate. The assistance of official authority would be imperative. After driving away the bull, Sheng Wanjian feared further retaliation, prompting his decision to stay at the orphanage. This would allow him not only to converse more with Director Zhang and others, but also to spend time with the children. These kids, having grown up without parental figures, would greatly benefit from the companionship. He ventured into the city, procuring an abundance of fresh meat and flour, intending to prepare dumplings for the children. It had been ages since such merriment filled the air. Upon hearing that dumplings were on the menu, the excitement was palpable among the 100 or so children. They waved their little hands, with some rushing to assist in washing the chives, while others helped knead the dough. The once desolate orphanage was now alive with laughter and joy. After finishing their dumplings, it was already evening when a little girl named Ran Ran approached to request that Sheng Wanjian tell a story for everyone. He understood that children are inherently curious about all things novel, especially enjoying tales recounted by others. As Sheng Wanjian animatedly narrated the story, the children rested their chins on their hands, listening intently. The innocent and lively expressions on their faces could instantly melt one's heart. Chapter 58. The notable figure after parting ways with Sheng Wanjian, MAYHEM arrived at the city government. Delegated by her organization, she was there to conduct a personal interview. The interviewee was none other than the city's most prominent figure, Li Tengda. It was said that since entering politics, Li Tengda had devoted himself to his work, accomplishing numerous benevolent deeds for the country and its citizens. Upon arriving at the city government, she was greeted by Secretary Wang. Recognizing her as a prominent journalist sent by higher authorities, Secretary Wang warmly welcomed her, inviting her to sit in the reception room and serving her tea and snacks. Secretary Wang informed her that Secretary Li was currently presiding over a meeting, which would likely conclude in about half an hour. "That is perfectly fine. I can wait," MAYHEM replied, sipping her tea while surveying the surroundings of the reception room. Rumors suggested that Secretary Li was diligent and frugal in his work, and the simple yet tidy decor of the room confirmed those claims. As MAYHEM organized her materials for the interview, she suddenly heard a flurry of hurried footsteps outside. Could it be Li Tengda arriving? She quickly stood up. Indeed, a man in his 50s entered the room, dressed in plain attire. He carried himself with grace and confidence, his voice resonant. "My apologies for keeping the esteemed journalist waiting," he said as he strode towards MAYHEM. The person who arrived was Li Tengda. "Hello, Secretary Li." They exchanged a simple handshake. MAYHEM glanced at the sleeves of Li Tengda's attire and noticed the fabric had faded from wear. She thought to herself that Li Tengda was indeed exceedingly modest. "Please, have a seat, comrade reporter." Li Tengda warmly invited MAYHEM to sit down. Once she was settled, Li Tengda took a seat on the sofa opposite her. "I assume Secretary Li is aware of the purpose of my visit," MAYHEM said as she retrieved her camera from her bag. A few days prior, she had received a call indicating that a prominent journalist would be sent, and she was surprised to find him so youthful. Li Tengda picked up his teacup and lavished praise upon MAYHEM. "Oh, not at all, Secretary Li. You are being too gracious," she replied. "To avoid taking up your valuable time, let us begin." After setting up the camera, MAYHEM engaged in a lively conversation with Li Tengda, taking notes at pivotal moments. She was pleasantly surprised by how articulate he was. With a clear line of thought and quick reflexes, he seemed to anticipate her inquiries with just a single word. This interview brought her immense comfort, as what was originally planned for 2 hours extended to nearly 5. By the time they concluded, it was deep into the night. Li Tengda invited her to stay for a simple meal at the government canteen, during which he persistently encouraged her to drink. Reluctantly, she accepted a glass of white liquor. After the meal, she was arranged to rest at a guest house. Lying on the clean, tidy round bed, however, she found herself unable to sleep. Logically, given the smooth progression of the interview and the wealth of insights gained, she should have been celebrating with a restful slumber. However, she felt a wave of heat enveloping her, her head slightly spinning, perhaps due to the wine she had consumed earlier. MAYHEM shed her sleepwear, donning only delicate lace. Unable to find slumber, she reached out to Sheng Wanjian, who had just finished telling a story and lulled the child to sleep. He sat conversing with Director Zhang in the same room. Upon seeing Sheng Wanjian hang up the phone, A look of indecision crossed his face. What is this? A girl has invited you? Director Zhang, having experienced such matters, instantly perceived Shang Wanjian's thoughts. It's not that I have a girlfriend. We merely know each other. Shang Wanjian replied with a smile, shaking his head. If you wish to go, then go. Do not concern yourself with this old man. Director Zhang urged him to depart swiftly. Shang Wanjian informed Director Zhang that the individual in question was a deputy editor from Huaxia Daily. If he were to share the situation here with her, it might bear fruit, as a real estate mogul would not dare offend an influential media outlet like Huaxia Daily. You rascal! You actually know someone here. Go, go. Director Zhang insisted as Shang Wanjian made his way to the municipal government guest house, knocking on MAYHEM's door. She appeared clad in a silk camisole, the lace in her décolletage teasingly visible, compelling Shang Wanjian to divert his gaze elsewhere. How are things at the orphanage? Has there been any significant change compared to before? Once seated on the sofa, MAYHEM opened up. Not much has changed. It's just that Director Zhang and the others seem more weathered, Shang Wanjian sighed. Everyone ages, why sigh? MAYHEM remarked as she prepared a cup of tea for Shang Wanjian. It is not for that reason. Rather, the land of the orphanage has caught the eye of a property developer who intends to forcibly seize it. Just a few days ago, Director Zhang was severely injured by the opposing party, and as soon as I arrived today, I had altercations with those individuals. As he spoke, Shang Wanjian recounted the day's events in detail to MAYHEM. Is this not a blatant act of extortion? Upon hearing this, MAYHEM was somewhat taken aback. Unable to fathom that such merciless businessmen would dare to encroach upon the sanctuary of a group of orphans. I must inform Secretary Li Tengda about this matter and see how he deals with those real estate developers. Secretary Li Tengda? Shang Wanjian had been away from Danzhou for several years, and aside from the orphanage, he scarcely kept abreast of local affairs. Indeed, my visit to Danzhou is at the behest of my organization to conduct an exclusive interview with Secretary Li Tengda. He is a principled and commendable leader. MAYHEM informed Shang Wanjian. Excellent. As long as the chief authority here speaks up, the orphanage should be safeguarded. Shang Wanjian breathed a sigh of relief. While they were engaged in casual conversation, they suddenly heard the soft sound of footsteps approaching MAYHEM's room. Initially, they paid no heed, assuming it to be another guest of the establishment. However, as the footsteps drew nearer, they halted at the threshold of MAYHEM's door. Who could it be? Perhaps it is a staff member of the guest house. Given that this was a government guest house, the two remained unwary and continued their discussion on the previous topic. Suddenly, Shang Wanjian's peripheral vision caught sight of a slender tube extending through the gap beneath the door. He recognized this type of tube all too well, having seen it before at the Ontario Hotel in Jinshan. It was a nefarious individual who blew a hallucinogenic substance through a slender tube into the guest's room, waiting for the occupant to succumb to the sedative before committing further misdeeds. The audacity of these criminals was astonishing, daring to engage in such activities within the city government's guest house. Shang Wanjian was determined to apprehend the perpetrator and unveil the identity of this audacious miscreant. To avoid alerting the culprit, he signaled to MAYHEM to remain silent. Understanding his intent, she promptly ceased her speech. Shang Wanjian had prepared a damp towel for MAYHEM to cover her mouth and nose. As he had anticipated, a thick cloud of smoke soon billowed from the slender tube. Approximately 3 minutes later, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Upon the door's opening, a man wearing a flat-brimmed cap and a mask entered, glancing at Shang Wanjian, who lay on the bed, with a furrowed brow before approaching MAYHEM. Seizing the moment, Shang Wanjian sprang from the bed with a swift movement. He leaped towards the man, who was about to hoist MAYHEM away. With an uncanny awareness, the man rolled aside, evading Shang Wanjian's charge. Shang Wanjian was taken aback, realizing that the man possessed remarkable skills, managing to dodge his full-force attack even with his back turned. I must capture you. It would be a disgrace to my identity otherwise. Upon witnessing the man evade his initial assault, Shang Wanjian swiftly followed up with a punch. The man, having narrowly escaped the leap, was caught off guard by Shang Wanjian's subsequent strike. Shang Wanjian's fist landed squarely on the man's shoulder with a resounding crack. The man stumbled, regaining his footing only to make a hasty retreat towards the door. As Shang Wanjian reached the doorway, his adversary had already vanished without a trace. Fearing that there might be accomplices lurking nearby, he hesitated to pursue further, concerned for Li Manwei, who remained inside the room, who possessed such audacity to commit an act within the confines of the municipal government's guest house. I must convey this matter to Li Tengdao without delay. Li Manwei, filled with indignation, rose from her bed. Sleep had eluded her entirely, and the disturbance only exacerbated her restlessness. The two engaged in conversation until the early hours of dawn, managing only a brief respite thereafter. After hastily preparing herself, Li Manwei set out to find Li Tengdao. Upon reaching the staircase of the office building, she encountered Secretary Wu descending from above. "Why, dear journalist Li, did you not indulge in a bit more slumber?" Secretary Wu greeted her with warmth. "I have a few matters to attend to," Li Manwei replied as she ascended the stairs. "Are you feeling unwell?" As they drew closer, Li Manwei noticed Secretary Wu's pallor and the beads of sweat forming on his brow. Given that it was Secretary Wu who had warmly welcomed her the previous day, she casually inquired, "Is everything all right?" "Nothing serious. Perhaps I simply did not cover myself adequately last night and caught a chill," he responded hastily before departing. Li Manwei chose not to dwell on his condition and continued her ascent. Upon arriving at the door of Li Tengdao's office, she found it firmly shut. She knocked softly. "Please enter," came the amiable voice of Li Tengdao from within. Li Manwei pushed the door open and beheld Secretary Li engrossed in a myriad of documents sprawled across his desk. "Secretary Li, you truly are a whirlwind of activity. So busy even at this early hour," she remarked as she took a seat opposite him. "Oh, it is merely Li, our esteemed journalist." Li Tengdao raised his head to look at Li Manwei, expressing concern that there were omissions in yesterday's interview. He stood up to personally brew a cup of tea for her. However, Li Manwei interjected, "I do not wish to squander time on this matter." She proceeded to recount the events that transpired at the guest house the previous night. "What? Such a thing occurred?" Li Tengdao's demeanor shifted, his tone significantly escalating. "This is utterly outrageous. I shall ensure that the Public Security Department conducts a thorough investigation into this matter. I will not tolerate such behavior. We must provide journalist Li with a satisfactory response." With that, Li Tengdao dialed the police department in the presence of Li Manwei. "There is another matter I need to discuss with Secretary Li." "Please, feel free to speak, journalist Li. I assure you that I will meet your expectations," Li Tengdao replied, setting down the phone. "It concerns the real estate developers attempting to seize the orphanage's land," Li Manwei informed him. "These profit-driven businessmen even have designs on a place for the children. Rest assured, I shall personally ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated." Li Tengdao promised Li Manwei on the spot.